Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Snape was Harry Potter's real father. The secret that changed everything. Here is short summary. What if the biggest secret in the wizarding world wasn't that Harry survived, but that Severus Snape was his real father? When the truth is finally revealed, friendships are tested, old enemies explode with rage, and Hogwarts is thrown into chaos. No one is happy with the shocking revelation, least of all Snape and Harry. Can they overcome years of hatred and uncover the truth behind the secret that changes everything? Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. He was still under the lull of the memory restorative draft. When testing their concoctions, the Newt Potions CL had yielded a surprising number of students who had been obliterated at one point or another by Gilderoy Lockhart. His curiosity piqued. Snape had swallowed the draft himself as soon as the CL had filed out. He'd already witnessed Lockhart knocking down a shelf of his potions. He'd known he wasn't that careless, slipping on the slick surface outside the CL room, and swallowing his coffee the wrong way. Why that infernal idiot had felt the need to erase the recollections of even his most minor emberments still baffled him. After all, the man had humiliated himself on a daily basis with his pitiful attempts at wizardry. Snape would have hexed the imbecile if he wasn't already sitting in St. Mungo's, struggling to recall the slightest detail of his existence. As things were, he was beginning to appreciate the concept of cosmic justice. How fitting that a man with so little respect for the recollections of others had been robbed of his own recollections. He could feel the power of the draft waning, so he prepared to rise. He supposed there were no more Lockhart incidents obliterated from his mind. And he collapsed back to his seat as something much more powerful broke through, another memory, buried much deeper, obliterated by a far more powerful spell. The draft wasn't usually strong enough to restore very powerful obliviates, hence Lockhart's continued presence in St. Mungo's. Snape recognized the fleeting quality of the memory as it tugged at his thoughts. It had been buried very deeply. Clearly someone really wanted him to forget this one. Intrigued, he cleared his mind, rallying every occlumency skill he'd ever acquired. He forced the questions out of his mind. Who had done this? Was it Voldemort trying to hide some nefarious scheme? Potter trying to hide some miserable little escapade? No, Potter had neither the skill nor the guile to pull it off, and at long last his mind grew quiet. The memory trickled back slowly, at first Potter thrashing on the bed, Dumbledore's sad blue eyes, Snape's own white hands stirring a potion. Then it overtook him with an explosion of color and sound. How long has he been in this state? He heard himself ask. He was standing over a steaming cauldron in the hospital wing, in the final stages of brewing a potion. 3 hours, Poppy Pomfrey replied, hovering worriedly at the foot of Potter's hospital bed as the boy thrashed and quivered in his sleep. He won't even respond to stimuli now. Snape sniffed the potion, verifying it was in the proper state for ingestion. Severus, he could hear Dumbledore's gentle voice, feel his hand on his shoulder. Is it ready? I've prepared the counter poison as per your request, Headmaster, he replied, watching the boy on the bed struggle against an unseen opponent. In his fever-ridden state, it awaits only the blood of a relative. You have a sample on hand, I trust. No, Severus, they would not consent. Snape glanced back sharply at the aged headmaster looming behind him. Without the blood of an immediate relative, he explained carefully, wondering if the situation had addled the headmaster's wits, this potion is utterly useless. Potter's as good as dead. Did you explain this to them? Dumbledore looked sadly over at Potter, still unconscious on the hospital bed, then back to his potions master. I want you to use your own blood, Severus. Snape stared at him. Have you heard a word I said? This potion will not. Use your own blood, Severus, Dumbledore repeated softly. Snape followed Dumbledore's orders, wondering what in Merlin's name was wrong with the other man. This would do nothing to help his wonder boy. The headmaster was idling away the scant time before the boy inevitably succumbed to the poison. Dumbledore's logic defied Snape. He was unaccustomed to disobeying Dumbledore's orders, however, even if the headmaster was operating in a state of intense denial. So he made a careful incision and watched his blood trickle down his pale arm and dribble into the potion. He stood back as the older wizard carefully ladled out a vial, then poured a potion as useless as a placebo down the dying boy's throat. And suddenly Potter's body stilled, the sharp, rasping breath fading into a calm, steady rhythm. A look of peace slackened over his features, the color rushing back into his pale face. Dumbledore pressed the empty vial back into Snape's numbed hands before returning to Harry's side. Snape could see from here that the boy's pain had faded, that the potion had done its work, and he was now in a natural, easy slumber. It was impossible. Dumbledore's aged hand stroked across Harry's sweat-soaked brow, smoothing back the mop of wet hair, lingering upon the boy's scar. At long last, he looked up. Snape stood there, gaping at him. "Come now, Severus, with a mind as sharp as yours, surely you understand why this worked." Snape looked at Dumbledore, then he looked at the boy. No, he didn't. He could think of how, but no, that was impossible. Dumbledore's eyes were still locked on him, strangely sad. "Look at me, Severus." Snape knew he had to follow Dumbledore's orders. He looked at him, straight into those mournful blue eyes. He barely heard Dumbledore's whispered, "Obliviate." Snape stared ahead of him in disbelief as the memory restorative draft slowly released him. He recalled Dumbledore's voice telling him to resume his previous activities. And he remembered the cloudy walk back to his chambers, still in the grip of Dumbledore's spell. He'd looked up from grading papers, surprised at where the night had gone, wondering if the little TS had written such mind-numbing essays they'd actually put him to sleep for several hours. Now he lurched to his feet, reeling. Dumbledore had obliviated him. Dumbledore had bloody obliviated him. And he grew still. Blood. His had cured Potter. That particular counter-poison only the immediate family was sufficient for the biological component. In rare cases uncles or cousins, but only very rarely. He would have to be. Snape glared at one of his jars, as though willing it to explode. The only possibility. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Ah, but it could, a voice reminded him, thoughts flickering to that night, to those green eyes and that warm, salty skin. Oh, no, oh, please, no. It was then Snape knew he was Harry Potter's father. He remembered the day she'd appeared at his door. No words of love were exchanged. They never ed. He still didn't know if she'd fancied it a pity or if she simply was Every bit the whore he still called her in his mind. Turning bloodshot, wilted green eyes to his, nose running as she swiped at her raw nostrils with a crumpled tissue, she informed Snivellus she was in love with Potter, so he shouldn't read anything into this. She just couldn't believe her darling James. They were barely out of Hogwarts and already he was interested in another woman. Was there something wrong with her, that she couldn't hold James's interest? He'd chased her for years, how could he have lost interest as soon as she'd agreed to marry him? How pitiful and repulsive it was. Everything in Snivellus had curdled away from her until she pressed her warm ass into his hands and straddled his lap, rubbing his hardness through his pants. And then a heated fog consumed his mind. It was his first time with a woman. Greasy-haired and scrawny, with an overlarge nose and hostile bearing, he could do no better, and she knew it. She knew it with that malignant smirk on her lips and that coldness in her green eyes, even as she ed against his skin, even as she grew slick under his caresses. He ed her then, hard, carelessly. Not one. Afterwards they both were damp, sticky, and she looked nauseated. He'd sneered at her to get dressed and get out. He'd thrown mudblood at her. He was already a Death Eater. He suspected she knew it, too. She dressed, didn't meet his eyes. Her shoulders were stiff as she buttoned her robes. It was true that he'd watched her from a distance long before that, repulsed by his strange attraction to the mudblood, sickened each time James Potter would grip her waist with a possessive hand. How filthy she was, with the likes of Potter drooling over her, with that muggle blood running through her veins. Yet he always watched. Somehow she'd known it, too. She'd guessed it. She'd sought him out that night when she wanted desperately to hurt Potter, to hurt herself, and like the pathetic, sniveling creature Potter in black made him out to be, he'd obliged her. How he wished he'd thrown her out of the room with a derisive laugh. He could have sneered at her and scorned her for the rest of his life if he'd done that. He would have remained pure. But he'd been weak and played right into her hands. He'd ed her, and the next day she was back cuddling with Potter, pledging their undying love to each other through a sickeningly joyous flood of tears. Whenever he saw her after that, he felt vaguely used and sullied. It was difficult to face the Dark Lord and not remember the feel of the mudblood's nails digging into his back, her warm body clinging to his, her eyes. He regretted it then, he regretted it now. Yet he'd felt a strange pang of something when he heard only months later that she'd become Lily Potter. He'd tasted something bitter in his mouth when he'd learned of her healthy baby boy. Another bloody Potter. And when she'd died for that tea, slaughtered along with her darling James to preserve her worthless spawn, something inside Severus went very cold and still, and remained that way long enough for him to forget it had ever been otherwise. He was aware of his sense of betrayal, and not a little horror that the Potter hell spawn was his son, and Dumbledore had clearly known it. Apparently, the headmaster had actively hidden this from him. The boy looked every inch the Potter. There had to be a powerful glamour of some sort, because he knew the Snape nose was irrepressible. Had Dumbledore cast the concealment charm himself, or had Lily? Had Pot Harry's identity been hidden at the headmaster's behest or at Lily Potter's? And no, Snape would not have wanted the impertinent tea for himself, but they had no right to hide this from him. Especially not after the boy's mother had died. Snape was sickened. That Dumbledore clearly believed the boy was better off as an orphan than as Snape's son. He'd trusted Dumbledore. Of all people to betray him, he was the worst. He'd pledged his loyalty to Dumbledore's cause, overthrown his entire life and all his allegiances for Dumbledore's sake. And sweet Merlin, the man had lied to him and obliviated him. Charms had never been Snape's strong suit, so it took him a good deal of time to locate a proper impermeable spell to protect his newly recovered memory from future attempts at obliviation. He sat in the Leary several hours before finding a decent one, angry thoughts raging through his head, contemplating the best way to confront Dumbledore. He didn't give much thought to Potter himself. The boy's genetic identity was a secondary issue next to the sheer horrendous fact that the headmaster had betrayed him. He should go back to the Dark Lord just to show the man. Snape halted those thoughts before they went farther. It spoke powerfully of his state of mind that he'd intentionally skipped his afternoon potions class just to search for this charm. Snape felt smug, knowing the TS had probably waited most of the CL period for him to show up, as terrified as they were of him. Well, let them wait. He knew Dumbledore would summon him to his office afterwards, and he would show the man that he couldn't get away with this. Of course, depending on how concerned Albus was, he might even walk to Snape's own chambers, which would be just fine. He'd appreciate the chance to confront the headmaster in his own territory. And true to form, the headmaster showed up in his chambers that very night, his blue eyes very sad and concerned. Just like the night you obliviated me, Snape thought angrily. The headmaster was one of the few people who could read his countenance. Snape was furious and distraught, and the man picked up upon it immediately. "How are you feeling, Severus?" Snape stared at him for a protracted moment, then gestured with a flick of his wand to the pensieve resting upon his desk. "You might want to have a look at that, headmaster." His voice was tight and strained. Dumbledore gazed at him a moment more, trying to figure out what was going in Snape's head, then gave a graceful nod. Snape watched coldly as the man prodded the pensieve and bent over it. He'd stuck a duplicate rather than his actual memory in that pensieve, not trusting Dumbledore 1 inch. When the headmaster rose from looking into the pensieve, his face was very neutral. "So you know, I take it you have many questions. Just when were you going to tell me about this, Albus?" Snape's voice was unusually cold even to his own ears. Somehow the rage and betrayal had expressed itself in a tone of molten ice. Dumbledore's blue eyes were alert and not a little bit wary as he observed the potions master bristling before him. Severus Snape, though not a wizard of Dumbledore's own caliber, was still a dangerous man well versed in the darkest of arts. And he was probably enraged enough to employ that long underutilized knowledge against the aged headmaster. "In all honesty, Severus," Dumbledore said softly, still watching him very carefully, "I was never planning to tell you." Something dangerous flared behind Snape's eyes, but the man's years of self-restraint held it in check behind his pale, pinched expression. In a deceptively mild voice, "And why did you choose to withhold this knowledge?" Then his voice lowered into a hiss that revealed his stinging sense of betrayal. "What right did you have to hide this from me?" "It was Lily's decision," Dumbledore said, refusing to acknowledge the other man's ire. "And I supported it. She did not wish to disrupt her marriage, and she did not believe you were ready to assume responsibility for the well-being of a child." I agreed. When Snape's jaw tensed impossibly tighter, Dumbledore added, "And I still believe we made the right choice." Snape stared at him as though he'd suddenly unmasked a hidden enemy. Through gritted teeth. It wasn't your decision to make. And it wasn't hers. Hot. That boy was as much my son as hers, and she forfeited her claim on him when she threw herself into the path of a killing curse. Dumbledore shook his head gravely, never breaking eye contact with the younger man. A true parent would appreciate Lily for her sacrifice rather than scorn her for it. He approached slowly, avoiding any sudden movements that might ignite the already volatile man. She died protecting her child. You could not understand that at the time, and I don't believe you can now. You're only angry with me because I have taken something you see as rightfully yours. You never would have loved the child, nor valued him as a son. He gazed at Snape gravely, and you would have scorned him all these years for carrying the blood of his mother just as you've scorned him for his father's. James Potter was never his father, Snape growled. And neither were you, and it's you I have to thank for that, Snape said bitterly. It was Dumbledore's turn to stare. Surely you don't want the boy. Of course I don't, Snape roared, but I would have appreciated the choice. You concealed this from me, you obliviated me. Dumbledore sighed. Severus, I had the same fears then that I do now. And what fears are those? His voice was low and dangerous. Apart from my being ill-prepared, to assume responsibility for the well-being of a child. Dumbledore held his eyes firmly, completely unflappable. I did not and do not want you to use Harry as some form of revenge against James Potter. As far as Harry is concerned, and as far as James was concerned, they are father and son. Were he still alive, I have no doubt you would take Harry from James purely out of spite. And now that he's dead, I think you would take possession of Harry simply to strike at his memory. I never realized you had such a low opinion of me, Headmaster, Snape said coolly. Dumbledore's words shouldn't have hurt. Really, they shouldn't have. Severus, Dumbledore looked like he was going to reach out to him, but Snape's cold glare dissuaded him. I believe you are a good, courageous man. You have survived and persevered through the worst this life has to offer. You were one of our most valuable fighters against Voldemort. He paused, as if considering his words very carefully. But I believe James Potter was and remains your gaping blind spot. I don't trust you to be objective in this matter. And your opinion of Harry has always been less than positive. With that said, he made a small movement with his wand. Don't you dare try to obliviate me again, Snape hissed, eyes narrowing furiously. I've cast an impermeable charm. It will not succeed, and rest assured, I will never forgive you. Dumbledore stared at him a moment. With that said, I have business elsewhere to attend. He paused, searching Snape's expression for something. I hope you will inform me if you intend to act upon this knowledge. I hope you will inform me if there are any other earth-shattering secrets you're concealing, Snape retorted. Perhaps I have some other sons. Daughters. A sister out there somewhere. I can't imagine I'm ready to assume responsibility for them. Dumbledore looked very, very sad as he moved to depart. I am very sorry for what I had to do, Severus, he said softly, but it seemed to be for the best. An old man's error. Don't try to excuse it, Snape hissed. Just get out. With a sad nod of his head, Dumbledore left. Harry felt a prickling on the back of his neck, and raised his eyes to meet Snape's dark gaze. Again, even for Snape, the level of disdain and dislike in the expression was staggering. Harry looked back at his plate, thankful the A on his potions owl had barred him from Newt potions. He didn't have to deal with Snape's vindictive comments in CL anymore, nor did he see points like a walking hemorrhage from Gryffindor's Howargle. And no, he couldn't become an Auror now, but it was not like that mattered in the long run. Not since he'd learned of the prophecy. Students were chattering and laughing around him. Neville was speaking in confidence to Hermione, and Ron was arguing with Seamus over the Chudley cannons. Harry sat in silence, as was his custom lately, content to lose himself in his own thoughts rather than force words from his unwilling lips. When he was drawn from his reverie by yet another vicious glare from Snape, he occupied himself with stabbing at his shepherd's pie with his fork, a litany of faces running through his mind: Umbridge's, Snape's, Voldemort's, Dumbledore's, his father's. An image of his father hexing a young Snape flashed through his mind. He stabbed the pie again. Or was it his own face he was seeing? They did look so very much alike. Ron noticed this with a frown. I know the crust is a little dry, he said in a muffled voice, his mouth full of pie, but no need to kill the poor thing. Harry smirked at him, and, suddenly self-conscious, set the fork gently down beside his plate. Snape's glaring at you, Ron mentioned irritably, glowering at Snape on his friend's behalf. What's his problem lately? I heard he skipped all of yesterday's clees. Too bad he couldn't do that when we were still in them, Hermione perked to attention across from them and glanced across the great hall to see what they were talking about. She returned her attention to Harry with a troubled look on her face. Harry, did you do something? He's staring at you. Her tone was rife with disapproval. No, he replied honestly, suddenly feeling uncomfortable having Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Snape all staring at him at once. What could he possibly have done? He spent all his free time in his dorm room. His grades were all ping, if mediocre. He wasn't playing Quidditch or getting into fights with Slytherins. He hadn't broken the rules once this year, strange as it was. Snape had no reason to take issue with him now. He never even saw the man anymore. Great, now Seamus and Dean were looking his way. And a couple of students at the Ravenclaw table, for some reason. But they might have been looking at someone behind him. Harry felt like his skin was itchy. It was uncomfortable having the eyes directed his way. He should have been used to it by now. The sorting feast had certainly been hell, with all the first years, ooh-ing, and aw-ing, at the sound of his name, but these last 2 months he'd made a sincere and concerted effort to shrink into the scenery, and he liked to think he'd made some progress. The teachers had been very delicate with him after the loss of Sirius. When it became apparent he did not wish to speak in CL, they refrained from calling on him. Without Snape to make his life a living hell in potions, he didn't have any true nemesis who singled him out and drew attention to him. He had yet to go to Hogsmeade, he hadn't tried out for Quidditch despite the lifting of his ban, and he spent most of his free time in the Leary or in his dorm room. His presence at the school was as minimized as he could make it. He'd become accustomed to the lack of attention. Now, all these eyes. He wanted to crawl out of his skin. Well, would you look at that? Ron said smugly. Harry followed his gaze against his better judgment, resting his eyes upon Snape, now in a quiet, vehement conversation with Dumbledore. Snape looked like he'd just ed on a. Dumbledore's face was stark and concerned, and slightly angry. You reckon he's in trouble with Dumbledore? Ron mused. Harry was staring at the headmaster's shaken countenance, wondering just what they could be saying that rattled the older wizard's composure. Is something happening with the Death Eaters? Voldemort? Harry wondered idly, reaching out to sip his pumpkin juice. He knew from the worried look that stole over Hermione's expression that the uncharacteristically intense exchange between their headmaster and potions master was cause for concern, but Harry couldn't bring himself to be too worried. He'd learned his lesson last year, not to intervene when it wasn't his place. He'd only screw things up and get more people hurt. He always did. Snape abruptly rose from the head table and stood there tall and stiff for one moment, like some black tower gleaming over the horizon. His lips were twisted in a snarl, his expression glinting with something like defiance. Dumbledore shook his head. Snape ignored him and stiffly marched around the table, away from the headmaster, who for his part stared after him worriedly. Dumbledore shifted his gaze to Harry. Harry shuddered under yet another set of eyes, and his gaze darted wildly around for the fastest route out of this press of people. Before he could form a solid escape plan, a tall form with black, billowing robes bore swiftly down upon the Gryffindor table. Harry could hear muffled cries of surprise and horror as Snape descended upon the students like a giant bat. For his part, Harry jumped to his feet and made for a hasty retreat when Snape's sudden grip on his shoulder halted him. "Stay a moment, Potter," came the cold, imperious voice. Harry froze, suddenly finding it difficult to breathe. He still held a goblet half filled with pumpkin juice, and his hand tightened convulsively around it as though it could portkey him from this man's presence. "Come," Snape said shortly. Harry dragged his feet as Snape ushered the unwilling boy out the door, down an endless corridor, and into one of the empty dungeons. He thrust Harry into the first chair available, and then lowered himself across from the boy. Those cold, black eyes bore into his, and he could hear Snape mutter a silencing charm. He realized after the man's eyes flickered down contemptuously that he'd carried the goblet of juice all the way from the Great Hall. Harry made a show of taking a defiant sip. Snape's lip curled. "We may speak freely here." And when I say, we, I mean that I will speak, and for once in your life, you will remain quiet and listen. He leaned back to survey Harry coolly, tracing the thin line of his mouth with his finger. What I tell you cannot leave this room. I will speak only briefly about this, for I have no wish to prolong our contact any more than necessary. I've counted myself quite fortunate in not having to endure your presence in any of my pleas this year, and this development will change nothing. Harry took a deep swig from his goblet to show Snape he wasn't rattled. Fine. Get on with it. Snape glared at him, black eyes glittering oddly. Potter, I had with your mother 16 years ago. You were the product of our union. In rudimentary language you are my son. Harry swallowed his pumpkin juice the wrong way, and started coughing. I'm no more thrilled about it than you are, Snape continued dryly. Harry was still choking on the juice, and Snape rose from his seat to slap the boy on the back, hard. The liquid spewed from his mouth and spattered in a wet stain across the dungeon floor. Lovely display, Snape said coldly, eyeing the mess with disdain before muttering a cleansing charm. You've clearly inherited your mother's grace. No longer choking, Harry simply gaped at him, mouth bobbing open and closed like that of a fish. Well, Snape demanded tersely, have you anything to say? That facial expression is vacant even for you. Is this some sort of joke? Harry wheezed. Snape rolled his eyes. Yes, Potter, for I have nothing more productive to do with my time than tell ridiculous lies to insolent T.S. Harry stared at him, appalled. I don't believe you. Dumbledore's going to. Snape waved him silent, eager to end this little interview quickly. The headmaster would have you remain ignorant of our connection until the end of your days. I've chosen to tell you now so you will not discover this unfortunate genetic relationship by some mischance in the future and take it upon yourself to seek me out. I would not take kindly to your contacting me, unless you require a kidney, for instance, which I might be willing to supply, provided we have a reciprocal agreement with regards to medical circumstances. A kidney, Harry echoed blankly, or blood, as you required 2 months ago to counter your poisoning, Snape continued. Harry stared dumbly at him. Snape sighed, which you clearly don't remember. The only time I've been in the hospital wing recently was when I had that really bad flu, he said carefully, wondering if he was in the hospital wing right now and experiencing some terrifying hallucination. Use your in, Potter. Snape said harshly. When was the last time a flu gave you convulsions or intestinal bleeding? Any idiot would know he'd been poisoned. Oh God, he hoped he was in the hospital wing. This was a nightmare. Snape began to wonder if perhaps he'd been a tad hasty. He was not an impulsive man. He'd spent a restless night trying to sleep, pondering his future actions. The more time that passed, the angrier he'd become, both with the headmaster, the late Lily Potter, and strangely enough, with the late James Potter. He was the one who had impregnated the other man's wife, so he supposed in this instance his fury with James Potter was completely irrational. However, that did not stop him from gnashing his teeth as he thought of his former tormentor, feeling as though Potter were laughing at him from somewhere beyond the grave. Oh, how he wished James were still alive to see this. How he wished he could tell him to his face that he'd been raising the son of Severus Snape. He desperately wanted to rob the man of the satisfaction he must have felt, sacrificing his life for a son he loved, when it was not his son at all. If he could steal those last glorious moments away from the Gryffindor's life, he would be a happy man. As things were, he'd been betrayed by the headmaster, thwarted by the woman he'd loved for the 13 minutes it took to reach a climax, and trampled by a society that proclaimed Potter's son a hero when it was actually Snape's bastard who stopped the Dark Lord. He spent the next day at lunch, half slumped with exhaustion, glaring at the boy from across the great hall. The creature with James Potter's face darted fleeting glances his way. What a hateful face that was. He simply loathed this boy. How could this be his son? The reality and the appearance of it simply would not reconcile in his head. Severus, I wish you would not do that, the headmaster remarked softly as he slid into the seat next to Snape. Snape bristled, and refused to look at him. Do not presume to tell me what to do, headmaster. Your words carry no weight on this subject. Dumbledore sighed from beside him. It wasn't an order, it was a request, he said in that infuriatingly gentle tone. You're making him uncomfortable, glaring at him like that. Others are beginning to notice, too. To hell with the others, Snape snarled, turning a hateful glare at the older man. He lowered his voice. "And to hell with you, too. I will stare if I please. He's my son. Do you get that? My son. And I will do as I wish." Dumbledore's expression cooled. "I take it, then, that you intend to tell him." Well, no, he didn't, but Dumbledore seemed displeased by the notion, so Snape allowed himself a queer, unsettling smile. "That's my business, Headmaster. If I take any action, it will be my prerogative. Do not toy with him, Severus," Dumbledore warned him, his tone suddenly cold. "He's been though enough." Snape made a face of mock sympathy, and spoke in a voice dripping with venom. "Yes, it must be trying to be raised an orphan. Whom shall we blame for that?" Impatience crept into Dumbledore's expression. "You would never have taken him, Severus. I know you." He reached out and snatched one of Snape's hands in his old, gnarled claw, resisting the younger man's attempts to pull away. "You were devastated after your time with Voldemort. How could you have raised a child? You were not even taking care of yourself." Snape felt a brief flash of unease, recalling that period after the Dark Lord's fall when his purpose in life seemed spent, when guilt had consumed his every waking thought, each and every one of his sins playing themselves over and over in vivid nightmares. When food tasted sour, and dissociative potions were the only thing that propelled him through the day. He was furious with the headmaster for invoking his memories of that time as allies. How dare he? Manipulative old coot. Snape yanked his hand from the older man's grip. A surge of dislike and anger propelled him to his feet. "My son. Mine. You bastard." His mind raged at the headmaster. "It should have been my choice back then. And by Merlin, I'll show you that it is now." Having read Snape's intention, and aware that they were now drawing some unwanted attention, Dumbledore shook his head, silently imploring him to back down. With one final defiant glare at the headmaster, Snape turned away. This was his decision. There was nothing the headmaster could do about it. It was his to make, as it always should have been. Yet now that Potter sat across from him, stunned, pondering the fact that no flu had induced those convulsions he'd suffered earlier in the school year, Snape suddenly realized what he'd just done. In seizing control of the situation, he'd acknowledged Potter as his son in the biological, shared blood-only sense but as his son, nonetheless. The boy he'd been so pleased to be rid of was now bound to him for life. A moment of terror washed through him when it occurred to him the boy might throw himself into Snape's arms, crying about how dreadfully happy he was to finally have a father. He imagined having to pry grubby little hands from his shoulders, ejecting a hurt puppy-faced version of James Potter from his room. Potter surprised him, though. He gazed at Snape without visible emotion for a long moment. "Is that all you wanted to talk about?" "Yes, Potter," Snape said with the slightest sneer, wondering at the boy's reaction. "I can't say I believe you," Potter told him. "I'm going to talk to Professor Dumbledore." "Do anything you wish," Snape replied in a tone that said he could not care less. "Just get out of my sight." With one last odd glance at him, Potter left. Severus could not shake the unsettling feeling that he'd gone about this all wrong. Professor Snape had been cruel to him in the past, but really this was crossing the line. Ambushing him in the Great Hall, telling preposterous lies, slandering Harry's mother. He knew his mother. Well, not really, but he'd heard enough about her from others, and he'd seen Snape's memory in that pensieve. He knew his mother well enough to with confidence that she would never touch that slimy git. It was clear that Snape was up to something. Maybe something for Voldemort. Could he have switched sides again? That had to be it. Either that or he was just being a real bastard and going to extra lengths to torment Harry. Perhaps he was making up for all the potions clues they no longer had together, all those detentions he had no chance to IGN. Harry suspected sometimes that his role as Snape's verbal punching bag fulfilled some deep, twisted need in the professor's black heart. In any case, Dumbledore wouldn't like it. He'd say something to Snape. Harry was relieved to see Dumbledore standing right outside his office, chatting with Professor McGonagall. No reciting candy names to get by that gargoyle today. He couldn't think of candy right now, anyway. He would have spent hours fumbling for that P word and coming up blank. It was sheer luck that the headmaster was already outside. Thank Merlin for Dumbledore. For the first time since the business with the prophecy, Harry felt a warm sense of safety permeate his being. Dumbledore was not infallible, he knew that now, but this was something he could solve. Just like the days of old, he could throw himself into Dumbledore's protection and the headmaster would make everything all right. He'd tell Snape to leave Harry alone, to stop making up nasty lies. Dumbledore glanced up at his approach. At his side, McGonagall turned as well, her eyes looking hollow and grim against her pale complexion. The headmaster smiled invitingly, and with a barely discernible rippling of his robes, shifted his weight, preparing to escort Harry into his office. A strange notion occurred to Harry. Dumbledore had summoned his head of house, and neither looked faintly surprised at Harry's approach. They'd been expecting him. Harry felt his insides go cold. He halted his step, staring incredulously at the headmaster. Dumbledore said something, words that drained into a blur before Harry's eye could fully process them. His eyes, those watchful, blue eyes. There was no mistaking it, he'd been waiting for Harry's arrival. That meant, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's sharper voice cut through his fog. He looked wildly at her, then back to the headmaster. It could be a mistake, this could be a misunderstanding. Maybe Dumbledore knew nothing. Maybe he wanted Harry for something else entirely. He might have news. Good news. Voldemort had died of a heart attack last night. The Dark Lord had renounced violence and wanted to meet for tea. Tom Riddle had abandoned his Death Eaters to elope with a Muggle stewardess. Something. Anything. Just please don't let that knowing look on Dumbledore's face have anything to do with Snape. Perhaps you should come in so we can talk, Harry, Dumbledore suggested gently. Harry's heart pounded in his ears. He wasn't ready to hear this. Good God, couldn't they see that? Every time his mind grew still, he thought of all those things, the prophecy, Sirius, Voldemort's possession of him. They pressed in on him, as if to suffocate him. He could barely breathe as things were. He didn't need something new. He'd just wanted Dumbledore to laugh at what Snape had said, to your Harry he'd reprimand the potion's master. He hadn't actually thought the headmaster would already know. Harry turned and walked blindly in the opposite direction. Away from that horrible office, from the headmaster who wore that gentle countenance he adopted for grave tidings. The surreal conversation with Snape threatened to replay in his thoughts, and with a ruthless determination, he thrust it back down again. Harry heard someone call his name, and began to run. He'd always been fast, hadn't he? He tore past the startled faces in the corridor, breathlessly calling out the P word and ducking through the Gryffindor portrait hole. He slowed as he reached the stairs, stress now pounding violently at his temples. His ears were buzzing strangely, and his head really hurt. It felt like it weighed 1,000 tons by the time he stumbled into his room and over to his bed, fumbling with clumsy fingers to yank the curtain closed around his private space. He needed the darkness, the aloneness. He buried himself in the covers, muttering a spell to block his cocooned little area from the mid-afternoon light filtering through the curtains. Pitch black. This was better. He closed his eyes and stilled his breathing, pretending he was somewhere else entirely. Back in that unexpected refuge he'd found this last summer. Visions of Voldemort had plagued him every night, at least in the beginning. Within a few weeks, the isolation bred by summer with the Dursleys, the horror and guilt over Sirius's death, and the constant assaults upon his sleeping mind found Harry half delirious. He couldn't bear the stale air of Dudley's second bedroom 1 minute more, and he couldn't venture from the house without feeling the eyes of the wizards guarding him, measuring his every step. The only refuge he'd found that summer was in the place he'd once despised with all his heart. It was odd how his perspective on the cupboard under the stairs had changed, now that it was smaller and he was larger. On a whim one day, he'd nestled himself into that dank, spider-filled little hole, hearing the Dursleys tromp up and down the stairs, and a strange feeling of peace descended upon him. Sure, he'd never been happy as a child. He always felt small, and worthless. But it was somehow better than the way he felt now. Back then he had nothing. He was nothing. Now he had people he loved, people he had to protect, and the future of a world resting in his faltering hands. Sirius's death had opened his eyes to the terrible consequences of his choices. The prophecy had barred him from escaping those awful choices, and Voldemort's terrifying possession of his mind in the Department of Mysteries had shown him how weak and hopeless his efforts truly were. The wizarding world looked to him to be their savior, and it was only now that Harry realized he was still just the frightened boy who had lived all those years ago in the cupboard under the stairs. He never had visions when he was in the cupboard. It was as if burying himself in the darkest room hid him from Voldemort's notice. He began to retreat there every night, infuriating the Dursleys who, for some reason, were suddenly averse to their hated nephew voluntarily sleeping in there. They'd been more than eager to force it upon him when he was younger. He had no idea what had changed. He didn't care. It was the one place he could go to retreat to a simpler time, where he could escape the thoughts and fears raging through his head, and he would be damned if he'd let the Dursleys bully him away from it. It was far more difficult to find a substitute once he was back at Hogwarts. He had roommates, people who noticed him, and his privacy was protected by curtains rather than walls. Most nights, he employed every weapon in the arsenal of his imagination, focusing upon that one goal, pretending he was back in that cupboard, utterly without responsibility or worth in the eyes of others, and usually he could set his mind to rest. He went in overdrive today, burying himself in the blackness, forcing his thoughts into utter silence. He might have succeeded in forgetting the tumultuous events of the day, had rays of piercing afternoon sunlight not flooded his little alcove, and a black silhouette peered in. "It's only 4 o'clock, mate, don't tell me you're already asleep." Harry groaned and rolled to his side. "Go away, Ron. McGonagall sent me up," Ron went on, ignoring him. "She says she's coming up if you don't come down, and I really don't want her coming up. Don't do this to Seamus and me. Please, Harry." Seamus and Ron had smuggled in an indecent amount of fire whiskey after several visits to Hogsmeade, and they were well aware McGonagall might smell it. "Fine," Harry said tersely, prickling with irritation. "I'm up." Within a few minutes, Harry was trotting down the stairs, smoothing his sweaty hands across his head in the never-ending battle against his hair. McGonagall awaited him below, looking slightly less pale than before. Again, Harry prayed that her news was completely unrelated to Snape. Voldemort had botulism. That had to be it. "Mr. Potter, let's speak in private, shall we?" she murmured, gesturing for the boy to come with her. He'd never seen McGonagall's chambers before, and he stood there silently as she made them tea, afraid to touch anything in the elegant interior. "Now, Mr. Potter," she said, adopting a gentle voice as she handed the boy some tea and urged him onto the couch. "I know you must have quite a few questions." "About what?" Harry said as casually as he could, sipping at the tea. "About Professor Snape." She paused, eyes flickering uncertainly. "About his being your father." Harry swallowed more tea than he intended, and the scalding liquid burned down his throat. His eyes watered from the pain, and he set the cup down on the table quickly, as though expecting it to bite him. "I know this must come as quite a shock. You don't really believe it, do you?" Harry interrupted her. "He's just making it up. Professor Dumbledore, as the one who informed me," McGonagall cut in. "An hour ago. He thought you might need someone to talk to, someone who wasn't involved." Harry stared down at his feet, unseeing. This couldn't be happening. Dumbledore was in on this farce, too. "I'm not sure exactly what Professor Snape said to you, Harry," McGonagall said softly. Severus is not a demonstrative man. He's in as much shock as you are right now, so if he said anything that hurt your feelings." "Oh, please. Like Snape could ever really bother me." He felt a sudden vicious anger. "This is all some joke. Some sick, twisted joke. Harry, I don't want to hear it." Harry bellowed, standing up to avoid the hand she reached out to calm him. "Don't touch me. Control your temper, Mr. Potter," McGonagall snapped. "You're very upset right now, I can see that. But when you've had time to think this over, the headmaster can explain." "I don't want to see the headmaster," Harry snarled, glaring at her, infuriated that she was still pressing this. Why was she doing this? "We have nothing to talk about. I don't know why he's going along with this." "Mr. Potter," she said firmly, her patience steadily fraying, "Professor Snape is your father. That is the reality of this situation, and no amount of denial on your part is going to alter it." "What proof do you have?" Harry demanded, voice unsteady with a creeping sense of desperation. "The headmaster's word," McGonagall said. "That is all the proof I need." "Well, it's not enough for me." McGonagall sighed, apparently very tired of this argument. "Would you like Professor Snape to brew a heritage potion to prove it?" "I don't want anything from him," Harry said vehemently. He looked back up at McGonagall, staring intently at her. "Why are you the one who came? Where's Dumbledore?" "Professor Dumbledore, Harry," she admonished sternly. And he thought that you ran because you were angry with him. I could understand in these circumstances why you may not wish to speak with him. Professor Snape is very upset, as well. Why? He said dumbly. She stared at him a moment, as though wondering if she'd revealed something she shouldn't have. The headmaster concealed this from you. From both of you. Harry groped for something to say. Anything. He came up blank. Sit back down, Mr. Potter. He lowered himself mechanically back into his seat. Now, you must understand the headmaster has been overseeing the affairs of others for over a century, McGonagall said, addressing a concern Harry didn't even have yet. He always tries to do what's best, at least in the long run. He did not care for the Dursleys, but he knew they were the only ones who could guarantee your safety. He did not wish to keep you ignorant about your heritage, but he knew Severus was in no state to raise a child. His legal status, as a former Death Eater, was still in dispute, and he had no means to provide the same protection you received from your mother's blood relatives. Albus cares about you, Harry, and he cares about Severus. His heart was in the right place, even if, perhaps, his actions were questionable. He had been glaring down at his feet, then at the carpet, but now he glared at McGonagall, suddenly feeling wretched and slightly ill. He should have concealed it for a while longer. Then, Harry said in a low, cold voice. I hate Snape. He's the reason I don't have Sirius. I'd rather be dead than be his son. McGonagall's face hardened. Mr. Potter. And he feels the exact same way, Harry said with a bitter laugh that seemed forced out of him. Just ask him. He'll tell you how much he hates me. He tells me about it every chance he gets. His entire body was shaking when he rose from the couch. I don't want to talk about this. Not ever again. McGonagall nodded gravely. Very well then, Mr. Potter. You may leave, if you wish. But it changes nothing. Oh, he begged to differ. This didn't have to be real. Not if he didn't let it. Snape certainly wasn't going to press him about it. Harry didn't look at her again. He simply left. Harry paid the week in a horrible parody of his normal routine. He went to the Great Hall for food, he went to Cleese, he did homework, he went to the Leary. He laughed and joked with friends. Ron and Hermione even took notice of how much more cheerful he seemed. Only the latter thought to be concerned after a few days of this forced cheer. For his part, Harry was trying his best to do as he had promised himself to forget. To pretend he hadn't just learned from a flippant, cavalier Snape about their shared blood. The fact that he'd learned such a life-changing piece of information from a brief conversation with Snape, where the man had spent as much time insulting Harry as informing him, only aided in his attempts to deny the reality of the situation. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to talk to Harry. Several times they'd spotted each other across crowded rooms, and something flared in the old wizard's eyes that beckoned to the boy. He ignored it, though. He couldn't bear the thought of talking to Dumbledore and having this all confirmed. The old wizard never summoned him. Harry was thankful for that. At least Dumbledore had some respect for the distance he needed. And Snape, he saw him sometimes in the hallways. When he ped the man there was a noticeable chill in the air, yet the potion's master did nothing to acknowledge him beyond curling his lips into a faint sneer. He no longer glared at Harry from across the Great Hall. He rarely even sat in the Great Hall. When he did condescend to eat among the other teachers, he'd rise and depart as soon as Albus Dumbledore approached the table. Harry would watch the dark form retreat back to his dungeons, all the while feeling the heavy weight of Dumbledore's gaze. It was in this manner that he ped his time, mind occupied with a flurry of activities, refusing to acknowledge that one pressing issue. And it was during one of these attempts to block those thoughts from his mind that he failed to notice the commotion around him in the courtyard. Harry, come on, Hermione said breathlessly in his ear, nudging him with an insistent hand. What? He glanced up, looked around. Students were speaking excitedly to one another, streaming out of the courtyard to observe something outside. At his friend's urging, he followed the crowd of students, and soon found himself approaching Hagrid's hut. A crowd of jubilant students encircled a small figure and a rather larger one. Hermione had to stand on her toes to gaze over the sea of heads, and she grabbed his shoulder for balance. At the focal point of their scrutiny stood the Dada teacher, Professor Mirren. Harry groaned. Not another impromptu demonstration of Mirren's prowess. The professor had staged at least a dozen of these so far this term, and for some reason the rest of the students would crowd around in awe to watch him perform simple jinxes and spells in controlled situations. Mirren was waving his wand in a grandiose manner in the direction of a creature that looked like a cross between an elephant and he had no idea what the hell else. A sharp, curved beak completed its long snout, and gray skin hung in flabby folds about its powerful body. It trembled in front of Mirren, huddled on the ground, glancing around with large, sad eyes at the crowd pressing in around it. Harry had a bad feeling about this. Professor Mirren was regarded as some sort of god among wizards due to his invention of some original hexes and curses a few years back. Nothing very major, most were variations of older curses. But the fact that he was able to do it at all astounded the faculty and students. Personally, Harry didn't see what the big deal was. Someone had to have engineered the original, jelly legs, and Avada Kedavra, at some point in history. He could see Hagrid trying to get through the crowd, clearly worried for his precious elephant thing. Hermione dragged Harry closer, face alight with excitement. Harry rolled his eyes and followed, wondering why he seemed to be the only student not utterly fascinated by Mirren's spur-of-the-moment demonstrations of his latest curses. "It would be better if you calmed down and stood back, Professor Hagrid," Mirren was saying pompously, gesturing with a flick of his wand for Hagrid to keep his distance. "I would not want you to get hurt. And rest your creature will survive. I tell ye, he's not to be toyed with," Hagrid said desperately, gesturing with a meaty fist towards the beaked elephant. "I'm simply demonstrating a modification of the impedimenta jinx," Mirren began, turning a scowl upon the half-giant. He looked away from the creature for the briefest of seconds. But it was just enough time. With an ear-splitting screech, the large creature before him suddenly roared up to life, closing the distance to the teacher in one powerful bound. The frantic Mirren raised his wand. Students cried out in horror, and some of the Veer ones shot out stunners at the creature. But it was too late. One swift chomp of that beak around Mirren's torso, and the professor went ominously limp. The creature then began to tear at him viciously. The stunners hit it all at once, and it slumped down over Mirren's prone form. Hermione clamped her hand over her mouth and stared in horror. Harry reached out gently to rub her shoulder, offering what little comfort he could. He felt ashamed that his first thought was a morbid realization he wouldn't be the only one seeing the Thestrals next year. Most of the students had been cleared away, walking stunned and wide-eyed back to their dorms as the teachers attended to the mess. Hermione departed as well. Seeing one of her favorite teachers skewered had ruined her good mood. Harry had the presence of mind to go to Hagrid, comforting the weeping giant as best he could. There was no question the elephant thing would be put down by the Ministry now. And Hagrid was already furious with himself for letting Mirren lure it from its holding area. After Hagrid retreated to his hut for the day, clearly intending to drink until he peed out, Harry wandered slowly back to his dorm. He peed the scene of the accident again. The animal had been taken away. Mirren's body was being reconstituted by Madame Pomfrey so it could be levitated away relatively intact. Dumbledore watched from over her shoulder with a troubled expression. Not far from Harry stood Snape and McGonagall, observing the scene. Professor Snape was watching with a dark, almost smug expression on his face. Harry's stomach flipped unpleasantly. He actually looked satisfied with the turn of events. He knew Snape was an evil git, but this was too much. Mirren may have had his failings, but the man had just died. Snape's smugness was just very wrong. Harry caught some of their conversation as he drew nearer. "Seems the defense against the dark arts curse is working in overdrive this year," he was noting coldly to McGonagall, who stood ashen-faced beside him. She shot him a disapproving look. "Severus," she rebuked sternly. "Have some respect. I make no allowances for stupidity," Snape said, unrepentant. He was warned not to provoke that creature. Harry once heard a wild rumor that Snape himself had cursed the defense against the dark arts job. He was suddenly inclined to believe it. He attempted to move by silently, but Snape and McGonagall both caught sight of him. "Potter," came Snape's silky voice. Students were ordered back to their dormitories. 20 points from Gryffindor. McGonagall shot him a sharp, cold look. He was comforting Hagrid, with a strained smile at Harry. 25 points to Gryffindor for easting a distraught man. Snape glared at her, then turned darkly away. With a shrug, Harry started to walk off again, not wanting to be with either of these people, but McGonagall called him back. Mr. Potter, while you're here, she turned to Snape, and Harry's insides coiled with dread. Didn't you wish to ask Professor Snape for something? No, Harry said firmly. Snape turned back, raising an eyebrow at Harry's irritated voice. And what did he wish to ask for, Professor? He asked in that waspish voice. Since he's clearly incapable of articulating it for himself. Harry glared at him. I don't want. He was hoping you might brew a heritage potion, McGonagall told Snape, ignoring the boy. He's having a bit of difficulty accepting the recent developments. He's told me flat out that he refuses to believe them. Harry could have strangled her. Snape's dark gaze crept back over to him, glittering with an unsettling intensity. Are you still insinuating that I lied, Mr. Potter? Snape demanded in a soft, dangerous tone. Harry met his black eyes unflinchingly. Maybe he was. Not at all. Snape's expression grew darker. Harry could have cursed himself for making that eye contact. The man was a Legilimens. How had he forgotten that? You realize this will waste several hours of time I could spend better elsewhere, Snape said icily to McGonagall. After what you told him, Severus, McGonagall said in a firm voice that held a note of warning, you owe him this. Perhaps it will be insightful for both of you. Ah, yes, Snape said. And I suppose you also think that I owe you, Mr. Potter. No. Knowing he'd get nowhere with McGonagall, Harry focused on Snape and said in a harsh voice, it's really okay. I can do without insight. With increasing urgency, really. I've had my fill of insight. You owe me nothing. Something shifted in Snape's expression. The tiniest smirk reached his lips as he savored Harry's distress. Shit, he should have known better than to appeal to Snape. Oh, if you're truly that eager, Mr. Pot. A cruel glint stole into his black eyes. Or should I call you, Harry? There are no Potters left in this world, after all. Potter is fine, Harry said coldly. 5 points from Gryffindor for contradicting a teacher. Harry, Snape said maliciously, emphasizing the last word as though it were something foul. McGonagall stiffened beside him and shot him a sharp look, but dared not contradict him. With such sterling enthusiasm, I suppose I shouldn't refuse your request. Thank you, Severus, McGonagall said graciously. She shot a pointed glare at Harry. Harry didn't know whether he'd sooner kill Snape or McGonagall. Yeah, thanks, he grumbled. Go back to your dorm. Now, Potter, Snape said brusquely, turning away from him. Be in my office at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Harry balked. 6 in the morning. Snape shot him one last sneer. And 1 night of detention for each minute you're late. Severus Snape was not actually a morning person, but he was rather hoping the tea would fail to show, thus giving him an excuse to IGN the boy a month's worth of detention with Filch. Unfortunately, at 5:59 a.m., he came stumbling into Snape's office, bleary-eyed and rather scruffier than usual. Snape raked his eyes disapprovingly over Potter's mangy appearance. He looked like James Potter on a bad day, and that was saying a lot. Snape felt his lips curl in distaste at the thought of his old nemesis, and he had to shake off several fleeting memories before snapping, "What are you waiting for? Instructions are there." He pointed to Potions manual lying open on the desk. "Ingredients are prepared in the other room." At Potter's baffled look, he scowled. "Did you think I was going to do this for you, and leave myself open to accusations of doctoring the potion?" Shoulders slightly hunched, the boy hauled the book over to the waiting cauldron and went about organizing the ingredients. Snape watched him prepare the base, then cut the gillyweed into uneven segments. He made no move to correct Potter until after he'd added the gillyweed to the mixture. "Start over, Potter," he snapped. "You'll end up with nothing more than a bubbling mess if you don't cut that root into 9 even segments, as the instructions clearly state." Potter glared up at him, then silently retrieved a second stalk. As he sliced, he dug the knife hard into the table. Snape could tell exactly whose face he was picturing. The knowledge amused him. He waited until the boy had prepared the base again before commenting, "I'm aware of how sloppy and unorganized you are, Potter, but this is a basic potion well within reach of even your pitiful abilities." Potter added the crushed newt eyes in a lump instead of gradually stirring them in. "Wrong again, Potter," Snape said. "Read your instructions and start over." Potter sighed, shot him a glare, and then went back to chopping, dicing, crushing. He prepared the base, added the gillyweed, simmered, and was nearly at the nude eyes again, when Snape remarked, "Do you see now why I chose this early hour? I hope I'm not being too optimistic in you'll complete it by the time please resume tomorrow." He smirked as the boy grew visibly angrier and stirred the potion in the wrong direction. "Congratulations," Snape said mercilessly. "You've made yet another colossal mistake. Counterclockwise, Potter. Can't you read?" He heard a growl of frustration, and the boy threw the ladle down with a loud clatter. "This," he said in a low, angry voice, whirling on Snape, "is the reason I no longer take pleas with you." "You no longer take pleas with me," Snape retorted dryly, "because you didn't achieve the necessary test scores." Potter quivered with rage and hatred. "It doesn't matter. I would never have taken anything with you. I hate you. You're a terrible teacher. And everyone else thinks so, too. Everyone else being you and your little friends," he said silkily. "Of course, I don't see Ms. Granger fleeing my CL. Perhaps you're referring to Longbottom. He seems to be about your mark, isn't he?" Harry gazed at him levelly for an extended moment. "If you just brought me here to belittle me, why don't you send me away right now?" "Start again, Potter," Snape replied. "And read your instructions." He refrained from making any remarks this time, all too aware that his presence made the boy falter. As much as he enjoyed watching Potter cringe, without a CL full of witnesses, it lost some of its charm. Plus, he didn't want to spend all of this tragic day of mourning with Harry Potter. At least he would finally get McGonagall off his case. Minerva was certainly going to give him hell if he didn't show the damn boy what he wanted to see. Or rather, what he didn't want to see. He watched the boy work, and admitted to himself that he did have a small amount of curiosity about the boy's real appearance. Clearly somewhere beneath that glamour charm lay a teenager with a good deal of Snape's genetic material. Would he have the infamous Snape nose? Dark eyes? What charm could Lily, or Dumbledore, have used? Glamour seldom lasted so long, or persisted even after the subject began experimenting with magic for himself. Could Dumbledore have renewed the charm periodically? At long last, Potter completed the potion successfully. Snape gazed down into it with a critical eye, and begrudgingly found very little wrong with it. "The texture is off, but this should suffice." Potter watched apprehensively as Snape drew out a razor and sliced a small line across his palm. 1, 2, 3 drops of blood plopped into the potion. That would be enough. After muttering a quick Scourgify for the blade and a healing spell for his hand, he offered the razor to Potter. "Well," he said impatiently. Potter took the blade and clumsily dragged it into his skin. Snape cursed the boy for an idiot when it dug far deeper than necessary and rivulets of blood streamed down his palm and into the cauldron. Potter grimaced. "Did I damage the potion?" "No," Snape said coldly. "But you certainly damaged your hand. Blood magic rarely requires more than a few droplets. Pettigrew used a lot of my blood to resurrect Vold." He stopped at Snape's lethal glare, and amended, "the Dark Lord. Hence my use of the word, rarely," Snape replied impatiently. "Put your hand out." Potter hesitated a moment before doing so. Snape grabbed his wrist and yanked it closer, attempting a few different healing spells before he found an appropriate one. By the time the wound sealed, he noticed Potter staring at the cauldron, his eyes glazed with shock. Snape followed his line of sight. Although he already knew the potion would turn clear in the affirmative, it was still mildly surprising to actually witness. Potions was his vocation, after all. Watching the heritage potion confirm their shared blood made it all the more real. His eyes found their way back to the boy standing before him, and he released the wrist quickly, as though it burned. Harry seemed to come out of his shock at that, and he blinked up at Snape, dazed. "Is that sufficient proof?" Snape hissed, suddenly very frustrated with the fact that James Potter was gazing back at him, despite the potion confirming the boy as a Snape. Harry nodded numbly. He took one step back, staring again at the clear liquid, and then made as if to leave. "Potter," Snape barked, forcing the boy to face him again. Before Harry could react, he leveled his wand at him and bellowed, "Finite incantatem glamoury." Harry suddenly understood what Snape was doing and yelped in horror. His appearance did not change, but the boy was nevertheless overcome with panic. His hands flew to his face, groping at his nose. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he cried. "Turn me back." Snape narrowed his dark eyes coldly. Nothing happened. The glamour is too strong for that spell, as I thought it would be. Harry quivered with silent rage. His eyes glowed with hatred. Don't ever do that again. Or what, Harry? Snape said with a cruel smile. Or you'll be sorry, the boy threatened softly. His voice shook with anger. Stay away from me. I mean it, Snape. Just stay the hell away. Snape's mood grew steadily worse as rumors began to circulate about the replacement teacher. He broke his long imp with Dumbledore and prowled into the headmaster's office, glowering at any person, place, or thing unfortunate enough to catch his eyes. I heard a very disquieting rumor today, Headmaster, he announced as he sat himself down. Dumbledore did not look the least bit surprised. Yes, I expect you have. Drop. Snape glared at the dish he proffered, then with a filthy look at Dumbledore, grabbed one of the sweets and crunched it viciously between his teeth. Mild amusement glinted in the older wizard's eyes. Now, if this is the rumor I think it is, I can confirm it is no rumor at all. Remus Lupin will be returning to teach Professor Mirren's Cleese. At Snape's furious look, he continued, the parents will hardly object when he's the best candidate available on such short notice. The students still regard him as their best defense instructor, and really, Severus, he is the only one with the experience necessary to take over midyear. I trust he will orient himself quickly upon arrival. And when will that be? Snape's voice was tight and strained. He'll transfer his residence here during the winter holiday. Dumbledore watched Snape thoughtfully. Surely you understand my reasons for hiring him. Snape's black eyes flashed angrily. Oh, I do, Headmaster. A bitter smile stretched across his lips. Forgive me if I find the timing slightly suspicious. Surely, Severus, he said in a teasing tone, eyes twinkling, you're not going to read ulterior motives into everything I do now. Only if I think the situation warrants it, Snape replied harshly, unwilling to let the headmaster treat their most recent dispute in such a light manner. You must admit, it is very coincidental you bring back the last of the Marauders shortly after I discover James Potter's child is actually my son. Remus Lupin will teach here because he is the most qualified candidate, Dumbledore said in a severe tone. I won't deny that Professor Lupin has a certain connection to Harry, but you mustn't begrudge him that. He glanced at Snape pointedly over his spectacles. Especially when the boy's father has expressed no interest in cultivating a relationship. Yes, and I'm sure he's crying into his pillow every night over it, Snape returned sourly. That seemed to strike a chord in the older wizard. Dumbledore looked at something in the distance, his eyes troubled. No, I don't expect he is, he admitted quietly, almost to himself. I'd feel less concerned if he were. He hasn't coped well with losing Sirius. Snape tasted something bitter at the back of his throat at the thought of that one. Of all the Marauders, Sirius Black was the one he'd held most in contempt, and it was Black whose death he'd fantasized regularly about during those awful years at Hogwarts. He'd once thought Black's demise would put an end to his inner turmoil, but if anything, it had grown worse each day since. He still hated Black, but now, he was hating a dead man he could no longer hurt. In truth, he almost wished Black were still alive. He could deliver one more insult, one more taunt. He'd have a chance to cast the blistering boils and watch his fine skin erupt, or he could slip him a potion that left him impotent. He could tell Sirius Black to his face that his beloved godson was not actually the son of James Potter. He could see Black's face melt in dismay at realizing James Potter had no legacy in this world. Or better yet, he could hear Black attest to how much he cared about the boy, regardless of his bloodline, and watch him grovel for continued rights to Harry. It was a parent's prerogative, after all, under every wizarding law, to appoint the godfather, and Snape could appoint someone else. Someone Black hated. These fanciful thoughts flashed through his mind in mere moments, and he found Dumbledore still gazing at him, waiting for Severus to nod his head and stoically accept Remus Lupin back into the school, to approve of yet another crony of James Potter's dancing into Hogwarts and taking the reins of Snape's students. Of Snape's son. Very well, I see I have no say in this, he said. But I won't stay around over the holidays to watch him claim his new position. That is your choice, Severus. Where will you go? Dumbledore's tone was conversational. Again, he was struck by the magnitude of the headmaster's betrayal. After everything the Marauders had done to him, the hell they'd put him through, the fact that they, as much as anyone, had driven him into the arms of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore had given them his son. Potter, Black, and even Lupin had a stronger claim on Snape's flesh and blood than he himself did. By Merlin, that was enough to drive a man to madness. And that madness lay behind his next words: "I'll go to the family's northern properties. With my son." Dumbledore looked startled for a whole second before his clear blue eyes were again impive. "What do you hope to gain from this?" "Come now, Headmaster," Snape said, and deliberately parroted back Dumbledore's own words. "Surely you're not going to read ulterior motives into everything I do." Dumbledore leaned back to regard him, his eyes no longer twinkled. "I will, indeed, because you do have ulterior motives." He raised an aged finger to his lips thoughtfully. "Is this about Lupin, or is this about me?" "You," Snape's treacherous thoughts answered. But he did not surrender a millimeter with his reply. "Perhaps it's about me." "About you." Dumbledore looked doubtful, but he nodded nonetheless. "Perhaps, Severus, it's time for it to be about him." Snape didn't need to ask who he was. "But isn't everything about the precious boy who lived?" He smiled coldly. "He's certainly convinced of it." "You don't understand him at all, Severus," Dumbledore said softly. "And I won't let you hurt him." "You have no choice," Snape sneered. "If you refuse my request, I will go to the Ministry and officially claim him as my son. I will gain custody, and you will lose your spy in the Dark Lord's inner circle." Shock washed over Dumbledore's face. "Severus," Snape refused to back down. "I will no longer allow you to circumvent my will. He may be your precious boy who lived, but he is my blood. If I wish to take him, you will allow me, or so help me, I'll make you." Dumbledore's expression hardened. "That will be unnecessary, Severus. I'll release Mr. Potter to your custody for the holidays, but should you spend the entire time treating him as you do," a flicker of distaste ped over Dumbledore's expression, "I will be very unhappy." Something about the tone of the older wizard's pronouncement sent a chill up Snape's spine, and he gazed at Dumbledore through narrowed eyes, feeling strangely on edge as though he were in front of the slitted, red gaze of his other master. A dozen suppositions swirled through his head at once, but in the end, they all settled upon one conclusion: Dumbledore was angry because he truly cared about Harry Potter. No, he loved him. Snape felt irrationally jealous of his son. Harry Potter held a place in Dumbledore's heart that Snape himself had never claimed, no matter how desperately he'd once needed it. Had that boy been the target during the Shrieking Shack incident, Severus had no doubt the offenders would have been expelled rather than severely reprimanded. For some reason, the aged headmaster loved Harry Potter like he'd never loved the young Severus Snape. Snape rose from his seat, still prickling with that unpleasant envy and anger. "Very well," he said with a slight dip of his head. "I'll try my best with the tea." There was a vague, hollow ache within him. Somewhere, somehow, he felt like he'd been robbed. "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore said softly, relief in his blue eyes. Relief. Severus looked away, unable to bear the sight. Harry sat in his empty dorm room long after the other students had cleared out, his Transfiguration textbook spread open on his lap. He stared blindly at the pages. The words made little sense right now. It was funny how he'd spent the entire term avoiding company, yet now that the term was over, he was aching with loneliness. The Weasleys had invited him on their trip, courtesy of the prospering Fred and George, but Harry had declined. He wouldn't endanger them with his presence, and he didn't want to be an intruder on the first Christmas they could afford to sell it as they wished. He doubted Dumbledore would let him, anyway. His mind strayed to Grimmauld Place. He supposed he could go there. He'd spent 2 weeks with his run of the house at the end of the summer as Sirius's will made its way through court. The place felt horribly empty. Even after Nymphadora Tonks began keeping him company, he was constantly reminded of how desperately he missed Sirius. Perhaps Grimmauld Place would be better now that Remus had returned from wherever the hell he had been all those months. He reached down and flipped to the next page of the textbook, feeling a small flutter in his stomach as he recalled the rumors he'd heard. Remus might be the new Dada professor. He hadn't seen Lupin since that day at the train station. It was unsettling that he hadn't heard from him. Early on Harry had entertained some vague notion they'd commiserate together, but now he wasn't sure of anything. Why hadn't Remus answered him, or even sent a brief acknowledgement in response to his letters? A few possibilities occurred to Harry as to why, but he did not wish to contemplate them. He didn't think he could stand it. Too painful, too close. He gave up on the Transfiguration textbook and tossed it carelessly onto the bed, resolving to think on more pleasant subjects. He had a promise in writing that Tonks was going to visit him, maybe spirit him away for a few days over the holidays. Her Auror duties kept her busy and allowed for no winter vacation time. Dark wizards had little respect for school holidays, after all, but she'd seemed fairly certain she could take a few sick days to keep him company. Harry felt immediately happier as his thoughts turned to the young Auror. She was the only one who seemed to understand after Sirius's death, and the only member of the Order that didn't treat Harry like a recalcitrant child. His thoughts turned back to those last few days in Grimmauld Place, alone with Tonks, and he felt his cheeks color. His gaze unconsciously drifted over to her still open letter, wondering if that had just been an anomaly or if she really. Shit. Harry tumbled off the bed in shock when Snape's black form appeared in the doorway. "Watch your language, Potter," Snape said coldly, stepping in uninvited and kicking the door closed behind him. "Professor Snape." He was aghast. "What? Why?" Snape. Black greasy hair, enormous, hooked nose, and disdainful sneer. In Gryffindor. In Harry's room. He could swear he'd had a nightmare about this, once. "I'm pleased you've learned my name over the course of 6 years, Snape remarked snidely, observing him through narrowed eyes. "I'll clearly have to re-evaluate my opinion of your mental capabilities." Harry recovered from his shock. "What the hell are you doing here, Snape?" "I'm collecting you for the holidays," Snape replied. A cold, sadistic smile spread across his face at Harry's horrified expression. "So get packed, Potter." Harry gaped at him a moment more, then laughed wildly. "Are you insane? I'm not going anywhere with you. According to the headmaster, you are." "No one told me anything about this," Harry said desperately. Snape smirked cruelly. "Yes, that was my job, wasn't it? I suppose it must have slipped my mind." Ignoring Harry for a moment, he waved his wand and barked a curt, "Pack." Harry was too stunned to react as his treacherous belongings soared up through the air and into his. Another flick of the wand and the latch shut. Snape glanced disdainfully around the room once more with a sweep of his black eyes. "That appears to be sufficient. Now move, Potter. I don't have all day." "I told you," Harry said in a hard voice, with a sudden rush of determination. "I am not going with you." Snape glared at him. "Well, your belongings are." Accio wand. Harry's grasping hand just missed his wand. Snape grabbed it and held the wand between two fingers, wiggling it tauntingly. "And your wand is coming with me." "But I'm not," Harry hissed through gritted teeth. "I don't even know what the hell you're doing. You hate me. Why would you ever want to spend the holidays with me?" "I thought that was obvious, Potter," Snape said with a malevolent glitter to his eyes. "I'm sick of looking at a miniature James Potter, and finally I have an excuse to do something about it." He raised an eyebrow. 2 weeks is more than enough time to figure out how to break that glamour, wouldn't you say? "What?" Harry looked with distaste over the potion master's sallow complexion, hooked nose, and lank, greasy hair. "No way," he said, suddenly nervous. "I like the way I look." "I can't imagine why," Snape noted dryly, looking over Harry's messy hair and scrawny frame with equal distaste. "Well, to hell with Snape. I'm not saying I'm anything special," he replied defensively, "but I certainly don't want to look like you." He expected Snape to be angry. However, a merciless smile stretched across the other man's lips, revealing his uneven, yellowing teeth in all their glory. "Well then, it's a pity you have no say in the matter, son." He leaned forward menacingly to glare straight into Harry's eyes. "And I warn you," he added softly. "The nose and hair, they're hereditary. You d my mother, didn't you?" Snape was genuinely surprised by the question. The boy had been sulking ever since the threat of a body bind had convinced him of the virtues of cooperation, so he hadn't expected him to voluntarily break their long silence, nor had he anticipated his breaking it with a question like this. Snape's hands unconsciously clenched around the silverware. They sat a long moment in silence as the torches guttered, shadows flickering across the stone walls of the ornate dining room. "You think I d your mother?" Snape said at last, sounding out the syllables as though the words were in a foreign language. "Yes," Potter declared fiercely, setting his pumpkin juice down on the table hard enough to rattle the dishware. "You did, didn't you?" She would never willingly sleep with a Death Eater. I know how these things work. Actually, it made sense the boy would come to that conclusion. It would also explain why he looked more and more furious the longer they sat across from each other in the manor dining room. Snape resisted the urge to sneer at him, and turned his attention to his serving of swordfish. You may be operating under the misperception your mother was a paragon of virtue, but I can assure you, she indulged in less than saintly behavior on at least one occasion. Snape allowed himself a smirk, recalling that occasion. She was one of those delightful women who view intercourse as a weapon. Potter stared at him. I don't believe you. She would never. Everyone said my mother. Snape closed his eyes briefly, irritated at having to delve into these old issues, but knowing the insufferable tea would never let it rest. Lily Potter was a decent person. He felt himself cringe as he admitted it. Much like you, she often intervened in the affairs of others when it was not her place, but her intentions were always good. James Potter was a bastard, and a bully. Widely respected and very cruel. He tried to intimidate men and seduce women. He appreciated your mother because she was not utterly infatuated with him. He enjoyed the chase. He noticed the boy growing pale. Deep down, he must still have regarded James Potter as a father, because he appeared to take Snape's words as a personal affront. He pursued your mother for almost 2 years, Snape continued tonelessly. For a while, you couldn't see her in the hallway without seeing James Potter stumbling behind her, declaring his undying love. Perhaps he believed it when he said it. Snape shrugged. Perhaps not. In any case, your mother began to fancy herself the woman who had reformed the cold-hearted rake, and she fell in love with him. You, Potter, are proof of how dearly she came to regret it. Why? Harry mumbled. What did he do to her? From what I gather, Snape said evenly, not that I lent idle chatter much credence, mind you. The novelty of Lily Potter quickly wore off after they left Hogwarts, and James launched back into his philandering ways. Your mother felt hurt and humiliated. Snape glared at something in the distance, and added harshly, and she should have. Any fool could have warned her that James Potter was scum. Harry stared down at his plate now, his expression as hard as granite. She slept with me in a. Snape's voice unconsciously drifted into heavy sarcasm, glorious moment of revenge that only a mother of yours could fancy successful. Snape looked up and gazed at Harry over his wine goblet for a long moment. Although I suppose it was, in the end. She tricked James Potter into raising the son of a rival, the son of a Death Eater. With a cruel smile, both for the departed James Potter, and for the boy sitting across from him, he added, James Potter imparted his family name to that child, left his wealth to him, and in the end, he gave his life for him. He died for a Death Eater's bastard. Quite a fitting end, wouldn't you say? Harry stared intently at his plate for a long moment, then shoved his chair back and ran for the door. We'll need to work on your table manners, Potter, Snape informed him snidely. He took a sip of his wine, listening with mild amusement at the boy's growl of frustration when the door refused to open. Alaham, came the frustrated voice. After a few moments more of Potter's epic struggle with the dining room door, he whirled around and approached the table again, beet red. I want to leave, he said coldly. And you will. Snape took another sip of his wine, watching the boy impavely over the goblet. As soon as you ask permission. Potter's body actually shuddered with rage at this point. Can I go? He asked in a voice taut like a whiplash. Snape felt his lips pulling into a sneering smile. He couldn't help it. Was it obscene to reap this much enjoyment from his son's distress? That was hardly a proper mode of address, Potter. Try again. Potter's teeth were gritted. Excuse me, sir, but may I please leave the table? Snape waved his wand, disabling the wards confining the boy to the dining room. Go straight down the hall, third door on the left. I expect you to go directly to your chamber, no dallying, Potter. I'll know if you do. The dark-haired boy stood there glowering at him for an extended moment, as if debating whether to hex him. Then, shaking off the impulse, he quickly left. Snape turned back to his meal, unconcerned. He'd taken extensive measures against Potter's tendency towards mischief upon their arrival. They'd flowed directly into the dining room, and he left the boy sitting alone at the table as he erected wards. Mostly to keep his more unsavory otiates out. A few to keep the boy in. The measures were fairly sophisticated, they adjusted to Snape's commands. If he wished the boy to proceed to his appointed chambers, they lifted selectively to allow the movement. If Potter attempted to open any doors on his way to his room, he would find them all locked against him. If he attempted to open the door to his room after he entered it for the night, he'd find himself confined. He hoped the boy did not attempt the latter. He was fairly certain he'd have another of the boy's dramatic flare-ups on his hands if that occurred. Of course, within 2 hours, he got his answer. One of the house elves scuttled into his potions lab, where he labored over a concoction that would hopefully undermine that glamour charm. Master Severus, the creature Ed, tugging on his robes to get his attention. The young one is very, very angry. Minky tried to calm him, but Minky could not get him to stop shouting for you. Oh, he's raising a terrible ruckus, sir. Snape cursed the boy under his breath, quickly added the final ingredient, and lowered the temperature to allow the potion to simmer. Very well. Tell him I'll be there momentarily. After the house elf departed, he quickly checked the potion's consistency and found it suitable for ingestion. He filled a vial with it, tucked it into his robes, and left to attend to the young miscreant. He entered the boy's room and immediately deflected a nasty curse that loped his way. A quick Expelliarmus sent the boy crashing against the wall and to the floor. Potter let out a stream of invectives from where he lay crumpled on the carpet, glaring at Snape through enraged, green eyes. Accio wand. Snape caught the boy's wand and reaffirmed his grasp around it, restraining the first words that jumped to his lips in a show of uncharacteristic patience. You locked me in, Potter bellowed, quivering with fury. For your own safety, Potter. I know all too well of your penchant for endangering yourself. You locked me in. Potter spoke as though he'd been the victim of some unspeakable evil. I know you hate me, Snape. But I can't believe you took me from my dorm just so you could imprison me. Snape rolled his eyes. Don't be so melodramatic, Potter. If you think this, he gestured with Potter's wand to the opulent room about them, constitutes imprisonment, you are more naive and sheltered than I thought. He walked past the boy and conjured a warm mug of cider, ostensibly to calm the boy, but really to slip him the potion. Potter was too enraged to notice. First you abduct me from Hogwarts. I would not have had to threaten you if you hadn't been so recalcitrant, Snape retorted coolly. Now you're holding me prisoner. Stop behaving like such a drama queen, Potter. It ill becomes you. This door is not locked. He strode back over to the door and yanked it open roughly to demonstrate. It wouldn't open for me. The hallway beyond is warded, Snape explained delicately, eyes sharp like twin razors. I see no reason for you to venture from your room at this late hour. You have access to a lavatory, the house elves will bring any food or drink you require. The only reason you could possibly have to leave is if you foolishly hope to run away. The hallway beyond is warded, Potter repeated, voice lined with incredulity. Against me, Snape sneered. Yes, Potter, against you. So this one, single room is warded against Death Eaters, and the rest of the house is warded against me, Potter said slowly. And how is this not a prison? The lack of Dementors might be an indicator, Snape said dryly. You're as good as one, Potter snarled. You certainly the joy out of my existence. You flatter me too much, Snape said with a cold smile, inwardly pleased with the boy's words. I can selectively drop the wards when you have a legitimate purpose for leaving this room, but I don't intend to give you full run of the place. Merlin knows what you'd do to my house if you could. It hasn't been in the family for 9 generations just so an irresponsible idiot can find some way to vandalize it. Potter's mouth bobbed open and closed for a long moment, as though he were at a loss for words. It briefly seemed like his expression would crumple and the boy would give into frustrated tears. Just as quickly, though, his expression smoothed into a slate of cold hatred. I hate you. You're as bad as Uncle Vernon. Do not compare me to your Muggle relatives, Snape spat. What? Don't like being reminded that your son's a mudblood? Harry taunted. Whatever will dear old Voldy have to say when he finds out? Snape shifted uneasily at that. He will not find out. For my safety and for your own. It will be kind of hard to conceal, won't it? Harry demanded. When I go back to Hogwarts with your ugly nose and your disgusting hair. They might notice the tiniest bit of a resemblance when I look like a junior version of the greasy git. Snape forced back an impulse to hex the boy, reminding himself firmly that he was the one in control of the situation. The headmaster will decide what to do. Odds are, we'll recast some sort of glamour charm upon your return, if it is necessary. Too bad. Snape had enjoyed taunting the boy with the prospect of sharing his good looks. Damn the boy for appearing so relieved. The admission that he probably wouldn't resemble Snape for very long seemed to instantly harden him. So what is this place? He asked in a sudden change of tone, settling himself back on the bed and grabbing the cider. You said it was a family manor. Snape stared at him suspiciously a moment, but since the boy was drinking the cider, he allowed himself to be drawn into conversation. It's my part of the familial inheritance. The other traditional manors are divided among the Blacks, Malfoys, and the Lestranges. We share common ancestry. I forgot, Harry said tonelessly. All the pureblood families are interrelated. That's correct, Snape said, watching like a hawk as the boy ingested more of the cider. So that means I'm related to Sirius, Harry said, seeming to perk up. Distantly, yes, Snape replied, wanting to wipe that joy from his face. You're also related to Draco Malfoy. Harry's eyes flew up to his. Distantly, yes, Snape conceded. A queer expression stole over Harry's face, one Snape couldn't recall ever seeing before. That also means I'm related to Bellatrix Lestrange. Again, distantly, I know. Don't interrupt me, Potter, Snape said harshly. The boy still had that unsettling look on his face that Snape couldn't identify. He felt unease prickling up his spine. So, is there anything you can do with that magically, I mean? Harry asked in an odd tone. Like, any spells you can perform when you share someone's blood. Why do you ask? Snape demanded, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. The boy shrugged with far too studied an attempt at nonchalance. Just curious. He'd finished his cider, and Snape crossed his arms, waiting for the potion to kick in. If you're so wealthy, Harry said, words tumbling a bit clumsily from his lips, how come you're stuck teaching? Snape muttered something vicious under his breath about muggles and their values. In the wizarding world, Potter, teaching is an honorable and highly sought-after position with lucrative returns. Yeah right, Harry said sarcastically. That's probably why Dumbledore has to scrounge at the bottom of the barrel every year for a teacher. Snape raised an eyebrow. The position is widely rumored to be cursed. The last 6 years have not been kind to those who take the job, and wizards are a superstitious lot. Harry closed his eyes a moment. Snape knew he was growing disoriented. Even so, you'd think Dumbledore could find people other than Death Eaters and idiots for the position. Snape smiled coldly. I'll be sure to pee your regards on to Remus Lupin. Harry's green eyes slid open again, and the boy glared up at him, refraining from pointing out the obvious he wasn't referring to Remus. Don't worry, Snape, he said prettily. One of these days he might get desperate enough to even hire you. Snape glowered at him, but he didn't bother to reply. He didn't have to. The boy's eyes suddenly shot wide open as he realized why he was suddenly feeling woozy. You put something in my drink. I told you we were going to break the glamour, Snape said unapologetically. He watched heavy lids creep closed over the Harry's eyes as the boy was consumed by paralyzing exhaustion. This one will work on your skeletal structure. You should be pleased with the result. I'm quite a bit taller than James Potter, you know. Most everyone in my family stands over 6 feet. But, his objection was swallowed in a wide yawn. It will be rather painful, though, Snape continued absently, watching with scientific interest as Potter shook his head vigorously in an attempt to rouse himself. Much like ingesting Skele-Gro. I've taken measures so you'll be unconscious during the process. You should have. Tall, me. Potter's words slurred away as he ped out, his body going limp. He almost slumped right off the side of the bed, but Snape vaulted forward and caught his lanky form. Stupid boy, he muttered, shoving him back onto the bed. Why hadn't the little idiot settled himself into a safer position when he was fully aware he was about to pee out? He pulled back the covers and maneuvered Harry's limp form beneath them, no simple task with the boy's skinny arms and legs flopping in all directions. He divested the boy of his oversized trainers, then after a moment of thought, peeled off the socks. He yanked the sheets over and tucked them around the sleeping form. For some reason, he felt compelled to arrange those scrawny arms neatly over the boy's torso. He carefully placed one hand lying flat over the other on top of the comforter. He stood back to appraise his handiwork, and realized suddenly that he'd positioned the boy as one would arrange a corpse. He quickly shoved the arms to the boy's sides. His hand lingered on Harry's forearm, and with a strange curiosity, he wrapped his fingers around it. They easily met. Strange. He hadn't remembered James Potter being quite so small, and the boy had clearly been charmed to take after the elder Potter. Of course, he himself had been smaller then, so perhaps his perspective on the senior Potter was not to be trusted. With one last glance to make sure Harry was safely under the lull of the potion, Snape waved his wand and spelled out the lights. Harry blearily opened his eyes. The entire world was fuzzy, and he reached automatically for his glees. His hand fumbled blindly a moment over the cold wood of the bedstead, then a warm hand pressed the glees into his palm. Harry shoved them over his nose, and his vision sharpened around the form of Severus Snape. Harry yelped, his entire body lurching with shock. He cried out again when the movement sent needles of pain jolting through his limbs, and squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth against the agony of it. "Drink this," Snape said quietly, pressing a cool goblet to his lips. His body throbbed too painfully for questions. Harry downed the wretched-tasting concoction, desperate for the pain to recede. He slumped back to his pillow as warmth filled his stomach. The needles slowly crept from his awareness and the edges in his vision grew softer. He relaxed into the mild buzzing of his mind. The boy sprawled there a while, forgetting that his most hated teacher loomed by the bed, drifting pleasantly through a drugged haze. The memories from the previous day began to float gently into his thoughts. His eyes crept open and locked with Snape's accusingly. "You should have warned me you were giving me that potion," Harry said. "You didn't need to sneak it to me like some poison." His voice sounded very raw and scratchy, and he unconsciously reached up to rub at his throat. He paused the movement halfway. His arm felt wrong. He shot Snape a quick glance, and saw that the man's brow was furrowed in some confusion. Almost gently, Snape reached out and took Harry's wrist in his hands, studying it intently, pulling the sleeve of his shirt down before pushing it up again. "What's wrong?" Harry murmured, gazing at his teacher questioningly. Snape released his wrist and lowered himself onto a chair near the bedside, still studying Harry's prone form in obvious confusion. He rubbed his hand across his mouth in deep thought. "Snape, quiet, Potter. I can think better without you pestering me." "What's wrong?" Harry demanded, voice stronger now. He looked down at his form and raised his arms up with straining muscles to figure out what Snape was looking at. They shook with exertion, but otherwise didn't look. "Wait, your bloody potion shrunk me," he bellowed. With a sudden burst of energy, he began frantically shoving the blankets down to get a look at the rest of his body. He kicked up first one leg and then the other, horrified. They both were shorter, he'd swear it. The pants that yesterday reached his ankles now touched the bottom of his heels. "It didn't shrink you, Potter," Snape said, still mulling over the dilemma. "This is your natural skeletal structure. The glamour charm merely distorted your physical dimensions. What happened to everyone in my family stands over 6 feet?" Harry demanded snidely, feeling a mounting panic. He'd already been on the shorter side of average. Now, he was just plain short. "Evidently, you're an exception," Snape sneered with his customary malice. "This is great," Harry said, and laughed wildly. "This is just perfect. Thanks a bunch, Snape. I really appreciate it." "Oh, come off it, Potter," Snape snarled. "You're only 2 or 3 inches shorter at most." He tapped his finger thoughtfully on his cheek. "It's simply not what I would have expected." "Maybe something's wrong with your potion," Harry sniped. Snape's face darkened. "My potion is perfect. My potions are always perfect." He rose to his feet and began to pace. "I don't have one relative of your pitiful stature, I'll admit. But I didn't have one relative who was a Gryffindor until recently, either." Harry buried his face in his pillow, unwilling to listen to another word. He was irritated, depressed, and damn angry. Whatever the hell Snape was saying, he didn't need to hear about it. He didn't need to hear about the various ways Harry Potter was disgracing the proud line of greasy gits. With his luck, he'd lose out on the family height but get a full dose of that bloody beak of a nose, and dollops of family grease in his hair. "You're clearly very tired," Snape noted clinically. "That's to be expected. Sleep for now, and we'll discuss this later." Harry lolled his head back. "No thanks. I've had about enough of your insults this week without you making fun of my height now, too. Just make sure you have some way to undo this when we cast the other glamour next week." Snape gazed at him for a moment more. He ed in a breath, and after a moment released it, as though some question had suddenly died on his lips. By the time Harry glanced curiously up at him, he was already walking out the door. After a day of recovering from the after effects of the potion, Harry barely moved except to drag himself to his meals and then back to his bed, floating in a dazed stupor. He was depressed. Snape was his father. He'd shrunk several inches. He was stuck in this monstrously dull manner. Remus wasn't writing him. Tonks would think he was short. Sirius was still dead. Voldemort was still out to murder him. The headmaster had lied to him, and Snape was his bloody father. The potion's master did not immediately resume his work towards breaking the glamour, though Harry sniffed each of his drinks suspiciously. Snape seemed almost leery of undermining the charm any further. It was as though he feared another negative result. He'd been certain before the potion that Harry would be taller as a Snape than as a replica of James Potter, and he seemed to take it as a personal affront that James Potter had trumped him yet again. The brief periods of time they spent in the same room, Harry would catch Snape watching him through narrowed, black eyes, as though trying to unravel some grand conspiracy perpetrated against him, plotted by his delinquent son. Snape one day surprised him by lifting the wards to give him access to the Manor Leary. Harry had one triumphant afternoon to research the topic that had been tugging at his mind since he'd learned of his blood relation to the woman who murdered Sirius. However, when Snape came to collect him for the evening, he sent Harry a suspicious glance, and cast some spell that made the books Harry had perused glow in an ethereal light. One glance at kinship and related curses was all he needed to ban Harry from the Leary, grab him by the arm, and haul him back to his room. "I wasn't going to curse you," Harry protested as Snape slammed the door closed on his face. He tried the knob. Snape had warded the hallway against him yet again. That night, the house elf, Minky, escorted him to dinner, and he found Snape waiting like some giant, black bat, his sharp, Essing gaze peeling away Harry's skin. "Sit, Potter," he said, gesturing to Harry's usual chair across the long table. The boy noticed that there was no food laid out. Nervous, Harry sat. Snape stood up and circled around the back of Harry's seat, reminding Harry uneasily of a police interrogation. "Why were you looking at that book, Potter?" "It had nothing to do with you," Harry said, crossing his arms defensively over his. "And I don't see how it's your business." "It is my business," Snape said from behind his shoulder, "because you clearly did so with intent. Those were dark curses, Potter. You meant you would be doing homework." "I was just curious," Harry said airily. "You know, leery of a Death Eater and such, probably lots of depraved things lying around there." Snape came to a stop in his line of sight now, lips pressed in a thin, irate line. Harry sent the man a challenging glare, daring him to take issue with the answer. After all, he only had access to those books because Snape owned them. As if he'd suddenly realized Harry's game, a cold, predatory smile crossed Snape's lips. "You're very right, Potter. Harry," he amended. His name from Snape's lips always seemed like a veiled insult. "It's not my business after all." Harry stiffened. Snape's tone sent unease prickling through him, and somehow, he knew the man had already decided upon a crueler avenue of attack. "It's just occurred to me, Harry, that we never continued your occlumency lessons." "I don't need them," Harry replied snappishly, turning a glare on Snape. The man was just looking for an excuse to plunder his mind, he could tell. "You don't need them. You mean you've mastered occlumency on your own," Snape said silkily, drawing his wand from his pocket. "If that's true, why don't we put your skills to a little test?" "You don't understand," Harry fired up, looking from Snape's wand to his face. "My scar hasn't been hurting. At all. I haven't had any visions. At all. It just all went away this summer. Occlumency always made things worse, and I don't want to take the risk of things being like they were last year." Snape stared at him a long moment, as though he'd been introduced to the village idiot. "Have you actually deluded yourself into believing the Dark Lord is through with you?" he asked in a low, dangerous voice. "Of course not," Harry replied fiercely. "But the lessons last year, they made things worse. I don't want my scar to act up again. I want to leave well enough alone." He rubbed said scar unconsciously. Well enough. Snape spat the words like an insult, taking a rapid step forward to tower over Harry. Well enough will not suffice once the Dark Lord attempts to possess your mind again. You may have forgotten about your vulnerability to him, Potter, but I assure you, he has not. This is not about him, Harry said harshly, meeting Snape's angry expression with one of his own. You just want to do this now because you want to find out what I was doing with that book. Snape sneered at that. Potter, you're here for another 2 weeks. I will have ample opportunity to slip you another potion and hear all about your interest in that book. He retreated a step, studying Harry like a strange species of insect. I intended to unnerve you with the prospect of an occlumency session, but now I see one as entirely necessary. You don't think it's significant at all that I haven't had any visions? That my scar hasn't hurt? Harry demanded. Snape ran a long, white finger over his lips. Harry shifted uncomfortably as the man gazed at the dark bangs concealing the scar. It is curious, he admitted at last. I'm rather surprised your connection to the Dark Lord has not been further exploited. Harry rubbed his forehead again. Snape abruptly retreated to his side of the table and took his seat, sending Harry one last, odd glance. Be sure to eat. You'll need your energy. He clapped his hands, and dinner appeared before them on the table. Harry hadn't realized how hungry he was. He dug into the roast eagerly, and it was only when he glanced up that he realized Snape was looking at him through narrowed, suspicious eyes. What? He demanded impatiently. He was sick of Snape looking at him strangely when he didn't think Harry noticed. You have a healthy appetite, Snape noted in an odd tone of voice. Yeah, Harry ran his eyes over Snape's gaunt form. Food really is a good thing, Snape. You should try it sometime. Snape's black eyes flashed with irritation, and Harry hid his smirk in his pumpkin juice. 1, 2, 3. Legilimens. Harry was recoiling from Umbridge's hand as it groped in the fire. Cedric Diggory was staring at him with blank eyes. Bellatrix Lestrange was laughing as Sirius fell through the veil. Harry came to himself huddled on the ground, pain radiating up his joints. His breath came in panicked gasps, his mind refusing to let go of the horrific image of Sirius's death. For Merlin's sake, Potter, Snape said from above him, looking angry and rather short of breath. I would not have thought it possible for you to grow worse. Evidently your incompetence knows no bounds. Harry remained crouched on the ground, fighting back the tears threatening to reach his eyes. How long had it been since he'd let himself think about Sirius? Snape had already attacked his mind a half-dozen times tonight, and each time, no matter how Harry tried, his thoughts inevitably strayed back to Sirius falling to his death. Last year his anger had rendered him vulnerable to Snape's intrusion. This year, his grief carried the other man into his mind. He heard a long-suffering sigh from above him, and realized with a modicum of surprise that Snape was offering his hand to help Harry up. When Harry only blinked at it dumbly, Snape dropped it to his side. Get up. Harry forced himself up onto shaky legs. We'll try this once more, Potter. I've had to lift it from you these last 2 times. See if you can repel me once tonight. Clear your mind. Let go of all emotion. Harry closed his eyes and attempted to clear his thoughts. He raised his wand towards Snape and nodded shakily. Prepare yourself. Legilimens. Uncle Vernon was hammering the letterbox shut. Remus was dragging him back from the dais. There's nothing you can do, Harry. He's gone. A big black dog was watching him from across a field. He was stammering an apology, but Tonks reached out to caress his cheek. I don't mind. Harry felt a moment of panic, and nearly shoved Snape out, but Snape pushed back harder. Tonks's fingers were playing through his hair. She smiled invitingly as he crawled up to her. He tried again with frantic urgency to expel Snape from his mind, but the powerful Legilimens held on to the memory, and Harry squirmed as it played out before his eyes. Quote. Liar. Her voice was husky and breathless against his lips. You have done that before. Harry grinned impishly. Natural talent. Like Parseltongue. Tonks laughed, and slowly pressed him onto his back. Speaking of natural talents, Potter. The spell was lifted so abruptly Harry took a moment to realize that he was here with Snape and not back in Grimmauld Place with Tonks. Snape's cold, imperious form loomed above him, a dark, furious look on his face. Tonks. In Grimmauld Place. Oh, shit, Snape knelt down to glare right into Harry's eyes. What in the hell, Potter, did I just see? Harry's first impulse was to sneer at him. Gee, it's called Snape. Can't say you'd know anything about it. But Snape had slept with his mother, so really, that would just be asking for a whole arsenal of insults. And besides, he wasn't sure just how much Snape had witnessed. The professor had told him during their first occlumency session that he only saw flashes of Harry's memories. He might just be fishing for a confession. Well, Harry fumbled through the memories, avoiding eye contact and searching for something only slightly incriminating. He didn't bother to remove himself from the floor. That was Uncle Vernon nailing. You know the memory I'm referring to, Potter. Snape growled, reaching out and yanking Harry to his feet, maintaining his bruising hold even after Harry's legs were firmly planted on the floor. Harry affected a look of innocent confusion, and Snape's eyes glittered as he drew the boy closer. His voice was low and dangerous. The memory of an adult, a member of the Order, no less, ing a 15-year-old boy. Explain that one. I'm 16, Harry protested. He'd been 15 at the time, true, but Snape didn't need to know that. He reached up to pry Snape's unyielding grip from his arm. It was really beginning to hurt. And she wasn't ing me. Snape's fingers squeezed harder. Nymphadora Tonks is an Auror, Potter. It is her job to ensure others don't do with minors what she was clearly doing with you. Harry stared at him in confusion. What are you? Look, just because Tonks maybe thinks I'm a bit cute doesn't mean. Nymphadora Tonks's tastes, Snape snarled, or lack thereof, are not the issue here. The issue is a 22-year-old woman taking advantage of a teenager. Harry goggled at him. Oh, you mean her. You're angry at her. For a moment, he was obscenely relieved not to be the object of Snape's fury. And then he remembered himself. He was a man, her man. He was supposed to protect the woman he loved. Slightly ashamed, Harry glared back into Snape's eyes and renewed his struggle to escape the potions master's grasp. She wasn't taking advantage of me, he said harshly. He gave one sharp jerk of his arm that still failed to dislodge Snape's grip, and he hated how Snape smirked at him when he couldn't break away. Honestly, before Snape's blasted potion, he probably could have done it. His body was so small and weak now. All thanks to goddamn Snape and his goddamn recessive genes. I ed her first. You saw that. I initiated it, and she participated. That, Potter, is a felony, Snape said, eyes glinting cruelly. He abruptly released his hold on Harry's arm, and the boy tumbled back to the floor. I shall have to report this to the authorities concerned. Harry suddenly felt cold. The stone floor seemed to leach all warmth from his body. Report it. Oh, no, Tonks. Of course, Potter, Snape sneered. You didn't think I'd simply let this information slip by, did you? Harry swallowed. His mouth felt very dry. Wait, he said, voice laced with desperate fear. That's not necessary. You don't. You shouldn't. Snape's lip curled maliciously. Oh, Potter, I think it's very necessary. In fact, I would be remiss in my duties as your teacher or, he smirked, as your father to simply let this offense stand. He was going to do it, Harry realized with sinking dismay. He was going to report Tonks. She would get fired, or Merlin, arrested. She could go to Azkaban. Another life would be ruined because of Harry's stupidity. Oh, Tonks, I won't let you do it, Harry stated flatly, shoving himself to his feet. The resolve he suddenly felt surprised even him. Don't you dare do it, Snape. As far as I see it, Potter, Snape hissed. You have little to say in this matter. I suggest you get back to your room before I think of a suitable response to your transgression. Now, go. Harry didn't budge. He stared at his professor, feeling his insides go cold, his mind sharpening into the focus usually induced by a nasty duel or a game of Quidditch. This wasn't going to happen. He would stop Snape. He wasn't going to let him ruin her life. Did you hear me, boy? Snape demanded harshly, taking a step towards Harry as the young wizard suddenly realized what he had to do. I said. Harry's wand was drawn and thrust in Snape's direction before he'd really given his actions a thought. One word, one spell. He could do it. He could do it. He could. Obliviate. The last syllables had no chance to leave his mouth before the fist slammed against his cheek. Pain exploded through his head as the world reeled about him in an explosion of lights and stars. His wand flew from his hand and he dropped, hard, onto his elbows and knees upon the stone floor. Harry had one breathless instant in which he knelt there, in shock, gasping for breath, before some nameless force gripped him and wrenched him back up, whirling him around and slamming his back against the wall. A heavy weight held him in place with an invisible chokehold, his legs dangling limply into the air beneath him. Stunned, and suddenly quite afraid, his eyes shot up to Snape's. The potion's master loomed before him, wand aloft, eyes gleaming and lips twisted into the most vicious expression Harry had ever witnessed. With a curl of his lips, Snape made a small gesture with his wand that suddenly increased the weight upon his neck exponentially. Harry gasped, lurching against the force instinctively. It felt as though a grown man were sitting on his, wrapping his hands around Harry's neck. Snape was suddenly looming before him, dark and enraged. "You stupid boy, what the hell did you think you were doing?" Harry flinched at the sheer, unadulterated fury in Snape's tone. The man's expression grew impossibly uglier and he twitched his wand again. The weight pinning Harry against the stone wall increased impossibly, the hands around his neck squeezed, and he suddenly found himself struggling simply to draw breath. Snape didn't seem to notice his struggles, and drew menacingly closer, eyes wide, black and infuriated. "How dare you? You thought to obliviate me!" Snape roared, spittle flying from his mouth. "You could have destroyed my mind with that spell." Snape swiped his wand viciously through the air, and suddenly the invisible man became a hippogriff crushing Harry's. The weight was agonizing. Harry fought to breathe, he couldn't. He was pinned, unmoving, against the wall before Snape, and the man seemed to be completely fixated on venting his rage. "Stupid, irresponsible, arrogant boy," Snape bellowed, either oblivious to Harry's plight or simply uncaring of it. "You are the very replica of James Potter. That my blood produced a blight upon wizard kind such as yourself. I'm sickened. I'm ashamed. It's not enough to kill your godfather, you hope to consign me to St. Mungo's with Gilderoy Lockhart." Harry felt as though his lungs would explode. He tried to kick his legs, to fight this nameless grip suffocating him, but nothing helped. He clawed at his throat with desperate fingers. They tore straight into his skin even as his vision tunneled into a narrow spot. And suddenly, with a careless wave of Snape's wand, the weight was gone. He dropped at once into a boneless heap on the floor. His entire body trembled weakly as he choked desperate gulps of air, his lungs aching. Harry began to shove himself up onto his hands and knees, still choking in desperate breaths, but they gave way beneath him and he collapsed again. Too exhausted to raise his cheek from the floor, he watched with half-lidded eyes as Snape's black robes swished across the floor and halted before him. He didn't know exactly how his gaze found its way up to the man's cruel, pale face, glowering down at him, but he realized suddenly that Snape was smiling maliciously, relishing Harry's pain, his weakness. "Perhaps that's what it is about you, Potter," Snape whispered viciously. "Everything and everyone you touch, you destroy. Is that why those Muggle relatives of yours loathe you? They see what you've done to the others, even those you supposedly care about. Your parents, your godfather, Weasley and Granger, those friends of yours whom you've nearly killed so many times through your selfishness." Harry wished he could tear off his ears. Anything but hear this. "And poor Sirius Black," Snape said, his voice suddenly adopting mock tenderness. A part of Harry froze in dreadful anticipation of what was sure to follow. 12 years he spent rotting in Azkaban, longing for his beloved godson, only to be killed because the little T decided to play the hero. Snape was smiling again, though his words remained vicious. What would Black have said, if he'd known it wasn't James Potter's son he was dying for? Do you think he would have lifted a finger to save your miserable hide if he'd known you were Snivellus' bastard? Snape's smooth, malignant voice articulated Harry's own insecurities with such frightening accuracy that the boy screwed his eyes shut, fearing the man was legitimizing him even now. But he could close his ears to the words. "Oh, but I'm not saying you shouldn't take pride in your accomplishment." Snape's voice was dripping with a cruel parody of affection, but his eyes were glinting with hatred when Harry risked a glance. "Such an exploit, killing Sirius Black, almost makes you worthy of the family name. I nearly forgave you your worthless existence, when I first had the pleasure of witnessing your memories of it. An incredible shock for the worthless mutt, wasn't it? Tumbling through that veil." Harry's head slumped to the floor. It felt icy against his forehead. He stared at it sightlessly, feeling oddly numb. He didn't even jump when Snape's cold fingers suddenly brushed through his hair, just for an instant. But then again, Black should have seen it coming. He was, after all, protecting precious Harry Potter. And we know what happens to those unfortunate enough to try that. He was not quite sure what happened after that. Snape's words, so frighteningly accurate, so very true, tore into him like knives. All words that had echoed in Harry's mind for months, words he denied and ignored and denied. Snape had granted those thoughts reality by speaking them himself, revealing to the world those dark truths that only Harry had known, that Harry had concealed from others, even from himself. But he could no longer ignore the reality of it. He had done it. He had killed Sirius. He did not know how or when he'd returned from that disastrous occlumency session. He was not aware of himself again until he realized he was staring at the ceiling of his room. He was vaguely aware that he had been doing so for some time now. The covers felt oppressive and smothering, yet too heavy to remove. That familiar sensation of wanting to crawl out of his skin had completely overcome him, and he could not shake it off. It was like 1,000 eyes were watching him, and he was lying here completely exposed to their scrutiny. Tremors ran through his body. Faint, uncontrollable trembling. Why? Something had drawn him from his shocked stupor. His scar was prickling. For the first time in months, for the first time in so long, it was prickling. Voldemort was aware of him. Again, somehow, the tentative barrier that had severed their connection had been torn away. His strange apathy was broken by a sudden gush of fury. He'd warned Snape this would happen if they started occlumency again. He'd warned him, goddamn it. Harry rubbed at his scar, and was answered with a sharp twinge that receded into a dull but persistent ache. He shut his eyes, trying to ignore it, trying to clear his thoughts. But his mind wandered back to the terrible lesson. Tonks, Snape, Sirius. His insides withered with distress. His scar began to burn with pain. Tendrils of fear crept through him. He would never forget those horrifying moments in the Department of Mysteries when Voldemort plowed right into his mind, splitting open his defenses and claiming possession of him. He could never ignore how powerless he had felt, how weak. The way his lips had moved of someone else's volition, the searing agony he'd felt that made him long for death. These recent months, when daytime consisted of a smooth numbness to the world, and night times of quiet oppression as he huddled in the narrowest, darkest corner he could find, he'd almost forgotten about Voldemort's ever-present connection to his mind. It had almost seemed like Voldemort had forgotten about him. And now the pain was back. Harry pressed the scar with his palms, fervently hoping this was just an anomaly, that Voldemort had not reawakened to their connection after many months of silence. Maybe it was just stress, or fear. Snape was driving him half out of his mind, after all. Snape had practically kidnapped him, imprisoned him, berated him, insulted him, attacked him, spoken the truth to him. Again, involuntarily, his thoughts crept back to his betrayal of Tonks, and his failed attempt to obliviate Snape. What had he been thinking? Back to his near suffocation by whatever the hell that spell had been. And Snape's words, those terrible and truthful words. At least someone would admit it to him. Someone would finally say it to him. They'd all been lying to him for months. It wasn't your fault, Harry. How many times had he heard that? But he'd never been fooled. And apparently, neither had Snape. Snape pinned the blame where it was due. He knew Harry was guilty. He was willing to tell Harry it had been his fault. He would make Harry suffer for his sins. Such an exploit. Killing Sirius Black. There was so much pain in his scar now that his eyes were watering. He tried to command himself to stop thinking. These thoughts were only making it worse. Only opening him, rendering him more vulnerable. Those friends of yours whom you've nearly killed so many times through your selfishness. What had he done, the last time he'd felt this way? This summer, how had he handled this? He didn't have his cupboard here for refuge. That had been his only escape. What could he do now? His gaze wandered over to the closet. It looked large enough for him, if a bit more confined than he might have liked. He staggered across the room, and with shaking hands pulled the door open. The closet smelled musty, and the air was filled with floating clouds of dust. Harry stood in the doorway, silent with indecision. A sharp, Lancing pain in his scar made up his mind for him, though, and he returned quickly to the bed to haul off the top blanket and drag it behind him into the closet. He snuggled into the blanket and settled down in the corner, pulling the door closed behind him. The closet was quickly enveloped in darkness. Harry pressed his legs out and realized he didn't have enough room to stretch them all the way. It was actually rather uncomfortable. The narrowness of the room forced him to remain seated upright, but if he bunched some of the blanket behind his back. There. Much better. His head slumped against the cold wall, and he slowed his breathing, trying to ignore the circumstances that had led him here, to forget the aching of his scar. He just had to focus on that other place, small and dark, just like this one. He was no longer at Snape's manor house. He was not the grand savior of the wizarding world. He was nothing. No one. It was easier to breathe in the slow, natural rhythm now, and he imagined the Dursleys tromping up and down the stairs overhead, the smell of the bacon he couldn't eat drifting through the vents. He was just the boy in the cupboard under the stairs. In a small, black cupboard. He was a worthless freak. He was absolutely nothing in this world. No better than the dirt on Uncle Vernon's shoes. He had never killed anyone. No one would die for the boy under the stairs, anyway. Just freakish, worthless Harry. No one would ever expect anything of him. He began to relax, feeling strangely comforted. The pain slowly receded from his scar. Time dragged by. It was okay, though. No responsibility, no fears. Nothing. No one. Nothing. An interminable period of time slipped by. Perhaps he'd fallen asleep. His thoughts dwindled into stillness as he relaxed into the soothing darkness of the constricted space, as the pain slowly slipped away. And that was when Snape found him. Harry winced and threw his hand over his eyes to shield them from the sudden onslaught of light. A pair of hands roughly grabbed him by the collar and hauled him out into the blinding brightness of the room beyond. "What in Merlin's name are you doing? Playing hide and seek, Potter?" Snape's voice sounded furious and he released Harry's collar so abruptly the boy stumbled back against the wall. "What were you trying to do?" Snape roared. "I knew you were an attention-seeking Potter, but this was just idiocy. Hiding in a closet like a 5-year-old simply because we had a minor dispute. That's not what I was doing, sir. What a miserable existence you must have, to enjoy panicking a beleaguered house elf." Harry didn't think he'd only panicked a house elf. "I didn't mean to." "Okay. Calm down, already." Harry regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. He cringed as the hands returned, hauling him up from his defensive position and depositing him unceremoniously onto the bed. Harry recoiled from Snape and pressed himself back into the headboard, away from his professor, who by now only looked disdainful and mildly disgusted rather than furious. Essentially, like quintessential Snape. "Explain yourself," Snape growled, folding the black arms of his robe over his and glaring down at Harry from the foot of the bed. "My scar was hurting," Harry said, and rubbed it unconsciously. "It's not so bad, now, sir. I just needed somewhere quiet. And your chambers were unsuitable." Snape snarled. "Yes." Harry didn't care to elaborate. Snape glared at him. Harry swallowed hard and looked intently at the bedspread, avoiding Snape's eyes, unable to forget the sheer malice he'd seen in them last time he looked. Just an hour earlier Snape had been brewing another glamour-breaking potion, an effort purely fueled by spite. That same bitter emotion which had moved him to inflict upon Potter the knowledge of their terrible shared lineage, made him suddenly and desperately want to force the boy to endure whatever natural facial features he'd received from Snape's blood. He prayed the boy would look like him, would share the greasy hair, the overlarge nose. Never mind that it would only be temporary, that he'd have to restore the glamour before sending the boy back to Hogwarts. As long as Potter looked at this greasy git professor he hated and knew he was hating something that was a part of himself, that would be worth the effort. As he worked, his fury at Potter's attempt to violate his memories throbbed like a tangible force beneath his skin. He couldn't help but remember the last person who'd cast that spell upon him. "I don't trust you to be objective in this matter." Snape was grinding his teeth so hard his jaw throbbed. Didn't trust him to be objective. Bullshit. It had never been Dumbledore's decision, choosing whether or not Severus could take custody of his own son. He'd trusted the man, with his life, with his loyalty, with everything. Dumbledore had been the only one to earn his confidence. He'd arrived at Hogwarts tainted with the bitter poison of a cruel childhood, and it seemed for a while that Dumbledore could relieve him of it. The headmaster had looked at him with something soft in his eyes, when all Snape had known before that was scorn, dislike, contempt. He had listened to Severus's words as though something valuable was being issued from his lips. He had been the first to treat Severus like a human being. And then he betrayed him for the Marauders. Those 4 bastard bullies, their torments, their murder attempt, paled next to Dumbledore so casually disregarding their attempt on his life. He hadn't expelled the boys, had barely punished them. Bloody Potter had even gone on to become head boy. Severus's world had crumpled for the first time when the headmaster showed him just how weak its foundations were. Snape learned then that he had never been anything more to the headmaster than a mere student, another one of his charges. That was never the case with James Potter and the Golden Gryffindors. He realized that, eventually, they meant more. They were something important. Severus Snape was a shadow, and the Marauders were a flame. A crisp, golden light that inspired affection and admiration, and the headmaster's eyes twinkled with pride when he looked at them. Just like they twinkled when he looked on Harry Potter, whom he loved perhaps more than any of them. Could that be why he'd taken him from Snape, why he'd concealed the boy's identity all these years? He loved the boy too much to inflict him with Snivellus. Yes, of course that was why. A man as wretched and worthless as Snivellus Snape, after all, could never be the father of the boy who lived. Oh, how he hated Dumbledore. His hands shook with the hatred as he stirred in the Bobo tuber pus. He could remember how he'd sought in the circle of the Dark Lord the acceptance and recognition he'd never received elsewhere, and the days where he slowly realized that inclusion was as empty as Dumbledore's affection. He remembered how he'd crawled back to the headmaster, wary and penitent. Above all, lost. Completely and utterly lost. He'd had nothing. He'd sworn never to be lulled by false hope again. He would never again bend to the gentle sway of false affection, nor would he hope for anything better than a desolate, lonely existence. Yet he'd done it, somehow. He had been fooled again. Why had he fallen for the same trick a second time? Somehow, somewhere, he'd begun to trust in Dumbledore again. And again the man had abused his trust and betrayed him. But this time it was a malignant, horrendous betrayal. When he thought of it, he wanted to be sick at the sheer magnitude of Dumbledore's contempt for him. The man had refused to let Snape even taint his new golden boy with his presence. He had violated Snape's mind before letting Snape soil something as pure and wonderful as this boy. He believed Severus so wretched that he was unworthy of taking care of his own son. He hated Dumbledore for it, and he hated the boy for it. As he added the final ingredients to the potion, the brunt of his anger turned back to the latter. Oh yes, he hated that boy. He hated that boy for being too good for him. For being the one Dumbledore actually loved. For being the darling of the wizarding world and the scion of the Marauders. And above all, at this moment, for attempting exactly what Dumbledore had done to him just a few months earlier. How dare he? Damn it, even that insolent he would know how dangerous that spell was. Potter had watched Gilderoy Lockhart destroy his own mind. He knew full well what could happen with a memory charm gone wrong. Pinpointing the exact memory to destroy, sifting through another's psyche. That required skill and experience, otherwise one could easily obliterate a person's entire memory. The boy had attempted it with such a careless disregard for Snape's well-being that he had to wonder if the boy truly hated him that much. It had to be malice, genuine malice. Otherwise, the arrogant recklessness of it. Ah, but he was the boy who lived. He was Harry Potter, Dumbledore's favorite. Of course he felt entitled to endanger everyone around him. The boy was accustomed to having the whole world at his feet, after all. Why stop getting those privileged victims hurt now? Snape eventually completed the potion and bottled it, still lost in his dark thoughts. He had been cleaning his cauldron when suddenly Minky burst in, crying hysterically, claiming the young master had disappeared. Snape had a few precious moments of unease. The boy had no shields on his mind. If he'd somehow managed to break the wards and escape, he'd be entirely vulnerable to the Dark Lord's machinations. Yet within moments a simple point me spell quickly resolved the situation. He followed its direction until he arrived, incredulous, at the closet in the boy's room. The grand and elaborate escape he'd envisioned for Potter had turned out to be a trek of several feet across the bedroom. He noticed then that the comforter had been removed from the bed, that a tiny corner was wedged under the door. Minky apologized profusely for being unobservant and ran off crying, perhaps to iron her feet somewhere. Snape just glared at the closed door, irritated. Hiding in a closet, indeed. The insolent T was clearly trying to make him feel guilty. He'd probably hoped Snape would feel wretched upon finding the boy who lived cowering like an infant in a hidden corner. He moved forward to yank open the door. Yes, this had to be some attempt at manipulation. He knew Potter. The boy was too much of a prideful fool to indulge in cowardice even when it was warranted. Snape welcomed the renewed irritation he felt when he pulled the boy out into the light. The boy winced at the brightness, contorting his bruised face into a cringe. Something unpleasant clenched in Snape's gut at the visible evidence of his earlier ity. The boy's face was swollen. His eye was ringed with a deep, purple bruise that stood starkly against the pale skin. His throat was covered in scratch marks. His eyes lingered on the last. For a moment, he was overcome with déjà vu so powerful that it was as though he himself couldn't breathe. Potter stared at him blearily, seemingly unsteady on his feet and somewhat dazed. Snape remembered only now the gly look he'd seen in the boy's eyes, how confused and disoriented he'd looked earlier when he ordered the boy from the room after their confrontation. There was an odd and unsettling lack of expression on his face then, and there still was now. The bruising dulled his green eyes, and they followed Snape's every movement with that intent and unwavering focus born of anxiety. Snape felt mounting irritation at the boy's clear unease, and shoved him over onto the bed so he could interrogate the T without being confronted by the spectacle of Potter collapsing on his face in a fit of nerves. It was only when the boy flattened himself against the far wall that Snape admitted to himself he'd perhaps been unnecessarily harsh earlier. He was talented at potions and defense. He was even more talented at the dark arts. But verbally rending an opponent to shreds, that had always been his unique skill. Weaknesses were so very easy to pinpoint. And after the stupid, imbecilic, idiot boy had dared to try that spell on him, he'd attacked exactly where he knew it would hurt. They were fresh from an occlumency lesson, and images of an unconscious Granger, an incoherent Weasley, and a dying Black had still flittered through his thoughts. It was simple to attack the boy where it would sting. His friends, his Muggle relatives, his godfather, oh, but especially that last one. That one brought a flinch in even the most benign circumstances. That one hurt. Sometimes in recent days when he said something particularly blistering, something that hit Potter where it really stung, he'd seen the boy flinch and on some level relished that he could hurt the headmaster through this boy. Dumbledore's heart ached along with that of Severus's misbegotten son. More than anything he wanted Dumbledore to suffer from the same pain he himself was experiencing. It wasn't just the boy he'd lashed out at, after the T had tried the memory charm. It was Dumbledore. Dumbledore suffering for that damn spell. For everything he'd done to Snape. Merlin, how he wished he'd had a chance to hurt the old man before the man had obliviated him. If he'd simply reacted quickly enough, if he hadn't indulged in one stunned moment, providing the older wizard with an opening. But, perhaps he'd overreacted. Yes, he'd hurt the boy. He'd given him that black eye. Self-defense. Potter would have finished that spell, otherwise. But the constrictive spell. Severus looked again at the wound where the boy had clawed at his own throat, and couldn't help but feel uneasy. He still remembered that powerless feeling as it clamped around his neck, crushed his, helpless as his father, his own father. Damn this stupid boy. Potter was watching him warily. He'd pulled out the scar in pain excuse for his infantile behavior. Snape was glowering at him, searching the boy's eyes for the lie. You were just trying to manipulate me, and you know it, you insolent T. It took Snape a moment to realize that he saw nothing in Potter's eyes. He leaned closer and delved more furiously into the boy's surface thoughts. Or tried to. He encountered only a blank fog. Potter, he barked. Potter jumped, and flattened himself against the wall, his entire body wrought with tension. Snape cursed himself for his fleeting sensation of remorse. Yes, sir. Snape considered him a moment. Could the boy actually have done it? Was it possible? Does your scar still hurt? That was clearly not the question the boy had anticipated. His shoulders sagged as he visibly relaxed. No, sir. I told you, it's fine now. Snape raised an eyebrow. It didn't escape his notice that the boy was addressing him as, sir. He usually had to force that appellation out of the boy. And this? Snape gestured vaguely to the still open closet. Was the boy to be believed? Going in there made the pain stop. Potter shot the closet a wary glance. Yes, sir. Why? The boy thought about it a long moment. I don't know, sir. It's dark and quiet. I feel well, relaxed. Peaceful. It's like I don't have to worry about anything anymore. It worked this summer, too. With the cupboard. I'm not exactly sure why. He eyed the boy speculatively. Did the boy even realize what he'd done? Potter, Snape said slowly, wondering just how the boy could be so daft. What do you think occlumency is? Potter looked confused, and Snape felt irritated. All those months he'd spent instructing the boy and he still hadn't acquired a basic comprehension of what occlumency entailed. You clear your thoughts, Snape explained, speaking with as much patience as he could force into his voice. You calm yourself and let go of the emotions that allow intruders access to your mind. Snape turned away from the boy, gazing at the closet again with some disbelief. I wouldn't have thought to supplement your training with he eyed the narrow darkness distastefully. Prop of any kind, but it appears to have worked for you. He looked back at the boy, and saw that the young imbecile still wasn't grasping his meaning. He sighed impatiently. You've been performing occlumency for months. You demonstrate nothing but complete ineptitude in our sessions, yet you've found a way to shut your mind off to the Dark Lord on your own. Potter blinked, then looked cautiously pleased. Oh, wow, I hadn't considered. I didn't realize. Of course you didn't realize it, you daft boy, Snape said impatiently. Hence why I'm explaining it to you. The look of pride deserted Potter's face. Snape narrowed his eyes, surveying the boy clinically. Somehow Potter had accomplished it. Now, to harness those abilities in practical situations, we'll need to work at applying your occlumency skills in the real world. Now, Potter, Snape said. We need to pinpoint what it is about sequestering yourself in this space that helps you to clear your mind, and duplicate that effect. Right, Potter said tersely, eyes flashing with determination. The black ring of bruises around one of them somehow muted the effect. Snape rolled his eyes. I suppose you'll need a healing spell first. The boy's expression clouded in confusion for the briefest moment. What do you? Oh, this. It's no problem. I guess I deserved it. Snape felt an odd, unpleasant sensation at the words, instinctively knowing there was something very wrong with the boy's response, but his voice when he spoke remained cold and heartless. You did. You should never have attempted that spell. The boy had the grace to look ashamed. Snape relented. For some reason, he simply didn't feel like pursuing the conversation to its proper conclusion, namely a beaten and humiliated Harry Potter. But I regret striking you. And my subsequent behavior. Oh, but those words had been hard to say. Snape was alarmed to see tears suddenly glimmer in Potter's eyes. He was just about to recoil from the spectacle, when the boy just as quickly blinked them away, his face again impive and neutral. You were only telling the truth, Potter said dully. I'm glad someone finally did. I do not think you're at fault for Black's death. He nearly said so, but clamped down upon the words. He was still angry, furious with the little t. Memory charms, indeed. Let the boy's heart bleed for a while. It was the least of what he deserved. With an angry swipe of his wand, Snape healed Potter's black eye. With more precision and a darker feeling churning inside him, he also healed the scratch marks on the boy's throat. When he lowered his wand, he found Potter's gaze resting on him again. This time green eyes glinted with cold anger. I take it you reported Tonks. Snape smirked sadistically. If the boy had any functioning neural activity, he'd realize that Snape had no grounds to report that depraved woman's actions. He could hardly tell the ministry he'd come by his knowledge in an occlumency lesson. And he wasn't about to lose for the Order of Valuable Ore. No, he had not reported her, but let the boy think so. He needed to impress upon the repercussions of his actions. Oh, but of course, he said silkily. The ministry was most distressed to hear one of their own had fallen into such sordid practices. It can only be Azkaban for that one. Potter's eyes were burning with fury and hatred. You look so pleased with yourself. Just like the day Professor Mirren was killed, and you stood there, gloating. Does it make you happy to destroy people's lives? To watch them suffer? Snape's anger flared back to life. His voice was a deadly quiet whisper. Nymphadora Tonks is reaping the consequences of her actions. You were a Death Eater. You weren't always a spy, Potter accused. Did you ever reap the consequences of that? You murdered people, I bet, but here you are, walking free and teaching us potions. Snape was about to point out that hammering knowledge into the ends of dunderheads like Potter was as horrendous as any stay in Azkaban, but the boy wasn't finished. Tonks didn't even hurt anyone, Potter said hoarsely. She was there for me. She was the only one who gave a damn. I think. The boy looked away for a long moment, as though realizing something for the first time. I think I'm in love with her. His eyes flew back to Snape's. How could that be so wrong? Oh, you're in love with her, Snape drawled, voice dripping with sarcasm. I'll go firecall the ministry right now and demand they revoke the charges. Nymphadora Tonks, after all, has rescued the boy who lived from the torment of his teenage hormones. The boy's expression darkened. You'll never understand. I bet you've never loved anyone. Well, no, he hadn't, and he'd been none the worse for it. Stop wallowing in self-pity, Potter. You'll get none from me. I hate you, Potter rasped. Snape gazed at him silently a long moment, 100 stinging retorts leaping to his lips. But really, there were only 2 words that seemed appropriate. For some reason he felt no need to say them out loud. I know. Harry slept poorly that night, tossing back and forth as nightmarish images of Sirius dying and Tonks wasting away in Azkaban drifted through his mind. He could see both their hollow-eyed stares, bleak expressions showing him all the hopelessness and pain he'd brought into their lives as surely as if they leveled words of blame at him. He awoke in the morning feeling nauseated, and curled into a ball to rein in the awful churning in his stomach. Tonks was going to suffer. Even if she didn't end up in Azkaban, it would be a miracle if they let her keep her job. He could already picture the scorn they'd heap her with for despoiling the boy who lived. Bastards. They didn't know anything. They were going to take her away from him, probably claiming it was for his own good, but it would only tear a deeper wound in his heart. She'd done nothing but help him. They had no right. Oh, he'd been an idiot. He should never have ed her. Things had been fine before that, curled up on the couch of Grimmauld Place as she took him into her arms and played her fingers gently through his hair. He still wasn't sure what prompted her to do it. It was not like he'd been crying or anything. He never cried if he could help it. He'd been staring into space, feeling empty, wondering why Remus wasn't answering his owls, trying with all his heart not to think of Sirius. He hadn't even heard her come in. But once she was holding him, and once he no longer felt odd and uncomfortable with the foreign feeling another's arms wrapped around him, a strange emotion arose within him. He never wanted it to end. He was the one who had crossed that fatal line. A stupid boy, like Snape always said, caught in the alien warmth of affection. He changed everything in an instant by turning his head and pressing his lips to hers. His awareness caught up with him moments later, and he was mortified when he pulled back and beheld the stunned expression on her face. I'm sorry. Harry lurched quickly to his feet and made as if to bolt from the room. A firm grip closed around his wrist before he could run, and he froze, daring only to breathe. Harry, look at me. It was with the greatest reluctance he dragged his gaze to meet hers. Everything inside him bubbled with shame and horror. He'd ruined it. She wouldn't come back now. She wouldn't. He hadn't realized another apology was stammering from his lips until she silenced him. There was a sweet and playful glint in her eyes. Her fingertips tickled across his cheek, sending delightful chills down his spine. I don't mind, Tonks murmured, and her smile coaxed that warm feeling back to life. She gripped his collar and pulled him closer, lips descending upon his. Everything within him that had moments before felt dead flared to vent life. He felt it now, remembering how later they'd maneuvered their way across the room. Tonks stumbled over the table, grabbed his shoulders for balance, and ended up pulling him down to the floor with her. They lay on the ground, side by side, laughing uncontrollably. His laughter died down when he needed to catch his breath. He rolled over to watch her while she was still chuckling, and he literally couldn't stop the smile that spread across his face. It was the first time since losing Sirius that he'd felt so happy. Now the memory was overshadowed with his terrible anxiety, the horror lurking in the back of his thoughts. He had to owl Dumbledore. Dumbledore could help Tonks, he knew it. Or at least he could tell Harry something about what was happening to her. Had she already been arrested? When was she on trial? Harry could claim that Snape was lying. But what if they used Veritaserum? He thrust his head out the window, searching the morning sky for a white blur. His frustration mounted as he realized Snape's orrery was inaccessible to him while these damn wards were in place. He interrogated the house elf about it as soon as she entered the room, and Minky quickly scuttled out, babbling something about Master Severus forbidding communication. Not safe, not safe. Nasty birds put masters in terrible danger. Harry tried opening the door again, locked. His spells reverberated pointlessly off the unyielding BR. In desperation, he tried to climb out his window, ignoring the ominous drop yawning below him. An invisible barrier halted his attempt and propelled him back through the window into the floor of his room. Several minutes more he searched frantically for an escape route, anger and anxiety steadily mounting. He even resorted to sweeping his hands over the walls, pressing on any uneven surface that could serve as a hidden trigger for a secret pageway. It was all fruitless. At last, a wave of resignation crashed over him. Dejected, he returned mindlessly to bed. He remained in his chambers until the early afternoon, watching the sunlight creep up the far wall. Minky interrupted his brooding twice to plant food before him, and he picked at it listlessly. He mashed up the quiche and dropped it in the rubbish bin. The soppy, green soup he poured down the drain in the bathroom adjoining his room. He had no appetite, and he did not want Snape bursting through the door, berating him for a fool for not eating up before occlumency. He could hear the snide voice already, sulking, "Potter." Besides, a few minutes more of that stench of boiled peas and chicken bouillon, and he truly would have emptied the contents of his stomach all over Snape's floor. Harry felt half dead to the world by the time Minky arrived to usher him into Snape's study for another occlumency session. He followed her with leaden footsteps, too exhausted and heartsick to even nurse his anger towards this man who shared at least some of his guilt for the fates of two people he loved. He knew that, in the end, it was not Snape he could attribute the worst of it to. Harry had killed Sirius. Harry had betrayed Tonks. Snape had only done as Snape always did, acted with his predictable malice, and as much as he hated the bastard for it, the failure was Harry's to bear. He should have guarded that memory with his life. He felt a renewed surge of anger and anxiety upon entering the dimly lit study and spotting the imposing figure standing with his arms crossed by the white light of the window. "Shut the door behind you, Potter." Harry wearily obeyed. Snape instructed him to stand in the center of the room, and he trudged over with leaden feet. "Close your eyes. I will construct an enclosed alcove around you." Harry squeezed his eyes shut, feeling distinctly uncomfortable knowing Snape loomed only a few feet away. He wasn't entirely sure what Snape had in mind with this. He knew he wasn't going to let go of his anxieties standing here, unseeing, before an armed and irate Snape. "Concentrate, now." He heard Snape mumbling a quiet incantation, and the air around him thickened and solidified. Harry could feel it with the tips of his fingers. The solid air immediately began to draw closer, enclosing him in an invisible cocoon. It became smaller and smaller around him. Panic leapt through him. He couldn't help but wonder if these compressing walls were some variation of Snape's constrictive spell. He flung out his arms to hold back the barrier. They strained against it for one fearful moment, and the walls abruptly dissolved into nothingness. He stumbled forward to his knees. It took him several deep breaths to rein in his panic, his heart pounding relentlessly in his ears. Then slowly, his gaze crept up to meet Snape's, and he steeled himself for the reprimand. Something odd flashed over Snape's expression. To Harry's disbelief, the man seemed to bite back a comment and retreated several feet, casting his eyes around the room. "Perhaps that's not the most appropriate spell for this exercise," Snape muttered, almost to himself. He watched incredulously as his professor ran a long finger across the thin line of his lips, seeming to ponder this new dilemma. Harry was unable to believe he'd been let off the hook so easily, without even one snide remark. For a brief moment, he was tempted to ask whether the professor was quite well today, but he bit back the impulse, unwilling to shatter this tentative civility. He was grateful that Snape seemed to be refraining from insulting and belittling him at every possible juncture. Harry was trying to let go of his anxiety and clear his thoughts. There was no way he could listen to Snape's words and remain truth. He was more terrified by what could come out of Snape's mouth than what could come out of Snape's wand. "You just hate that Snape is honest," a voice whispered to him, the harsh truths of the other day drifting back into his thoughts. Harry's shoulders sagged a bit. He was suddenly overwhelmed again with the awful feelings raging through him. He might have finally figured something out about occlumency, but it was still 6 months too late. He'd already done the worst of it, killed Sirius, injured his friends, failed everyone. And even if the situation today demanded he close his mind, what would it demand tomorrow? What other arts and skills would Harry fail to master? How could these people expect him to defeat Voldemort? His fears and anxieties filled his thoughts, and thus when Snape abruptly turned back to him, wand drawn, Harry jumped back several steps and nearly stumbled over the arm of a chair. The man stood there, watching him dourly. Harry muttered a breathless apology and righted himself. "We'll take this approach, Potter. I'll cast a translucence charm on one of the closet doors," Snape said, refraining from comment on Harry's antsy display. "You will duplicate the actions you performed yesterday. I will inquire as to your thoughts and feelings at regular intervals, and when I feel you've sufficiently prepared yourself, I will cast a legilimens upon you." Harry shuddered at the thought of crouching in a narrow space as Snape watched him, or repeating for Snape the words that ran through his head every time he allowed his emotions to fade away. "Worthless freak. Stupid little boy. No one sees. No one cares. You'll never amount to anything. No one wants you. No one needs you. Worthless. Worthless." And he didn't want Snape to know just how comforting those words were. His mouth felt dry. It doesn't really work that way." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Then how does it work, Mr. Potter? Do enlighten me." Harry shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny. He wanted to be anywhere else. "It's just not something I can do on command. With you monitoring me, or whatever. He found the words caught in his throat, and he forced an angry breath from his lips, suddenly very sick of this entire situation. "I can keep Voldemort out of my head. You said so yourself, so why do I need to do this? You can prevent the Dark Lord from penetrating your mind during your sleep." "True," Snape said coldly, his sneer showing his disdain for Harry's middling feat. "You cannot, however, pinpoint exactly how you've been doing this, nor can you withstand a direct assault upon your mind should he choose to possess you again. Thick though you are, Potter, surely even you can understand why this is necessary." "Why a translucence charm?" Harry demanded. He didn't want Snape just sitting there, observing him like some science project. "I've told you eye contact is crucial to legilimency," Snape said, looking increasingly impatient. "Even a legilimens of my skill requires some visual perception of a target." "Target? Oh, how Harry hated occlumency." Snape seemed to sense his continued hesitation, for his patience abruptly wore thin. "We can do it the other way again if you'd prefer, Potter." "No," Harry said quickly. No, he didn't like that other way. Those invisible, magic walls commanded by Snape, compressing around him like a chokehold. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do it with Snape watching. He couldn't just feel Snape's eyes on him as he tried to immerse himself in images of the cupboard under the stairs. The whole point of that had been to escape the wizarding world. Now he had to twist even that method of escape into the service of his lofty, heroic goals. He wondered then if he could do it again even without Snape watching. Knowing he was performing occlumency, that those times he had been trying to escape his responsibilities, if only in his mind, had actually been productive. It made those small intervals of peace count for something. They were now important. Important. He suddenly felt weak under the pressure of it. "I'm waiting, Potter." Harry was abruptly torn from his thoughts, and he looked at the glowering man across from him with what could only be construed as mute panic. "Professor." He wanted to explain, but his voice cracked on the word, and Harry fell silent. Nervously he pushed his glees further up onto his nose, unaware of how violently his hand trembled. Snape's eyes narrowed, his lips curling down into a scowl. "What's wrong, Potter?" he inquired snidely. "Is our boy hero having an attack of nerves?" He was. He most certainly was. Harry avoided Snape's eye and remained silent. There was a tense silence, and then a long-suffering sigh from in front of him. Snape waved his wand to unlock the door to the study. Harry glanced up hopefully, thinking that perhaps Snape was letting him leave, but Snape walked by him instead. "Wait here," he ordered in a tone that brooked no argument. He sent Harry a suspicious glance before closing the door behind him. Harry heard it lock again. He stood there before Snape's desk, wiping his sweaty hands on his trousers. He felt only slightly calmed by Snape's absence from the room. He attempted to concentrate on his breathing in the quiet study, but found himself instead listening to the crackling of the flames in the hearth. Harry was just pondering the wisdom of moving over to bask in its heat when Snape abruptly returned, a vial clutched in his long, white fingers. "Drink," he said calmly, holding it out for Harry. Harry made no move to take it, glaring suspiciously at the substance. Did Snape think he was mad? Last time he'd drunk one of Snape's concoctions, he'd awoken 3 inches shorter, in complete agony. "Whatever it is, I don't want it," Harry said resolutely. "You will drink this, Potter, and then we will cease dawdling and carry on with the lesson," Snape said in a hard tone. His eyes glittered, daring Harry to refuse. He felt an uneasy flutter in his stomach at Snape's dark look, and he took the vial from Snape's grasp. The substance looked vaguely familiar. He raised it to the light to study it more closely. "I don't expect you to recognize it," Snape sneered. "It's regularly brewed by those with a far superior grasp of potions than you." Harry glared at him coldly, suddenly remembering exactly what this potion was. "A calming draught. I know. We brewed it in second year." Snape gave him a mocking smile and applauded faintly. "Congratulations, Potter. You've never before shown such aptitude for potions. A pity you failed to demonstrate it in CL." Harry's fingers tightened around the vial. "I have a significantly better grasp of potions than you think," he said coldly. "If you weren't so busy punishing me for the actions of a man who wasn't even my father, you would have realized that." Snape's retort was lost in Harry's surprise at his own words. It was the first time he'd admitted out loud that he wasn't a Potter. Snape still called him by that surname. Inside he still felt as though he were the son of James and Lily, but in reality, he was the son of the bitter man standing before him. It simply boggled the mind. Snape was glaring at him expectantly, and suddenly Harry welcomed the idea of a calming draught. He'd never get through this otherwise. He would never tear his thoughts from Tonks, Sirius, and the fate of the wizarding world without some artificial means of inducing peace of mind. He downed it, and the effects hit him almost immediately. A vague, syrupy feeling seeped through his enveloping his thoughts, extinguishing the trivial anxieties, such his sudden concern that his empty stomach would not take well to the potion. The more serious fears failed to die in their entirety, but they drifted away from him, retreating from his surface thoughts. A heavy weight crept into his stomach. In some vague, distant part of his mind, he felt worried that Snape hadn't doctored this potion at least. He suspected it was the stronger variant of the draught, but there were no unexpected effects. The study, bathed in the warm firelight, took on almost a dreamlike quality, and even Snape's dark, querulous figure, still hovering above him, lost some of its sharp edges. "Are you quite ready?" Snape's voice was lined with thinly veiled irritation. Harry noted it with a certain degree of indifference, and nodded absent-mindedly. "Sure, why not?" Half knowing what he was doing, he lowered himself to the floor before Snape. "Cast that spell again." An idea drifted to him, and he raised his arms out to his sides. "But I don't want the walls any closer than this." Snape stared at him a long moment that seemed to stretch longer in the gentle haze of Harry's mind. "Are you certain you're willing to engage in this method?" With a translucent spell, one of the closets. A part of Harry registered surprise at Snape's hesitation. It was highly uncharacteristic of him to be concerned with Harry's discomfort. "It's fine. Just stop moving the walls in when I tell you," he heard himself reply. With an unfathomable expression on his face, Snape again muttered the incantation that solidified the air. Harry felt the invisible walls creep closer, this time without any accompanying fear. And when he told Snape to stop, beginning to feel slightly cramped, the walls retreated several centimeters. That was nice of him, Harry thought with an absent smile, leaning back against the invisible wall. Out of the corner of his eye, he was aware of Snape watching him speculatively. "You should know, Potter, that I don't intend this potion to be a crutch." He sounded as though he spoke from a great distance. "The goal here is to eliminate your emotional impediments so we can discern exactly what techniques you've been using. I'll expect you to master your anxiety during your next occlusion attempt." Right," Harry said absently. He felt very, very good. The draft seemed to be getting stronger. He let his eyes drift closed, enjoying a vague, floaty sensation. "Potter, you are not wasting my time by falling asleep." Harry reluctantly opened his eyes again, mustering the strength to shoot Snape a half-hearted glare. "Yes, sir." Snape scowled at Harry's easy manner. "He must hate seeing me in a good mood," Harry reflected calmly. He hadn't realized he'd given voice to the thought until Snape snorted from the other side of the invisible walls. "This variant of the calming draft is laced with an opiate. You're in a good mood because you're in a narcotic-induced haze. Do not enjoy it too much, Potter. I would not have administered it if I'd had another variant at hand. As it is, I'm wondering if I overestimated the dosage. Opiate, never knew you chased the dragon, Professor," he mumbled, letting his eyes sink closed again. There was a short silence. Then, "It's purely for practical reasons. Opiates neutralize the more deleterious effects of the Cruciatus curse." Harry wondered idly if Snape used it a lot. He'd only seen glimpses of Death Eater gatherings, but he'd seen enough to know Voldemort could be with his underlings. Snape's footsteps traveled across the floor. "Stay awake, Potter, or I'll feed you the neutralizing potion." Harry wanted to protest. He liked the way he felt, and he really didn't want Snape taking it away. The objection died on his lips. If the only way to keep this delightful feeling was to stay awake, he would stay awake. "Focus, Harry." He sat up straighter and looked blearily at Snape through the invisible barrier. "So, what now?" Snape held his gaze levelly a moment, clearly essing the draft's effects on his system. When he gave a short, satisfied nod at Harry's level of coherence, he waved his wand and sent the world into darkness. Harry blinked into the blackness, mildly disconcerted. Had he fallen asleep after all? "Sir," he called timidly. "Out here, Potter," came Snape's voice. "I blocked the light from your enclosure." "Oh, rest assured, I can still see you." Snape's voice sounded closer. "Do not take this as an opportunity to relax." The thought of Snape watching him didn't bother Harry as much as it had earlier. The wonderful, floaty sensation that accompanied the draft had reared back up with the blackness. The enclosed space spun in gentle circles around him. "Are you ready?" "Yes," Harry answered, not entirely sure what he was ready for. What was he here to do, again? Oh yes, occlumency. Right. A picture of the Dursleys briefly flashed through his head, but he couldn't retain it. He gave it a few more token attempts. Bacon. Stairs. Oh, he felt so nice. Why break this by thinking of those people? He surrendered to the delightful, peaceful feeling once again. "You're not trying, Potter," he heard Snape growl. "This is a pitiful performance. I can only hope in later years you'll hold your alcohol more successfully than you do this draft." Even amidst his woozy state, Harry felt the slightest bit offended. Snape clearly didn't think he was man enough to handle his potions. "It's just because I didn't eat today," he found himself explaining. "I could hold it just fine, otherwise. And you know what, Snape? I bet I could drink you under the table if we had some fire whiskey handy." Well, he couldn't substantiate that last claim. Actually, he wasn't sure why he'd made it. He was a terrible drunk. He'd just heard Seamus bellow one time that, "You were an absolute imbecile, Potter," Snape snarled. "I've told you time and again you need energy before an occlumency session. You have just wasted my time and a valuable potion." He heard the rustle of Snape's robe, and light abruptly flooded his vision. Snape's pale, pinched face looked absolutely livid. His anger disturbed Harry beneath the soothing effects of the drug. He cast about for the reason for Snape's anger, and somehow his mind wrapped around it. "Oh, of course, the food thing. You wanted to test my occlumency skills," he said, half aware of what he was trying to say. "It really is easier to pretend I'm in the cupboard if I haven't eaten at all. Not that they never fed me, mind you, it's just that I was hungry more often than not, so if I'd eaten a full-course buffet like your house elf kept bringing." "What on earth are you talking about, Potter?" "I mean," Harry fumbled a second, uncertain what his point was. What was his point? It's not like it is with Dudley, he's practically a whale. He felt confused, an image of a slimmer, more muscular Dudley flashing through his head. "Well, not now so much now. I'm kind of glad those Dementors came because I think he'd." "Your earlier point, Potter," Snape broke in impatiently. "You go into a closet to pretend you're in a cupboard. That's what is entailed in this vaunted new occlumency technique." He wasn't sure what Snape meant by vaunted. He was probably making fun of Harry somehow. "Yes." He stopped. "Actually, no." He felt vaguely like he was explaining something to a particularly dull-witted child. At the Dursleys I'm already in the cupboard, so I don't have to pretend I'm in a cupboard. The sole act of sitting in a cupboard occludes your mind. Snape said it like it was strange. Maybe Snape was claustrophobic and couldn't imagine willingly getting in a cupboard. Oh, I like it there, Harry volunteered helpfully. At least I do now. I can't stand up in it anymore, but I could when I was little. It helps with the scar a lot. They haven't made me stay there since they gave me Dudley's second bedroom. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Snape sounded confused. It was such an alien tone in his voice that Harry glanced at his baffled expression. I just mean I never have to sleep in there anymore. It's just nice to go there when my scar hurts. He rubbed his forehead unconsciously. He was glad that it wasn't hurting. I'm too big to live in it now. But I bet if I'd never gotten those Hogwarts letters, I'd still be in the cupboard. Your cousin had a second bedroom, Snape said disbelievingly. And you lived in a cupboard. I didn't live there, Harry mumbled, suddenly feeling a bit sleepy. In the back of his mind, he registered some concern about the content of the conversation, but he wasn't certain just why it bothered him. I got to leave during the day for school, and when I had to cook meals and stuff. And even when they were mad they still took me out to use the loo. Merlin's beard. Potter, are you inventing this nonsense? Snape sounded angry again. Harry blinked up at him, trying to sort out what had made Snape angry now. His thoughts drifted over the conversation. Why was Snape mad? What had he invented? Ah, he knew now. Okay, so Dudley's not really the size of a whale, Harry admitted. But he's still really fat. The invisible wall he was leaning against abruptly vanished and Harry found himself lying, disoriented, on the carpet. He gazed up at the ceiling, wondering why his eyes were acting funny. He still had his glees on, so it wasn't his poor eyesight. Harry gathered the wits to push himself up and glance around the room. He was surprised to find himself alone. Another occlumency session utterly wasted. This was becoming an unwelcome routine. His thoughts did not dwell upon the boy's words. Potter clearly did not take well to opiates, that's all there was to it. He stalked into his private lab, in search of a counter-agent, hoping to administer it sooner rather than later. He had no desire to monitor the boy all night for deleterious side effects from what was clearly an overpowerful dose of the calming draft. He had neither the patience nor the inclination to play nursemaid to the boy who lived if he chose to empty his stomach during the night. In any case, the nonsense coming from Potter's lips had been grating at his nerves. None of it could possibly have any grounding in reality. Or could it? Snape scowled as he ladled the counter-agent into a beaker. His thoughts ventured back to previous occlumency sessions, combing through the flashes of Potter's memory for evidence substantiating his incoherent urtions. He'd never before dwelled upon the content he unearthed in Potter's mind, with the notable exception of the dreams of the previous year, and the liaison with Nymphadora Tonks he'd had the misfortune to witness. It was true he had derived a certain amusement from, say, watching James Potter's son chased up a tree by a dog, or from witnessing James Potter's son bullied by his whale of a cousin, but he'd always held those memories at an objective distance. He was a skilled enough legilimens to differentiate between Potter's memories and his own. They never sprang unbidden to the forefront of his mind as his own memories tended to. He could remember now, though, those incidents that might indicate there was some truth to Potter's claims. Potter brushing a spider from his leg in a dark, cramped space. Potter in the darkness, shouting through a locked door frantic excuses about his teacher's blue hair. An infuriated, purple-faced man sputtering with rage, "Go, cupboard, stay, no meals. No meals." Severus gazed down at the beaker in his hand as his mind worked out the implications. The potion, the one that had restored the boy's skeletal structure. Snape genes were not responsible for shrinking the boy. The potion was not the culprit. Not that they never fed me, mind you, it's just that I was hungry more often than not. The boy had been starved. As soon as the possibility occurred to him, he knew it to be true. The question of why Potter shrank so visibly upon being restored to his natural height had nagged and nagged at Snape's thoughts for a week. Now, he could not imagine how James Potter had beaten him yet again. And although it had occurred to him in Ping that poor eating habits could have contributed to Potter's lack of stature, he'd watched the boy at the table and observed a healthy, teenage appetite. He could reconcile those two seemingly contradictory truths now. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. The Muggle relatives had confined Potter to a cupboard and deprived him of food. Yet Dumbledore maintained he would have been an entirely unsuitable guardian. He returned to the study and discovered Potter curled up, sound asleep on the carpet. With an exasperated sigh and a flick of his wand, he levitated the boy from the floor and plopped him gently into a chair. Fingering the cold GL vial, he considered Potter's sleeping form thoughtfully. He knew how Dumbledore cared for the boy. The old wizard could not have known what was happening to him. Had he been cognizant of the boy's mistreatment, there was certainly no way Potter would be lying here today, growth stunted by chronic malnutrition. How incredible that this man, so omnipresent a figure in his own life, could have been unaware of the extent of Potter's mistreatment. Dumbledore had loved this boy like a child of his own, yet he had been completely ignorant with regards to the boy's living situation. He set the vial of the counter-agent on the desk, choosing not to administer it and simply to wait the boy out. He would only slumber so long under the influence of the draft, and then, perhaps, they would have a short discussion. The boy at last stirred, looking confused, and then wary upon finding himself asleep in the study. Snape wordlessly gestured for Potter to take a seat across the desk from him, and conjured the boy a GL of pumpkin juice. Too thirsty to indulge in his customary suspicion, Potter drank gratefully, occasionally darting glances at Snape where he sat grading papers. At long last, when the boy had nearly finished the goblet, Snape broached the subject. "Tell me, Potter," Snape said brusquely. "Is the headmaster aware your Muggle relatives regularly starved and imprisoned you?" The boy choked on his pumpkin juice. Snape watched with idle amusement as he coughed it out. Graceless, as usual. When the boy's composure was sufficiently recovered, green eyes grown hollow with panic flew up to meet his. All the color had fled Potter's face, with the notable exception of two fascinating spots of crimson on his cheeks. "WHWH, you must be crazy if..." Snape rolled his eyes at the inarticulate attempt at misdirection. "Don't bother denying it, Potter. You were forthcoming enough several hours ago about the treatment you received at the hands of your relatives. I require only clarification before I draw conclusions of my own. Now, did the headmaster know?" Before he'd even thought to ask the boy this, he knew what the answer was. Of course Dumbledore had not known. Whatever else weighed on the mind of the old wizard, he genuinely loved his little boy hero. Severus knew that all too well. Had he known of the abuse, Dumbledore would either have removed Potter from the Dursley household altogether, or he would have descended upon those Muggles with enough ferocity to cow them into treating the boy with more respect. Did Potter know that, however? Snape felt a surge of vindictive glee when a dark expression stole over the boy's face, green eyes glittering with a long-nurtured hurt and anguish. Of course he knew, Harry said bitterly, glaring down at his goblet of pumpkin juice. The Hogwarts letter he sent me was even addressed to my cupboard. Foolish boy. Those envelopes were magically addressed. Did he truly believe Dumbledore sat down and carefully wrote them himself? "I see," Snape said softly, revealing nothing with his tone. Potter still wasn't looking at him. The boy stared furiously down at the goblet. Who was he angry at? The Muggles. Dumbledore. Himself. Oh, how he hoped it was Dumbledore the boy was imagining, glaring so fixedly like that. How delicious it would be to know the boy was angry with the headmaster who so desperately adored him. This man who had treated Severus worse than the shit SCD off a marauder's boots would reap some of his own back. Snape could detect emberment amidst that anger and resentment. The knuckles of the boy's hand, gripped tightly around the goblet, had turned stark white. "You've never told anyone about this, have you?" Snape realized suddenly. "I'm the first to discover your mistreatment." "The Dursleys know," Potter retorted tartly, cheeks growing redder still, steadfastly refusing to meet Snape's eyes. Snape stared at him. How remarkable, how simply remarkable, what a marvelous quirk of fate, that he was the one gifted with this information. Potter clearly didn't realize it, but Severus did. This new tidbit of knowledge was sheer power. It could tear straight into Dumbledore's sentimental heart, were he to learn of the maltreatment to which he'd consigned the boy. "You concealed him from me for his protection," Snape thought, darkly amused. "Oh, look what you did to him, headmaster. Look at your marvelous work. I told you, they never exactly starved me," Potter insisted suddenly, still avoiding Snape's eyes. "They just wouldn't let me eat sometimes. And they never imprisoned me. No, no, Potter glared up at him fiercely. Not like you have, for absolutely no reason. It was only when I was in trouble. Well, perhaps the boy had a point there. He really had no immediate justification for confining the boy to his room. Snape certainly wasn't willing to concede it, though. Ah, I remember, Snape said, in a mock thoughtful tone. I truly am a monster next to your beloved Muggles. I dared thrust you into an opulent bedchamber, whereas they accorded you the grand privilege of a cupboard. You have free access to the facilities under this roof, but they let you out to use the loo, I believe you said. I suppose they were kind enough to regiment your restroom privileges as well. Potter looked impossibly more embered. Snape smiled ruthlessly, pressing his advantage. How many times a day would they let you out, Potter? Twice. 3 times. Something that flickered in the boy's eyes caught him off guard. Shame. Humiliation. Had they seriously? There was a fixed number. Snape said incredulously. Really, he'd just hoped to get a rise out of the boy. He hadn't thought. Potter was glaring at the goblet again. This time Snape had no trouble guessing that Potter was glaring at it in lieu of him. Twice. But I'd sneak out at night if I had to, Potter muttered. I couldn't once I was in Dudley's room, because it had locks, but I could always get out of the cupboard. Snape knew he should be processing this information in context of the occlumency lessons he'd been trying to teach the boy, but really, this was simply too revealing. The boy suddenly made sense, now that he knew of his upbringing. Potter's irascibility, his refusal to obey simple instructions, to trust others who clearly knew better than he did. The defiance with which he'd always greeted Snape's attempts to rein in his unruly behavior. How could he bend to authority? It had always been used against him. His theory was quickly confirmed when Potter blustered, voice loud with false veto. I suppose you're going to tell your nasty Slytherins all about this, aren't you? Well, guess what? I don't care at all. And you can tell Draco Malfoy too. Of course I won't tell them. He stumbled over the name a moment, Harry. That shocked the boy. Potter suddenly looked up, meeting his eyes for the first time, blinking dumbly. There are some things that can be kept in confidence between a father and son, Snape added delicately. He smirked inwardly at the sheer astonishment that overtook the boy's features. Really, did the child believe he'd so quickly surrender such potent knowledge without first exploiting it? Oh, but he intended to exploit it fully. He intended to make Dumbledore bleed with the pain of it. He didn't expect Potter to see it from that angle. The boy might be a Snape, but he was not a Slytherin. He could see the slow mechanisms of the Gryffindor in working out the details, trying to discern the motives in Snape's seemingly baffling behavior. Potter was, however, utterly ignorant of Severus's history with the headmaster, thus he had no key to unlock the mystery of Snape's thoughts. He would not realize the weapon he had handed over so unwittingly. He would not read into this discretion the tactic it truly was. And although this knowledge would be a useful tool in time, at the moment, keeping this secret could also prove a vehicle straight into the boy's confidence. You won't tell them, Harry said disbelievingly, as though unable to believe his luck. Really? But they'd love to hear it. I bet Malfoy would get off on it. Why? Why would I? Snape said softly. Slytherin may be my house, but you, after all, are my blood. Damn. The boy's eyes narrowed with what could only be suspicion. Perhaps he'd pressed too far, too quickly. Well, perhaps now was an opportune moment for some simple misdirection. This revelation does shed light on something that rather confused me before, I admit. Potter glanced up at him curiously, the suspicion vanishing from his features. Good. Very good. Snape retrieved the crowning item from his desk drawer and placed it with an audible thump before the startled boy. Potter stared at the book for a drawn-out second, then turned his astonished green eyes to Snape. Snape held his gaze as the boy scrutinized him warily, intently. And then a cautious sense of understanding stole over Potter's face, tinged with some disbelief. Yes, Potter, Snape thought idly. In this issue, we will have an understanding. He thumped the book with his palm, drawing the boy's eyes back to it. Nothing life-threatening, Potter, he said sternly. You don't want to go to Azkaban for killing a Muggle. Potter's expression was entirely unreadable. Suddenly feeling a bit uneasy, Snape leaned over to catch the boy's eye. If you attempt to cast any of these on me, he said in a soft, threatening voice, I will show you just how dark these curses can get. Understood. Harry nodded mutely, seemingly unable to tear his gaze from kinship and related curses where it rested innocuously on the edge of the desk. With a smirk the boy failed to catch, Snape amused himself with images of Dumbledore's disappointed expression. He could imagine the headmaster gazing disapprovingly at him from across the desk, or at Potter, after having to sort out some unfortunate mess in the Muggle household. He knew now why the boy had wanted this book. And, honestly, he couldn't say he entirely blamed him. Let Potter wreak some well-placed vengeance. And let the headmaster confront his own mistakes. Severus would relish every moment of it. The instant Potter used one of the curses in the book against his Muggle relatives, Dumbledore would find out. No one could accuse Snape of directly instigating the confrontation between the headmaster and the consequences of his mistakes if the revelation stemmed from the boy's own actions. "I will have the house elves prepare us some breakfast," Snape told him. "Minky will escort you back to your chambers shortly." With one last, fleeting glance at Potter, he left the boy where he sat, staring transfixed at the book. He never saw the darkness gathering in the boy's eyes. In the name of seeming at least slightly more redeemable than the Muggles, Snape again lifted some of the wards to allow Potter movement about the house. He could now access the Leary, the Ollery, and depending upon how tolerant Snape felt at any particular moment, the study. They saw little of each other apart from their daily occlumency lesson and their awkward dinners in the dining room. Potter proved much more adept at occlumency when ensconced in his closet, and Snape was unfortunately forced to curtail his more scathing insults. "A pity you couldn't match this performance a year ago," he said coldly after one particularly successful session. Potter, the little prat, had the gall to take it as a compliment, and his eyes flashed with bitter triumph as he tucked his wand back into his pocket and fled Snape's presence. He usually encountered the boy just inside the Ollery, where Potter seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time reading kinship and related curses, and gazing listlessly at the sky as if in perpetual wait for something. On one such encounter, Snape paused upon finding the boy leaning against the wall, gazing down at the book propped open on his lap. The walls bore the telltale sign of a hastily performed Scourgify charm. The immediate area around Potter was the only place free of crusted owl droppings. "I do not see why you insist upon reading up here," Snape complained as he sent his own owl fluttering into the night sky. "The stench alone would drive most people away." Potter dragged his eyes reluctantly up to meet Snape's. "I like it," he shrugged. "I'm outside, at least." Snape stared at him a moment. It hadn't occurred to him the boy might miss the sunlight. He himself could tolerate weeks on end cooped up in his potions lab. Could he trust Potter on his own around the grounds? Of course not, but perhaps if he were accompanied. "I'll have Minky escort you into the gardens tomorrow, weather permitting," he offered grudgingly. Then, so as not to seem like he was indulging the tea, he added, "Merry Christmas. Do not expect anything else." Potter blinked owlishly at him for a moment. Then, "Thanks." He turned back to the book. Snape folded his arms across his, admittedly curious about just what curse the boy was studying so intently. "I take it you've found something appropriate." The boy looked back up again, frustration evident in his face. "No, I haven't." He flipped through the pages carelessly as though to punctuate his point. "There are hundreds of sterility spells. Infecunditas," Snape said dryly. "Quite useful for securing the family fortune for one's own progeny. And all the rest seem to be about unfaithful lovers. Pisapio infidels is my favorite. Admonish the unfaithful." He smirked nastily at the boy. "Your father could certainly have used it." Potter looked at him oddly. Snape felt irritated. Simply because he wasn't married himself did not mean. His words came back to him. "Your father." Ah, that. He was torn between the urge to correct the mistake, or to just depart this boy's distasteful company. He settled with the latter. Snape was surprised the next morning to receive a parcel from Dumbledore in addition to the small, cursory Christmas gifts the other teachers sent him every year. Usually the old man respected his distaste for this particular custom. McGonagall certainly never did, nor did Flitwick, nor, oddly enough, Trelawney, but the headmaster always had. Receiving useless presents the teachers deemed necessary for his well-being always put him in an awful mood. He could not help but think they were reprimanding him for some behavior or other when Sinistra sent him an ointment of mellowing herbal teas at the same time that Flitwick sent him a primer for easing magic-induced stress. And he would not even mention the shampoo that Trelawney creature had the nerve to send him 2 years earlier, claiming her inner eye had anticipated his need for thicker, longer, bouncier hair in 1 month. He'd complained to Minerva on multiple occasions about the repulsive nature of the custom. I do not see why you persist. You'll be sorely disappointed if you expect anything in return. She smiled thinly, and said, perhaps we don't want anything in return, Severus. We might just want to give you something. Another occasion, she even had the nerve to suggest they sent him presents because they believed him to be lonely. Lonely, indeed. If his fellow Death Eaters and the Dark Lord were taken into account, he had far more intimate ties with a far greater number of acquaintances than any of them. Hardly a point he could make aloud, of course. But it was true. The Death Eaters were a close lot, bound together in a covenant of hate as well as in servitude to a common Dark Lord. And apart from his tendency to relay the contents of every meeting to the headmaster, he carried out the customary functions of any other Death Eater raids, the terrorizing of mudbloods, plotting Dumbledore's grisly demise with a feral glint in his eyes. Never mind that he reported all those I-Nation plots to the chuckling headmaster immediately afterwards, and even accepted pointers from him on how to better go about I-nating him. It was the thought that counted. He attended the social functions, not entirely unpleasant affairs, the Dark Lord wasn't in a peckish mood and hoping to torture some muggles, or worse, his own compatriots. Death Eaters were, for the most part, a generous lot. Many of the illegal or otherwise questionable ingredients in his potion stock were at the bequest of other servants of the Dark Lord. All they required in return were debilitating poisons, madness-inducing elixirs, and virility aids. All in all, he tended to come out on the better end of the bargain. But now, he opened the headmaster's gift, sneering in anticipation, and was surprised to discover a pensieve. He prickled with irritation as he scanned the note. Severus, please examine the contents, clear some misconceptions. He rolled his eyes and cast the note aside. He looked at the pensieve curiously. Intrigued despite himself, Severus sifted through the memories, catching glimpses of himself as a teenager, as a young man fresh from Azkaban, as a young teacher crouched on the floor of the potion seal room. He scowled. If the headmaster hoped to humiliate him with recollections of Snivellus at his worst, he certainly had succeeded. A flash of green eyes. Lily. This one he would see. Lily Potter stood trembling before Dumbledore, just outside Godric's Hollow. There was a hunted, furtive look on her face, and she clutched the infant to her as though she thought her visitor meant to steal him. Dumbledore held up his hands in a conciliatory gesture, concerned for his former pupil and the infant she was shielding from his gaze. I received your message, he said carefully. Minerva told me you seemed distraught. Lily's green eyes looked manic as she let out a wild laugh. Oh, just a little. Her haunted gaze traveled down to the infant in her arms. Oh, Merlin. Oh, God. The blanket shifted just enough for Albus to catch a glimpse of the boy's rosy cheeks and dark eyes. His eye color has changed, Dumbledore observed. He took a tentative step closer to the distressed woman, and she looked up, suddenly. Appearing very young and very lost. Her grip on the infant relaxed just enough for him to remove the baby from her grasp. What have you done to him, Lily? Dumbledore said gently, delicately lifting the infant from her trembling arms. What I had to do, she said in a flat, emotionless tone, watching with hooded green eyes as her child rested in another's arms. I never thought it could be his, Albus. I didn't think we were only together once. One mistake. If I'd known, she turned emerald eyes glistening with tears up to her mentor. I couldn't even tell until a few weeks ago. Thank God James is still off in the mountains, or he'd know it, too. I didn't realize when the baby was first born. But after a few weeks ped, I couldn't see James in the baby's face, not anywhere. And then when I performed the paternity spell, her tone grew slightly harder, less hysterical. They can never know. James would leave me. Don't let that happen, Albus. And Severus, he'll take my son away. You know he'll do it. If he ever finds out. Dumbledore's lips thinned into a grave line. He looked at the child, troubled. You've cast a glamour. She smiled wistfully through her tears. He looks like his father now, his true father. James. A note of hysteria crept into her voice. I didn't think it would make him look exactly like James. I can't even see myself in him now. And his eyes, James will know once he sees the eyes have changed. Please, I don't know how to reverse it. I don't know what to do. Dumbledore looked sympathetic, and he thoughtfully looked over the infant. Shifting the baby to one of his arms, he drew out his wand with the other, muttering a soft incantation as he waved it over the boy's eyes. Lily gasped as the brown slowly crept from his irises, leaving the baby's brilliant green eyes gazing back at her. The eyes she'd gazed into when he was first born. Albus, the glamour, as still intact, he urged her. I took the liberty of selectively severing one element of it. And I reinforced it for you. It will remain in place even as Harry grows older. Her eyes shone with tears of gratitude, and Dumbledore's expression was a mixture of compunction and remorse. The scene vanished. Abruptly, another memory intimately bound with the previous sprang in its place. A younger Severus was gazing out into the sky, occasionally shooting seething looks of thinly veiled hostility at the Aurors stationed by the entrance. His entire body appeared a coiled M of tension, the black robes like a shroud over his emaciated frame. Dumbledore stepped into the room, and Severus whirled about to confront him, eyes flashing with a desperate rage. This is your amnesty, Dumbledore. Severus snarled. Azkaban. Dumbledore hung back by the entranceway. I should kill you, Severus rasped. His voice was shaking. If you wish to vent your fury upon me, Severus, Dumbledore said softly, you are perfectly entitled to do so. We have severely misused you. I only warn you that I do not care for your chances of having the conviction overturned, should you act on that impulse. Severus glared at him darkly, but otherwise said nothing. I will do everything in my power to get the sentence revoked, Severus, he said gently, taking a step towards the younger wizard, with the caution one might employ approaching a wild animal. I swear to you, you will not be in there long. Severus still looked angry, but some of his terror seeped through to the surface. After everything I've done for you, why can't you stop them? Why can't you make them see reason? There must be something you can do. The Dementors. Severus's eyes looked utterly haunted, and his gaze drifted back out to the morning sky. The innocent and the ruthless. They say, they're the only ones who can withstand them. I am neither. It will not be long, Severus, I swear it. Severus's expression was dark. A calculating gleam appeared in his eye, and the older wizard stiffened almost imperceptibly, anticipating the verbal alt soon to come. At least I won't be alone, Severus said. Dumbledore watched him warily. Black, Severus spat the name, will rot by my side. Pain stole into the headmaster's expression. Sirius Black's defection to the Dark Lord clearly wrenched at his heart. Severus's eyes glinted in satisfaction at seeing Dumbledore hurt, but it quickly melted into the bleakness of his expression. There is nothing for me out here, Severus noted quietly. I have nothing to hope for even if they do release me. Why should I care? What does it matter? They could administer the now, and I'd welcome it. Severus, do not speak this way. Dumbledore closed the distance between them and grasped the younger man by his thin shoulders. There is always hope, and there is always something to live for. Dumbledore drew closer to Severus. Snape, immersed in the memory, froze upon seeing the look on Dumbledore's face. The entreaty, the remorse. Dumbledore was about to tell him. He knew it, he should have known it. He should have realized that Dumbledore came there to say something to him. He should not have done what he did. There is something for you, too, Severus. It is well past time for you to know this, but I must tell you before you. Young Severus looked up and met Dumbledore's eyes hatefully, the betrayal and fury written plainly across his face. Yes, there is something for me, Severus said maliciously, interrupting the older wizard. The knowledge that at this very moment, Black is rotting in Azkaban, and James Potter is rotting in the ground. Your golden Gryffindors are dead or disgraced. You pardoned Black for his first murderous gesture, and now he's struck down your most beloved marauder in his second. That is mine. Dumbledore's expression flickered, his hand slipping from the younger wizard's shoulders. A chilling smile crept across Severus's lips, one that spoke of all the hatred in his heart. That triumph, Severus continued, still smiling that terrible smile, I will cherish until my dying day. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment, as though he felt uncertain just what to do with the younger wizard. At last, the emotion vanished from his eyes, and he again appeared the stoic, serene old wizard Severus had come to know. I will get you out of there, Dumbledore quietly pledged. It will just take time. His expression looked troubled, but the emotions flashed by in an instant. There will be something waiting for you. I swear it. And there had been. He spent 3 months in Azkaban before the Ministry was suitably convinced he was actually a spy, and he emerged to find a position as potions master available for him at Hogwarts. He had blamed Dumbledore for a long time, even after he had secured Snape's release. He'd just known that, had he been one of the Golden Gryffindors, Dumbledore would never have permitted the Ministry to send him to Azkaban. Not for a day, not for an hour, and certainly not for 3 bloody months. But now, it was a somewhat shaken Severus Snape who retreated from the pensieve, who collapsed into an easy chair for fear his legs would not support him. His thoughts were haunted by those words, by that expression on Albus's face. It is well past time for you to know this, but I must tell you before you. They had meant nothing in his own memory. The expression on Albus's face, it had been meaningless. It was only upon viewing Dumbledore's memory that they gained significance. He could have doctored the memory. Snape thought viciously, but even as he considered the idea, he knew it to be untrue. His own recollection of that tumultuous scene, that awful day after his sentencing, played through his mind in perfect accord with what he'd just witnessed. Why had Dumbledore sent him this pensieve? Did he simply want to flaunt the fact that Snape had had his chance at fatherhood and thrown it away? He had been about to tell him he had a son, and Severus had launched viciously into his hatred of James Potter, throwing all of Dumbledore's fears back in his face. No, it wasn't to rub Severus's face in the possibilities he'd lost. Dumbledore wanted him to see exactly why he had concealed the boy from him. Those brief glimpses of the other memories in their haunted man fresh from Azkaban, that incident early in his teaching career when the older wizard discovered him huddling on the floor of his CL room after a negative experience with a dissociative draft. He was trying to show Severus that he'd been protecting a man unprepared for the burden of a child just as much as he'd been sheltering a child from that man. Had he known about the boy, had he realized, it would have tugged at his thoughts, even if he let the Muggles keep him. It would have been unacceptable to him for the boy to remain a Potter, but it would have been equally as destructive for him to take the boy in as his own. Really, would he have been any better as a father when he was younger than he was now? And he was a terrible father, he could admit that freely. He had no love for the boy, no emotional investment in him other than 6 years of deep-rooted dislike. No tender feelings had arisen within his, and he truly had no desire for them to. He was perfectly content with being an abominable tyrant to the boy, because he couldn't contemplate himself in any other relation to this particular child. It was several hours before he thought to write a response to Dumbledore. Perhaps he should have viewed the rest of the pensieve incidents, but he was disgusted enough with his younger self without viewing memories of those terrible times through another's eyes. The person Dumbledore had confronted shortly after Severus's trial, that emaciated, angry, frightened wreck of a wizard, he'd seen enough of him to last a lifetime. When he sent the return owl, the contents of his response were etched into his memory. Headmaster, you have proved already you have no respect for the sanctity of my memories, nor have you accorded me my natural rights in other aspects. Do not persist in these expressions of your contempt. I have no wish for anything you have to offer me. It was a simple message. I do not forgive you. And I will never forget what you did. Despite his best efforts, though, the fury that had raged through him since that day he uncovered the truth had somewhat abated. Dumbledore had not taken the boy from him because he thought Severus unworthy. He did not think Snivellus was the scum of the earth. It shouldn't have meant so much to him, but it did. It meant everything. Harry was stunned to receive a Christmas present from Tonks. He stared at the dueling book for several minutes, wondering if she could possibly have sent it before she was sentenced to Azkaban. Then he read her note, dated on December 24th, and he knew the greasy bastard had lied to him. Tonks wasn't in prison. She said she was perfectly fine, and so busy chasing dark wizards that she needed to delay their getaway until January. She wanted to know what he thought of the weekend of the 5th. The relief he felt was so palpable that he was hard-pressed to even summon the proper anger when he charged into Snape's study. Why did you lie about Tonks? Harry demanded. You will do me the courtesy of knocking before you enter, Potter. Snape snarled. With a wave of his wand, the door slammed closed behind Harry. I got a letter from her, Harry said through clenched teeth, feeling a fresh surge of fury at Snape's evasion of the subject. Yes, now he was genuinely mad. You were lying to me. She's definitely not in Azkaban. Snape smirked maliciously. I could firecall the ministry and rectify that, if you wish. Harry glared him through narrow, green eyes. You never told them. The older man folded his arms across his, and again Harry had the impression he was being studied like some insect. No, Snape admitted. My intention was to impress upon you the potential consequences of your behavior. It appears to have worked, given your distress these last few days. Harry stared at him. The man was just so, the sneaky git. No wonder he was the head of Slytherin. And that letter is from Miss Tonks? Snape asked in a frosty voice. Harry had just a moment to realize he shouldn't have brought it into Snape's office before the professor aimed his wand. Incendio! Harry yelped, startled at the sudden sting of heat, and quickly dropped the letter. It was reduced to cinders before it even hit the ground. He cradled his burnt hand, staring in dismay at the dark smudge on the floor. You will terminate this liaison, Potter, Snape threatened softly. Or I or you, my threats will not be idle in the future. Harry felt a flash of anger, but he clamped down upon it. He's giving me a choice. He hated the sneaky, manipulative bastard for making him think Tonks was suffering in Azkaban, and he hated him for his meddling, but he had not reported Tonks. That's what mattered. Tonks was okay. She was safe. Harry swallowed hard. Fine. Snape actually looked surprised at his concession. What did the man think? That he'd take the risk of sending Tonks to prison? He only needed to wait another year. One more year. 17 was the age of majority in the wizarding world, and Snape could do nothing after that. Besides, it was not like he couldn't see her. They couldn't have, but they could still. Suddenly Snape stiffened, almost imperceptibly, the expression on his face twisting into something ugly and intimidating. His eyes snapped to Harry's, and he closed the distance between them in 2 strides. Harry let out a startled yelp when Snape clamped his hand around his arm and yanked him into the hallway. What the hell? Silence! Snape bellowed, his grip growing impossibly tighter. Harry's feet stumbled beneath him as Snape hauled him down the corridor, and with an unceremonious shove, sent him tumbling back into his bedchamber. Harry scrambled back up to his feet, sending Snape a furious glare. What the hell was his problem? What minor offense had Harry committed now? For sake, 1 minute he was fine, the next. You will not leave this room, Snape snarled. You will not make any noise. If you do, you will regret it immensely. Harry could only gape at him soundlessly as he retreated in a swirl of black robes into the hallway. The door slammed closed behind him. Is he locking me up again? Harry thought desperately, searching through their exchange to find any reason for Snape's sudden fury. He tried the door and found it locked. Every few minutes he made another attempt. Eventually he curled up into a miserable ball on the bed, watching the sky outside dim with nighttime, thinking longingly of the outside world. Minky was supposed to have taken him out of the house today. After what seemed an eternity, he heard a click and Snape returned. Harry glared at him upon his entrance, his rage still burning beneath his skin, but he was also aware of a certain amount of resignation. Really, until he returned to Hogwarts, he was at Snape's mercy. The man could do anything to him, and he was powerless to prevent it. What did I do wrong now? Harry asked bleakly. For the second time that day, Snape looked somewhat surprised, but the expression quickly vanished. There is no time for this. He crossed the room swiftly, drawing his wand, and Harry flinched back away from whatever was coming. Snape halted his steps, holding Harry's gaze levelly for an extended moment. Potter, he said carefully. I'm going to break the glamour charm. Harry's eyes darted between Snape's wand and his face cautiously. No potion this time. Snape shook his head brusquely, reaching out and grasping Harry's chin to pull the boy's face up. There is no time. Harry jerked away from Snape's grip. I thought you couldn't do it with a wand. An unexpected Christmas gift from the headmaster. I dare say it wasn't the information he intended to impart, Snape drawled. He grasped Harry's chin again to tilt his head up. A Death Eater broke through the wards while we were speaking, he informed the boy, waving his wand this way and that as though figuring out just where to aim it, and I am apparently entrusted with this person's care. The Dark Lord may be monitoring the flow network as we speak, otherwise I would send you back to Hogwarts straight away. His grip tightened on Harry's chin, his black eyes glittering menacingly. You will look different once I am through, but you will not be safe. You will remain out of sight. Harry would have nodded, but Snape's grip on his chin precluded that. He was surprised Snape had bothered to inform him first. Hold still, Snape instructed, and slowly began an incantation. Harry's eyes closed as he felt an odd tingling sweep over his skin. The sensation faded, and he remained there, not daring to open them. But then Snape began to incant the words again, and his eyes flew back open. "Why are you doing it again?" Snape sent him an irritated glance. "I need to sever aspects of the glamour one by one." Then, with a derisive sweep of his eyes down Harry's form, "It seems you're blessed with the family's dearth of melanin." Harry gaped down at his skin. White, almost pasty white, like Snape's. He felt vaguely ill as Snape repeated the incantation again, and again, the spell tingling up and down his body, until the sensations died away. "It seems we're finished." Snape withdrew and gazed at him appraising Ly a long moment. Harry cringed, seeing the man before him and imagining what he himself now looked like. Snape's gaze raked over him a moment more, then his eyes darkened and his face grew hard. There is no resemblance. It shouldn't have bothered Harry, hearing that unforgiving sneer in Snape's voice. He certainly didn't want to look like Snape. Yet there was something about the statement that made it seem like Snape repudiating him yet again, just like that terrible day in the seal room when Snape had told him they were father and son, voice filled with undisguised revulsion and disgust. A vicious surge of anger tore through Harry. "I don't look like you," he said scathingly, raising his eyes to meet Snape's, his entire being seething with hatred. "Thank God." Snape's lips curled in distaste. Whether it was at Harry's statement, or at his invocation of a Muggle deity, he had no idea. "I have taken the liberty of disguising your scar. Do not leave this room." The potion's master whirled around and stalked towards the door. Harry called after him, "Which Death Eater?" Snape turned slowly and caught his gaze. "Why?" Harry remained stubbornly silent. He felt the telltale thrust of the other man's legitimacy, and he broke their eye contact to gaze intently at Snape's robes. Snape's voice was contemptuous. "That is none of your concern. You will not be leaving this room, Potter, or my wrath will be the least of your worries." The longer Harry waited in the room, the more convinced he became it was Bellatrix Lestrange taking refuge under Snape's roof. Snape had, after all, refused to disclose the person's identity, and really, what other Death Eater would he feel the need to conceal from Harry? Snape knew she was the one who killed Sirius. Unless it was Draco Malfoy, or one of the other young Slytherins. Harry knew Voldemort was recruiting. Perhaps the younger generation had already taken the dark mark. His curiosity gnawed at him, as well as the darker hope it was Bellatrix Lestrange residing under the same roof as him. Couldn't he just take one look? He rubbed his fingers across his forehead, and he could feel the smooth skin in place of his scar. Snape had truly done a thorough job of concealing it. The paleness of his arm caught his attention, and he held it in front of him for scientific inspection. If he looked like another person, was there anything preventing him from stealing a glimpse at the Death Eater's face? It's not like seeing Harry now would give away the fact that Snape was sheltering the boy who lived. Besides, even though Snape had confiscated his invisibility cloak upon their arrival, Harry had enough practice with sneaking around to trust in his powers of stealth. He had no intention of initiating contact with the Death Eater. He just wanted to see her. Or him, of course. Snape must think he was an idiot. If he didn't look like Harry Potter, why would anyone think he was Harry Potter? Clearly his professor believed he'd start a jocular conversation, and somehow foolishly slip up about his true identity. "Gee, I guess because I'm the boy who lived, I've always thought." "Oh, whoops, forget I said that." Snape thought him a fool. Harry had avoided looking in the mirror, terrified of the prospect of a miniature Snape gazing back at him. Now, though, his hands crept cautiously over his own face, touching gingerly the unfamiliar features. A larger nose, true but not abnormally so. His lisp felt thinner to his touch, and the curve of his cheekbones more severe. When he blinked, he was more conscious of his eyelashes fluttering against his skin. He at last dared to venture into the adjoining washroom to steal a glimpse of his own visage. A stranger gazed back at him. Harry reached up to touch his own face simply to affirm that he truly was looking at himself. Before him stood a pale boy with jet black hair, about the same length as before, only for once in his life lying flat. The hair was almost too black against his white skin, the bright green eyes too stark a contrast against both. His lips were thin, and at the moment set in a grim line, his cheekbones sharply jutting from a face that was just a smidge longer than it had been before. The angular features were otherwise rather delicate, the large, luminous eyes rendering him almost pretty, which was somehow not an adjective Harry found particularly flattering in a boy. He turned his head left and right, and he could distinctly see his mother's face reflected in his own features now. Absurdly, he found himself wishing he looked a bit more like Snape. He could remember girls in Gryffindor Tower referring to Draco derisively as a pretty boy, and he had a rather nauseating feeling that he himself would fit that description. The tidy, delicate features of his face, and the thick black sweep of his eyelashes, could almost be classified as feminine. Well, not quite. He'd make a pretty odd-looking woman. But he was uncomfortable with the face staring back at him just the same. Snape, at least, looked like a man. An ugly, evil, greasy git of a man, but a man. Nonetheless, Harry Potter had been rapidly on his way to manhood as well. A rather scruffy, unkempt specimen with an awkward way of holding his lanky body, true, but certainly not a pretty boy in the delicate and smarmy mold of Draco Malfoy, certainly not like Harry Snape appeared to be. He shuddered. Harry Snape. He swore silently that he would tear off his own testicles before he'd ever refer to himself by that name again. Well, perhaps he wouldn't, but he'd at least sacrifice an arm or a foot. Harry shook off the irrelevant thoughts and focused upon the matter at hand. Getting out of this room, and getting to wherever Snape was housing the Death Eater. He reached up to finger the cold frame of his Glees, wondering if he could transfigure it into another shape. He'd already pulled out his wand and aimed it at the Glees before the hazard of changing the shape occurred to him. It could throw off the entire prescription. Disappointed, he tucked his wand back into his pocket. No transfiguration then. A disillusionment charm, then. Several minutes later, charm cast, he stood glowering at the door before him. He'd already attempted several rudimentary blasting and unlocking spells, and he'd even temporarily transfigured his Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook into a mallet in an attempt to smash open the door, but it was no use. Snape had not come charging into the room, so he was clearly somewhere in the house out of earshot. Harry realized just how hard he was grinding his teeth when his jaw began to throb in protest. This was driving him mad. He'd hidden his Glees from sight, he'd worked out several painful curses to use in the instance that it was Bellatrix Lestrange living in Snape's house, and he'd carefully set himself into the frame of mind he needed for creeping into a dangerous situation. All of it was now thwarted because of a goddamn door. Oh, how he hated Snape. The man ruined everything. He couldn't live with Sirius after his third year because of Snape. Dumbledore hadn't found Barty Crouch the Elder in time because Snape insisted on arguing with Harry. Sirius had died because Snape wouldn't teach him occlumency. And now Bellatrix Lestrange was probably dining and chatting with Snape by his fireplace over a steaming cup of tea, completely safe because Snape was locking Harry up. His eyes narrowed with hatred and determination at the thought of her luxuriating under the same roof. Probably laughing with Snape over Sirius. Just like she'd laughed that night. The door splintered into pieces. Harry stared at it soundlessly a long moment, blinking, reminded uneasily of the time he'd blown up Aunt Marge. And then, with a tight smile, he chose not to question his lucky occurrences of spontaneous magic and crawled through the opening. Could Snape have heard? He didn't think so. The man would already be bearing down upon him. He was surprised not to feel the telltale prickle of the wards as he began to creep down the stairs. Every door he had pressed his ear to in the hallway, and then cautiously opened, had been unlocked. The Death Eater truly had broken the wards. Or perhaps Voldemort had done it for him. Why would Voldemort shatter his own lieutenant's protective measures? Did he, perhaps, suspect Snape? Harry was just questioning the wisdom of his endeavor when he heard the low murmur of voices. He didn't know this area of the manor very well. Snape never allowed him outside of the handful of rooms he deemed innocuous enough to risk contaminating with Harry's presence. As he lurked against the wall, a few quick glimpses traced the voices to the larger room just through an ornate archway. A parlor of some sort. Remembering his mental image of Bellatrix and Snape cuddling up, sipping tea together as they giggled over Sirius, he gritted his teeth and snuck closer. The voices grew more distinct. He could hear Snape's waspish tone, very indistinct. And then an arrogant drawl in response. Goosebumps prickled over Harry's neck. He didn't need to hear the words to know who that was. Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy, who was supposedly in Azkaban right now. Severus, you really must do something. Appalling condition of your furniture, entirely too depressing. Malfoy had apparently escaped Azkaban to help Snape with his interior decorating. How I present my home is of no concern to you, Lucius, came Snape's impatient voice. Harry halted his forward progress, hovering against the wall on the other side of the arch, now able to hear perfectly. In fact, nothing under this roof concerns you. I would not have you here had our master not commanded me. How graciously you treat old friends, Severus, Lucius said drolly. You know how precarious my position is with the headmaster, Snape insisted, voice growing softer with evident discontent. He knows how tenuous my hold on the old man's confidence is. I cannot harbor a fugitive under my roof, Lucius. It is an unacceptable risk. Are you questioning the Dark Lord's judgment? Lucius asked in a silky, dangerous voice. Snape was silent a moment. No, he retracted quickly. No, of course not. I believe this decision to be misguided. Our master, unlike you, apparently has some compassion for his disenfranchised supporters. There was a short silence. Lucius's voice grew exasperated. Think Severus, you are in the most urgent position of any of us. Why would the ministry ever search your home? That position will not remain urgent for long should others continue to endanger it, Snape growled. I have direct access to Dumbledore. I would think the intelligence worthy of greater appreciation. And it is, Lucius said appealingly. We all respect what you've done, Severus. I respect you, Snape grunted. Oh, come now, don't give me that look. You know your value to us. Here, have another drink. Harry heard a faint trickling, and he marveled at Malfoy's belief that all he had to do was acknowledge Snape, and the other man would bend to his will. Did he really think, even should he unearth my presence here, the old fool will trust any excuse you give him for it? He'd never believe his precious spy has turned against him. Harry's heart froze in his. Snape did not reply immediately, leaving Harry to think for a wild moment that the man was as shocked as he was. Had Voldemort somehow figured out Snape's spying activities? Had all these pleasantries been a guise for the fact that Malfoy was here to kill him? Harry dropped to his knees and crept imperceptibly into the room, drawing his wand. He didn't like Snape, but if Malfoy was here to kill him, he certainly wasn't going to stand pivotly by and let it happen. It was with no little surprise that he caught sight of Snape lounging casually in one of the armchairs, Lucius propped in easy camaraderie in another. The old codger is still convinced you're spying for him, isn't he? Lucius inquired delicately. What the hell is going on? Harry thought bewilderedly. He knows Snape's a spy. He could see Snape's expression from the side as he smirked. Of course he is. Were you impressed by the November raids? That muggle-loving fool certainly was. Snape took a deep swig of his drink. I think I raised my stock in the order considerably, rating that. Harry couldn't believe Snape was talking to Lucius Malfoy about the order. I don't believe Nott was too pleased with having a 500-year-old heirloom confiscated, Lucius noted wryly. Yes, Snape conceded. I imagine he was not. The Dark Lord understands, however, that I need results. That old man is no fool. If I produce nothing, I know, Malfoy said, waving him off and pouring himself another GL of fire whiskey. We all have to make sacrifices. Merlin knows I've had my share of them. Lucius paused, and added darkly, 6 months' worth of them. Harry was frozen where he crouched, trying to sort out the mess. Dumbledore was firmly convinced Snape was a spy against Voldemort. Now, it seemed, the Death Eaters were fully aware Snape was spying for Dumbledore against Voldemort. Could that possibly mean? Oh, hell, had Snape been working for Voldemort all along? It defied all reason. Why would Snape have saved his life first year? Snape had no idea Voldemort was still alive back then. Why had Snape tried to teach him occlumency? He didn't. He just made me more vulnerable with it. Why was Snape keeping him alive now? He could easily hand him over to the Death Eaters. It wasn't fatherly love, he knew that. Then, what was it? Why, and how would he have fooled Dumbledore this long? The questions tormented his mind as he listened to the men discuss Draco's schoolwork and Narcissa's thoughts on good budgeting. 3,000 galleons for a brooch. Lucius sneered. I knew once I was away the woman would lose all control of herself, but for Merlin's sake. No, Snape can't be a traitor, Harry thought. He just can't be. He could have killed me by now. Easily. But it bothered him. It bothered him intensely. Snape was harboring Lucius Malfoy. Why not just report Malfoy and blame it on a spontaneous raid by the Ministry? Why protect him? All Harry needed was one conversation with Dumbledore. He just needed to clear this up. He needed to be heard. Tell me, Severus, who is that boy skulking by the archway? Harry froze for the briefest fraction of a second, and then, meeting Malfoy's amused gaze, he leapt to his feet. Through the sudden fear, he realized very clearly, if Snape really is on Voldemort's side, he's going to kill me for what I heard. Then, seeing the shock and then rage that suffused Snape's face, he realized Snape was probably going to kill him anyway. No point dallying about waiting for it. He chose the most unlikely course for a Gryffindor. He ran. Snape put on a show of being calm and unaffected, and he spent several minutes weaving an intricate tale explaining the boy's presence to Lucius. He was a distant relative from the Hungarian NCH of the Snape family. Oh yes, quite the young delinquent. The Hungarian Snapes, unable to bear the child's presence for the holidays, and aware that Severus was quite the disciplinarian, had practically begged him to take charge of the boy. All throughout the explanation, he fervently hoped that Potter had not bolted away to do something rash or foolish. Knowing Potter, however, that hope was very likely a futile one. At the first possible moment, Snape charged up the stairs and swiftly headed to Potter's chamber. As he walked, he was acutely conscious of the fact that he'd imbibed slightly more alcohol than necessary tonight. It took an effort to keep his mind focused upon the scathing insults he intended for the boy. He drew up short upon finding the boy lounged casually against the wall outside the study, a skinny, dark-haired stranger with an unreadable expression on his face. Snape's instincts veered towards caution in situations that caught him off guard. He remained silent, the well-prepared insults vanishing from his lips. He sent Potter a questioning glance, and the boy wordlessly slipped into the study. He disliked unpredictable behavior, especially when he was already tipsy. He warily followed the boy into the room, and his dislike of the situation intensified when he saw Potter waiting for him with his wand drawn. Expelliarmus. Snape's wand flew from his fingers. Damn it, P-boy. He hissed, conscious of Lucius's presence in the house, and the lack of silencing charms on the room. Sorry, the boy said apologetically, and the insolent whelp gestured with a wave of Snape's wand for him to take a seat. But you nearly strangled me to death the last time you looked this angry, so, give me a moment. Clutching a wand in each hand, Potter waved his own and cast a locking charm and a silencing spell upon the room. I assure you, Snape said threateningly, following his wand with greedy eyes as the boy slipped it into his robes, depriving me of my wand will in no way improve my disposition towards you. I really don't care what your disposition is towards me, as long as I'm not being strangled to death, Potter returned flatly. He glared at Snape, seemingly unsurprised that the man remained obstinately on his feet. We should talk, Malfoy said. Why did you run, Potter? Snape interrupted, trying to conceal his honest curiosity with scorn. He'd expected the foolish boy to take on Lucius then and there. Has your vaunted Gryffindor very at last failed you? Potter smirked. Maybe I thought the expression of blinding hatred on your face would give away my identity as easily as my real face would. Snape's eyes narrowed. He wished he were slightly more sober so he could come up with a pointed remark in response to the boy's words. That is your real face, Potter. The aforementioned real face twisted in distaste. Even so, Snape had to admit, it was not aesthetically unappealing. The boy had taken well to the removal of the glamour. He was probably the first Snape in 10 generations without the infamous nose, and very likely the first Snape ever to enjoy nauseatingly good looks. Of course, it would be Potter, he thought snidely. Really, he'd expected his genetic material to at least manifest itself somewhere, but Lily Evans dominated the boy's features. He looked like his mother's son. But there was also something else there, something a bit too harsh to be Lily Potter's. He watched it appear briefly when the boy rolled his eyes, his features flooded with irritation. In any case, sir, I figured you could come up with a better excuse for my being here than I could. Anything I made up, you'd just say was stupid. Odds are, it would be, replied Snape coldly, and he wondered just why Potter looked so smug upon hearing him confirm that yes, he did believe the boy to be an idiot. You were foolish to leave your room, and I can only imagine what you were thinking entering the parlor. I thought he was going to kill you. Potter cried. He knew you were a spy. In fact, the boy retreated a step, his entire posture coiled with suppressed anxiety. I wanted to talk to you about that. Oh, this was just wonderful. You doubt my loyalties now? Snape asked, feeling his anger return. How many times did he have to save the impertinent boy's life before he'd finally trust he wasn't out to kill him? I thought about it, Potter admitted. I was even thinking of owling Dumbledore about what Malfoy said to you, but I realized that someone might intercept it, or maybe Malfoy would recognize Hedwig. So I gave it some more thought. The boy sat down, eyeing Snape speculatively. You would probably have killed me a long time ago if you weren't on our side. Snape blinked. Of all the reasons Potter could have given him for deciding to trust in Snape, this one was not what he'd expected. That proves nothing, Snape retorted. The headmaster could easily have forced me to take an oath not to hurt you. Perhaps it wasn't the time to give the boy an excuse to doubt him, but something in him rebelled against the notion of allowing Potter confidence in his own conclusions. And apart from that, he'd given the Dark Lord this very excuse on numerous occasions. I don't think you'd take it, Potter said thoughtfully. You hate me so much that, if you really were on Voldemort's side, you'd probably never let someone deprive you of the opportunity to kill me yourself. It was the second time in their conversation Potter had referred to Snape's blinding hatred of him. He was tempted to berate the boy for his continual overestimation of his own importance. Sure, he had no fondness for Potter, and certainly a good deal of active dislike. On occasion he did hate him, but sustained hatred he reserved for a select and elite few. Potter was not significant enough in influence, nor equal enough an opponent, to warrant raw hatred. The boy gave him no chance to speak, though. Lucius knows you're a spy. And that's what I don't get. Our young celebrity does not get something, Snape said, smirking. Strangely, I am unsurprised. The boy's eyes narrowed. Explain it to me then. If you don't work for Voldemort, why are they letting you get away with spying for Dumbledore? The nature of my work is intricate and complex, Potter, said Snape dismissively. You would not understand. Suffice it to say, I owe you no explanation. Return my wand. Potter smiled coldly at him. His new face somehow rendered it more threatening than the old one could ever manage. I can wait here all night, he promised softly. Unless you can do wandless magic, you're not getting that door open. Oh, he would kill the tea for this. Return my wand. Potter stiffened imperceptibly, and he noticed the boy's grip grow more taut around his wand. No, tell me, first. It's just, I know you're on our side, but please, what if I don't tell Dumbledore, and then it turns out that I should have said something because something happens to someone? There was a strange and haunted expression on the boy's face, and Snape had the distinct impression the boy was thinking of Black. He nearly growled with irritation. Very well, he snarled at the tea. Here is your explanation. The Dark Lord believes me to be a spy for him, posing as a spy for the headmaster. The headmaster knows me for his own spy, posing as a spy for Voldemort, posing as a spy for the headmaster. Understand, now, Potter. The boy blinked. Snape sighed jaggedly, feeling suddenly drained of energy, and perhaps the slightest bit lethargic from the fire whiskey he'd shared with Lucius. He slumped down into the seat across from Potter, wanting to get this over with. One does not simply leave the Death Eaters, Potter, he said, trying not to grit his teeth. Anything less than a fanatical degree of devotion to the cause is grounds for condemnation as a traitor. When I wavered in my support of the Dark Lord, I had no means of undermining him. I was too intimately bound to him both by magic and by otiation to actively defy him. Had I approached the headmaster on my own, I would have been readily unearthed as a spy and promptly tortured to death. The Dark Lord has eyes everywhere. Dim though you may be, Potter, I trust you are following this so far. Potter nodded. Snape was satisfied by the clarity of his expression that he hadn't lost the young imbecile quite yet, so he continued. I realized that any move against the Dark Lord had to be done with the Dark Lord's express support. It took me almost a year to plant the idea in his head that it would be valuable to employ a double agent in Dumbledore's circle. He believed the headmaster a sentimental, Doddering old fool, and well-placed hints, mostly made indirectly to him via discussions with the Death Eaters closest to him, persuaded him that the headmaster's sentimentality could render him vulnerable to a penitent Death Eater who offered his services as a spy. The Dark Lord ordered me to serve as this penitent Death Eater. Because I had neither outright proposed this plan, nor presented myself as the executor of it, he fully believed that he himself had conceived of this scheme, and that I was merely a loyal subject following his commands. How did you know he'd choose you? Potter asked skeptically. You know of his skill in legilimency. He knew from my memories that the headmaster once possessed a certain affinity for me, thus he was confident he would hear me out. Additionally, he was certain I would remain loyal to him, for unlike most, I had a personal grievance with Dumbledore. Snape paused, considering the issue. The Dark Lord's confidence in him was always something he'd instinctively understood, yet never actually articulated. The Dark Lord has no understanding of human affection. He viewed my memories of the headmaster and could perceive only that I'd come to hate him. He never saw the complicated nature of my regard for Dumbledore. He perceived hatred without ever paying mind to the other emotions at the root of it. He stopped here. He'd said too much. Potter was gazing at him, something odd in his expression. You, care about Dumbledore, then? No, said Snape disdainfully. I respect him. He is an extremely powerful wizard. Potter still had that strange expression. He looked all too knowing as he nodded. Sure, Snape, insolent T. The Dark Lord, said Snape in a hard voice, forcing Potter away from whatever the smug boy believed he had figured out, concluded that I was the proper man for the job, due to the headmasters, and the word twisted bitterly in his throat, pity for me, and my unvarnished resentment of him. He took it upon himself to prepare me for the task by training me in occlumency. Potter leaned forward, eyes flashing with renewed suspicion. If he was the one who taught you occlumency, wouldn't he have seen what you were planning? He didn't, because he wasn't the first to instruct me in occlumency, Snape replied. My father did, before he sent me to Hogwarts. He believed Dumbledore to be a meddler, and he did not care for our family business seeping from my thoughts simply because I was a weakling unable to control my emotions. He halted that line of discussion, not wanting to talk about this with the T. I was occluding even as the Dark Lord believed himself to be instructing me in the art. I gradually improved in shutting him out of my mind. It set him at ease to believe initially that he had access to all my secrets, and it reared him as time-ped to believe I was a spy he himself had molded and trained. That belief is one of the reasons he has yet to doubt my loyalty. And Dumbledore believed you were on his side. Why? I revealed to Dumbledore the entire scheme, Snape said, remembering with the slightest flutter of unease the initial condemnation in the headmaster's expression when he discovered Severus on Hogwarts grounds. He was aware the Dark Lord intended me to serve as a double agent, and he pretended in turn to be taken in by the Dark Lord's machinations by periodically feeding me information I could use as evidence of my spying. To this day he designates exactly what I can share with the Dark Lord, and what I cannot, and I abide by his judgment of how much the Dark Lord needs to know in order to see me as an effective double agent. Snape rose to his feet smoothly, folding his arms as he glared down at the boy. So that's how it works, Potter. I serve the Dark Lord like any other Death Eater. I spy for both sides, the only difference being that the headmaster is the only one who receives all the information. He acts upon the intelligence. I bring him in critical junctures. He'll cancel a month's worth of trips to Hogsmeade, for instance, on the pretense of improving interhouse relations after I inform him of an attack upon the town planned for 2 weeks' time. He never counters the Dark Lord to an extent that will reveal my hand in it, and he nearly always acts upon information the Dark Lord instructs me to relay to him, so as to maintain the pretense he is fooled by my act as a double agent. And there you have it. Are your concerns satisfied? Potter stared at him a long moment, an unfamiliar expression on his face. Yes. He broke eye contact with Snape, gazing into the distance before admitting quietly, that was, kind of clever how you went about it. Snape's eyebrows raised. Yes, I've always thought so. Despite himself, he was oddly pleased by the boy's words. He never would have expected Potter to express appreciation for his efforts. With the new face and the wary respect in those green eyes, Severus could almost have been fooled into believing he was talking to a different person. So, said Harry thoughtfully after another moment of silence, I guess no matter what happens with the war, you'll be on the winning side. It won't come to that, Snape replied dismissively. The Dark Lord will not prevail. Never took you for an optimist, Snape, Harry said, his green eyes shooting up to lock with Snape's. As stupid and worthless as you think I am, you actually think I can defeat him. You are an arrogant boy, he said coldly. Do not tell me you believe yourself to be the deciding factor of this war. There are thousands of skilled wizards out there who could destroy the Dark Lord. It does not depend on you. The boy's eyes wavered with some nameless emotion. Snape was briefly overcome with curiosity, but before he could give any real thought to legitimizing him, Harry glared down and plunged his hand into his pocket. Here's your wand, he muttered, and Snape snatched it from his grasp. All manner of curses to use upon the boy flashed through his mind. How dare the T disarm him? He noticed Harry's shoulders tense as the boy steeled himself for the worst. Snape stared at him soundlessly for a long moment. For some reason, he couldn't quite muster the same anger with which he'd initially confronted the boy. His day had been too long and he'd been drinking too much to deal with this right now. He closed the distance between them and jabbed his wand under the boy's chin, urging his head up. Fierce green eyes met his hard, defiant, and strangely resigned. Never do that again, Snape intoned sternly. You do not disarm me, you do not touch my wand. Understood, Potter. Confusion flickered through the boy's eyes. He nodded uneasily, as though he expected something terrible to follow. Snape turned away from the boy. It's time I acquainted you with your new life story. Snape had ordered him very severely not to seek Lucius Malfoy out, a command with which Harry was all too happy to comply. Malfoy, however, found him. Harry glanced up sharply from his transfiguration homework when the door to his chamber opened, and felt his throat constrict when Malfoy's towering form appeared in the doorway. My apologies. A cool eyebrow rose over unapologetic eyes. Am I disturbing you? Harry wanted to say yes, but instead he offered Malfoy what was hopefully a vacant smile and shook his head. I was just exploring Severus's house when I noticed how heavily warded this room was, Malfoy noted amusedly. He certainly treats you like a delinquent, doesn't he? Harry smirked ruefully, because that was actually true. Where is he? Harry inquired meekly. Snape surely would know by now that Malfoy had broken into his room. He remembered Snape, casting an alerting charm after he'd repaired and rewarded the door. Called away, Malfoy said smugly. Hopefully learning some manners. Harry noticed as Malfoy moved more fully into the room just how vastly he had been transformed by 6 months in Azkaban. The polished aristocrat Harry had encountered on previous occasions was gone, replaced by an underfed man with dark hollows under haunted gray eyes. His long hair now appeared rather coarse and scruffy rather than the smooth silk he favored before, and there was a vaguely hunted look about him. Good, Harry thought viciously. I hope he suffered. Amazing, though, how only a few months in an Azkaban without Dementors had affected Malfoy nearly as severely as 12 years in Azkaban with them had affected Sirius. Dementors make you live your worst fears, Harry mused. Maybe Malfoy was living his already. From respected aristocrat to reviled prisoner, Lucius Malfoy's had been a sharp fall from grace. Severus was never very skilled at constructing wards, Malfoy drawled, seating himself at the desk, raking his eyes over Harry's expression. The Dark Lord tore through that monstrosity he cast over the flow in mere seconds. Ah, now Harry understood the reason Malfoy was watching him so intently. He remembered clearly the attitude Snape had told him to adopt. Take for granted that you pay fealty to the Dark Lord, but do not presume to have any knowledge of my association with him. He tried to affect an expression of amazement and respect. The Dark Lord himself, really? Lucius Malfoy's expression relaxed negligibly, now overtaken with some of the familiar arrogance. I am an acquaintance of his, he pays mine to my comfort. Wow, Harry said in what he hoped was a sufficiently awestruck tone. You must feel really lucky. Have you not heard of the Malfoys, boy? Malfoy asked sharply, narrowing his eyes. Harry quickly made note of the fact that Malfoy clearly ranked pride in his family over pride in his master. Of course I have. He forced himself to smile again. I guess it was pretty stupid of me not to realize such a prominent family would stand in favor with the Dark Lord. Malfoy's look of hurt pride vanished, to be absorbed by a sudden spark of interest when his eyes alighted upon something across the room. And what's this? Harry followed his gaze as Malfoy rose to his feet and crossed the room, his heart plunged to his stomach when Malfoy picked up kinship and related curses. Well, he wasn't sure just what to say. My, it appears you are quite the young hooligan, Malfoy noted with amusement. He flipped through the pages, something odd settling in his eyes. I have quite a history with this book. Harry was intrigued despite himself. Sir, infecunditas, Malfoy said with a strange smile. My son somehow discovered this very spell when he was much younger. He'd just learned of wizarding inheritance laws, you see, and he concluded that it was in his best interests to ensure he remained the only heir to the Malfoy estate. His gray eyes lifted to meet Harry's, and Harry felt something stir deep within him at the strange fondness in the older man's eyes. He was quite the little fiend, I'll give him that. To this day, Narcissa and I have been unable to break the enchantment. He won't even divulge which variation of the curse he used. His voice grew distant and wistful. He was always clever that way. Even when Lucius Malfoy's attention again returned to the book, Harry found himself staring at the man, marveling at the fact that he still seemed fond of Draco even though the boy had sterilized him. That warm light in his eyes, that pride in his voice when he spoke of his son's wits. That's how a father should feel about his son. And more than at any time before, Harry felt acutely the pang of loss at never having known a father's affection. He could recall so readily the look of distaste and disgust on Snape's face whenever he regarded him. He would never look at Harry that way. There would never be pride or affection in his eyes. Before, when he was an orphan, he at least knew there was no chance of having that for himself. But now, Snape was his goddamn father. He should feel that way, if only a little bit. Did he truly see nothing good in Harry, even now that he wasn't the son of James Potter? Did Snape simply hate Harry so much that he loathed him even when he was his own flesh and blood? I don't care what he thinks of me, Harry thought fiercely, but somehow the words did not ease the knot in his at seeing the fond, wistful look in Lucius Malfoy's eyes. At this moment Draco's father, at least, cared about his son. Have you tried any of them yet? Malfoy asked conversationally. Harry looked up, feeling a renewed surge of irritation at that book that had yielded so little of use. No, he said, through gritted teeth. To cast any of the spells I want to use, I'd have to marry this person first. And that's never going to happen. But this person is kin. Yes, Harry admitted reluctantly. He shouldn't be discussing this with Malfoy. He needed to end this conversation. This person is not Severus, is he? Malfoy asked with something akin to concern. No, Harry said quickly. A ruthless smile stretched across Lucius Malfoy's lips. Then let me explain this to you, boy. This book, he tapped it with his finger pointedly, is a watered-down anthology of older, more potent curses. When they specify what family member to, say, eviscerate, it is merely to give wizards of lesser ability some focus when attempting the curses. Often you can apply the same spell they claim here as directed at a father, to a son, a brother, even a cousin. It's the bond of family and the degree of blood relation that matters, not the specific target. Harry looked, wide-eyed, from Malfoy's arrogant smile, to the book in his hands. Snape hadn't told him anything about this. Well, Snape hadn't told him much about this book in general. He'd merely given it to him that one day, and refrained from instructing Harry beyond that. He looked up at Malfoy in a new light. So what about the, spouse thing? Could that apply to someone you weren't married to? Even in most pure-blooded families nowadays, the blood component is useless in spousal curses, Lucius said with some regret. If the spell relies upon the use of blood, it's worthless. If, however, it's the familial connection that imbues it with power, again, you can apply it as easily to your father as you could to your wife. Harry gazed up at Malfoy, the pieces flying together. Of course, he hadn't located one spell sufficiently horrible for Bellatrix Lestrange that extended to such a distant degree of blood relation, but perhaps he didn't have to. Maybe Malfoy had just unwittingly provided him with the critical information he'd been missing all along. He stared at the book, mentally sorting through some of the more potent spells he'd read. He realized suddenly that Malfoy's presence perhaps solved another problem. It had occurred to Harry that any spell he cast upon Bellatrix would be from afar, and he would be unlikely to gauge its success. But Bellatrix Lestrange was about as closely related to him as Lucius Malfoy was. And Malfoy was right here. I could help you, if you'd like, Malfoy offered idly. I can't imagine I'll have much else to do around here. Severus and his perpetual sour mood can be rather tedious company, wouldn't you agree? Harry looked at him in disbelief. This would just be too strange. Lucius Malfoy, Draco Malfoy's father and Voldemort's right hand, teaching Harry Potter about curses. Well, boy, what do you have to say? Malfoy prompted impatiently, and suddenly the idea seemed delightful. Harry felt his lips pulling into a smile. He couldn't help it. Some part of him felt an evil little thrill that made him want to break into wild peals of laughter. Lucius Malfoy, teaching him to curse Lucius Malfoy, teaching him to kill Bellatrix Lestrange. Oh, that would be great. Thanks, Mr. Malfoy, Harry gushed. He didn't have to fake his enthusiasm this time. Really, this made a vacation with Snape completely worth it. Harry was lying on his stomach, kinship and related curses spread open before him, and Lucius Malfoy was seated on the edge of the bed explaining the virtues of the Macto Dominus curse, when Snape burst through the doorway. Harry jumped to his feet, startled, but Malfoy only turned his head in cool acknowledgement. Severus, Malfoy greeted genially. You're home at last. As the man spoke, he was waving his wand behind his back, out of Snape's line of sight, transfiguring the spellbook title into Ancient Runes and Contemporary Thought, 1790-1980. Snape stood before them, gasping for breath. His gaze first raked over Harry, ascertaining that he was, indeed, still alive, then his sharp black eyes darted back and forth between the boy and Lucius, as though trying to figure out just what damage they had wrought in his absence. Lucius, he said with strained courtesy. There was a fine dusting of ash on his shoulders. He was panting as though he had sprinted straight up from the flow. I see you misunderstood me when I instructed you to stay out of this wing of the house. I must have forgotten, Malfoy said with a smile. His eyes were like cold steel. A pity, whispered Snape, that the wards on this chamber failed to jog your memory. I couldn't help but indulge in my curiosity. My apologies, Severus, Malfoy said with an elegant dip of his head. He smiled at Harry with an affected degree of fondness. I have concluded there is nothing about this young man that warrants confinement. He seems quite agreeable to me. Snape looked between the two of them, unsettled. Harry realized that there was something decidedly off about him. He looked ill. Well, you. These disciplinary measures are entirely necessary, Snape said with thinly veiled irritation, and I would appreciate your not meddling while you were a guest under my roof. You were here on my sufferance. Oh yes, that, Lucius said with languid disinterest, examining his own fingernails. Did our friend have any insight into our situation? His calculating, gray eyes crept back up to Snape's. Comprehension dawned in Snape's face, his entire body stiffening. So, Snape breathed, it was you. But of course, Malfoy practically purred, eyes gleaming with cruel triumph. And you would do well to remember it. Harry stood there, remembering suddenly Malfoy's explanation for Snape's departure, called away. Hopefully learning some manners. Malfoy was gazing with unruffled arrogance at Snape, who loomed before them, radiating suppressed fury. Harry noticed the slightest tremor of Snape's hands as he clenched and unclenched his fists. His eyes shot up to Snape's thin face. The sallow skin looked haggard, his black eyes bloodshot and slightly crazed. He remembered snatches of the conversation between Malfoy and Snape the night before, when Snape was objecting to Malfoy's presence in the house. The men had clearly had a disagreement, and this morning Snape had been called away. Now, Snape was exhibiting symptoms OCIATED with the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. Snape took a halting step forward, glowering at Malfoy. His composure was steadily eroding before Harry's eyes. How did you twist my words? You treacherous, loathsome bastard, what did you say? There was no question in Harry's mind now that Malfoy had said something to get Snape in trouble with Voldemort, and today Snape had been punished for it. But what? Is this an appropriate discussion for sensitive young ears? Lucius inquired delicately. Snape's eyes found Harry, and he stared at him numbly for a moment, blinking, as though he'd forgotten the boy was there. Harry avoided the dark eyes and stared at the wall beyond Snape's head, just wishing the floor would swallow him. He felt like an intruder here, and he was aware of some irrational sense of guilt for this entire thing. Snape's expression tightened. He recovered his usual self-possession. I do not want you in this room, he said to coldly Malfoy. He looked suddenly tired and years older as he gazed at Malfoy. Do me the courtesy of abiding by that request, Lucius, if nothing else. I'll agree to that, Malfoy said mildly, still looking very smug, but the hard glint in his eyes had abated somewhat. In the name of our dear friendship. Snape's eyes drifted lazily over to Harry's, and he held them just for a fraction of a second. Whatever he wanted to say seemed to rise, and then die upon his lips. He swept wordlessly around and left Harry and Lucius alone in the room. Well, that was a painful little interlude, wouldn't you agree? Malfoy drawled, then added with a smirk, for our dear Severus, especially, I should think. Harry dared not speak. He wasn't certain whether he should pretend to be entirely baffled by the exchange, or if it was safe to show some inkling of comprehension. Malfoy waved his wand carelessly to restore kinship and related curses back to its original form. Since I appear to have agreed to stay out of your chamber, I suggest you locate some spells of particular interest, and perhaps we'll discuss them tomorrow morning. He shot Harry a wry glance. In my room, of course. Are you amenable to that? There was nothing about Malfoy's tone that rang of a request. Harry felt an acute surge of dislike for the smug aristocrat, but he swallowed hard and nodded with what he hoped appeared to be enthusiasm. Yes, of course. His lips pulled up into a smile. I'm looking forward to it. It took a simple, point me, spell, and some ordeals with various wards to locate Snape. Lucius Malfoy was right about one thing. Snape's wards were surprisingly ineffective when one truly applied oneself to breaking them. It occurred to Harry that this, perhaps, was the reason he and his friends had found it so easy to steal potions from Snape's cabinet at school. The man simply wasn't very talented at constructing protective measures. He found himself faintly amused as he disabled those impediments that had so effectively shut him out of the house in previous days. Clearly Snape had relied upon the psychological impact of having the wards in place, and with good reason. Harry hadn't even thought to put a concerted effort into breaking them, because he hadn't believed them to be vulnerable. With the exception of the wards around his own chamber, most of them were weak and easily disabled. Of course, the potions lab was giving him some difficulty. He struggled with this one for 15 solid minutes before feeling it buckle before him, and he proceeded cautiously into the room. Hello, he called softly. Professor. The room reminded him of the dungeons at Hogwarts, cold, dark, and grim. He almost laughed at the thought of Snape intentionally refurbishing one of the manor's stately rooms to resemble one of the dank Hogwarts dungeons, but his amusement died when he spotted Snape slumped against the wall in the far corner of the room. He felt a knot of anxiety form in his. Professor, he said quietly, approaching Snape with caution. The man looked terrible, even worse than he had upstairs. He was sagging bonelessly against the wall, the bleak hollows under his eyes more stark in the laboratory's lighting. He knelt down and nudged Snape's shoulder. Profess. He jumped when Snape's eyes shot open, and his hand clamped around Harry's wrist with an unyielding grip. The black orbs drifted uncomprehendingly over Harry's face, the talon-like grip tightening more and more until clarity suddenly stole into his expression. Potter, spat Snape. What the hell do you think you're doing in here? I just wanted to see if you were okay, Harry replied, bristling at the anger flashing in the man's eyes. Now, at least, Harry really was wondering what he was doing down here. You looked like a wreck upstairs. Snape sneered. Oh, how extraordinarily perceptive of you, Mr. Potter. And you thought your presence would somehow improve my condition. He released Harry's wrist and shoved the boy away from him. His other hand scrabbled over the wall behind him, trying to find some purchase to shove himself back to his feet. I can help you. No. Harry watched Snape attempt to salvage his pride and dignity, fumbling with the wall, trying to pull himself upright. Sir, I don't want or require your help, you insolent T. Snape was on his feet now, swaying precariously. I am off the floor, as you see, so get out. You can barely stand up on your own. Harry burst out. I suppose you're going to make your way up 3 staircases to your room all by yourself. No, said Snape disdainfully. I intend to traverse a single flight of stairs to settle on a comfortable couch in the parlor. For that matter, I was doing quite well on the floor before you disturbed me. Now, leave. Harry stood there stubbornly. Why wouldn't the man just let him walk him upstairs? What the hell was his problem? He noticed that Snape's hands were shaking harder now, even as the man tottered across the room, supporting himself with the wall. He knew that the effects would grow steadily worse. "Don't you have a potion for that?" Harry called softly. That calming draft Snape had given him, he remembered, was intended to mitigate the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Snape's face half turned to his. He could see the bitter, downward twist to his lips. "No, Potter. I gave the last of it to you for your occlumency instruction. I haven't had the chance to brew more." Again, Harry felt that twinge of guilt. Snape had resumed his halting course over to the door, and there was something strangely pitiful about the spectacle of his formidable potions professor struggling to keep his feet under him. Well, to hell with Snape's pride. Harry pulled out his wand and approached him from behind. "Mobilicorpus, Potter," cried Snape as he floated into the air. "Put me down, now. Sorry, but I'm not letting you walk." "Potter," Snape snarled, voice lower as they cleared the lab. Even in his state he was conscious of the threat of Lucius Malfoy. Harry used this to his advantage to aid Snape with far less harm than the professor clearly would have liked. He floated Snape up the stairs as the man twisted his body in an effort to fight the spell. Several choice insults and 3 staircases later, he gently lowered Snape onto his bed. 2 black, hate-filled eyes met his. "Get out." Harry turned from their fury and left Snape alone with his pain. He wasn't sure just what compelled him to return to the lab, much less to attempt to brew that same opiate-laced calming draft Snape had once given to him. He'd idly wondered whether he could find the instructions somewhere in Snape's lab. He was astonished when he actually happened upon them amidst a pile of papers. He took advantage of the fortuitous accident, and reflected as he brewed that it truly was similar to the calming drafts they made in second-year potions. Harry worked in silence, and somehow he found it easier than it ever had been at Hogwarts to perfect the potion. By the time he brought a vial of it up to Snape's room, he had no doubt it would work as intended. At first he thought the man was asleep, but Snape glanced up at him sourly when he drew closer to the bed. "Sir?" he asked tentatively. Snape's eyes lit upon the potion in his hand, and the displeasure on his face increased. "Where did you get that, Potter?" All too aware Snape wouldn't trust any potion Harry had brewed, he shrugged his shoulders. "I checked your stores, and I thought I recognized this. You must have overlooked it." Snape's eyes glittered darkly at him, and the man roughly took the vial from his grasp. He scrutinized the liquid intently in the half-light, shot Harry a dubious look, then swallowed it. A flicker of distaste ped over his expression before his features went slack. Harry was nearly overcome by the spiteful impulse to reveal just who had brewed the potion, but he readily dismissed the idea. He wasn't in potions CL anymore. It didn't matter that Snape would never acknowledge he had the slightest aptitude for the subject. Snape's grip eased up on the vial, and Harry quickly grabbed it before it fell. He watched his professor settle back onto the pillows, relaxed and seemingly content. He remembered with some envy the delightful haze that accompanied the opiate. He was just turning away when Snape spoke up from behind him. "Just what do you hope to gain from this, Potter?" Harry's brow furrowed, and he sent Snape a questioning look. "Sir." His professor pushed himself up onto his elbows, and was now appraising Harry through black eyes glittering with a strange intensity amidst the deathly pallor of his face. "I asked you what you hope to gain, Potter." Something in his expression and slurred voice made Harry's skin crawl with dread. "Putting me to bed, brewing me a potion." At Harry's startled look, a horrible smile crept over Snape's lips. "Yes, I can recognize my own stock, you foolish boy. What makes you think I want to gain anything from this?" Harry demanded, with that creeping sense of unease as something truly malignant stole into Snape's countenance. "The way I see it," hissed Snape, leaning imperceptibly closer to the boy, black eyes glittering cruelly, "you are either hoping to gratify your hero complex, in which case I suppose you're feeling quite smug you helped your poor, pitiful professor." "I wasn't," Harry began heatedly. "Or perhaps," Snape cocked his head, his gaze seeming to sear straight through Harry's skin, "those muggles left you so pathetically desperate for attention that you hope to win my affection with this." Snape's voice softened to a low, malevolent drawl laced with cruel amusement. "Isn't that right, Harry?" Harry felt anger and mortification creep through him. "I suppose," Snape pressed on speculatively, "those two possibilities aren't so mutually exclusive. Perhaps your ridiculous and destructive need to be everybody's hero is simply a guise so the rest of us won't perceive that worthless, unloved little boy who spent so many years in a cupboard. He's still right there under the surface. He has been all along, hasn't he? You were just hoping we wouldn't see him." Harry's cheeks were burning red. He clenched his fists tightly, as though he could will away the humiliation raging through him. "Rest assured, Harry." Snape leaned closer, his greasy hair casting his face in shadows. His eyes glittered into Harry with vicious intensity as he whispered, "I see you." Harry stared at him numbly. Snape slumped back against the pillows, the malevolent energy suddenly drained away from him. "Get out of here," he rasped. "Out, you sad, pathetic, little boy." Harry stared at him. The horrible emotions churning inside him all seemed to coalesce into a molten rage. "Next time, Snape," he promised softly, his voice shaking, "I'll leave you on the ground to rot." Snape's harsh, rasping chuckle followed him out of the room. Harry awoke, gasping for breath, feeling invisible fingers dancing over his abdomen. "Stop it," he cried out breathlessly between helpless peals of laughter, kicking at the sheets on his bed. Lucius Malfoy lounged carelessly in the doorway, watching with a smirk. "Not until I'm sufficiently urged you won't fall directly back to sleep." I won't, Harry promised desperately, trying to roll out of the bed. He quickly found himself tumbling onto his hands and knees on the carpet, but the relentless tickling found him doubled up with giggles, unable to spot his wand on the nightstand. "I don't know," Lucius said thoughtfully, the troubled expression on his face belied by his twinkling, gray eyes. "My son has been known to sleep like a baby right after this spell, and he doesn't slumber nearly as late as you apparently do." He glanced at the wall clock in a slow, infuriating manner that seemed to augment Harry's torment. "Yes, 11 o'clock. Can that be right? Why, it's nearly lunchtime, boy, and you're idling the day away in bed." The tickling was genuinely starting to hurt. "I'll wake up, I promise, Mr. Malfoy," Harry shouted, tears beginning to collect in his eyes. "Please, just take it off." Malfoy laughed richly. "Oh, very well, but only because you asked so nicely." Harry let out a small cry of relief when the invisible fingers disappeared. Rubbing his stomach, he gingerly rose to his feet. His eyes fell upon Lucius, still hovering in the doorway, two wands clutched in his hand. Harry's eyes widened. "That's not fair, you know. I had no chance to fight back." "Of course it's not fair. A relation of yours will be pleased to inform you I'm a right bastard," Lucius replied smoothly, tossing Harry's wand onto the bed. "Be down to the parlor post-haste. It looks like," he waggled his eyebrows, "we'll have our run of the house today." Lucius swept from the doorway, and Harry found himself smiling. He collected his wand, running his eyes down its unfamiliar length. Snape had insisted upon transfiguring its appearance, lest Lucius recognize it in lieu of Harry's face. Something morbid in Harry wondered just how this morning would have turned out had Lucius achioed his wand and discovered himself looking at Harry Potter's 11-inch phoenix feather and holly. The thought sobered him. The scene was suddenly a good deal less amusing. Whatever Lucius Malfoy's flaws, and there were many, the man genuinely loved his son. He was vain, arrogant, selfish, and literally an agent of evil, yet he was a decent father. At least, that was the impression Harry received from their discussion over brunch, which consisted of Malfoy making unfavorable comparisons between Snape and Malfoy manners, and Malfoy GGing about Draco's various accomplishments, half of which either he or his son had invented. Harry had no recollection of Draco ever bagging a house cup for Slytherin, scoring the highest owls in the CL, or taking the dark mark. Harry blurted out, shocked out of the listless stupor he'd slowly fallen into as Malfoy prattled on. Malfoy's eyes were locked onto his, gray and perceptive, and Harry suddenly found his heart in his throat, wondering if he should pretend not to understand what Malfoy had been talking about. "Yes," Lucius said quietly, a serpentine smile creeping across his lips. "The youngest Death Eater in 2 decades. After our dear Severus, of course." Harry swallowed convulsively, remembering Snape's strict instructions to feign ignorance. "You were aware Severus was a Death Eater, weren't you?" Lucius asked coyly, sipping his juice, never taking his eyes from Harry's face. "You seem to be an intelligent boy. Surely his harboring the fugitive Lucius Malfoy would have tipped you off." "Ah, common sense," Harry grabbed onto the excuse Lucius was offering him. Well, my parents. I guess they'd speculated about it. Harry found speaking difficult, his heart pounding as he tried to figure out just what he should say and what he shouldn't. And I heard about that, disgraceful talk about the ministry, about them putting you in Azkaban. So, he floundered for a moment, then asked gracelessly, how was that? Malfoy's eyes darkened, his hand curling into a fist on the table. Harry cursed himself for an idiot. He truly was every bit the fool Snape said he was. Azkaban, Lucius spat, glaring into the distance. That idiot Fudge. After everything I'd done to advance his career, he buckled under the slightest pressure. He took a deep, steadying breath. You can't know what it's like. Pray you never do. Torn from your home, your family, on a ridiculous pretense, condemned in an absurd farce of a trial. Harry felt himself grow angry at Malfoy dismissing the circumstances that brought about Sirius's demise as ridiculous, the trial proving his support of Voldemort a farce, but he schooled his features into neutrality. He'd noticed that even when Malfoy lost himself in his rants, he could pick up upon the slightest facial inflection in his companions. I haven't seen my son in 6 months, Malfoy complained bitterly. My wife has burned through half the Malfoy fortune already. He buried his forehead in his hands, knocking over his goblet with his elbow. It was only when the smell of alcohol filled the air that Harry realized it wasn't pumpkin juice the man had been drinking. My life is falling to pieces, and I am stuck here playing house with Severus. Harry reached over quietly to set the goblet back upright, and was just dabbing his napkin at the fire whiskey stain, considering a Scourgify charm for the wet tablecloth, when Malfoy's head shot back up. What on earth are you doing? He demanded, staring as though Harry were some bizarre animal. Harry paused, wondering if he'd done something wrong. Just cleaning the spilled drink. Leave it for the house elf, you silly boy, Malfoy snapped, waving Harry off as if irritated, though amusement crept back into his expression. Whatever maudlin thoughts had so quickly stolen his composure seemed to disintegrate as he derided Harry's umption of the role of house elf. One would think you weren't even wizard-born. Malfoy was still ranting, several minutes later as they strolled into the gardens. Harry had been feeling awkward and rather jumpy from the moment Malfoy had insisted upon leaving the house, and this last statement was like ice water washing down his back. Well, I am, he said lamely. Malfoy's eyes were on him again, that gaze he disliked for its intensity. You look like someone. An elegant finger pressed over pursed lips. Someone familiar. Gee, who could that be? Harry said sarcastically before he could stop himself. Malfoy chuckled, his eyes softening with what looked suspiciously like fondness. Oh, naturally, you look like Severus. But, suddenly Malfoy's fingers crept onto his chin, tilting Harry's head up and into the sunlight. Harry squinted against the bright onslaught of light, unable to see through watery eyes Malfoy's black silhouette looming above him. The man scrutinized him carefully for about half a minute. Someone else, Malfoy murmured. A face. I just can't place it. Harry felt strangely cold. He wasn't sure if Malfoy was thinking of the old Harry his eyes were the same or of his mother. The fingers slipped from his chin, and Lucius retreated to a comfortable distance. Harry heard him summoning a house elf and demanding a fresh decanter of fire whiskey. I've never been much of a drinker, Malfoy said when the house elf returned, as though trying to excuse himself. He gestured vaguely to the goblet. It's one of the few luxuries a good, pure-blooded lineage could obtain me in that place. I suppose I've discovered the virtues of a stiff drink. He scowled into the distance. One would think those guards had never even heard of the Malfoys. Forbidden visitors, indeed. How terrible, Harry said dryly, knowing Malfoy was waiting for the comment, yet unable to imbue it with the proper enthusiasm. It was. But, fortunately, that distasteful period of my life is over. Malfoy sighed, helping himself to a generous swig of his drink. Enough unpleasantness. Tell me about this person you wish to kill. Hurt, Harry corrected quickly. Details, boy, Malfoy said, turning to him with a salacious grin. Who is it? Those inhuman parents who foisted you upon Severus for the holiday. I'd certainly kill any relative who did that to me. A scornful lover, perhaps. Harry snorted. Kinship curses would not generally apply to anyone he'd consider taking for a lover. Just a woman, Harry said quietly, trying to stay as close to the truth as he could. She, She, hurt my father. I want her to pay. He glanced up nervously to see if Malfoy was buying it, and found the man staring down at him with an odd expression. Almost misty-eyed. You're avenging your father, he murmured softly. Harry shifted uneasily under that strange gaze. Yeah, that's the idea. Lucius Malfoy knelt swiftly down before him, bringing them to eye level. A large hand clasped Harry warmly on the shoulder. He's fortunate to have you for a son, Septimus, said Malfoy in a voice thick with emotion. And I'm pleased I can help you take your revenge. Despite the fact that the entire story was a complete lie, and despite Lucius's use of that ridiculous name Snape had given him, Harry felt oddly touched by the fact that the man seemed to genuinely mean what he was saying. As soon as Snape stirred groggily from his slumber, the wards alerted him to the fact that the boy was no longer in the house. The knowledge jolted him upright. His memories flickered back to the previous day, the unending agony of the Cruciatus. The Dark Lord had given him no explanation for it at the time, and the only reason his foggy mind had discerned for the punishment was that somehow they had discovered Harry Potter under his roof. As soon as he'd been released, and he'd flowed right back to Snape Manor, the wards he'd set in place alerted him to the fact that Lucius had broken the protections around the boy's room. Certain the boy was already dead, he'd rushed up the stairs to find Lucius and Harry chatting amiably over an ancient rune's text. The day had been awful, from the beginning until the end. Between his own son watching Lucius Malfoy get the best of him, and the humiliating position the boy discovered him in where he'd collapsed in the potions lab, it made Severus want to bury himself back under the sheets rather than face the ridicule he was sure to see on their faces. He could only imagine how amusing the boy had found the whole thing, seeing his hated professor suffer. How intensely delightful the whole thing had to be for him, and what a smug sense of superiority it must have given him, rubbing Snape's weaknesses in his face with that potion. But now Potter was out of the house. There could be any number of reasons for it. All Severus could contemplate, however, was the possibility that Malfoy had taken him outside to kill him without interference. Point me, he growled, shoving his wand into the air. It was with a strength he barely possessed that he made his way down the stairs and stumbled out into the gardens. He said something. He gave himself away. He's going to be killed. The thoughts died away when he found Lucius splayed casually in the GR, watching the boy who stood several feet away skipping pebbles across the pond. Lucius glanced up when the crunch of gravel revealed Snape's presence. The boy's shoulders stiffened, the back of his neck flushing red in the sunlight, but he otherwise gave no indication he'd heard. Good. He didn't want to face the little T. He just knew he'd see some smug, satisfied expression in the boy's eyes. Severus, Lucius said, smiling broadly. I thought you were going to sleep all day. Snape fought down his fury, remembering Malfoy's haughty triumph the day before. He felt slightly foolish for not having anticipated Lucius's move. He'd regarded their disagreement as minor, but Lucius clearly had sensed that it could escalate into something more severe, so he'd concocted some ridiculous story to put Severus in the Dark Lord's bad graces. If it was anything like the last time Lucius had pulled such a stunt, it was probably some tale of Severus making derogatory comments about the Dark Lord's judgment. Thanks to yesterday, any complaint Severus made about Lucius would seem like a petty attempt at vengeance. His unwanted house guest could now conduct himself with virtual impunity. Lucius knew well his weakened position in the ranks since losing his good name. The fact that he'd had to break himself out of prison alone would have alerted him to it. Without the vaunted Malfoy name or the Malfoy fortune, Lucius was not nearly the power broker and valuable resource he had once been. Perhaps Lucius had moved preemptively, in the belief that Severus would exploit that weakness. Well, he probably would have. He would have enjoyed the chance to lord over Lucius Malfoy. But Lucius had anticipated it, and now Severus was in the disadvantaged position. He was now the servant out of the Dark Lord's favor. You know, Snape said softly to Malfoy, trying to keep the words from the boy's prying ears. I woke up feeling quite refreshed this morning. He sat down next to Lucius, lest he fall down and prove his statement false. I wonder if our master wasn't rather half-hearted in his reprimand. Malfoy smiled thinly. I'll be sure to mention it to him. Oh, he hated Lucius. What are you doing out here? Snape whispered. Don't tell me an adolescent boy is your new diversion. He gestured at the oblivious Harry, now enraptured by some ducks drifting across the water. A thin eyebrow rose. Never fear. I still appreciate your sterling presence, Severus. Snape scowled. He was not to leave his room. I was not to enter his room, Lucius countered softly. And I haven't. He came out to me. Snape peered at him suspiciously. He disliked Malfoy's interest in Potter. He disliked it intensely. What are you planning? An enigmatic look appeared on Lucius's face. Why, nothing, Severus. Believe it or not, I'm quite bored, and he is good company. He must have seen something in Snape's expression that gave away his unease, because Lucius suddenly looked rather gleeful. Does it bother you so much? No, Snape growled, turning away, glaring at Potter now. What in the hell was the boy thinking, coming out here with Lucius Malfoy? He felt the weight of Lucius's amused gaze for a long moment, then Malfoy swept gracefully to his feet. Septimus. Harry did not react to the name at all. Severus tensed, considering a variety of spells he could cast silently to alert the boy to the fact that the other man was calling his fake name, but when Malfoy again said, in a sterner voice, Septimus, Harry started, and quickly whipped around. The dark-haired boy looked at Malfoy questioningly, and as Snape looked on, rather unnerved, Malfoy waved his wand and conjured a small loaf of bread. For your ducks, Malfoy said, smiling benignly, tossing the loaf into the boy's arms. Harry stared at the man in surprise, looking between Malfoy and the bread in his arms. Really, had no one ever let him? Just throw some in the water, boy, Malfoy said impatiently. They'll come to you. Snape realized suddenly that of course no one had done this for the boy before. The Muggles had probably never indulged his interest in anything, much less in some ducks on a pond. Snape shook off the thought, and noticed incredulously the tentative smile Harry offered Lucius Malfoy before he turned his attention back to the ducks. Snape turned his suspicious glare back to Malfoy, somewhat disturbed to see Malfoy smiling as he watched the boy feed the ducks. Lucius noticed Snape watching him, and sent him a challenging look. Tell me, Lucius, Snape drawled as Malfoy returned to his spot on the GR. Are you using the boy to attain some mastery over me, or are you indicating in this aggressive manner that you still wish to see your son? I've informed you already that Draco has no discretion. I know that, Lucius replied snappishly. He would gee about your escape in front of Potter and his Gryffindor friends, Snape continued ruthlessly. The Gryffindors would tell the headmaster, the ministry would administer Veritaserum, and I would be arrested. Neither that old codger, nor the Dark Lord will be willing to save me should I be ejected from my teaching job and clapped into Azkaban. I know, Lucius barked. He glared at Snape, genuinely angry. I can wait, I've told you that. He folded his arms over his, and couldn't resist saying bitterly, amazing how a man of your resourcefulness can think of no other means by which I might visit my family. Snape smirked. Yes, I know how dearly you'd like to see your wife right now. Would it be the Cruciatus, or an outright killing curse? Lucius smiled at him prettily. More like flowers and chocolate. Not all of us, Severus, have such casual malice towards our own kin. Snape froze, thinking for one horrific moment that Lucius was referring to Harry, that Lucius had figured it out. Then sense took over, and he realized that Lucius had been thinking back to Severus's father. But the slip had been just enough. He noticed Lucius now scrutinizing him, gray eyes glittering in intent. I should update you on Draco's progress in potions, Snape said casually, ignoring the other man's scrutiny and carefully occluding his mind, lest any emotion manifest itself on his face. The whole time, Lucius Malfoy watched him with renewed interest. Snape received a fire call from Dumbledore later in the afternoon. Harry's heart picked up a beat as the man's black robes disappeared from sight. Snape had informed him the night of Lucius's arrival that they would leave as soon as Dumbledore could confirm that Voldemort was not monitoring the Flow network. The boy was not certain whether the end of his time at Snape's house would be good news or bad. Obviously it would be a pleasure to escape the greasy Git's company. Even spending the last 6 days of vacation alone in Gryffindor Tower would be an improvement over this. Yet he couldn't help but regret the possibility of leaving before trying out one of the curses he intended for Bellatrix. Lucius Malfoy was a decent teacher, as well as a convenient guinea pig. The man certainly deserved a good hex for fathering Draco, if not for trying to kill Ginny, Ising Dobby, and helping to murder Sirius. On the other hand, it would be good to leave, because Harry found himself rather liking the man. Was it the contrast between his father's treatment of him and Lucius Malfoy's that simply made Malfoy suddenly seem like a decent man? Or had Azkaban genuinely changed him for the better? He pondered the troubling thought until Snape was out of sight. Malfoy then smiled winningly, and gestured for Harry to stretch out on the GR beside him. Quietly, he whispered to the boy about the Infravesco Sanguis curse. Infravesco Sanguis, Harry murmured, trying to remember just what that one was. Malfoy glanced over at him through cold gray eyes that stood starkly from his now gaunt face. It's a blood-boiling curse. One of the variations, at least. Harry swallowed hard. He'd read about that one. It really sounded quite harsh. Oh, come now, boy, Lucius chided gently. It's actually quite delicious to watch, really. If it helps you with your squeamishness, I'll assure you that it does not literally boil one's blood, the pain receptors merely react as though it does. So, excruciating agony, Harry said blandly, trying to picture casting this on Malfoy, and faltering at the image. I don't know. Malfoy looked severely displeased, and Harry felt an absurd twinge of worry at the disappointment in his eyes. It's not that I don't like the idea, Harry said quickly. It's just that, well, it seems like you hurt them and then it's over. No damage done. I guess maybe I'd want something a little more lasting. The statement seemed to gratify Malfoy, and Harry found himself far too pleased with the pride in the man's expression. That's my boy, Malfoy whispered softly, smiling. Something slightly more malignant, shall we say. He rolled over onto his back, gazing thoughtfully into the sky rapidly fading into early evening. A pity I can't teach you the Cruciatus curse. Harry caught his breath. Severus would surely murder me while I slept for bringing the ministry down on his head, Malfoy said, glancing over in the direction where Snape had departed for the house. And it does take a certain. His eyes found Harry again, lingering on him heavily, disposition to pull off such a curse. Harry disliked the way the man's gaze rested upon him, and he threaded his fingers in the GR, curling them into fists and tearing several blades from the earth. Perhaps you don't have it, Lucius continued. But I must admit, Septimus, your relation to Severus, and the fact that you were reading a book of dark curses, amusement stole into his voice, as well as plotting vengeance when first I spoke to you yesterday, leads me to think you just might. Harry hesitated. Well, boy, Malfoy demanded tersely. I don't want to go to Azkaban, he whispered, fumbling for some excuse for what Lucius clearly perceived as an inadequacy. He then winced, realizing what he'd said. A legitimate fear, Lucius acknowledged, sensing Harry's discomfort. He chuckled mirthlessly. If a Malfoy can be sent there, I suppose anyone can. He rolled easily back onto his side, facing Harry again, so the boy could feel his breath tickling over his cheek. But I assure you, he purred softly. You need not fear Azkaban for much longer. The Dark Lord will prevail, and then none of our ilk will see the insides of those accursed walls ever again. I've tried to before, Harry confessed, unsettled by the gray eyes boring into his from a scant few inches distance. The Cruciatus curse, I mean. And it didn't work. Harry closed his eyes. He swore he could still see those enticing, soulless gray eyes even through his lids. I was angry, but I couldn't. Shish. Lucius's fingers threaded themselves parentally through his hair, and Harry found the gesture oddly comforting. Even though the man was consoling him on his failure to execute a curse, it still made him sick to remember he'd even attempted. Very few succeed on their first try, Lucius murmured. It took me 2 months of practice on the house elves before I could make a man scream. Coldness seeped through Harry, and he kept his eyes determinedly shut. Goosebumps prickled down his spine as he fully comprehended that he was discussing the Cruciatus curse with one of his worst enemies. How easy it had been over the course of the day, as Malfoy sought a confidant in him, as Malfoy saw a boy to indulge in him, as Malfoy stood up to Snape for him, to forget that this man was a ruthless killer who would murder Harry in an instant, were he somehow to see the scar on his forehead through Snape's glamour. He should return to the house and get away from Lucius. But Snape was in the house. Harry's thoughts involuntarily turned back to the night before, to Snape's vitriol. I suppose you're feeling quite smug you helped your poor, pitiful professor. Perhaps those muggles left you so pathetically desperate for attention that you hoped to win my affection with this. Out you sad, pathetic, little boy. He couldn't bear to face Snape after the humiliating words. Harry opened his eyes, feeling Lucius's hand still resting comfortingly on top of his head, seeing those gray eyes filled with such understanding, and such evil. Am I really, pathetically desperate for attention? Harry wondered, thinking of the odd, childish delight he'd felt earlier when Malfoy had given him some bread to feed the ducks. Honestly, he could have conjured it himself. He just hadn't thought to do so. And Malfoy had looked so pleased when he'd declared he was avenging his father. Harry had been thinking of Sirius, the closest thing to a father Harry had ever had. In all likelihood, the man had been hoping for some similar gesture on Draco's part. Lucius had probably looked misty-eyed, thinking longingly of Draco avenging him by punishing Harry. It now seemed unbelievable to him that a few moments earlier, he'd exaggerated his own evil just to win a look of approval from Malfoy. Oh, he was pathetic. It was humiliating to realize Snape had been right. What in the hell was wrong with him, that he was stretched out here on the GR next to Lucius Malfoy, exchanging secrets as though the man were a friend? Malfoy was out to kill him. He should be out to destroy Malfoy. And he'd be damned if he'd forget it again. On second thought, Harry heard himself say, "Tell me about that blood-boiling curse." The Dark Lord had discovered somehow that Potter had left school grounds. The headmaster was certain of it, because the webs of spells the Aurors had unearthed throughout the Flow network were of a sophistication and design that could only be constructed by a wizard of exceptional ability. The moment Harry enters the network, Voldemort will sense him, Dumbledore informed Snape as soon as they switched from the fireplace to the more confidential mirror exchange. "I'm afraid you'll have to tiptoe around Lucius Malfoy, at least for a few more days." Snape scowled, and glared determinedly at the desk instead of meeting Dumbledore's eyes. "I suppose this is the point you remind me that you believed this entire visit to be a bad idea in the first place." Dumbledore gazed at him for a long, silent moment. "No, Severus," he finally admitted. "I think perhaps you were in the right. It was high time that all of our secrets were unveiled, including this one, especially this one." "Yes, secrets," Snape sneered. He turned his scathing glare to Dumbledore. "We have far too many of those, don't we? Have I told you yet that the boy shrunk when I removed the glamour? He literally shrunk several inches because those muggles neglected to feed him." Dumbledore's eyes flickered sadly, but he looked unsurprised. "How could you have let that happen?" Snape demanded, feeling a prickle of anger at the man's lack of reaction. "How could you designate me an unsuitable parent and send him home to that?" When Dumbledore did not immediately answer, Severus pressed on viciously. "He slept in a cupboard. They imprisoned him for weeks on end." "I know all of this, Severus," Dumbledore said regretfully, pinching the bridge of his nose. "You can tell me nothing new. Then explain it to me." Snape cried. "Why was I so much worse than those wretched muggles? Do you truly loathe me so much?" "I don't. You hate me." Snape suddenly felt like that shattered sixth year, railing at the headmaster again. "You always have. Pathetic, miserable Snivelus. Get a hold of yourself, Severus." Dumbledore roared. Snape felt an immediate wave of disgust at the self-pitying words that had been coming from his lips. Shame crashed over him, and he glared at Dumbledore lest the man perceive the emotions raging through him. "Get a hold of yourself," Dumbledore repeated, quietly. "There is a time and a place to discuss these matters, Severus, and this is not it." Snape closed his eyes. His head was throbbing with a fresh headache. "Disregard those words. I am stressed by recent events." His eyes slipped open again. "The boy is outside right now with Lucius Malfoy." Alarm ped over Dumbledore's expression. "Is it wise to leave them alone together? Potter has a certain amount of discretion." "Oh," that burned him to say. "I don't have any immediate excuse for keeping them apart, and Lucius seems to have taken a liking to the boy." Dumbledore frowned. Severus could tell the headmaster didn't care for the news any more than he did. "I am hoping he merely longs for his son," Snape continued, scowling. "However, there's a possibility he's thinking of using the boy against me." "You're certain it's so straightforward?" Dumbledore asked, still troubled. Snape understood the implication. It hadn't occurred to him that Lucius might have a sordid interest in the boy. "I'm certain," he stated confidently. He knew Lucius. The man enjoyed a pure-blooded woman, not boys his son's age. "Very well then. Keep an eye on the situation, Severus." Snape nodded sharply, and moved to terminate the connection on his end of the mirror. "Severus," Snape paused, and glanced at Dumbledore in some trepidation. I wasn't aware of the extent of Harry's mistreatment until he arrived at Hogwarts, Dumbledore confessed. If I had, it might have been different. It's too late now to change the past. His clear, blue eyes flitted up to Snape's. As for the other issue, Severus, he continued softly, I believe you already know the answers to them. Do I loathe you? Do I think so little of you? You saw the pensieve. Do you need to hear it from my lips? Will that make it real for you? Snape drew in a sharp breath to deny it, but Dumbledore raised an aged hand to forestall him. I respect you as a man, and as a wizard, Dumbledore said sincerely. And whether you're willing to believe it or not, I care for you deeply. Whatever choices, or mistakes I've made, they were never because I thought little of you. If anything, Severus, I wanted to save you, from a responsibility you weren't yet ready to handle, and perhaps, to some extent, from yourself. You might even say, Severus, that although I perhaps went about it the wrong way, I hope to protect you as a father might his son. Snape felt an unpleasant emotion churn in his gut. With a sharp wave of his wand, he broke the connection. The headmaster's visage faded from the mirror, and Snape was left staring at himself. His assertion that Lucius Malfoy's fondness for Harry was entirely innocent was rather shaken when he emerged outside to discover them lying inches from each other, Malfoy running a gentle hand through the boy's hair. The sight shook him tremendously, and Snape even found himself retreating an appalled step. It couldn't be. Lucius couldn't be. Malfoy's gray eyes found him suddenly over Harry's shoulder, scrutinizing Snape's pale face for a long moment before a smirk curled across his lips. His eyes were glittering with that rekindled flame of interest. Pointedly, his elegant hand strayed from the boy's hair, to his neck, to the extent that Harry himself seemed to sense the change and withdrew from the man's reach. Snape retreated. Potter hadn't seen him. He was probably entirely unaware of the silent exchange between Lucius and Severus. Lucius had noticed Snape's reaction to the perceived intimacy. The damage was done. He knew the man would use it against him now. Severus crossed his arms, pondering just how to extricate the boy from Lucius's grasp without openly demanding Potter return to the house. He knew he'd roused Lucius's interest earlier, reacting to the man's comment about Cain, and any indication he felt some sort of overt concern for the boy which he truly did not would merely stoke Lucius's dangerous curiosity. 5 minutes later found him casting a sleeping spell on Lucius and a cooling charm on Potter. He watched as Harry folded scrawny arms over his, shivering violently. The boy cast several glances at Lucius, who had now been lulled into a heavy doze. He watched Potter say something to Lucius, and wait for an answer that never came. Instead of surrendering to the inevitable and returning back indoors, Harry cast a dubious glance at the house, then curled his legs up against his in a futile attempt to gather more warmth. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Snape grumbled, pulling out his wand, certain Lucius was sound asleep. Silencio. He didn't need the boy to let out of a startled cry. Accio Harry. Potter looked positively shocked when an invisible force suddenly propelled him from his spot next to the slumbering Malfoy and hurtled him through the air. He collided with Snape just inside the doorway. Severus caught the shivering form, nearly stumbling backwards from the impact. He ignored the startled green eyes that flew to his, and the objection unheard on the boy's muted lips. By the time he hauled the half-frozen form into the warmth of the parlor, and tossed him into a seat, the boy was seething with fury. The headmaster has informed me we will have to wait a little longer before returning you to the school, Snape told him as he waved his wand to undo the silencing and cooling charms. As expected, the change of subject seemed to immediately blunt the boy's anger at Snape's rough handling. How long? Harry asked intently. 2 days, maybe 3, Snape said carelessly, waiting for the dismay to steal into the boy's expression. He was disconcerted when it did not. It depends upon how long it takes to dismantle the Dark Lord's spells across the flow network. Can't we just fly on our brooms, or something? Harry asked. You refereed that Quidditch match first year, I know you can fly. We're nowhere near Hogwarts, Potter, Snape informed him. In fact, we're nowhere near Scotland at the moment. At the boy's surprised look, Snape sneered, I suppose you thought the tolerable climate outside was simply an anomaly. I thought you'd charmed your garden, Harry replied. He rubbed his hands over his arms. I guess you cast a cooling charm on me. Snape raised an eyebrow, surprised the boy had figured it out. "You could have just told me you wanted me inside," Harry said snidely. An alert Malfoy. "I think not." Harry glanced at him keenly. "You're really afraid of him, aren't you?" "I'm not afraid of him, Potter," Snape retorted. His black eyes narrowed. "But you would be wise to learn some caution. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were pleased to be staying. Do you wish to spend more time with Draco's father?" "No," Harry replied shortly, rising to his feet and attempting to bypass Snape. Snape's fingers grasped his arm. "Have you any idea the dangerous ground you are treading on?" he hissed. "Draco Malfoy is a sadistic little bastard. Do you know how he got that way?" "Inbreeding," Harry suggested flippantly. "No," Snape growled, although it was true, a little bit. "Narcissa and Lucius were cousins. It is because of that man. Malfoy may smile at you and indulge your immature impulses, but he is a cruel and sadistic monster, Potter. The only reason he is bothering with you is because Azkaban shook him to the core, and it makes him feel comfortable to play the father again. You are nothing more than a substitute for him, at best, an instrument in his schemes at worst." Quote, or at least Severus hoped. Harry smirked. "Well, between Malfoy gratifying his need to be a father, and me gratifying my hero complex, I guess we're all pretty happy with this arrangement, aren't we? Let me go. I've warned you, Potter," Snape said coldly, releasing the boy. "Do not be a fool." "You always think I'm a fool," Harry retorted hatefully. For a moment, Snape was startled by the sheer hostility in the boy's eyes. With a dirty parting look, Harry fled the parlor. A somewhat disgruntled Lucius Malfoy returned to the house that night, quite disconcerted he'd fallen asleep outside like some farm animal, and he beckoned for Harry to follow him to his chamber. He spent 20 minutes or so explaining to the boy just how to shed his own blood in order to begin the Infravesco Sanguis curse. "Because of your shared lineage," Lucius told him for the third time, "your blood will contain the properties necessary for the spell to reach her through her blood." "Right, I think I have it," Harry stated crisply. He was eager to leave the room before Snape found out he was with Malfoy again. He might ask questions, after all, about what they were doing, and Snape always seemed to detect a lie. He somehow knew Snape wouldn't be as thrilled about Harry cursing a fellow wizard as he had been at the prospect of Harry cursing the Dursleys. "Is that all for tonight?" Harry inquired, rising to his feet, stifling a fake yawn. "I'm a bit tired." Lucius cocked his head to the side, watching the boy oddly. "Severus does not trust me," he stated abruptly. "Oh." Harry wasn't sure just what to say. "Do you trust me?" Malfoy asked the boy bluntly. Harry stared at him, uncertain where this was going. Yes," he offered cautiously. Lucius smiled in satisfaction. "Good." The man glanced at the closed door, then back to Harry. Imperio. A wonderful, floating sensation descended upon Harry, the fears and anxieties of the last weeks evaporating from his consciousness. The command filled his mind. "Sit down." His body automatically moved to obey, sinking into a chair, although another voice, his own voice, penetrated the blank euphoria of his mind. "Fight this," it urged. The command again. "Sit down." He could fight the Imperious Curse. He didn't need to obey, yet some instinct screamed at him not to resist the voice. "It can't hurt to sit," he reasoned, still holding out against the hazy urge to surrender to the will of another. "Just sit." When Harry found himself sitting, the noxious tendrils of the spell crept from his mind, and Lucius retreated several steps, looking at him appraising Ly. Harry's mind was slowly returning to his control, and it dawned on him in some shock that Lucius had actually used the Imperious Curse on him right under Snape's nose. He wondered how he should react under Lucius's intense scrutiny. He was thankful for whatever instinct had curtailed his resistance. It would have raised questions, had Malfoy perceived him to be resistant to the Imperious Curse, yet he was utterly confused as to why Malfoy had cast it in the first place. "If he'd simply asked me to sit, I would have sat," Harry thought bewilderedly. He finally met Lucius's eyes, gazing at the man blankly for a long moment. He wasn't sure just how he should be reacting, so he did not. A satisfied glint crept into Malfoy's eyes when the man perceived the boy was not going to confront him about taking control of his mind for those fleeting seconds. Perhaps he believed Harry unaware of what he'd done. Or perhaps this had to do with that trust Lucius had asked him about. Lucius's wand suddenly emitted a faint trickle of violet sparks. The man's attention was caught by them, and he looked back up at Harry with even greater satisfaction in his countenance. "You may go now," Malfoy said smoothly, gesturing with a sardonic nod of his head towards the door. Still confused, Harry nodded shakily and slipped back out into the hallway. He did not notice that Snape had just ascended the staircase at the other end of the hallway. The professor stood, staring, utterly stunned, at the boy who had just emerged from Lucius's bedroom. Harry also missed the smirk Malfoy sent Snape's way before shutting his door. Harry awoke the next morning to the unpleasant sight of Snape's grim face hovering above his. He jolted upright, whipping his hand out to retrieve his glees. The world snapped into focus, revealing Snape's wand pointed straight at Harry's nose, and a predatory expression glittering in the man's black eyes. "What the hell are you doing?" Harry sputtered. He couldn't believe his professor would actually hex him. "Manners, Potter." Snape raised a cool eyebrow, and tucked his wand away. "I was checking you for a confundus curse." Wonderful. It was just like Snape to accuse him of being confunded simply because he made decisions for himself. "And?" Harry challenged. Snape's black eyes narrowed. "I am sorry to say your idiotic behavior stems solely from a lack of intelligence. It seems I was too optimistic in hoping otherwise." Harry was reminded again why he so fervently hated Snape. "Well, if you don't mind," he snarled, "those of us who lack intelligence need sleep, too. So leave me alone." With that, he buried himself back in the covers and determinedly waited for Snape's footsteps to retreat. Unsurprisingly, the man crossed his arms and stubbornly remained in place. "Since a simple finite incantatem won't cure you of this madness as I'd hoped," said Snape sternly, "I believe it is high time we had a more extensive discussion of your conduct." "Go ahead and talk, then," Harry said, smirking. "I'll just close my eyes here, but I'm listening. Honest." With an angry noise, Snape yanked the covers from Harry's body, stealing the warmth from the bed. "Very well. No discussion," Snape snarled. "It occurs to me, Potter, that we've grossly neglected your occlumency lessons." Harry's eyes snapped open. "You've got to be kidding." Legilimens. Harry was standing before Lucius in the corridor. "You'll meet the same sticky end as your parents one of these days, Harry Potter." They were meddlesome fools, too. Voldemort was casting the Cruciatus curse on him. Lucius Malfoy's jeering voice rose from the crowd of Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy's wand pressed hard into his ribs. "The prophecy, give me the prophecy, Potter." He felt Snape pressing on his mind, pushing further, calling various images of Lucius to mind, wrenching them from his thoughts. Lucius was lunging at Harry in the corridor. Lucius was standing next to Fudge in the Ministry of Magic. "Quite astonishing, the way you continue to wriggle out of very tight holes," he commented coldly. Slike. In fact, Harry was alarmed to see Lucius Malfoy appear in the doorway to his bedchamber. Dobby was gesturing towards Riddle's diary and towards Lucius, then hitting himself on the head. Gritting his teeth under the fury of the attack, Harry lashed out with the only weapon available. He kicked Snape in the ribs. Though delivered from a poor angle and not particularly hard, the blow was enough to break the man's concentration and dissolve the spell. Harry glared at him, gasping for breath, watching Snape do the same. It was rather odd to find himself completely dispionate, and merely disgusted at his professor's conduct. So Snape had his mind. This was hardly the first time. He clenched and unclenched his hands on the bedsheet, remembering how Snape had wrenched Harry's memory of Tonks right from his inn. It felt just the same as this one, he realized, thinking of the tendrils of Snape's spell crawling through his thoughts, looking for Lucius, Lucius, Lucius. "You were searching for something," Harry accused him, shoving aside the last of the covers to scramble over to the opposite side of the bed. "What was it?" "I intended," whispered Snape harshly, "to remind you that Lucius Malfoy is your foe. He will cheerfully eviscerate you and bring your broken body to his master. You have clearly forgotten this." "No, no," Harry said breathlessly, narrowing his eyes. "You were searching through my memories. You were looking for something." "What?" He wanted to throw something at Snape, to break the stony, dispionate expression that told him nothing. The only object in reach, however, was a pillow, and that would both fail to hurt the man, as well as make Harry seem even more childish and immature in Snape's eyes than he already did. Snape's black eyes bore searchingly into his for a drawn-out moment, then the man made as if to speak. The bedroom door burst open, dissolving wards and silencing charms. Snape rolled his eyes skyward as Lucius called, "Oi, Severus." "Lucius," he said, seething with irritation as he whirled to confront the figure in the doorway. "I thought we'd agreed you were not to enter this room." "And I have abided by that agreement," Lucius replied mildly, with an infuriating smile. His bathrobe was half open over his gaunt, and his hair was tousled with leisurely unconcern over his shoulders. "As you see, I am merely in the doorway." As if to punctuate his statement, Lucius lounged against the doorframe theatrically. Snape shot Harry an accusing glare that plunged the boy in fresh confusion before he whirled back to face Lucius. "Just what are you doing here?" Harry noticed a barely perceptible flutter of Lucius's lashes. "I'm simply rousing our sleepy young friend over there." Lucius's smile was positively wicked, and Snape's face seemed to take on the color of sour milk. "Awake there, Septimus." Harry admired Lucius's ability to instantly strip away Snape's composure. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy," he said. Snape was now glaring at him again, so Harry shot Lucius a smile he knew would infuriate the potion's master. "Wide awake." "I disagree. You're clearly still tired," Snape cut in, drawing closer, obscuring Lucius from view. "Go back to sleep." It was more an order than a request, and Harry bristled at hearing it. "I'm fine," he said mutinously, refraining from pointing out that Snape himself had awoken him. "You look tired," insisted Snape firmly, the look in his eyes again ordering Harry to obey. "Go to sleep." "The boy looks fine to me," Lucius drawled from the doorway. "Come take tea with me in the parlor, Septimus." Harry glanced back and forth between these two men who demanded entirely different actions of him. The polished would kill him if he had half the chance, and the dark, greasy professor would grudgingly preserve his life, however much he resented doing so. And he certainly resented it. If there was anything Harry was familiar with, it was resentment. A lifetime of people who hated him for his very existence, who made it clear how much they suffered in putting up with him, had well acquainted him with that terrible emotion. An image of the Dursleys flashed through his head. Harry smiled poisonously at Snape, then nodded to Lucius. "That sounds terrific, Mr. Malfoy. I'll be down in 5 minutes." Lucius smirked at his victory, and sauntered out into the hallway. Snape lingered, glaring speechlessly at Harry. It was only when he continued to glare rather than to speak that Harry realized Lucius was still loitering only several feet from the door, in easy hearing range. Snape was obviously aware of it. Well, he'd be damned if he wouldn't take advantage of Snape's inability to rage at him in front of their eavesdropper. "Do you mind?" Harry asked testily. "I want to get dressed." He grabbed his trousers from where they lay slung over a chair, and directed a challenging look at Snape. Black eyes narrowed into lethal slits. "Remember what I said yesterday," whispered Snape in a barely audible voice. "Do not play the fool simply because you resent me." Harry shot him a disdainful look. "Not everything's about you, Snape." Snape seemed positively manic once they were downstairs. His sharp black eyes shot from Lucius to Harry, following every action, observing the movements of their hands and lips with a relentless scrutiny that made Harry feel distinctly uncomfortable. It was almost as though his skin was being stripped from his bones by the intensity of the man's gaze. Lucius, however, took it all in stride, and even seemed to enjoy the attention. Harry began to notice, on the second cup of tea, that although Lucius's gaze was fixed on the boy, he was actually watching Snape. There was a negligent tilt to his head, a slight quirk to his lips, that showed he was as aware of Snape as Snape currently was of him. Though Harry seemed to be the object of his interest, it was Snape he was truly observing. Very odd. The boy was well aware of some sort of power struggle going on between the two men, but he had even less insight into the workings of Malfoy's mind than he did into Snape's, and that was saying a lot. He really couldn't say just what game Malfoy was playing with Snape. Clearly Harry played some role in it, but if he hoped to rattle Snape by winning the confidence of Snape's distant nephew, Harry doubted the man would encounter any success. Snape didn't care enough about him to worry about who Harry liked. But then, what was it? Why was Snape acting like this? Had Lucius said something, done something? Did Snape know Lucius had cast an unforgivable under his roof? Lucius seemed as startled as Harry when Snape, after slipping from the room for some unnamed reason, suddenly swept back into the parlor and gestured with a violent sweep of his hand for Harry to rise. "Septimus, fetch your coat." Harry cringed, and glanced at him questioningly. "Sir, we have to retrieve a batch of nightshade herbs," Snape announced coldly. "They sprout one day a year, and today is that day. I require your eye stance. Can't you send someone else?" Lucius complained. Snape gave him a disdainful look. "I would never trust another to handle such a rare and delicate potions component." Lucius's brow furrowed. He looked affronted. "You must go. You cannot simply purchase this herb." His tone became disdainful. "Surely your family fortune gives you some latitude. Or are the rumors true about old Severus Septimus and his proclivities squandering the family wealth?" Lucius's eyes were glinting smugly, as though he were certain of a victory with those words. "No, it cannot be purchased," Snape replied condescendingly, entirely unmoved by Lucius's attempts to ruffle him. "I would not expect one of your potion's aptitude to know this, but it is a very rare and potent substance, the basis for several of the most powerful emotive concoctions. Septimus, coat, now, and Lucius." Snape smiled viciously. "I would take you, but I fear for what might happen, should you leave the protective boundaries of the manor. You'll have to remain behind." Harry knew Snape disliked Lucius, especially after the incident a few nights earlier, but it surprised him that Snape was willing to endure his presence merely to deprive Lucius of it. "Oh," Snape added with mock compion, "and I'm afraid this task will probably take an entire day. I trust you can entertain yourself in our absence." Lucius glowered at him. His voice was calm. "But of course, Severus." When Snape shot him another dark glare, Harry reluctantly dragged himself upstairs to fetch his coat. After Lucius's baffling use of the imperious curse the night before, he supposed he should be grateful for a legitimate excuse to escape Lucius's confusing influence, but he didn't particularly look forward to going anywhere with Snape. Suddenly, an odd sensation roiled through his stomach. At first, it struck the boy as dread, but it shifted into something physical and rather unpleasant. Harry shrugged it off and swiftly buttoned up the coat before proceeding down the stairs. Snape was waiting, the dark arms of his robes crossed, a look of thinly suppressed triumph lingering about him upon seeing the unwilling Harry alight the stairs. He shot Lucius a look of cold challenge, then Harry a dark look that promised a thoroughly unpleasant afternoon. Still reclining comfortably in the parlor, Lucius seemed to be enduring Snape's triumph impassively. He only glanced at Harry as the boy reluctantly dragged his feet over to Snape's side. Then Lucius looked at the boy again, catching Harry's eye. He felt the faintest note of alarm at detecting an oddly expectant look in Lucius's gray eyes. And then it hit him. His stomach leapt up into his throat, his entire body overcome with the horrendous sensation of overpowering nausea just as an invisible hammer seemed to pound him directly on the head. Harry let out a feint, and the world dissolved around him. His first flash of awareness came when he was crouched on Snape's floor, heaving up the contents of his stomach, frenzied voices echoing somewhere in the background. Cold, skillful fingers manipulated his jaw open. A GL vial tipped against his lips, something tangy creeping down his throat. A voice urged him to swallow it, and he complied, straining against what seemed like a thick lump lodged in his throat. Moments later, he tasted the potion again as it came back up. Another potion, then another. The voice sounded frustrated. "Just one more attempt. This should do it. You throw this one up, boy, and you will personally refurbish my carpets." Understand. It was no use. He found himself coughing out the last droplets of the potion over the carpets, as someone sighed above him. Only a few minutes had passed. He knew that somehow. His entire body was shaking violently, beyond his control. Strong arms clamped around him to steady his trembling, pinning him in place where he threatened to collapse back onto the rug and into his own vomit. Harry noticed vaguely that he'd been sick over one of Snape's finer Persian rugs. "He's going to kill me," he thought. He then felt his stomach lurch unpleasantly again. A whirl of nausea overcame him again, and he collapsed under the strength of it. Harry came to awareness, shivering violently, sprawled across a couch. He leaned instinctively towards the hastily transfigured bucket and retched. Arms supported him from tumbling off the couch. In the periphery of his vision, a robe swished by, on the far side of the room. Harry leaned his head helplessly against the arms holding him in place, the world swirling and teetering about him. "Is it your scar?" asked an almost imperceptible voice next to his ear. Harry shook his head weakly. The movement sent the world jolting violently, a terrible pain bursting through his head. He ed miserably. The voice again, much louder. Did you remember ingesting anything unusual? You're licking your lips. Are you thirsty? Do you need water? Oh, for Merlin's sake, Severus, said a smooth, exasperated voice from the figure across the room. Have you never taken care of a sick person? He'll just throw it back up. It's best to let the nausea pee. You've already seen that your potions won't help. Harry felt nausea creep back, and he made a feeble movement towards the bucket. The arms lifted him just enough, tilting him over the waiting container. He wanted to mumble his thanks, but instead he dry-retched until all ideas but ping out and escaping this agony were banished from his mind. Why don't you call a healer? Lucius asked lightly. Because, Snape snarled, his grip tightening upon the boy in his anger. You are here. Your delightful presence in my house prevents my attracting any attention to it, even if I have an adolescent who has taken violently ill. Well, you'd best do something, suggested Lucius's supercilious tones. You need to foist him off upon someone. Your herbs surely are withering out there. Harry heard Snape's sharp intake of breath, as though he'd suddenly caught on to some game. His grip on Harry tightened enough for the boy to protest, but Snape didn't seem to hear it. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Snape breathed. In fact, his wand was suddenly waving in Harry's face. Finite incantatem. Harry still felt ill. He let his eyes slip closed. He wished Snape would release him. The arms that had previously supported were becoming stifling and overheated, like warm blankets smothering his sides. You did something, didn't you? Snape demanded loudly, too loudly. It made Harry's head throb. Whatever are you going on about? Came Lucius's amused voice. Harry heard Snape incant another spell. Revealo potion. Some names floated in the air, that even in Harry's half-delirious state he recognized from his visits to the hospital wing. Nothing that would cause this illness, he hummed. Oh, he felt awful. He slumped back against the supporting arms, too far gone to care that it was Snape holding him. You will find nothing because I did nothing, Lucius replied. He sounded amused. And I am certain your herbs are going to waste. Leave me to care for the boy. Merlin knows I have plenty of experience. Draco always was a sickly child. Snape's fists balled in frustration. Harry could practically feel the man glaring at Lucius. Do you take me for a fool? No, Lucius replied, with a calculating smile. I take you for a man with something urgent to attend to. That was before this sudden, devastating illness, Snape hissed, of which I will ascertain the cause. You'll neglect your herbs due to a simple winter fever, and lose all the emotive potions you could produce. Harry looked up slightly to see Lucius's eyebrows raised in comical surprise. Why, Severus, it's not like you to value something over your urgent potions ingredients. Does this boy mean so much to you? I find that highly unlike you. Snape was frozen against Harry's side. The boy knew he was trying furiously to think of a new excuse. Although he had to have fabricated his story about the one-day-a-year herbs, he was now trapped by it. Would Snape ever forsake a valuable ingredient for the sake of a sick boy, any sick boy? No, he wouldn't. And Lucius knew it. It was either expose himself openly as a liar, and give Lucius, and consequently, Voldemort, reason to question his motives for lying, or buckle to Lucius's will and leave Harry alone with him. He is a relative, Snape attempted at last. And his parents will be severely displeased if he dies. Lucius laughed. Of course he won't die. Yes, you will make certain of that, won't you? Said Snape in a tart, bitter tone. If I discover his condition has worsened. I don't know just why you're implying I can control the tide of this unfortunate boy's affliction, but I assure you, I believe he will be just fine. Go and collect your herbs, Severus. I suppose, since the task will take all day, in your own words, I'll expect your return late this evening. Snape's fingers were digging into Harry's flesh where he gripped him. Don't worry, Lucius said, voice thick with mocking sympathy. I'm sure our young Septimus will be feeling much better soon enough. I dare say he will, whispered Snape in an icy tone. Or perhaps I will forget how I should treat my guests. Shoo, Severus, Lucius said amusedly. You have important matters to attend. Harry remained disoriented and ill, the minutes alternately crawling and then racing by as he remained on the couch, thoroughly miserable. Snape had attempted to levitate the boy back to his room before leaving, but something about the spell merely aggravated the awful feelings inside the boy, until he found himself begging Snape to leave him be. As soon as Snape was gone, Lucius settled near the couch, watching with faint sympathy every time Harry degenerated back into a fit of dry heaves. After several minutes, the familiar violet sparks from the night before streamed from Lucius's wand, and the man smiled in cool satisfaction. "What is that?" Harry croaked, his throat like a raw wound. Lucius cast a careless glance at his wand. "Oh, it's a tracking spell. It alerts me when Severus has reached a particular location. In this case, he's obviously outside of the manor's wards." He smiled over at Harry. "Well, I suppose it's time for you to feel better now." Harry stared at him. "You mean you admit you did this?" He felt the nausea flare back with his words, and groaned. "Of course I did," Lucius replied unapologetically. "I would have been so very lonely in this house by myself." If Harry weren't currently consumed by nausea, he might have been somewhat touched that Lucius wanted his company, however much of a lie it had to be. As things were, he just wanted to hex the man. "Go ahead and end it, then," Harry said in an unnecessarily harsh tone. "Patience, boy," Lucius drawled. "We're a mite bit testy today, aren't we?" Harry forced himself to remain silent, because anything he said might prolong his agony. "Oh, our foolish Severus," Lucius whispered, drawing a wand as he stepped closer to Harry. "All that potion's knowledge, and he still doesn't realize an Agravisco hex can only be ended by its subject." "Well, boy, go on." He shoved Harry's wand into his hand. The boy clutched at it weakly, dimly realizing, through the swimming of his thoughts, that he was supposed to end the spell himself. "Finite incantatum, Agravisco." "Say it," Lucius prompted impatiently. "Finite incantatum Agravisco," Harry whispered, barely mustering the strength to direct his wand towards his own. Sweet relief flooded through his body as the debilitating nausea slowly retreated. The headache, the dizziness faded, and strength began to seep back into Harry's limbs. "Good boy," Lucius said, smiling genially. Harry gazed blearily up at the man, still marveling at his audacity, and at just how quickly the man had devised a scheme to outmaneuver Snape. It struck Harry how utterly absurd it was that some prophecy had declared only Harry, plain old Harry, as the savior who would end the reign of the Death Eaters and their master. Lucius was as acquainted with the dark arts as Harry was with the alphabet. Even in times like these, he could whip out a spell that would absolutely paralyze Harry on a battlefield, and seemingly regard it as an easy and simple action to perform. How could he ever match these people? The grinning, devious Lucius Malfoy was not even the most powerful of his foes, yet suddenly he seemed too great an opponent for Harry to ever handle. "Come on now, off the couch," Lucius said. "We have a busy day ahead of us." Harry started to sit up, but his body cried out in protest, and he slumped back down. I need a minute. I still feel a bit funny." "We've already wasted enough time with this," Lucius said, irritated. I wish to go outside." "Then go," Harry snapped. "I just need a minute." "Oh, please." Lucius sounded genuinely annoyed. "Get up and come with me, or I'll have to make that couch severely less comfortable." Harry peered up at him. He did not appreciate Lucius ordering him around any more than he did Snape. At least the latter did not expect Harry to remain fond of him after he played the role of authoritarian. Lucius drew his wand. "What will you do?" Harry asked sarcastically. "Transfigure the cushions." "Nothing so crude," Lucius said smoothly, dishing the wand at Harry. Crucio. Pure, unadulterated agony crashed over Harry for only the briefest moment before the man ended the spell, but it was enough to send the boy jolting from the couch and tumbling to the floor with a startled yelp of pain. "Well, that certainly got you up," Lucius said from above him, amused. Harry's heart pounded in his. He knelt on the floor, panting, absolutely stunned that Lucius had just used the Cruciatus curse on him. It had been only the briefest touch of the curse, but it was enough to send a jolt of adrenaline through Harry's system that found him scrambling to his feet, staring wide-eyed at the Death Eater before him. "Come here, Septimus," Lucius ordered softly. Every one of Harry's instincts screamed at him to fight, to flee, to do something. His pride demanded he throw Lucius's order back in his face with a painful hex. His common sense, however, slowly urged itself. Malfoy could simply employ the curse against him again if he disobeyed. Running and fighting, they would ruin everything. The ominous flash in Lucius's eyes sent a shiver down Harry's spine, and he quickly hastened to obey, standing before Lucius. "Good," Lucius crooned. Harry found himself gazing at the wall behind the man's head, trying to hide his turmoil and confusion from the perceptive Death Eater's sight. Warm fingers crept onto his chin, and tilted it up to bring them in eye contact. "I do not tolerate insolence, boy. Even in my allies." He gazed more intently into Harry's expression. "Now, do you wish to disobey me further?" Harry shook his head, and Lucius released his chin, suddenly smiling fondly again. "Very good." The man retreated a step, his eyes never straying from Harry's. The boy felt vaguely as though breaking the eye contact would prove lethal to him. "Well, Septimus, I've subjected you to 2 unforgivables," Lucius murmured. The unsettling smile that crept across his face made him suddenly appear thinner, more gaunt from his imprisonment. "I've always been quite free with my use of them. And I suppose now that I'm a condemned fugitive, the Ministry can hardly give me the Dementors twice." So, he drew closer to Harry, eyes glittering strangely against his thin, sallow face. "What did you think of them?" How the hell was he supposed to reply to that? Harry floundered a moment for a reply. What did Malfoy want to hear? What the hell should he say? I guess I like the Imperius better." Lucius stared at him a moment longer, then began to chuckle. The chuckle grew into a full-blown laugh, as if Harry had just delivered a particularly amusing punch-line. Harry watched him warily. He suddenly wished that Snape would hurry up and return. To Harry's relief, Lucius was friendlier as the morning wore on. He showed Harry a blasting curse significantly more powerful than those he'd learned at Hogwarts, and seemed to take pride in how quickly the boy perfected it. Harry had already destroyed several bushes, and a sizable rock before Lucius called the exercise to an end and summoned Minky for their lunch. "House elves," Lucius grumbled as soon as she disapparated. "Such wretched creatures." He didn't, however, refrain from exploiting her services and ordering 2 more refills of his wine GL. Harry picked at his food for a while. His sandwich became increasingly unappealing. He didn't enjoy hearing Lucius rant about the treachery of deviant house elves, and he felt rather ill when Lucius gged about destroying the house elves whose loyalty he doubted after having an unfortunate incident several years back. When Lucius started in on his 3rd GL of wine, Harry occupied himself with feeding the remains of his lunch to the ducks. It was a good distraction. His mind drifted away from the tumultuous events of the morning, even if the physical impact still lingered. His throat was sore, and he felt shaky and feverish. He had no idea just which of the curses had left him with these symptoms, but they were making him thoroughly uncomfortable. His renewed uncertainty about Lucius had him on edge, and he found himself flinching at every sharp word. He concentrated now on the ducks, pushing his troubles behind him. He started thinking about Draco Malfoy, wondering if he, too, was subject to Lucius's unpredictable mixture of affection and cruelty. Snape's words came back to him. "Draco Malfoy is a sadistic little bastard. Do you know how he got that way? It is because of that man. Could that depraved, twisted little entity back at Hogwarts simply be the natural outgrowth of parenting, Lucius Malfoy style? Or was it just in Draco's genes to be a cruel bastard? How had Lucius retaliated when Draco cast that sterilization spell upon him? Malfoy was clearly a man who valued obedience above all. What higher form of insolence could there be than robbing one's father of his virility? Harry thought back to Lucius's casual use of the Cruciatus, and shuddered. Malfoy's voice tore him from his thoughts. "You seem to enjoy those creatures." Harry stiffened, feeling Malfoy's eyes burning into the back of his neck, but he did not turn around. "I guess they must be diverting, that you're looking at them and not at me." There was a dangerous edge to Malfoy's voice, and Harry hastily turned from the ducks to face the Death Eater. Sorry. There was something unreadable in Malfoy's eyes. "Well," he uttered a quiet spell, and something clear and blue flickered briefly over the pond. Harry shot Malfoy a questioning glance. "Just so they can't fly away and deprive you of their presence," Malfoy said, a benign smile stretching across his face. The gesture seemed well meant, but Harry was instantly uneasy. "Now," Lucius said, still calm and unaffected. "Let's resume our lesson." Harry sighed inwardly, and returned obediently to take his place at Lucius's feet. "Dark magic is more than a conglomerate of destructive spells," Lucius said lazily. "It's a mode of thought, a way of conducting oneself. The use of the darkest spells requires years of cultivating the proper mindset and disposition needed for the channeling of such powers. One must be prepared to destroy anything that stands in the way of acquiring greater abilities. He stopped, and peered at Harry calculatingly through those narrowed, gray eyes. You enjoy feeding those ducks over there. You find it gratifying to nourish those simple creatures. Harry's eyes shifted from the ducks back to Lucius, suddenly not liking the direction of this lesson. You know what would gratify me. Lucius's eyes glinted with vicious delight, and a smile played across his hard lips. If you showed me just what a wonderful teacher I am. Harry realized with a sinking feeling that Malfoy wanted him to use the blasting curse on the ducks. Get to it, Lucius said. Or must I condescend to explain what I wish you to do? No, you don't, Harry said coldly. And no, I won't. Lucius watched him coolly from over his wine GL. Feeling squeamish. Yes, Harry replied angrily. I'm not going to just blast one. I don't see how this has anything to do with. Oh, but it has everything to do with your vengeance scheme, Lucius replied smoothly, leaning forward, elbows on his knees. You see, performing a malicious spell against another wizard requires a certain inhumanity. Hatred alone will carry you only so far. You'll have to accustom yourself to the destruction you'll wreak, even come to MC it. Forget it, then, Harry replied savagely. I am not going to use that spell on one of them. It's completely unnecessary. I thought kinship curses. Let me make this simple for you, Lucius said mildly, shifting his wine GL to the other hand and drawing his wand. Incendio. Harry flinched reflexively, hearing from behind him a shrill squawk. He whirled around to see a burning creature, flung into the air by the force of the flames, and a crowd of ducks fluttering and squawking frantically around it, attempting to fly away but trapped due to Lucius's spell. Just as suddenly, the burning creature dissolved into ashes, carried away in the wind. Harry stared at the frantic ducks for an extended moment, before he heard Lucius's voice directly behind him. I can incinerate all of them, or you can kill a single one yourself. Lucius was smiling, as though he were trying to restrain laughter. It's up to you. Why do you care so much if I kill a duck? Because it would warm my heart to see you putting knowledge to use, Lucius replied with a cruel smile. Now be a good boy and do it. Warm my heart. Harry gritted his teeth. They were just ducks. That's all they were. He'd eaten them before at Hogwarts. And besides, he'd killed a living creature before. The basilisk, for instance, had far greater self-awareness than those birds would ever possess. And wasn't Lucius right? How could he ever hope to hurt Bellatrix Lestrange if he couldn't blast a simple duck? But this felt so very different. This was not hurting a living creature in theory. This was reality. This was not vengeance with a purpose, it was completely arbitrary. Slaughter, entirely unnecessary except to appease a whim of Lucius Malfoy's. Bellatrix Lestrange was a human being. He'd have to kill her eventually. For Sirius, all for Sirius. This should be easy in comparison. He raised his wand. This meant nothing. They weren't. They couldn't think, really, could they? It wouldn't make a huge difference. It wasn't like he could feel guilty for this, and Lucius would kill them anyway. The curse left his wand. He flinched at the loud bang that clapped through the air, the shrill cry by the animal as its body blew apart. He felt very numb, frozen in place, watching blood and feathers spread over the water. For a moment he thought he would retch, but he swallowed hard and looked at Lucius with an imp of expression. Lucius's hand clapped his shoulder. Very good, Septimus, he said warmly. I think, though, that you should destroy another one, just to make sure our lesson has truly sunk in. It will be easier this time, I trust. Oh, and use Incendio. Feeling sick, Harry pointed his wand at another one, a single duck flapping urgently against Lucius's confinement spell, and killed that one, too. Lucius was right, the second one was easier. They're just ducks, he told himself harshly. If I can't kill a duck, I can't kill a woman. It was for Sirius, all for Sirius. Somehow, though, Harry knew Sirius would never have wanted this. Snape hadn't lied about the growth of the nightshade. It did occur on a single occasion each year, and it was a critical ingredient to several of his most important potions. The timing was a simple coincidence, Just when he'd wanted to remove Harry from Lucius's influence, he'd received word from Professor Sprout that the critical day was upon him. The only lie he'd spun was regarding the time required to collect it. Rather than needing a full afternoon, within 2 hours, he found himself clipping the final herbs from the nearby growth. His thoughts were still fixed upon Lucius Malfoy and Harry. The boy truly had been ill, dreadfully so. If he weren't absolutely convinced Lucius would remove whatever hex he'd placed upon the boy as soon as he was out of sight, he would have been concerned about leaving Harry in that state. Given that thought, it was madness that he'd very nearly neglected these invaluable herbs simply due to a sick child. Due to a sick Harry Potter. The thought troubled him almost as much as the prospect of leaving the boy who lived alone with Lucius Malfoy for an entire day. He hated the sheer anxiety raging at the back of his thoughts, and cursed Lucius for putting it there. He'd felt no need to shelter the tea until Lucius began playing this ridiculous game. Although he was certain Lucius was not, in fact, engaging in sordid activities with his son, it bothered him that he'd encountered the boy leaving Malfoy's room at night. There was something going on, right in front of him, and he couldn't figure out just what. It enraged him that Lucius was flaunting Severus's ignorance before him, without enlightening him as to what he was ignorant about. Merlin's beard. The man had escaped Azkaban less than 2 weeks earlier, and already he was playing the Lord of Snape's manor and claiming possession of Snape's son. Yes, Potter was and a pest, but he was his. His, not Malfoy's, not the Dark Lord's. He'd already endured Dumbledore and the Marauders usurping from him his kin, his son, and now Lucius Malfoy hoped to do so as well. It was just another battle in their war for mastery, and Severus was losing lamentably. It was absolutely infuriating. He realized he'd crushed an entire handful of Nightshade with his clenched fist, and cursed himself for a fool. Their magical properties were only effective when they remained intact. He angrily cast the useless remains to the ground. I need to stop indulging in this foolishness, Snape thought darkly. He'd been living from one raging emotion to another since his most recent, disastrous summons to the Dark Lord, and it was impeding his rationality. So Malfoy had outwitted him and won possession of the boy and the manor for the day. Well, then, Severus needed to take advantage of this period to himself. Lucius had unintentionally given him time to plot. He might not have removed the boy from Malfoy's influence, but at least he'd removed himself. From the first time he'd met Lucius Malfoy at Hogwarts, the smooth and collected prefect who had guided Severus down his current path had held one thing or another over his head. Lucius was polished, charismatic, refined, handsome, everything Severus could never be. He had always taken for granted that Malfoy would triumph. He's nothing now, Snape thought viciously, comparing the elegant head boy of his younger years to the emaciated fugitive of today. He has no name, no wealth, no power. Nothing. And then he found himself smiling darkly, because it was true. Lucius Malfoy was nothing. He could contribute little to the Dark Lord's cause without his power and his influence. All he added now were his formidable wizarding abilities and some inborn cunning, nothing unique in the Dark Lord's ranks. Severus, on the other hand, was the spy. He was the only one of the Dark Lord's followers who could get close to Dumbledore, the only one who consistently fed his master reliable and accurate information about the Order of Phoenix. Unlike Lucius, Severus could activate his mark to request a summons at will. Malfoy was no longer second in command. The man had nothing on him. In fact, as a hunted fugitive, he was more of a liability than anything else. Perhaps Lucius's escape from Azkaban was a weakness in more ways than one. Lucius Malfoy's jailbreak had been kept quiet. Fudge, in a desperate bid to regain public approval after a rash of Death Eater atrocities, arbitrarily sentenced the imprisoned Death Eaters to the Dementors. In a laughably pathetic turn of events, Malfoy appealed to Fudge's high-handed notions of their mutual ancient dignity to request a final audience. In their meeting, he overpowered the single guard, wrested Fudge's own wand from his hand, banished the Dementors, and made his triumphant escape, all while Fudge sputtered about the man's horrendous treachery. The entire debacle was a showcase of gross incompetence, and Fudge was well aware that it would end him. Details, consequently, remained vague. Only Lucius's account of the events to the Dark Lord served as an illustrator of what had happened that day. And it was weak. There were holes, avenues of attack. All it would take was one off-handed comment. I find myself continually amazed by the headmaster's reluctance to confide in me the details of Malfoy's escape, Severus could say, tone heavy with implication. His master would do the rest. All the plots and fears brewing in that paranoid, degenerated mind, perpetually on the cusp of madness, the Dark Lord would remember Snape's words and mull on them, turn them over and over in that fevered inn of his. He would see Dumbledore flavoring every one of Lucius's actions, he would believe the escape itself proof of Malfoy's treachery. The power to condemn Lucius Malfoy was in Snape's hands. And perhaps, just perhaps, Lucius had realized that all along. Severus shook his head, marveling at the past few days. He'd been thrown, both by Malfoy's sudden presence imposed upon him, and the man's first blow. Perhaps he should even thank Lucius for this brief respite from the situation, because it allowed Snape to see exactly what he should have realized all along. The games the man had been playing, fighting for mastery over Snape's person, lordship of Snape's manor, influence over Snape's ward. It was all to hide his position of total weakness. And so accustomed was Severus to being on the other side of their relationship, that he had allowed himself to be lulled back into their customary dynamic of master and reluctant servant. Malfoy would rue the day he thought to master Severus Snape. After a careful application of his magic to the dark mark, Snape at last felt the answering burn. A moment later, he was gone. Is this the reason you told me to feed them? Harry asked later, feeling rather cold and detached. You wanted it to mean more when I killed them. It was always a possibility, Lucius admitted, summoning the house elf for another GL of wine. But I had another target in mind when I planned this lesson last night. I simply wasn't certain we'd get Severus out of the way long enough to do it. What? Harry sniped, feeling a vicious stab of anger towards both Lucius and himself. I suppose Voldemort supplied you with a muggle for me to kill, too. Lucius slowly turned to look at him, and Harry instantly realized two mistakes he'd made. For all he knew, Malfoy would ask him to kill a human before this was done. And, he had called Voldemort by name. For the former, he swore instantly that he would not do that, no matter what Malfoy threatened. He'd turn the curse on Malfoy himself, and damn the consequences, before hurting another person. Never, 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 never. As for the second problem, he stiffened, reading Lucius's expression intently, just waiting for the man to rain punishment down on his head. He was mildly surprised when the man smiled with something that resembled respect. "Vey boy," Lucius whispered. It wasn't the reaction he expected. After a moment of fear, Harry almost relaxed. "But I can't condone insolence," Malfoy added with regret, and the next thing Harry knew, he was writhing with the pain of the Cruciatus curse. It was long, and far more than the previous occasion. Malfoy evidently worried about the intensity of it, for when it was all over, he disappeared into the house and returned with the calming draught Harry himself had brewed. "Easy does it," Malfoy whispered as Harry finished the last of it. With a wave of his wand, the older wizard vanished the vial. Harry closed his eyes as Malfoy pulled him, swaying, to his feet. It was rather different from the last time he'd experienced this calming draught. The opiate was less a pleasure than a barrier separating him from the pain that lingered in both his memory and his muscles. It didn't entirely ease the pain of the curse, he still felt quite wretched. He was, however, growing as disoriented as the previous time. "Easy does it, boy," Malfoy repeated, supporting his unsteady balance. "You understand why I had to do that to you, don't you?" Harry nodded his head numbly, the world whirling unsteadily around him. "Just like you'll understand when I cast that blood-boiling curse on you, Malfoy." Malfoy knelt before him, supporting him by his elbows, gray eyes boring into Harry's. "You've done very well today, Septimus. There's one more thing you must do before I will permit your departure." He really was starting to feel tired. He remembered this from the last time he'd consumed this draught. Malfoy smiled at him through the haze, and somehow Harry didn't feel threatened by the sinister gleam in the man's gray eyes. "You see, we have the slightest bit of a problem on our hands. I believe Severus set that accursed house elf upon us to observe our activities. I've noticed it lurking in the bushes several times already today. There's a concealment spell around us now, but I'm uncertain just how much it witnessed." "Oh," Harry mumbled. His mind was growing fuzzy, but he understood somehow that this wasn't good news. Now, Severus apparently cast some protection spell against my harming it, Lucius continued softly. I tried a simple killing curse earlier, but it died on my wand. I can't destroy the little monster. Harry began thinking of Dobby, throwing Malfoy to the floor in the corridor of Hogwarts. You probably couldn't have hurt her anyway, he mumbled. They're the house elves are pretty strong. Of course they are, Malfoy said sourly. But I made a point of acquainting myself with the extent of their powers after an incident several years back. There will be no HLE involved. Are we agreed then? Without waiting for Harry's response, house elf Minky apparated into the clearing before them, just as Malfoy's binding spell lashed out at her. She squealed, her large eyes widening as she found herself magically and physically bound. Harry blinked at her, his head feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. The thing is, Malfoy continued coldly, his grip on Harry growing firmer, I doubt your dear uncle has set up a spell to shield it from you. Terror filled the house elf's eyes, and tears welled up in her eyes. Master H. Silencio, Lucius bellowed, cutting off the house elf's voice. His vicious eyes were still locked upon Harry. Do it, kill it, he smiled suddenly, just like the ducks, Septimus. Harry stared at the helpless house elf. No, he wouldn't do this. His thoughts were sluggish, his mind increasingly hazy both from the physically tasking events of the day and the drug in his system, yet he knew this much. He wouldn't harm her. She's just like Dobby, he thought absently. She thinks, she feels. But evidently he'd taken too long to reply. Imperio, Lucius snapped impatiently. When Lucius's spell slipped over his mind, Harry found himself in a world of confusion, wondering just what blissful, hazy cloud was the spell, and what was the drug. He mentally retreated from the foreign command. Kill the house elf, only to find himself wrapped in a strangely similar fog in some other part of his mind. The draft felt so very like the bliss of the unforgivable, the detachment just as tempting, that he weaved in and out of the curse's influence, uncertain if Lucius was still gripping onto his will, or if he controlled his own mind. Kill her, the voice insisted. Instinctively, he recognized which voice was his own, and which voice he needed to disregard. But then, his muddled mind played back to the night before, that other imperious curse. It hadn't been his voice the night before, yet he'd still listened to it. There had been some urgent reason to listen to it then. What was wrong with him? His inn wasn't working right. Why couldn't he remember the reason? Was this the same situation? Did he still have to pretend? Kill her. The haze never quite lifted from his mind, but somehow he knew just when the spell ended, when the fog no longer tasted of the imperious curse and instead was entirely the calming cloud of the draft. Harry blinked several times, though the world never quite cleared around him. It was funny, even with such a high dose of the calming draft in his system, he still felt a profound shock upon seeing Minky's dead body. Well done, Septimus, came Lucius's voice from above him. He was no longer supporting Harry's weight, and the boy had dropped to his knees. I should tell you now I lied when I told you she'd been watching us. Motivation, you understand. He leaned closer to Harry, gray eyes glittering into the boy's stunned green ones. But you certainly rose to the occasion, didn't you? He smiled, but there was something very cold and hard in his expression. We'll make a fine killer of you, yet. You needn't look so distraught, Lucius informed him as he levitated the drugged boy back up the staircase. Are you truly so afraid of Severus's reaction? Harry hadn't been thinking of Snape. He watched the banister float past, his mind fixed upon that one, devastating thing. He had needlessly taken a life, utterly destroyed a living being. There was no provocation, no reason. How could he? Why didn't he? What had he? Horrific thoughts raged through his head. He remembered Minky's wide, terrified eyes before he killed her, still unable to reconcile that image with that dead body. Dead body. He'd taken a life. If his parents could see, Sirius, Dumbledore, Remus, a killer. He'd become a killer. It was not like the ducks. He'd felt awful about that, but this was nothing like that. It could be Dobby he'd just slaughtered, it could be anyone. He'd murdered someone. Murderer. Oh, God. His thoughts leapt between the prophecy. Sirius. His parents. The ducks. Sirius. Minky. His inn felt like it would burst if he thought about it any longer, but when he tried to tear his thoughts away, he was seeped in cold horror at what he'd just done. There we go, said Lucius's smooth voice as his spell deposited Harry gently upon the bed. Harry stared at the aristocrat's hateful face for an endless moment. It entered his thoughts that he should launch himself at the man, tear into him, punish him, but he felt ill and wretched. What have I done? And even clawing at Lucius's pale skin until blood sprouted beneath his fingertips seemed too horrifically to contemplate after he'd just murdered an innocent being. Malfoy made as if to leave, but stopped. In a carefully calculated movement, he turned slowly to linger at the foot of Harry's bed. His features shifted into a soft look of concern. Oh God, what have I done? And it was amazing how Harry could see the measure behind his every movement now that it was too late. Septimus, Lucius said, with a simpering degree of faux kindness, I know you're worried about what Severus will say. How he'll respond to what you did. Harry shifted his eyes to Lucius. It was too much effort to focus on him, and somehow, far too painful. Lucius stepped closer, his elegant hand reaching out to caress the coverlet near Harry's feet. And I'd like to say your fears are baseless, but I don't want to lie to you. Severus can be a cruel and vindictive man. Murderer, murderer, murderer. They drew closer, his eyes riveted to Harry's face. Harry sensed the pleasure thrumming beneath Lucius's mask of Compion. He could see the gleeful spark in the man's eyes as he played his favorite game. But I don't want you to worry, Lucius continued softly. I understand that you're young, and very much at Severus's mercy. Do not forget that I am not. He was close enough now to rest his hand on Harry's arm. I can protect you from him. You must never believe you are alone in this. Lucius knelt down now, bringing himself to eye level with Harry. There was a ravenous, predatory look in his gray eyes, even as his smile projected understanding and kindness. I think you know that I've come to be quite fond of you, Lucius said thickly, and it took everything in Harry not to shrink away when he wove his fingers affectionately through the boy's hair. You remind me so very much of my own Draco. And just as I'd protect my son, I'll now protect you. His features instantly turned grave, although his eyes never lost their delighted glint. I will inform Severus that I am to blame for that creature's death. He'll think you did it, anyway, and you know it. And he need never know your hand in it. Do not object. Lucius forestalled with a raised hand. The objection Harry had no plans to make. I don't want you to worry about me, Septimus. I just couldn't bear it if Severus hurt you. After all, he smiled tragically, I urged you to kill it, I persuaded you. It may have been your wand and your voice that issued the lethal curse, and Severus may very well attribute responsibility solely to you, but I know that I share at least as much culpability as you. Lucius straightened again, and his hand trailed down from Harry's hair to stroke Harry's forehead. Harry found himself absurdly hoping the Death Eater would feel the scar tissue there. He wanted to see Lucius's face change into shock, dismay, hatred, no more pretenses, only animosity. But Snape's glamour did a thorough job of hiding his scar even from another person's touch, because Lucius was still smiling. You've made me very proud today. Then he leaned down and ed Harry on the forehead, like a father would. As he retreated from the room and spelled out the lights, Harry's eyes remained open and fixed on the ceiling. The drug that still swirled in his system buzzed gently in his ears, serving as a thin film between Harry and the painful ache of his muscles. The lingering effects of the earlier curses were muted, but he suddenly, desperately, wanted to feel them. He wanted it to hurt. Anything to erase those giant, frightened eyes from his mind. He reached up and scrubbed at his forehead with his palm, trying to scour what felt like Lucius's ND of approval from his skin. He raked with his nails, painfully mauling the surface, until the stinging grew fierce, but it lingered there relentlessly. And it was burning, burning. He could feel it. He swore he could feel it there, like a hot iron pressed into his flesh. The taint that Malfoy had left behind, that wretched, ugly thing that had reared to life within him. He wanted to shred his own skin, if only to get it out of him. But nothing could change it. It was burned there forever. It would never go away. It was him. This sickness was him. It was only later, as unconsciousness drew forth to claim him, that his sleepy mind separated Lucius's touch from the terrible pain. The burning was his scar. Did you truly believe I would permit your house elf to spy on me? Lucius inquired smoothly as Snape stepped into the man's opulent bedchamber. They directed a playful look towards Severus, then coyly gestured to the scotch resting on the bedside table. Drink, Severus. Snape's slow smile was one of genuine delight, and he knew just how horrifying it appeared to others. Please. He enjoyed the surprise that danced through Malfoy's eyes. Snape would never usually accept a GL from Lucius's hand, for fear of just what the man might have slipped into it. The acceptance was a show of confidence that immediately set the other wizard on alert. Lucius's eyes only left Snape's briefly to pour him a GL, and he looked wary as he handed Severus his drink. Snape made a show of savoring his drink, even going so far as closing his eyes to better relish the pungent liquid. He opened them to see a distinct thread of anxiety in Lucius's manner. "Have I missed something?" Lucius asked sharply, before hearing his own voice and quickly smoothing it into the usual polished tones. "Or was it simply so gratifying to retrieve your herbs?" Snape smiled coldly. "Yes, my excursion was quite gratifying." Lucius's gaze wavered, and the man retreated several steps, putting on a show of nonchalance. "You know, Severus," he drawled, "if you derive such pleasure from simply playing the gardener, I believe it is high time you found yourself a woman. A good pure-blooded might show you some of the true pleasures in life. I'll keep it under advisement." He settled himself into a chair calmly. "Now, I believe you were leveling accusations at me." "Your elf," Lucius said, teeth gritted. "You ordered her to monitor my activities." "Of course," Snape said unapologetically. "You've made quite a show of untoward interest in my charge. I fully intend to return him to his parents with his virtue in the same state it was upon his arrival. Minky was to help me to that end." Lucius smiled a little wolfishly at Snape's slip. "Yes, he doesn't take after you in that area much, does he, Severus?" Snape blinked. "I'm not sure what you mean." "What I mean is," Lucius settled into the chair across from Snape's, suddenly looking smug at pressing some perceived advantage, "I've never known you to so much as look at another creature in a lascivious way. I doubt that's the case with him, is it?" He didn't know if Lucius hoped to rouse his ire with this line of discussion, or if he were genuinely speculating. He found the prospect of discussing his son's Potter's UAL life rather disgusting. And he certainly wasn't prepared to discuss his own UAL experience with this man. "There's quite a bit you don't know about me, Lucius." He swept to his feet. "And I wouldn't be surprised if he bears little resemblance to me. I've had no hand in his upbringing. He's a distant relation." "Yes, distant," Lucius said, his sharp eyes fixed keenly on Snape's face. "So distant that you've never before discussed his NCH of the family with me." "A small matter," Snape said dismissively. "You know how little I care for my kin." A strange light appeared in Malfoy's eyes. "But you're quite attentive to him. Almost, dare I say, protective. And in certain light, the resemblance is almost uncanny, far more than I'd expect for a distant nephew." "Don't be absurd. Harry didn't even remotely resemble him. The most interesting thing to me, though," Lucius said, still watching him intently, "is that such a broad swath of the Snape family possesses such mental prowess." Mental prowess? Was he still talking about the boy? Where the hell had this come from? "It's well known you're quite the gifted Occlumens. The Dark Lord himself is always praising your innate talents. It's very similar to some other gifts of the mind, isn't it?" Snape watched him warily. What could the man be referring to? Had he tried to legitimize Harry? No, impossible. Even if Lucius possessed skill in the art, he doubted Harry would be able to fight off even a cursory attack. Then what? The boy was resistant to the imperious curse. He stared at Lucius for an extended moment, wondering if that could possibly be it. Had the man tried to cast it on Harry? Had the boy been foolish enough to throw it off in front of Lucius? It was an exceedingly rare talent, resisting the unforgivable. Occlumens that he was, Severus himself could not do it. This would be difficult to explain. But, when the hell had Malfoy tried to cast the Imperius on Harry? "Yes," Snape said tonelessly. "There are several common traits in my family. It amplifies certain gifts, inbreeding doesn't it?" He sent Malfoy a derisive look. "Of course, you'd know far better than I would." Lucius scowled. Snape would have chosen this moment to make his graceful exit, but Lucius halted him with a delicate, "Wouldn't you like to ask after your precious house elf?" Snape stilled for the briefest moment, but his mind drew the most likely conclusion. "You killed her. You knew it was likely to happen," Lucius chided him gently. "And you still sent her after me. For shame, you callous fiend." He sounded genuinely amused. For shame. When Snape had first returned home, he found Harry sound asleep. He'd considered waking him, but eventually decided against it. The boy looked terrible, whatever that sickness-inducing hex had been, it clearly hadn't evaporated harmlessly from his system. Thus Snape was surprised to find the boy awake when his steps brought him back up to Potter's room. Harry was gazing listlessly out the window, but he whirled around with frantic energy upon Snape's entrance. Snape had heard the phrase, "death warmed over," before, but he hadn't quite understood just what that looked like until now. Sleep, perhaps, had been kind to Harry, because wide awake, he appeared hollow-eyed and ill, his skin suddenly paler than Snape's own. "Sit down, for Merlin's sake, Potter," Snape said sharply, levitating a chair across the room to plop next to the boy. "You're in no condition to be traipsing about." Harry sent the chair a cursory glance. His green eyes were gly, and even when he looked back to Snape, he had a feeling the boy wasn't seeing him. "Professor," Harry said in a strangely hoarse voice, before closing his eyes tightly, as if to gain his bearings. "Minky, your house elf, I know my own house elf's name, thank you, Potter," Snape said, rolling his eyes. "And I told you to sit down." Harry's eyes flew frantically to Snape's, and he still hovered indecisively over the chair. You don't understand. Your house elf, she's dead." "I know," Snape said. "Malfoy informed me." "Sit." When Harry still gazed at him with that odd, haunted expression, his skinny body shaking, Snape stepped forward to shove the boy into the chair. "I killed her." He barely heard the boy's words, but they stopped him short. Harry looked up again, a frantic new energy seeming to jolt through his form. "I did it. I killed her. It wasn't him, it was me. I'm sorry." His hands flew to his face, his fingers rubbing at his forehead as though battling a horrendous headache. So sorry, it means nothing, I know. I can't take it back, but it's awful. You killed her." Snape was stunned by the admission, and then instantly disbelieving. "Potter killed the house elf. He would have to have. It started with the ducks, and I thought they're just ducks." Harry's muffled voice came through his hands, he was scratching at his forehead. "But it was, I swear I never wanted, but it doesn't matter. It's too late. But I did that. So, when the ducks were finished, but I never would have." "No, not her. Dobby. I knew Dobby, so it wasn't the same, not the same at all, and I didn't like what happened to the ducks." "Enough about the ducks." Harry's hands dropped from his face. He blinked at Snape dully before something cleared in his expression, as though he had only just noticed that Snape there in the room with him. "What happened with the house elf, Potter?" Snape demanded. "Explain." Coherently. Harry took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Malfoy. He said she was watching us. During the ducks, He was teaching spells, for killing the doofer earlier, But he said he lied about, but then he told me to kill her, but I wouldn't have, I swear I didn't mean to, and then he cast the Imperious Curse. Snape glanced up sharply. So it was true. An unforgivable. Malfoy had used an unforgivable under his roof. He cast the Imperious Curse on you. Snape interrupted. His eyes narrowed suspiciously at Harry's reluctant nod. In a dangerous tone, "And I take it that wasn't the first time." Potter shook his head mutely. "For Merlin's sake, Potter," Snape exploded, watching the boy flinch. "Had you informed me earlier, I might have prevented." He caught a hold of himself, fully grasping the implications of Malfoy's actions. Immediately he was overcome with a surge of vindictive glee. He had Lucius now. This would be enough. Malfoy had used an unforgivable under the roof of the Dark Lord's most valuable spy. It was difficult to fight the vicious smile that threatened to split his lips. Harry would certainly misread its cause. "Continue, then, Potter," Snape said offhandedly. "He cast the Imperious Curse, and I did it. I killed her." The boy's hand returned to his forehead, where Snape knew his scar to be, and he rubbed it absently. He spoke in a quiet, broken voice, as though understanding it for the first time. "I really killed her." Snape tore his thoughts from his impending victory over Lucius. "I thought you could resist the Imperious Curse." He hadn't meant to say it in quite so snide a manner, but it left his lips with that tone automatically. Too many years he'd spent, waiting for one of Potter's prodigal talents to fail. His statement twisted naturally into a barb, despite the inappropriate timing. A look of absolute anguish twisted across Potter's face, and the boy stared shamefaced at the floor. Had this been anyone else, Snape might have congratulated them on their guile. A Slytherin would have seen the murder of a house elf as a small sacrifice to pay to conceal one's resistance to the imperious curse from an enemy. Potter, though, very likely had not seen it that way. He would have tried to throw off the curse. He'd clearly tried, and for some inexplicable reason, failed. Then again, if he'd been entirely unsuccessful, why had Malfoy alluded to the boy's ability to resist the imperious curse? He cast the imperious on you, and you killed her, Snape said slowly, watching the boy flinch. And just what spell did you use for this? Harry avoided his eyes. I'm not sure. Incendio, maybe. A blasting curse. It happened that way with the ducks. But, I'm still not sure. You're not sure? Snape echoed skeptically. Since when would an incineration spell harm a house elf? And why couldn't the boy tell him? Harry was scratching furiously at his forehead. I'm not sure. I don't really remember. You see, he was showing me a blasting curse, and then after the ducks when well, she was dead. I don't know Professor Dumbledore. What will he? When will he? The boy was getting agitated again, and Snape realized suddenly that Potter was far too upset to give him a clear account. He could easily fetch the boy a calming draught, but he was beginning to think he understood more about this situation than the boy himself did. Yes, he could see Lucius's hand in every facet of it. Potter, go back to bed, Snape said absently. Malfoy had used the imperious curse on Potter under his roof. He'd risked attracting the attention of the mini-bed. Harry echoed blankly. What about I killed Minky? Aren't you? Are you going to do something? I killed her, Snape. Potter's anxiety was simply growing irritating now. Don't be so melodramatic, Snape said repressively. She was a house elf. It's a great inconvenience, but it's hardly an unprecedented tragedy. The words did not seem to have their intended effect. Harry's expression crumpled, and if anything, he looked more upset and wrought with self-condemnation than before. Snape narrowed his eyes at the boy. He felt hard-pressed to summon fury towards the boy when his last bit of energy was directed towards the ruination of Lucius Malfoy. But he should at least say something. He'd been waiting for days for the opportunity to berate the boy, and here it was. You were stupid to let Lucius manipulate you. I warned you about him, but the great Harry Potter can't be bothered to listen to other, lesser whiz. The harsh words seemed to rouse something in the boy, and Harry looked up intently as if to drink in Snape's scorn. The rest of the insult died on Snape's lips. He suddenly found himself utterly at a loss. What did the boy want from him? How was he supposed to deal with this strange creature? The face gazing back at the earnest green eyes, the features twisted with despair, this person seeking Snape's rage, the boy suddenly seemed more foreign than ever before. A stranger. Do not leave this room, he instructed Harry harshly, trying to shake off the feeling that this was all wrong. And do not speak to Malfoy unless I tell you to. It is vital that you listen to me. Understand? Harry nodded mutely, still looking utterly wrecked by the events of the day. At least he was certain, for once, that the boy would obey him. Malfoy had used an unforgivable under Severus's roof. He could easily have attracted the attention of the Ministry of Magic. And that was exactly how he would spin it. It is as though he does not fear being caught, my lord. And perhaps, for some flourish, he endangers my position as well. It will erode the headmaster's trust if he believes I have been casting unforgivables outside his knowledge. He had not pressed his case tonight. He'd made his usual report to the Dark Lord, only adding offhandedly his line about Dumbledore's refusal to discuss Malfoy's escape. He'd allowed the sentence to hang for the merest second, just enough to see those red eyes narrow into slits as his master processed the information. The Dark Lord missed nothing, and then he'd moved to other matters. It was merely the seed of suspicion, but he thought, just maybe, it would bear fruit. Lucius doing something as rash and detectable as an unforgivable demonstrated a blatant lack of caution, the carelessness one might evince if one's safety were erred. Snape knew that in Malfoy's case, the carelessness stemmed from arrogance. But perhaps the Dark Lord's paranoid mind would interpret it in a very different light. At the very least, it was a legitimate excuse for Snape to kick Lucius the hell out of his house. Alone in his study, he cast the prior incantado spell on Harry's wand with the slightest flicker of dread. He didn't think the boy capable of a killing curse, but given Potter's other innate abilities, it would come as no shock if he proved the rare exception who mastered it on his first try. A shadowy figure rose. The most recent spell was an incineration curse. "Deletrius," Snape whispered, ending the spell and setting Harry's wand down with a profound sense of relief. Whatever else Dumbledore might think of him, he would never live down the man's disappointment if he sent Potter back to Hogwarts fully versed in the most dreadful unforgivable. It would confirm every poor opinion the man had ever held of him if he managed to corrupt the boy who lived in the space of a single vacation. Besides that, learning an unforgivable could only lead Harry to ill. An incendio. His brow furrowed. He could certainly see how it might destroy a non-magical being such as a duck, as Potter had been rambling about, but there was certainly no way the spell carried enough destructive power in itself to kill a house elf. Simply amazing. All the time Harry had spent with that oversized oaf Hagrid, and he still hadn't learned the difficulties involved in the destruction of a magical creature. There was an innate resistance to most destructive spells in even the weakest house elf. Short of an outright killing curse, they were virtually invincible. But the boy was convinced he'd killed Minky. Snape smirked. He had to award Malfoy some points for this newest scheme. The man had been acquainted with Harry for only a few days, and even without full knowledge of the boy's identity, he'd hit the child in his weakest spot. Lucius Malfoy's only miscalculation lay in his assumption that Harry's sense of self-preservation would outweigh his guilty conscience. He'd obviously believed the boy would hide the truth from Severus, and perhaps even cling tighter to his new mentor as protection against the consequences of his actions. Severus was overcome with an odd feeling of gratitude, that for once, the boy had trusted him. He'd made all of this so much simpler. How easily he could have drawn them both into Malfoy's trap. Harry had clearly resisted the Imperious Curse, yet somehow or other, Malfoy had tricked him into thinking he hadn't. Snape momentarily considered informing the boy of the truth, easing what seemed to be the boy's devastating sense of guilt. But, no, not yet. Every Slytherin instinct in him screamed against the notion. Right now, Harry was crippled with self-reproach and entirely malleable to his wishes. The most urgent concern at the moment was getting Lucius the hell away from them, and doing it in some way that would not offend the Dark Lord. He needed the boy's complete cooperation, and a guilt-torn Harry seemed far easier to control than the alternative. As soon as Malfoy was gone, he would tell Harry the truth. Until then, a little more guilt certainly wouldn't kill the boy. So it was that Snape returned to Harry's room and gave the boy's wand back to him. The young wizard grasped it with a trembling hand, and sat there staring at it grimly. Lucius Malfoy was always rather liberal in his use of the unforgivables, Snape informed him, watching the boy critically. I had not dreamed he'd possess the sheer audacity to use them in my abode, when he is fully aware of my precarious position, but evidently his arrogance knows no bounds. So, Potter, this is our situation. I will discreetly monitor Malfoy's interactions with you. The moment he slips up and attempts another of those spells, I'll expel him from this house. As long as I have a recollection of my own to yield to the Dark Lord's legitimacy as proof of Malfoy's actions, I have a cast-iron reason to rid myself of him. You can't just make up a memory. Like with Sir. Harry's voice seemed to choke off abruptly, and Snape found himself wondering idly if this house elf debacle was going to launch the boy back into the thick of his despair over Black. He sighed inwardly. More Potter angst was the last thing he needed to deal with at the moment. I cannot fabricate a memory, Potter, because the Dark Lord is not nearly so gullible as you are. He would never invest faith in a disingenuous recollection. Harry physically cringed at his words, and Snape mentally berated himself. Black was not the sore spot to be pressing, not right now. And, it wasn't entirely a case of gullibility. Harry simply hadn't the mental training to distinguish a false recollection from a genuine. He attempted to redirect Harry's attention. If Malfoy has truly used this curse several times, I'm confident he will feel free to use it again. Especially now that he perceives you to be in a disadvantaged position. I suppose he'll need to be induced. He scowled as soon as the words left his lips. Dare he trust Potter in this? Perhaps. The boy hadn't given anything away up until this point. And if he knew Lucius, the man would feel irritated by the boy's resistance to the Imperious Curse. He would look for any reason to attempt it again, to salvage his pride if nothing else. Don't worry, Harry spoke up, still staring with hooded eyes at his wand. It shouldn't be hard to induce him. He doesn't really need a reason, I don't think. No, just an opportunity. He barely heard the boy add, but I bet I could give him one, anyway. A part of it was simple vengeance. A part of him, still reeling from that horrific thing he'd done earlier that day, cringed even from this, even from pain inflicted on Malfoy. But Snape wanted him to induce Lucius into using another unforgivable, and this was certainly a way. Malfoy himself could not have contended with it. After all, he'd taught him all about it. By Lucius's own code, this was as legitimate a retaliation as any for the events of the day. At the very least, Harry could try to atone for what he'd done to Minky. He was helping Snape hurt Lucius, and if Malfoy retaliated, all the better. The horrible, wretched guilt eating away inside him might subside somewhat if he just had a chance to pay for it. Whether it was penance at Malfoy's hands, or at Snape's, at least it was something to quell this awful feeling. There would be some sort of absolution. Of course, whatever happened, it would not be enough. Harry knew that. How could you atone for murder? He rubbed at his scar as he waited, knowing Snape was casting a net of detection spells throughout the manor. He needed to induce Malfoy into using an unforgivable. He already knew how. It took him only a short time to shed the requisite 6 drops of blood for the Infravesco Sanguis curse. Even less time to speak the incantation, to direct the energy through his wand and gracefully release it into the air with a practiced gesture. And then he waited. He wasn't certain just how long it took Malfoy to experience the sensation of his blood boiling to life within his veins, but he guessed it hadn't taken the man long to figure out who'd put that feeling there. The door to his room burst open. Lucius Malfoy staggered through the doorway, his features twisted with pain and absolute rage. "Hi, Mr. Malfoy." Harry smiled coldly. "Still proud of me?" Lucius forced a feral smile to his lips. "Of course I am. Now end the spell, and I'll show you just how proud I truly feel." Harry felt an odd relief at the hatred blazing in Lucius's eyes. The animosity was welcome after days of playing their uneasy game. Seeing fury in Lucius Malfoy's face made him feel just a bit like Harry Potter again. He watched Malfoy painfully make his way across the room, his wand clutched convulsively in a trembling hand, knuckles white from the strength of his grip. From what Harry had read in kinship and related curses, the blood-boiling hex caused horrible, yet not entirely debilitating pain. It peaked and receded in waves, and one could almost function normally in its milder phases. From the way the man was moving, this had to be one of those kinder moments. He was relieved that Lucius was not in total agony. Just enough to send shudders racking up and down the gaunt body, to force Lucius's jaw into a tight clench, but not enough to bring tears to the gray eyes. He wanted to hurt Malfoy, but not Lee, not after those things he'd done. He didn't think he could bear to do that. "Did you hear what I said?" Lucius seethed. "The curse. End it. Now." "But Mr. Malfoy," Harry said innocently, uncertain just how far he should push this. He wanted an unforgivable, but certainly not a killing curse. "You wanted me to show you what a good teacher you are." The words brought back the horrific lessons of the previous day, and bile rose in his throat. Spiteful fury boiled within him, taking control of his mouth. "And I just wanted to show you how far the lesson has sunk in. Maybe I'll lift it if you ask nice." Stupefy. Hooded figures swarmed the clearing. He watched the curses streak from their wands with a sense of satisfaction, the slaughter sending a cold rush of power through his veins. His eyes strayed to his own prey, the undersized mudblood who goggled at him with shock born of unreasoning terror. He could see the eyes, frightened eyes watching him, and a smile curled across his lips. A high, thin voice, Avada K. Enervate. Harry's eyes slid open to the purple sky of early morning. Cool air caressed the heated flesh of his scar where it burned furiously. His head whirled, the killing curse from his dream ringing in his mind. He was tempted to feel alarmed that he'd had his first vision in months, but he was distracted from his troubles by Lucius Malfoy's jagged gasps for breath, splitting the tranquil silence of the manor gardens. "You must be quite the powerful young wizard," Lucius noted in a wavering voice. He was hunched on the GR by Harry's side, his gray eyes unfocused and slightly crazed. "Most curses end once the caster loses consciousness. Not yours, apparently." Harry pushed himself upright, his hand flying automatically to his forehead to rub his scar. "Septimus, please," Lucius whispered brokenly, still kneeling on the GR even after Harry struggled to his feet, staring up with haunted eyes made dimmer by the darkness of the morning. Remove the hex. They were next to the pond, where they spent yesterday shooting down ducks. Killing M. He choked on the thought, something ugly welling up within him. Take it off, please, Septimus, please. To Harry's shock, Malfoy's eyes filled with tears. His plea was issued in a jagged, broken voice. It hurts, Septimus. I can't bear it. You don't know how much it hurts. There was something in Malfoy's eyes, something calculating and restrained, that warned Harry the man was exaggerating his distress, hoping to play upon some weakness he perceived in his newest foe. Nevertheless, a sick feeling twisted in Harry's gut at the sight and sound of someone begging him for mercy. It was hard to swallow around the sudden knot in his throat. He'd never intended to take it this far. He'd just wanted to provoke Malfoy, and maybe make him hurt a bit for those horrible things yesterday. But this was more of that ugliness, that horrid darkness in himself. I'm no better than he is, Harry thought, nauseated. With a sharp wave of his wand, he cancelled the curse. He experienced an internal sensation not unlike a sudden release of some taut cord as the spell dissolved. The other sensation faded, to be replaced by an odd feeling kindling to life within him, a creeping warmth in his stomach as though he'd just downed a cup of hot chocolate. The foreign heat flooded Harry's. Get up, Malfoy, he thought, watching a faint, dark smile creep across the Death Eater's lips when he realized his foe had just made the fatal mistake of setting him at liberty. Harry couldn't bring himself to be afraid. Large, frightened eyes flashed through his mind. He'd killed Minky. However Lucius had manipulated the situation, he couldn't avenge her by hurting Malfoy. Harry rubbed his forehead furiously. It burned. He needed to stop thinking about it. About what he'd done. About those terrified, tearful eyes. Malfoy would curse him. Snape would kick Malfoy out of the house, and Harry would know he'd done at least one thing right in this past year. He'd killed Sirius, he'd killed Minky, he'd nearly killed his friends, but this would only hurt him. He could live with this. He could do something to redeem himself with this. Malfoy raised his smug expression to Harry's, the dark look in his eyes promising terrible revenge. Harry took several steps back in a perfunctory show of fear. The only emotions he felt, though, were a vague curiosity and a strange sense of anticipation. His scar burned. He rubbed his stomach, glancing first at Malfoy, then at himself. The warmth in his stomach was growing more noticeable. He hadn't seen Malfoy cast a spell. This couldn't be a hex. The man was only now rising to his feet, only now retrieving his wand, shaking his head of blonde hair. Furiously, as though ridding himself of the last of the spell. Then it happened. A furnace flared to vent life within Harry's, sending liquid heat through his veins. What in the hell? Harry gritted his jaw, fighting the sensation, trying to shake it off. Malfoy. Watch Malfoy. Concentrate on Malfoy. However much he tried to fight the sensation, fire welled up inside him, like an oven in his. He was unaware of just when it spiked, the heat lancing through his veins and boiling into molten lava. He was not aware of collapsing to the ground as talons of fire raked through his skin. Harry only came to himself, hands clenched into fists so tight his arms throbbed. He was rubbing his arms and legs against the cold dew on the GR, hoping to seep in more of the dampness, as though it could dilute this terrible heat. But it was inside. He couldn't get rid of it. It was relentless. Fire. Fire, fire, fire. Those eyes. Why was he still thinking of Minky's eyes? Why could he still feel that spot on his forehead burning? He felt like he was melting with this pain, yet those eyes. He should be dying from this heat. But he wasn't dying, he was burning. Well, would you look at that? He realized he'd nearly forgotten Lucius when the dry voice reached Harry amidst his private inferno. Struggling to regain a hold of himself, Harry bit hard on his lips and forced himself to look at the older wizard. Funny how meeting Malfoy's ruthless, gray eyes suddenly told him exactly what was happening inside his body. Infervesco sanguis. He was suffering from the blood-boiling curse. But how had this happened? He hadn't seen Malfoy do anything. He noted in a detached way that it really was quite painful, not quite as bad as the Cruciatus, but at least a few steps above a good dose of Skelligro. Some vague part of his mind admired Malfoy for managing to knock him out and hustle his unconscious form outside. When the man had been feeling this, Harry himself would be hard-pressed to even stand right now. I don't think you realize the magnitude of your error, Septimus, Lucius noted, smiling with vicious amusement down at Harry. Harry tried to raise his head. It hurt. He let it slump. The curse, he managed to say. Malfoy's laugh was cold and malicious. No, not the curse itself. Your execution was perfect. Quite an effective means of crippling an opponent, a blood-boiling curse. His eyes glinted ruthlessly. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, he'd agree, all right. His body was melting with hot agony. He felt like he'd died and gone to hell. Well, it would certainly explain why Malfoy was still with him. Your mistake was declaring open enmity for me after I'd only been trying to help you, dear boy, and then aborting your attack, Lucius crooned, drawing closer to where Harry lay gasping for breath on the lawn. You ended it simply because I begged you. Or perhaps because of my pretty sheen of tears. A true dark wizard knows mercy for the virtue of the witless and the sentimental. You will find I am neither. Harry's disillusioned glees had tumbled off at some point. Malfoy appeared little more than a malevolent blur of blonde hair and pale skin. He could just make out the man's gleaming white teeth, bared in a grin. Now, let's see, what have I neglected in your curriculum? Why has your curse rebounded back upon you? Lucius asked lazily. Harry looked up at him blankly. It was no longer a simple matter of provoking Malfoy. This, whatever it was, had changed the terms of their confrontation. Now, I taught you perfectly how to execute the curse, as we can both personally attest, Malfoy said slowly, still smiling viciously, extending with each slow-spoken word the burning of Harry's body. But, I suppose this could be seen as a failing of mine as a teacher, nevertheless. Lucius lowered himself to Harry's side, his smooth, cruel features growing clearer. Ah, yes, now I remember. Lucius's finger tapped thoughtfully against his closed lips, his gray eyes narrowing into calculating little slits. I don't believe we covered that. A dreadful omission on my part. I must admit, I never even thought for one moment that I'd need to warn you about that. About what? Harry demanded, through gritted teeth. The fire inside him seemed to leap back into powerful life as the curse again gathered strength. It occurred to him suddenly, sickeningly fire. Had he killed Minky with an incendio? Had she felt this? He forced himself to stop rubbing at his, forced himself to endure it. You did this to her. Strange how his acceptance suddenly cooled the flames, just when he hoped for the opposite. You see, Lucius said thoughtfully, those curses we studied were written and devised by purebloods. He pronounced the word delicately, as though it were something holy in itself. There are inherent, what I suppose you might call, safety measures, to protect purebloods from those of lesser birth who might attempt to wield them against us. Harry's gaze shot back up to his with a distinct feeling of alarm. Kinship curses rely upon a magical bloodline. As soon as you terminated your curse, it rebounded back upon you because the curse detected a significantly stronger Muggle heritage in you than in your victim. Lucius was watching his reaction intently with keen, calculating eyes. I am a pureblood. If you, too, were a pureblood, you would not be suffering exactly as I have just suffered. Harry's heart plunged into his stomach. Now, you're clearly no mudblood, Lucius noted softly. Or the curse would have rebounded immediately. But you are a half-blood, or you would not be suffering now. This was very, very bad. So I wonder, my little friend, Lucius drawled, settling back on his heels as if to relish Harry's situation from a better viewpoint. Why would Severus, a Death Eater, an advocate of blood purity, shelter a half-blood in his abode? Even through his agony, Harry understood it suddenly. A wrong word now would not just kill him. It would kill Snape. No, 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 no. His mind danced frantically over his options, from the memory charm he probably couldn't have performed even with his wand, to excuses and more excuses. Excuses. All he needed was once decent excuse. Half-blood. The idea solidified in his mind. He thrust himself up from the ground in a show of fury. Half-blood. I'm not. That's impossible. You're making it up. You're lying. Harry wound his hand in Lucius's cloak and yanked the other man's face close to his. It can't be. It can't. My parents are my father's pure. I don't have dirty Muggle blood. You lying bastard. You take it back now. I know you're lying. Take it back. He made a grab for Lucius's wand, but a quick spell sent him tumbling back to the GR as the Death Eater retreated a step in a defensive posture. Bastard! Harry screamed at him, fighting against a heavy weight he knew to be an impediment. Jinx. It wasn't difficult to fake the fury or the hysteria, he was rather on the cusp of both. It can't be. I'm not a half-blood. You're lying. You're lying. He noticed the comprehension seeping into Lucius's features. Desperate to nurture the possibility that had just occurred in Malfoy's mind, Harry screamed as though his world had just ended and squeezed his eyes shut. He clamped his hands over his face and shook his head back and forth in desperate denial. You lie, you lie, you lie. My mother would never, she would never, you, Malfoy. You liar. He peered through his fingers, and was not encouraged by the look on Malfoy's face. He's not buying it. He's not. Damn, damn, damn. Oh, you're you. I lie about nothing, Lucius said smoothly. He had to totally debase himself. It was the only way Lucius would ever believe him. So Harry fought, screaming, against the impediment a spell until he was too exhausted, until the pain could no longer be ignored. His muscles literally gave out on him, and he slumped back to the GR. He allowed those tears of pain to surface at last, and broke into sobs. It wasn't difficult to cry. The curse, liquid fire flowing through his veins, was a persistent motivator. It's impossible. Mum wouldn't. Harry sobbed, still shaking his head in frantic denial. She wouldn't. She would never do that. I'm not a half-blood. I'm not. She wouldn't touch a mudblood. Malfoy began chuckling above him. Relief like he'd never known coursed through Harry, but he never let his show of emotion slacken. An image of Dudley's theatrical tears flashed through his head, and he let out a wail of despair, hearing Lucius's mirth turn into outright laughter. Harry was still sobbing brokenly as the man swooped down next to him, drinking in the exquisite agony he believed he'd caused Harry. Well, well, Lucius taunted lightly, waggling his finger at him. It looks like one little bastard didn't realize his mother was a right whore, did he? Harry ed his denial. Amusement colored Lucius's voice. I wonder if she ed a muggle or a mudblood. Who was your progenitor? Harry felt himself flush. The tears died somewhat as his anger urted itself. He didn't enjoy Lucius taunting him over the UAL misdeeds of Septimus's mother any more than he might over someone taunting him over what his real mother had done with Snape. This is just beautiful, Lucius sighed in pleasure. Clearly in Malfoy's view, learning oneself to be not only a half-blood, but also a bastard, ranked among the worst things that could ever happen to a wizard. All those pretensions of yours towards dark magic, and look, you're merely a half-blood, barely even a wizard. Lucius enjoyed his distress for an interminable moment more. The curse still raging through Harry's body seemed minor next to the horrendous tragedy he'd just averted. He hadn't killed another person. Snape was safe. Safe, thank Merlin. And then Malfoy released him so abruptly from the curse that for several moments, Harry truly believed his body had gone numb. He heard the GR crunch by his ear, and became dimly aware of Malfoy staring down at him, his pale skin cast with a bluish tint in the early morning light. I suggest you return to the house before Severus misses you, my dear filthy little half-blood. It was a profound shock when Malfoy simply turned around, tossing Harry's wand disdainfully on the ground before walking back towards the house. Harry shoved himself to his feet, ignoring the protests of his limbs. No, Harry thought, stunned. Was all of this for nothing? Malfoy had been willing to crucio him for lying on the couch too long, but not for casting an excruciating curse on him. There were any number of things he could do to catch Malfoy's attention. Attack him, but then the man could plead self-defense. Yell out Voldemort's name, but then Malfoy would be the loyal servant. What? Run away then, Malfoy! Harry shouted. Just like you always do. Lucius's shoulders drew up like an alert animal. Good, Malfoy cried. Hit him right there. So I'm a bastard, a dirty half-blood, but what about you? Harry bellowed. Everyone knows you abandoned the Dark Lord when his loyal supporters went to Azkaban. I know a 15-year-old got you sent to prison last year. Even dirty mudbloods laugh at you. Lucius halted, and Harry stepped closer to the immobile figure. You're always talking about the greatness of the Malfoys. How many centuries ago was that? Huh, Lucy. 'Cause judging by your greatness, I'd say you Malfoys have at least a few mudbloods diluting the line yourself. Malfoy turned then, and Harry felt an unexpected thrill of fear at the dangerous expression on his face. "Would you care to repeat that, boy?" Malfoy asked softly. Harry hadn't really expected to feel afraid, but suddenly his insides danced with anxiety. He twisted his face into his most ferocious expression and pressed on anyway. "I said that the Malfoys are nothing more than a line of sniveling, cowardly, mud-blooded disgraces to Wizardry AAARRGGHH. It was amazing, though, how he could never quite remember just how terrible the Cruciatus Curse was until he was in the grip of it. He could never recall how the world collapsed into a narrow spectrum of pain and more pain. The curse was fueled by hatred and sadism. And Lucius wanted him to suffer. It didn't stop. It never ended. He clawed at the GR, thrashing, anything to escape it, to throw it off. His world narrowed, blackened. He couldn't think. He was barely aware of his own screams. And it went on and on and on, until he heard two voices bellow, "Expelliarmus." The curse had stopped, but it still hurt. Harry turned weakly towards the voices, but he could barely move. It hurt. Everything killed him. Moving his eyes was hellish. Holding his lids open, trying to form a thought was a new lesson in pain. Snape was here, though. Snape was finally here. It took an effort almost beyond Harry's dwindling strength to force his eyes open, to look at the two Death Eaters, circling each other like predators. "What do you think you're doing, Lucius?" Malfoy stiffened. "You have some nerve intervening in this, Severus. Were you aware? Was I aware that you've been using the Cruciatus Curse on my nephew? Under my roof?" "Oh, I certainly am now, Lucius," Snape snarled. His black, blurred form moved imperceptibly closer, just enough for Harry to see his wandless state. Alarmed, the boy's eyes quickly flitted up to Malfoy. He was relieved to see that Lucius was similarly disarmed. Feeling a wave of exhaustion, Harry's head slumped to the ground. He felt Snape's gaze snap to him. Septimus. His body was trembling uncontrollably. He wanted to tell Snape it was okay, to concentrate on Malfoy, but his throat wasn't working quite as it should. "Septimus. Boy, don't you dare close your eyes." He heard Snape's footsteps draw rapidly nearer. "Leave the little bastard," Lucius said coldly. He was watching Snape with a dark, predatory expression, recognizing this confrontation for the potential threat it truly was. "I had every provocation." "Provocation," Snape spat. "To cast the Cruciatus Curse in my abode. To possibly draw the attention of Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. You know what my role is. You know what I do. Do you realize that even now a team of Aurors—" "Oh, stop exaggerating so dreadfully, Severus," Lucius said, sounding slightly uneasy. "I know you have protective spells. Protective measures are just that. Measures. They're not infallible. I will not put up with your idiocy any longer, Malfoy. The Dark Lord will hear my account before yours." Snape roared. "You just wait, you'll be out of here. And what makes you think I'll allow you to speak to him first?" Lucius said dangerously. Snape's expression froze, and Harry watched his eyes narrow into lethal black slits immediately at the perceived threat. "How do you propose to stop me, Lucius?" Snape asked softly. "I think we both know which of us has a greater avenue of access to our Lord." "We are also aware," Malfoy said delicately, his eyelashes flickering in an almost coy manner, "which of us is on notice, and just which of us has more, shall we say, latitude with our actions." Snape smiled suddenly, that horrible smile Harry had only seen on a few unfortunate occasions. His eyes glimmered with deadly promise, and there was something genuinely gleeful about it. "Yes, I think I am quite aware which of us is on notice, did you say?" Snape drew a step closer to Lucius. Harry registered a faint note of alarm. He didn't know where Snape's wand was, but he had a feeling Snape was increasing his distance from it. In fact, Snape added softly, "I think you might be surprised at our respective positions, once you're slightly more informed." Lucius's entire expression shifted. Harry remembered this same terrible look on his face when Harry tricked him into freeing Dobby. "What have you done, Severus?" Malfoy's tone was softer and deadlier than he'd ever used with Septimus, or Harry Potter, as though the man instinctively knew he was dealing with a more lethal opponent. Snape's expression never changed. There was still that malicious light in his eyes, and he drew closer again, a strange, unsettling smile on his lips. "Let's just say, Lucius, that I put my respite from your company yesterday to good use. Very good use, indeed. And if I happen to alert our esteemed master to some, shall we say, previously unknown aspects of your fortunate jailbreak, it was only out of my great attention to my duties. Was that fear that ped so fleetingly across Malfoy's face? What have you done, Severus? Malfoy's voice sounded slightly shrill. Yes, it was fear. Snape shook his head slowly, his smile growing wider. Oh, no, no. I'm afraid, for the good of our master, I must use some tiny amount of discretion. He cocked his head, his eyes chillingly black and empty. But I must admit, you may find your status slightly uncertain. Malfoy's fear had dissolved into a sudden, unreasoning rage. What? Snape taunted softly. Malfoy held his gaze for a moment of soundless fury, and then made a sudden movement towards his wand. It took every bit of strength Harry had to catch Malfoy's ankle with his foot, sending the man tumbling to the ground with his own momentum. Malfoy fell on top of him, crushing already bereaved muscles. Snape lanced forward in a whirl of his black robes, and was suddenly upon Malfoy, his pale hands clenching the taller man by the neck of his robes and yanking him up, away from Harry. Lucius would normally have been the physical superior over the rail-thin professor, but months in Azkaban and the blood-boiling curse had robbed him of any prowess he might have possessed, had he deigned to indulge in Muggle combat. He was easily dragged across the lawn, where a quick shove by Snape sent him unceremoniously head over heels into the pond. What w.h. Malfoy sputtered, head breaking the surface just for a moment before Snape appeared on the side bank, grasped him by his wet hair, and thrust him back under. A vicious expression twisted across Snape's face as his black arms remained plunged under the dark surface of the lake, holding Malfoy in place. He then yanked Malfoy up, allowing Lucius a desperate, fleeting gasp of air, before thrusting him back under for longer. And longer. He's going to drown him, Harry thought numbly. It's been too long. There's no way no way. And suddenly Snape whipped back up to his feet, dragging a limp and disoriented Lucius Malfoy out of the water and onto the bank, and dropping him to the ground with a look of disgust. Malfoy collapsed bonelessly, coughing. Snape gazed at him for only a moment before he swept around and strode purposefully over to Harry. Harry's gaze lifted to meet his professor's. Snape's empty black eyes swept over him, quickly essing his condition, before the man swooped down and retrieved Malfoy's wand from the ground, an absolutely horrible look on his face. Have you any urgent concerns? Snape asked him coldly. Harry shook his head numbly. The gesture sent pain lancing through his neck and spine, and he balled his fists to stop himself from crying out. Snape's eyes darkened. Do not fall asleep until we've essed your injuries. Snape sent him one last careful look, before turning back to Malfoy, watching the man struggle to breathe for a long moment. His lips quirked at the corners with some sadistic enjoyment of Malfoy's plight. Lucius, he called mockingly, my apologies for using such a crude, Muggle means of torment. He stepped across the yard, his wet robe swinging heavily around his body. My lineage, as you know, is not nearly as refined as your own. After all, since you've endangered us with your reckless use of unforgivables, I should have respected your partiality towards them. Lucius had a split second to look up, sheer terror on his face, before Snape cried, Crucio. Harry stared in horror as Malfoy began to scream, thrashing with sheer agony. Snape closed in on the other man, as though to relish the pain he was causing from a better vantage point. Then with an offhanded gesture, Snape released Malfoy. Enough, he said quietly. Lucius's body shook convulsively, and tried to nod. Snape's horrible smile appeared again, that particular enjoyment on his face that always seemed to appear when Harry got an answer wrong in CL. I didn't quite catch that, Snape noted softly, ignoring Malfoy's inarticulate cry of alarm. You need to make more effort, dear friend. Crucio. Malfoy's screams began again, louder, longer. Harry wanted to clamp his hands over his ears, to yell at Snape to stop, but he could only stare in horror, first at Malfoy and then at Snape. Snape. There was an absolutely inhuman look on his face, in his faint smile. A chilling emptiness with which he hadn't even greeted Harry after the obliviation attempt. It was scary, it was horrible. And Harry understood it fully for the first time. Snape was a Death Eater. He was not pretending to be a servant of a Dark Lord. He was not merely a spy. The man had joined the Death Eaters because he was a creature capable of the same blackness as the rest of them, who said the same evil as the rest. That's why he hadn't reacted to what Harry had done to Minky. He took pain. He took death for granted. It was then Harry realized suddenly, very clearly, that he couldn't. He could never do something like this. He could get every single person he loved killed, but he could never hope to actively destroy another person. He was too cowardly to kill Voldemort, too squeamish to hurt Bellatrix Lestrange. The screaming, he couldn't stand it. It suddenly felt like the breath had been stolen from his body, and Harry slumped back to the GR, the full extent of his injuries making themselves known. Malfoy's screams rang into the night, and he stared bleakly up into the sky as it steadily grew lighter. He refused to look at Snape even after Malfoy's cries died away. He was vaguely aware of the black form that appeared above him, surveying him with his pale mask of deathly white skin. "Can you walk, Harry?" Harry closed his eyes against the sight, and shook his head. The levitation spell swept him into the air, and there was something terrifyingly abrupt about it. He was cold, freezing. In fact, some nameless force inside him seemed to fight the spell, holding him several feet above the ground. Snape's spell, and his limbs trembled more furiously than before. Frustration, a blessedly normal, Hogwarts potions master, expression crossed Snape's face, and then the man floated him gently back down to the ground. "Your magic appears to be resisting mine," Snape noted dispassionately. Harry tried to cringe away when the man knelt down next to him, not wanting that icy grip on him, but Snape gave him no choice, arresting the movement with a firm hand and bundling Harry's body up against him, physically lifting him into the air. Harry's tremors increased. Snape's body felt like ice, seeping the very life from his skin. He forced himself to look back up into the sky, to turn his eyes from what had happened. A wave of exhaustion consumed him. His scar throbbed, blackening the edges of his vision with a relentless pulse of pain. "Do not fall asleep," Snape said gruffly. "I won't," Harry thought. His scar was burning furiously. He doubted he would ever sleep easily again. After carefully arranging Harry on a couch, he summoned a rejuvenation draft laced with a pain reliever. It was a very short-term solution, but he didn't need the boy falling asleep and slipping into a coma. He could very well have sustained a severe head injury, convulsing under Lucius's cruciatus. As soon as he felt Harry would remain conscious, Snape cast a diagnostic spell, and was relieved to find that he was in no immediate danger. Slight concussion, several superficial injuries and a few slightly more serious ones, but nothing that would end up killing him. Snape let out the breath he'd been holding, and turned his attention first to Harry's shattered kneecap. This one seemed to have the most potential for long-term damage, not to mention the most potential for excruciating pain once his nerves recovered. Best not send Potter back to Hogwarts with a permanent limp, or Minerva would accost him in a most unpleasant manner. "What are you doing?" Harry's voice was hoarse. From screaming, Snape realized, internally cursing himself for encouraging the boy to provoke Malfoy. Whatever he'd envisioned for ensnaring Lucius, this had not been it. He felt oddly ill. It was one thing to bandy about the imperious curse, it was more common and easier to wield than the Ministry would admit, but it was quite another to use the cruciatus. Severus hadn't expected even Lucius Malfoy to indulge in it, especially upon such an unequal opponent. Perhaps Azkaban had quite unhinged the man. "Your knee is severely damaged," Snape informed him. "Oh." He glanced up at the boy's face, and noticed that Harry was staring, rapt, at some fixed point on the ceiling. "I think I fell on it a couple of times." The green eyes drifted downwards, as the boy stared with some morbid fascination at his twitching limbs. "They didn't do that last time." Snape stiffened imperceptibly. He'd heard all about the Triwizard Tournament, from both the headmaster and the Death Eaters, who still relished having seen the famous boy who lived writing in agony. Of course, he doubted the Dark Lord had cursed him nearly so severely as this. There was no way Harry would have dragged himself back to Hogwarts in this condition, much less that Diggory boy. The curse had been long, almost too long. He'd been alerted immediately to Malfoy's use of the unforgivable, and the suddenness of it caught him by surprise. He'd only departed Harry's company a half-hour earlier. He hadn't realized Lucius was even awake. Lucius had somehow warded the garden, because it had taken Snape nearly 2 minutes to break through the barrier. Nothing had prepared him for what he found, though. Nothing. "I should have killed him," Snape thought vindictively, clutching his fist tighter about his wand. He felt Harry start against him, and only then realized his wand had begun to spark with his fury. Snape quickly forced the anger to the back of his consciousness and caught a somewhat horrified look on Harry's face before he abruptly returned his attention to the ceiling. He forced his attention back to Harry's knee, trying not to dwell upon the fact that Lucius could have given him a no stronger "you" than casting the Cruciatus curse on a child Snape was supposed to be protecting. And I could not have been more of a fool, piquing Lucius's interest in him. Snape couldn't say exactly what it was. Perhaps it had been something increasingly skittish in Harry's manner, or something increasingly menacing about Lucius. He simply knew at this moment that he could pin down the very instant when Lucius's interest in the boy turned predatory. Not all of us, Severus, have such casual malice towards our own kin. And he'd reacted, like an undisciplined fool. He never reacted to anything. He was a spy, a master occlumens. And he knew full well that Lucius could see any expression that so briefly flickered over a human face. Why had that statement slipped past his guard? Together with that unfortunate moment in the garden, when Lucius had caught Snape staring, appalled, at some perceived intimacy between the two, that had done it. When Snape looked over it, he could track every change in Lucius back to something he himself had done. Septimus would have remained a diverting amusement for a lonely escapee, if Severus hadn't virtually trickled blood in the water for a ravenous shark. And what would the headmaster say, when he brought Harry back to Hogwarts, having endured such a traumatizing experience? Dumbledore would never forgive him for this. He would realize he was right, all along. How could he win Dumbledore's confidence back? Could he win Dumbledore's confidence back? He was startled out of his thoughts by a hoarse voice. "You called me, Harry," the boy said. "You asked me if I could walk." Snape looked sharply up from where he knelt, healing Harry's leg. He'd called the boy by his first name. Had he really? His thoughts stretched back to the moment, and Snape was disconcerted to find that he had, indeed, addressed the boy by his given name. He stopped his ministrations for a long moment, frozen, watching Harry's face. He hadn't really believed, when he carried him back into the house, that Harry was even coherent. He supposed the slip was due to that unguarded moment. He was disconcerted to find Harry now calling him on it. It was as though Harry were confronting directly some shift in Snape's regard. Snape was overcome by a dreadful feeling of exposure, as though Harry had just peeled open his skin to glimpse into his very thoughts. A range of responses flew to his tongue, from scathing to indifferent. He almost settled on a dismissive, "I hadn't noticed," to a perfunctory excuse about needing to ensure Harry was conscious, but something stopped him. He knew exactly what path those words would lead him down, but some inexplicable impulse held him back from plunging into that comfortable familiarity. "So I did," Snape acknowledged in a level tone. His palms flattened against the fabric of the couch on either side of Harry's knee, and he waited for his response with an odd, leaping feeling in his stomach. Nerves, Snape realized, utterly appalled. For the first time since they'd returned from the yard, Harry's eyes shifted from that distant spot on the ceiling he'd been examining, to meet Snape's. "You killed Malfoy, then, didn't you?" Harry asked hoarsely. "You wouldn't have said my name if he weren't already dead." For a full 2 seconds, Snape's failed to process the words. When they finally sorted out in his head, he fully comprehended that Harry had raised the issue because he was worried about Lucius, and suddenly he wanted to strangle the little T. "What do you care?" he snarled, jabbing his wand a tad too harshly as he resumed healing Harry's knee, nicking the swollen flesh and evoking a sharp hiss from the boy. "I suppose you fear you'll have less fodder for self-pity without Lucius around to torture you. I never wanted him to die." Something odd in Potter's tone dragged Snape's gaze back up again, and he found the boy rubbing furiously at his forehead with his still trembling arm. "I didn't mean to kill him, I didn't. For Merlin's sake, Potter," Snape said harshly. "Even if Lucius Malfoy were currently dead, rather than stupefied in the backyard, he would have died because I made a conscious decision to kill him." Irritation bubbled through him at Harry's unwavering mask of anguish. "It's presumptuous of you to claim responsibility for the actions of others. You may be Dumbledore's precious little celebrity, but you hold no sway over me, nor will you ever." Harry still sat there, staring at him with haunted green eyes, raking his forehead with his fingernails. The gesture irritated Snape to no end. Are you a canine, battling fleas? Snape demanded, snatching Harry's hand from his face and pressing it harshly into the cushion next to the boy's torso. Lie still. After holding his arm there for several seconds, he felt the weak resistance die, leaving only the convulsive trembling of Harry's limbs, twitching against his grip. The knee was about as repaired as it would get. He would have to bring Potter to the hospital wing once they returned to Hogwarts, but he was fairly satisfied the boy would have no permanent limp thanks to his quick handiwork. He resumed his diagnostic spell, and it led his wand up to the boys. Snape felt a pang of unease, wondering if it was something internal, but parting the torn folds of Harry's robe revealed his, rivulets of blood seeping from tears that seemed to have been left by fingernails. How did this happen, Potter? Snape asked carefully, summoning a healing draft for this one. Harry weakly lifted his head, and appeared mildly surprised at the sight of his bloody. Oh, he said breathlessly, one of his hands creeping up to touch a wound as if to verify it was there. I can't even feel them. Snape shoved his hand away. Don't poke at it, boy. Harry's head slumped back. He was breathing heavily as though he'd exerted himself. I dunno how. Maybe during the blood-boiling curse. I was kind of clawing at things, must have done it to myself, too. Right through the robes, I suppose. Snape stared at him. Malfoy used a blood-boiling curse on you. Harry gave a weak, rueful laugh, then clutched his ribs quickly as though to keep them in place. No, I used it on me. Something about blood purity made it bounce. The haziness that had slowly stolen over his expression suddenly cleared, and with a sharp intake of breath, Harry pushed himself upright. Oh no, Snape, he knows, he knows. Snape grasped Harry's thin shoulders and shoved him back down. What are you talking about? He demanded, although he had a creeping feeling he knew exactly what the boy was talking about. He knew well what happened to a half-blood who used one of those kinship curses on a pureblood. If Harry cursed Malfoy, and the curse was returned to him, Lucius would have guessed immediately he was not a pureblood. So, Lucius knew he was harboring a mysterious half-blood. That was treachery in itself, a slap in the face of the Dark Lord. The slightest deviation from the Dark Lord's ideology was seen as a sign of treason in the eyes of the Death Eaters. Snape would be punished, if not executed. Perhaps he would be killing Lucius today, after all. He felt a fleeting sense of remorse. There had been a time in his life, after all, when Lucius had been his only ally. But it evaporated the instant he remembered what the man had done just a few minutes earlier. He knows I'm a half-blood. He said the curse only came back to me because I was impure. I pretended I didn't know, that I was upset. Harry croaked. I'm pretty sure I convinced him that my mother had an affair, that I was just a bastard of some sort, but, he knows. A knot loosened in Snape's. Leave the little bastard. Could Harry Potter have successfully deceived Lucius Malfoy? It was actually a damn good excuse. It was not unheard of for a half-blood to slip into a pureblood line somewhere or other due to UAL promiscuity. It part of the reason why there were so many kinship curses. You came up with that story yourself? Snape asked, reluctantly impressed. No, Lucius made it up for me, was Harry's sarcastic reply. Snape would grant he'd just asked an idiotic question, but he did not appreciate the boy pointing that idiocy out to him. Quiet, and hold still, Potter, he said brusquely, running his wand up to the boy's neck and over the strained tendons there. You may very well have rescued us from the consequences of your stupidity. I congratulate you. A pity you haven't managed to do so in previous situations. Harry shivered, his eyes growing cloudy, staring inward. Black. Snape didn't have to legitimize him to know the damn boy was thinking about black, again. Care to enlighten me, as to just what you thought you were doing with that curse? Snape said, catching Harry's eye and forcing the boy away from whatever he was thinking. Harry blinked at him. I provoked him. You asked me to. I would not have condoned something so foolhardy as casting a blood-boiling curse on a Death Eater. Snape snarled, his irritation rising in full force. You're fortunate he did not use the killing curse on you in return. A smirk curled Harry's lips. That would be an unforgivable, too. Snape's fists clenched. Fury at this impertinent little tea pumped through him. How dare he turn this into a joke? Malfoy taught me, Harry added, closing his eyes heavily. I wanted to test it on him before." He fell silent. "Before?" Snape demanded. Harry's eyes opened again, utterly expressionless, a strange look on this boy. "Before I used one on Bellatrix Lestrange." He sighed. It won't happen now. Even if I could cast one without feeling it myself." He reached up to rub almost convulsively at his forehead. "I gave you that book to use on the Muggles, Potter," Snape informed him coldly, inwardly cringing at another foolish thing he'd done since the boy had arrived here. Perhaps stupidity is contagious, Snape thought, remembering just how brilliant and dastardly his plan of severing Harry from the headmaster had seemed, back when he'd so carelessly proffered that dangerous item into Harry's hands. He hadn't once given thought to the other things Harry could use it for. "Why, you lied to me," Snape said, his surprise at the realization overcoming his fury. Harry had lied, and he'd believed him. "I never lied to you," Harry said tonelessly, his eyes sinking closed again. "I just never told you the truth." Snape was still staring at him. He couldn't believe the boy had misled him. He always knew when Potter was lying. Always. Snape noticed that Harry's eyes were still closed. The effects of the rejuvenation draft had to be waning. "Go to sleep, Potter," Snape commanded gruffly. He was inwardly reeling. How had the boy tricked him so easily? It was in many ways a relief Harry was at last succumbing to exhaustion. Snape disliked how quickly the exchange had slipped from his grasp. And sleep would do the boy good. Snape could only administer the opiated draft once in a period of 48 hours, and he planned to save that until he was fully awake when he'd most need it. Sleep would be enough, for now, to battle the lingering effects of the curse. In the meantime, he had a Dark Lord to appease, and a Malfoy to humiliate. Only Lucius Malfoy could project an air of haughtiness as he lay on the ground, trussed up like a prize turkey. Snape lingered a moment at the edge of the clearing, savoring the spectacle. He even made certain Lucius had spotted him before stopping to savor. It was positively delightful, the way the man's pale skin flushed into an almost, dare he say, Weasley shade of red. "Severus," Lucius bellowed. The man instinctively jerked at his robes, but quickly stilled in his movements, as though realizing his struggle was undignified. "Release me at once." "Oh, in a minute," Snape promised lazily. He crossed the lawn to lower himself across from the other Death Eater. He probably could have prevented his expression from reflected his amusement at this scene, but really why bother? Malfoy was watching him through flinty, gray eyes. The shudders racking his body seemed to stem from his fury as much as from nerve damage caused by the cruciatus. Snape watched it with pleasure. "You won't get away with this," Lucius declared. Malfoy's fury seemed laced with a desperate, almost hysterical anger. Snape watched him, amazed. Every once in a while, he was struck by just how much Draco reminded him of his father. This, however, was the first time he'd looked at Lucius and found himself reminded starkly of the son. "Actually, Lucius, I already have," Snape informed gleefully. The rays of the mid-morning sun were beating down on his skin, and Severus made a show of stretching languidly in the warmth. "In fact, I visited our master while you were still indisposed, and he agreed that your recklessness should no longer be tolerated, nor your arrogance indulged." Lucius's lips thinned into a grim line. "He will change his mind." "Perhaps," Snape said indifferently. "But not before he's corrected your insolence." Lucius stared at him, something resembling horror flowering in his eyes. Snape was fully aware that he'd never been subjected to the Dark Lord's cruciatus curse, as every other Death Eater had been upon one occasion or another. "He would not do that to me," Malfoy insisted. There was uncertainty in his tone, though, and it made Snape laugh out loud. "Yes, 6 months ago, he wouldn't have." Snape ran his finger across the line of his own lips, watching Malfoy intently, wanting to savor his every facial inflection. "After all, you were too powerful, too mighty for even the Dark Lord to dare curse. But you see, Lucius, without your position or your wealth, he no longer has to pretend he holds you in any particular regard. He can acknowledge openly what the rest of the wizarding world has known all along." "And what is that?" Lucius demanded, his voice hard. "That nobody truly cares about the Malfoy name," Snape said delicately, "apart from the Malfoys." That impotent fury again. "Ah!" Snape savored it. "That's not true." "Oh, but it is," Snape said softly, leaning closer to the bound man. You were nothing more than a resource to the Dark Lord. He accorded you privilege because you were valuable. When I return you to him, and you see just how those privileges have been revoked, well, Snape smiled maliciously. You'll remember my words. I find it interesting, Malfoy said, eyes glittering into Snape's with sheer hatred, that you continue to provoke me when you've just exposed to me a potent weakness. Snape stared at him, uncertain now just where this was going. Malfoy read his confusion, and smiled viciously. Do you truly believe the Cruciatus Curse is the worst thing I could do to your little nephew? He whispered, gray eyes glinting malevolently. He won't be in your care for long, Severus. Do you honestly believe I'll allow any power in this universe to hide him from me, after what you've done today? How long will he be out there, unprotected, utterly vulnerable, before I find him? Oh, well, Snape wasn't too worried there. If Lucius chose to torment himself over a boy who did not even exist, he was free to do so. Go right ahead, Snape said gamely. In fact, I had been meaning to learn more of your otiation with him. Legilimens. The spell caught Lucius by surprise. The man resisted him for a full minute before he buckled under Snape's attack, and memories flooded the latter's mind. Casting the Cruciatus Curse on Septimus, running his fingers through the distraught boy's hair, watching Septimus feed the ducks, feeling that strange warmth rekindled that he'd lost in Azkaban, letting Septimus drop to the ground, stunned that he'd thrown off the Imperius. Casting the killing curse on the blasted house elf himself over the boy's disoriented form, laughing in sheer, sadistic delight, realizing the accursed child had only now realized he was the product of a promiscuous whore of a mother. Snape rifled freely through Lucius's memories until he found that last one, the one he'd been searching for. He called up several more images, simply to misdirect Lucius if he later wondered what Snape had been searching for, before surrendering to a malicious impulse and delving into several forbidden realms of the man's mind, simply because he could. He readily unearthed a string of embering moments from Malfoy's childhood. Then, Narcissa looked him over with distaste. Julian is a far superior lover, Lucius, but I suppose it could also be attributed to a simple anatomical issue. He felt a coil of fury and shame when her eyes flickered pointedly downwards, and he would have throttled thee if it weren't for Bellatrix's cackling laugh across the room. Oh, that one was perfect. Why, Lucius, I never knew, Snape purred, ending the spell. Malfoy was huddled before him in the yard, still bound. The expression of absolute humiliation on his face was satisfaction enough for Snape, and he cancelled the binding spell, still leaving his wand trained on his opponent. Tell me, Lucius, Snape said coldly, still processing Malfoy's memories, was terrorizing a teenager like some common muggle predator truly so gratifying for you? Did it for one instant help you forget you were an impotent disgrace to wizard kind? He grasped the still distraught by the arm, and directed him harshly back towards the house. The man stumbled pitifully in his grasp for their journey back, only showing signs of life when his eyes flickered with sheer greed at spotting his wand on the table by the flow. I'll make you pay for this, Severus, Lucius vowed softly, staring longingly at his wand. You wait. Malfoy's deadly gray eyes returned to Snape's, as though the man wished to impress upon Severus the sincerity of his threats. Snape cut him off abruptly, tossing down a handful of flow powder and shouting, not manner. He shoved Lucius into the flow without another word. After a moment's consideration, Snape tossed the man's wand in behind him. He could afford to be gracious. After all, he'd won. Snape had returned to his lab, aware that the boy would wake up soon enough, and he wanted to have a potion on hand to give Harry straightaway. It was in this manner that he found himself still there, several minutes later, staring at the vials of the opiated calming draught, an odd feeling welling in his stomach. There wasn't nearly enough. There should be more. The recipe made at least 10 batches. And the boy had followed the recipe. Snape knew that, apart from a tad too much asphodel, the draught had been perfect. He could remember now Harry's Gly expression, the night before. He'd written it off purely to distress. But there were 2 doses gone. One Snape had imbibed himself, and the other. He clutched the table, reeling under the implications of it. Harry had taken it already today, or Lucius had fed it to him. Either way, Malfoy had used the Cruciatus Curse already. He'd used it earlier, and obviously to such an extent that Harry had required a dose for himself. Harry had known full well how Lucius would retaliate. It was not naivete, it was not stupidity. He'd known, he'd known, he'd known. Snape mechanically parceled out a sleeping draft. Instead, at Potter's size, there was certainly no way his system could handle 2 doses of the opiate within a day. All he could hope to do was put him to sleep through the after effects of the curse. He returned to Harry's side, and paused, watching the boy rouse from his sleep, nameless feelings raging through him. He planned this out. The thought only now occurred to him, meeting Harry's gaze as he opened his eyes and tiredly looked over Snape's expression, and the draft in his hand. The thin body still shook furiously, but only now did Severus recognize the clarity in his eyes. He'd planned everything, hadn't he? He'd taken advantage of Malfoy's resentment of Snape to wrangle those curses out of the man, taken advantage of Snape's anger towards Dumbledore to get that book from Snape, allowed Snape and Malfoy to tangle for several days simply to play them both against each other. Harry Potter was a scheming little bastard. It had never occurred to him that Harry might have ulterior motives. He'd simply never lent the boy that much credence, to entertain the thought that he was wrangling something out of him. "He's my son," Snape realized suddenly. The thought was horrifying, frightening, because it made more sense now than it ever had before. It struck home the way it hadn't when he was gazing at the guileless face of James Potter's tea. This boy had never been the son of James Potter. He had never been the empty-headed Gryffindor. He was a scheming, plotting, vicious little Slytherin with the face of a... What had this been about? Really about? It was more than helping Snape rid them of Malfoy. It was more than striking back at Malfoy for the events of earlier in the day. It was. "Did you get what you wanted out of this farce?" demanded Snape harshly. Harry blinked at him, confused. "What are you talking about?" Snape thrust the sleeping draft to his lips, and practically it forced down the boy's throat. He couldn't pinpoint just why he felt so angry. He looked on in quiet rage as Harry's features slackened, the pain never quite fading, but the energy draining steadily. Heavy lids closed over green eyes. And then the question was nagging at him relentlessly, one that he should have asked ages ago. "A cupboard, Potter." The sleeping draft was rapidly taking effect, and Potter barely looked at him through green eyes rapidly fogging over. Why a cupboard? Snape could see that the boy was blinking heavily, and knew he was about to fall asleep. He strode over to his side and planted his hands on the cushion on either side of his face, leaning closer, a sense of urgency stealing over him. This was not something he wanted to wait to hear. "The Muggles were abusing you, sticking you in a cupboard. You know that. Why do you need it for occlumency? Why is it soothing?" Potter's eyes slipped closed, and Snape grasped him by the shoulder and shook him. "Potter." But Harry didn't open his eyes. He was sound asleep. Despite the questions still raging through his mind, Snape was on the verge of surrendering to his exhaustion. He slumped into one of the armchairs, reluctant to leave the ailing teenager's side, but unwilling to summon a rejuvenation draft for himself. He was debating the merits of levitating Harry back up to his own room when his thoughts began to blur with sleep. And then Harry began to laugh. He raised his head wearily when the first dry, rasping chuckle issued from the boy's throat, and at last forced himself to his feet as the laughter grew high and cold. "Potter," Snape called, wondering if he'd underestimated the dosage of the sleeping draft. Harry's face was still slack with unconsciousness, but his lips began to move in a smooth intonation almost as though they belonged to a separate body. "That pathetic display will get you nowhere, my slippery friend. I would think it beneath your ancient dignity to beg." Snape froze, knowing that voice. "You make no similar appeal to your sister-in-law. Why is that, I wonder?" Crucio. There was something horrific about hearing the Dark Lord's familiar tones and cadences from the lips of a sleeping 16-year-old. Snape stood stock still, almost fearing to move any closer to the inert form. "She does seem to be enjoying herself, doesn't she? Would you like your turn, Bella? You see, I reward loyalty. Competence. 2 qualities you've been conspicuously lacking of late." "Crew." As though waking up from a trance, Snape vaulted forward and grasped him by the shoulders. "Potter." The Dark Lord's words died from Harry's lips when Snape shook him harshly, but the draft kept him steadfastly unconscious. Severus's furious heartbeat pounded in his ears, and it took him several moments to catch his breath and pry his fingers from the teenager's shoulders. He staggered back a step from the now mute form, utterly shocked. The headmaster had explained to him the severity of Harry's visions, the extent to which the Dark Lord penetrated the boy's mind, but until now, Snape had not had the chance to witness one of those visions in progress. It was one thing to hear of it, it was an entirely different matter to see firsthand the Dark Lord's influence over him. Snape scrubbed his fingers over his lips, feeling cold and shaken by the spectacle. It only registered now, the full extent of Harry's vulnerability. He could see easily how the Dark Lord had torn straight into the boy's mind. And now that Harry knew the details of his spying, now that he knew Severus was his father, the danger was greater than ever before. They needed to work on occlumency. He needed to figure out why exactly Harry's mind was eased by that cupboard. The question nagged relentlessly just outside the scope of his comprehension. It was frustrating, confusing, because even with his new insight into the workings of Harry's mind, it was the one element that refused to factor into the Slytherin persona he was constructing for him. Why was Harry comforted by the image of being locked in a bloody cupboard? And if he could simply figure that out, he could understand the morning's events. He would know Harry's motive for drawing Lucius into a violent confrontation that could only have one terrible result. His eyes, straying over the unconscious form, halted abruptly upon catching sight of the blood crusted beneath his fingernails. Snape's brow furrowed. He'd already cast several cleansing charms on Harry, trying to sear the events of the day from the boy's awareness at least in some measure. It was surprising he'd overlooked that detail. With a quick glance to verify Harry still slumbered, he tentatively grasped one of his thin hands and raised it into the light. The Scourgify charm worked quickly enough, but as Severus moved to release his grip, Harry's fingers clamped around his, curtailing his retreat. Snape stilled. Even in his sleep, Harry's face had twisted into something resembling anguish. The grip tightened on his fingers as Harry murmured something unintelligible, pulling him closer. It took Snape a long moment to realize his physical presence was comforting for the boy. He smirked. Harry would be mortified if he knew. The thought of it amused Snape enough for him to permit Harry to continue clinging to him. The fingers tightened again, the troubled expression on Harry's face growing outright distraught. He was murmuring something unintelligible over and over, and Snape leaned closer to hear it. Sirius. With a disgusted snort, he wrenched himself from the weak grip. Sirius. Harry's voice was anguished, his flailing hand closing on thin air. Snape cursed black silently, and gathered his empty potions vials into his hand. He didn't look up as Harry called the name several more times. Then Harry's hand dropped, dangling off the side of the couch. I'm sorry, Sirius, he said. I'm so sorry. Snape did look up then, staring intently at the unconscious boy. So sorry, Harry mumbled. Didn't mean to. I'm sorry. And suddenly Snape understood all too well why Harry needed that cupboard. This was it right here, the legacy of being raised by those muggles. Snape rubbed his hand as though Harry's touch had seared his skin, staring at the prone form. He was aware of a vague regret that he'd pulled away from his son's grip. Well, he watched Harry curl in on himself and roll to his other side. He supposed it was too late to change that now. Harry's head was pounding, his entire body throbbing with remembered pain. It took him several attempts to force his gummy eyelids open, and he winced at the onslaught of light. At some point, Snape must have moved him. His last memory was of Snape healing him in the parlor, although he had some vague recollection of rousing and asking Snape how long he'd been out. Not nearly long enough. Go back to sleep, you foolish boy. The memory now crawled sluggishly through his in. The sleeping draft had left him slow and rather disoriented. How long had it been? Days. Hours. His gaze traveled slowly about the bedroom, and then halted when he caught sight of a pensieve, resting on the table by his bed. Harry stared at it in confusion for a long moment, trying to figure out just how it had arrived there. Snape must have left it. Why? Is this some sort of test? Harry gazed at it for a few cautious moments more, before deciding not to touch it. He must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing he knew, Snape was standing above him, running a diagnostic spell. His professor looked exhausted, his hair greasier than usual, dark shadows under his eyes. How long? Harry asked, his voice cracking. He cleared his throat, but it did nothing to dispel the sore feeling. Almost 2 days, Snape replied. He tucked his wand back into his pocket and surveyed Harry critically. You'll be pleased to know you've suffered no permanent nerve damage. Oh, Harry rubbed at his throat, trying to sort out his memories of the last several days. Snape's lips thinned into a grim, irritated line. Another 20 seconds, Potter, and your mobility would have been permanently impaired. You were exceedingly fortunate. Harry wasn't sure what to say to that, so he remained silent. Snape's eyes narrowed. I hope you'll remember how narrowly you escaped that fate, the next time you choose to embark upon such a foolhardy venture. Harry turned his gaze up to the ceiling, wishing Snape would just leave already. He was starting to feel a bit sick again. The weight of Snape's gaze rested upon him for a long moment, before his professor backed off a step. The pensieve. Have you had a chance to look at it? Harry's gaze snapped up. No. Snape sent him a dour look. I wouldn't do that again, he added quickly. Snape's eyes rolled heavenward. Naturally, this is the one time you exhibit the remotest sense of decorum. He swept around the bed, and with a curt gesture, beckoned Harry over to the pensieve. Come, Potter, take a look. I wouldn't have been so foolish as to leave it here if I didn't wish you to see it. Really, Harry said bitterly, remembering the last pensieve he'd viewed. Snape shot him an unfriendly look, and Harry fell silent. After a moment, he inched across the bed, ignoring the sharp protest of his sore joints. The older wizard retreated to allow him some space. This may be disconcerting, Snape noted, watching Harry adjust to his new position on the side of the bed. This is a recollection from my mind, extracted from Lucius's mind, from a moment during which he was penetrating your mind. Be warned. Harry shot Snape a dubious look, suddenly a bit nervous about just what he was going to see. He bit the side of his cheek and gazed into the depths of the pensieve, reluctant to proceed. Sometime today would be nice, noted Snape dryly. Harry took a deep breath and prodded the pensieve, his heart thudding in his. Just what would he see? Did he have to relive what happened with Minky? He didn't think he could stand to see that. Maybe this was some form of punishment. It took Harry a long moment to connect the pale, skinny boy half slumped in Malfoy's arms with himself. He felt himself shudder at the sight of the aristocrat, memories of Malfoy torturing him and Malfoy screaming under Snape's cruciatous curse, dancing through his mind. Lucius supported the other Harry easily, the boy's legs still refused to hold his weight. Kill the house elf, Lucius instructed, gray eyes glittering intently. He appeared entirely confident in his ability to bend the younger wizard's will to his. Harry shrank from the sight. He didn't want to watch Lucius turn him into a killer. Lucius's eyes were misty, his attention entirely focused upon controlling Harry's mind. Kill her. The other Harry's misty green eyes rose, confusion blossoming in their depths. Harry felt sick watching himself. Malfoy's grip tightened under the boy's arms, frustration stealing over his face. Kill her, he insisted, his voice a harsh rasp. The other Harry blinked, as though unable to tear his gaze from the house elf, yet unable to comprehend just what he was being asked to do. His brow furrowed, and with what seemed like an effort, he opened his hand and dropped his wand to the ground. Dismay and confusion stole over Lucius's expression. He stared at Harry for a long moment with an expression that slowly shifted into anger and, something like betrayal. He shoved Harry roughly to the ground. Lucius turned hard, angry eyes to the house elf, still trembling fearfully before him on the lawn. Avada Kedavra, malignant green light streaked from his wand, hitting Minky in the. She slumped, dead, to the ground. Lucius's furious gaze turned from the dead house elf to the fallen boy. He surveyed the disoriented Harry with a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. Harry saw the exact moment he forced a smile to his lips, although his eyes remained cold and furious. On the lawn before him, the skinny boy seemed to rouse out of his stupor, almost tumbling from where he crouched on his knees. He watched his expression change to one of shock and dismay upon spotting Minky's body. Lucius was smiling viciously. Well done, Septimus. Harry was vaguely aware of Snape nudging him back onto the bed where he threatened to tumble off, and prying the pensieve from Harry's grip. I didn't kill her. The thought rang hollowly through Harry's mind. He knew he should be relieved, but there was a sick, tight feeling in his that refused to disperse. It wasn't my fault, but he couldn't tear his mind from that dead body. Harry curled his knees up to his and hugged them with an arm. He felt his scar twinge, and it made him feel sick and vaguely unclean. He scratched at it. Well, Snape asked lazily, removing the memory from the pensieve and placing the delicate white strands back into his head. Well, Harry echoed numbly. You're not responsible for her death. Do you feel adequately consoled? Harry briefly wondered why it made a difference one way or another to Snape how he felt about Minky's death, but the thought was eclipsed by that cold, dreadful feeling inside him. I have to do that. This hadn't been the first time he'd witnessed death. But it was the first time he'd been thoroughly convinced, at least for a while, that he perpetrated it himself. This was the first time he'd tangibly felt the blood on his hands. He'd killed Sirius, it was true. He might as well have shoved him through that veil himself. But never had he confronted the reality of being a murderer. And he would be a murderer. He would murder with his own hands, or die himself. Harry curled in on himself tighter, wanting to be sick, wanting to scream. Something, anything, to dispel the horrible truth. His scar burned. There was no way out of it. He couldn't escape his destiny. He was going to kill someone. And he hadn't understood, not really, how terrible a thing that was until he'd seen Minky's body. Or would he kill Voldemort? Was he strong enough? Was he even capable of it? He scratched his forehead harder. So much depended upon him. So many lives. He just wished he could crawl out of his skin, lose his memory, forget. Will you stop that? Snape bellowed, yanking Harry's hand from where he raked his fingernails convulsively at his forehead. Sorry, Harry gasped, trying to pull away. Snape's grip tightened, forestalling his retreat. His black eyes seemed transfixed, and it took Harry a minute to see just what he was looking at. There was blood under his fingernails. Snape glared intently at his hand for a long moment, then his black eyes found their way to Harry's forehead, comprehension flickering in their depths. Of course, he snarled. Finite incantatem glamoury. Harry felt a tingle over his forehead as the glamour Snape had employed to conceal his scar from Lucius quickly dissolved. Anger stole over Snape's face. The iron grasp on his wrist tightened, and his professor yanked him closer, clamping his fingers over Harry's chin and tilting his head back into the light. What is this, Potter? Snape demanded. What is what? Snape's grip bruised his chin, and he turned Harry's head towards the wall mirror. This. Harry was surprised, and then morbidly intrigued, by the sight of his bloody forehead where he'd clawed at his scar. Funny how even now, he couldn't seem to feel the injury, despite how he'd raked at the skin until it bled. What is this? Harry stared at his shredded skin for a long moment more before forcing his attention back to Snape. I didn't realize. My scar, it's been hurting a bit, but I didn't. How long? Snape sounded irritated. With good reason, Harry supposed. He turned from his own reflection, and almost rubbed at his forehead again before freezing under Snape's withering glare. I wasn't really thinking about it. I think after M.I. Minky. This time he did rub at his scar, caught in the unsettling memory. Malfoy said he was proud. Harry abruptly stopped speaking, suddenly overcome with humiliation at the memory of Malfoy's fatherly to his forehead. He had a sudden urge to claw the skin out again. There were so many awful things Snape could say about that. He didn't want to risk hearing them. And why does it hurt now? Snape asked impatiently. I just absolved you of your guilt. You have no reason to feel distressed. Harry shrugged, disliking Snape's intense scrutiny. Do you need? Snape gestured to the closet. Harry's gaze crawled over in its direction, and he was overcome with a sense of helpless despair. He still longed for it. He wished he'd never left the oppressive simplicity of the Dursleys, that he'd never left his cupboard, never been the savior of the wizarding world, never been forced to assume such a terrible degree of responsibility. But there was no fooling himself any longer. Murder or victim, those were the only possibilities left for him now. Harry shook his head. He clamped his hand over his eyes, wanting nothing more than to be left alone. His scar throbbed relentlessly, but he was painfully aware that nothing in this world would dispel the image of death from his mind. He could no longer ignore the reality of his glorious destiny. Snape still loomed over him. Harry waited for him to leave. He almost jumped out of his skin when he felt his hands pulled from his face. He stared up at Snape in confusion as the man pulled out a vial, and with a gentle swipe of his thumb, set about applying salve to Harry's bleeding forehead. Harry stared at him for a long moment, trying to reconcile this stranger with the Death Eater he'd watched enjoy another man's screams. He simply couldn't. This felt all wrong. This was some sort of trick, it had to be. What did Snape want from him? I can do it myself, Harry said loudly, sending him a challenging look. Snape's black eyes snapped to his. His professor stared at him with an unfathomable expression for a long moment, and then his lip curled. He brusquely shoved the vial into Harry's hand. "Fine. Do it yourself, then." Snape stalked out of the room. Harry stared after him. He would never understand how that greasy git's mind worked. His hand shook as he rubbed the salve onto his forehead. His skin quickly healed, but his scar burned on. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Snape received word the Ministry had authorized a portkey to transport them back to Hogwarts. Harry's health had improved enough for the boy to grow irritable with the confinement, and Snape maintained his distance. He preferred to regard it as a spiteful gesture, forcing the boy to attend to his own needs in a time of ill health, but when he was honest with himself, it was more because Harry preferred it that way. Their vacation had served the purposes Snape originally intended. He'd broken the glamour, wrested the boy at least temporarily from the influence of Dumbledore, and delayed Remus Lupin's triumphant re-entry into Harry's life. He'd forced Harry to acknowledge his true parentage, and earned a certain measure of authority over the boy. Yet the entire experience had left him unsettled, and distinctly regretful that he'd even embarked upon the venture. He had a feeling that he'd personally lost more than he'd gained. He was all too aware now of Harry as his biological son, but he knew this awareness was not reciprocated by the boy. His opinion of Harry had shifted, but he was certain Harry's opinion of him had only been reinforced. And he didn't anticipate Minerva's reaction upon their return to Hogwarts. "Merlin, Severus, he looks terrible," she breathed. "What did you do to him?" Snape shot her a sour look as he set the portkey on the desk. At his side, Harry's expression turned sulky. "I'm fine," he said, clearly not appreciating her shocked scrutiny. "May I go?" Snape had restored the glamour a temporary spell of his own until the headmaster could cast something stronger, but it was weak enough to reflect Harry's current physical state. The boy was pale and shaky, still exhibiting signs of his ordeal at Lucius's hands. "You may go to the hospital wing to be evaluated by Madame Pomfrey," Snape informed him. "But," Harry began. "Yes, to the hospital wing, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said sternly, still looking rather appalled at just how pale and thin the boy looked. "I will check with Madame Pomfrey to make certain that you've seen her." With a glare for both of them, Harry stalked towards the door. He paused only at the entrance with a hopeful look on his face. Professor McGonagall, is Remus here yet?" Snape felt a curious sensation like someone had just dropped a lead weight on his. "Lupin, bloody flea-bitten mongrel. The hospital wing, Potter," Snape said sharply. "You can seek out your beloved werewolf on your own time." Harry's fists curled into twin balls of anger, but he turned and stiffly walked out of the office. Minerva stared after him for a long moment before whirling on Severus, accusation in her eyes. "Lucius Malfoy," Snape explained curtly, folding his arms and leaning back against the desk. "Do not pin the blame on me for his condition." She pursed her thin lips, and glanced after Harry worriedly. "We should have horsewhipped Fudge into authorizing a portkey earlier. You wouldn't believe how many barriers the Ministry was throwing up, trying to figure out just where we'd sequestered him." "Well," Snape said, "I sincerely doubt we'll be forced to maintain this ridiculous truce much longer. Once the details of Malfoy's escape are known, we'll have a new minister within a week." Minerva's eyes flashed with a vindictive satisfaction, and Snape was rather surprised to realize he didn't find her company entirely distasteful. Maybe he had some middling appreciation for some elements of humanity after all. Perhaps a break from Hogwarts had been beneficial. Lupin walked through the door of the staff room, and whatever notions of good cheer Snape might have momentarily entertained quickly died away. "Damned werewolf, Minerva, Severus," Lupin greeted genially. Snape was satisfied to note the deep lines on his face, the dark shadows under his eyes. Lupin had to have lost 2 stones since the last time he saw him, and aged a good 10 years. Probably mourning that mangy mutt. "Remus, settling in well?" Minerva inquired pleasantly. Lupin smiled, and his thin face was rendered somewhat less haggard by the gesture. "Very well, thank you. All the furniture's in the same place. It's almost as though I never left." Snape felt a bristle of distaste at Lupin's wistful tone, and remarked snidely, "Don't get too comfortable. If the parents have anything to say about it, I'm certain your stint among us will be blessedly fleeting." Lupin looked at him a little sadly, but smiled nevertheless. I suppose I should make the most of it, then. Oh, he hated Lupin. He hated that soft, mild voice, that gentle way he parried aside every one of Severus's verbal thrusts. Did you pee Harry on your way in? Minerva asked him. I know he asked about you the first moment he returned. The dark emotions curling in Snape's gut were offset by the way the smile vanished from Lupin's lips. What's this? Snape wondered, peering at Lupin with renewed interest. Did he? Lupin said mildly. He seemed to force his smile back, but there was something decidedly off about it. I'll have to speak with him later. Snape felt suspicion and loathing flare within him, and if anything, he glared with more fire at the other man. Something was wrong, and Severus had a feeling he knew what. Lupin knew. The blasted headmaster must have told him. So much for keeping this matter in confidence. First Minerva, now Lupin. Angry thoughts raced through Snape's mind as he stormed out into the hallway later. Although he barely credited Lupin with sentience, much less with a mind suited for calculation, he no longer trusted the headmaster. Clearly Lupin had been informed with a purpose. The werewolf clearly knew something. That was the only way to account for his odd reaction to Harry's name. The headmaster must have hoped Lupin would erode Snape's influence. Maybe he wanted a counterbalance to Snape. Maybe he saw Lupin as a more beneficial influence over the boy than Severus. Well, he'd just see about that. He ran into Harry halfway to Gryffindor Tower. He watched dismay flicker across the boy's features as he seemed to search for some way to circumvent him, and Snape immediately pounced. Potter, you were supposed to be in the hospital wing. Harry gaped at him, eyes wide. I went already. Madame Pomfrey let me out. Why don't I believe you? Snape said vindictively. You were clearly disregarding the directives of two of your professors, merely to visit your bloody werewolf. I was going to visit Lupin, yes, Harry explained. So you admit it, then, Snape said repressively, cutting off the boy's objections. Very well, 1 week's detention. What, to be served with me starting tomorrow? Now, on your way, boy. Harry goggled at him in disbelief as Snape stalked past him, eyes glittering with dark victory. I went to the hospital wing. Harry shouted to his back. You can't do this. You have no grounds. Snape ignored him. He'd be damned if he was going to lie down and let another marauder impede on his territory. Not this time. Lupin wouldn't get away with this. Harry was still shaking with anger when he reached Remus's office. At least he'd known better, this time, than to credit Snape with any sort of human decency before having his scant expectations crushed. Sure, Snape had taken care of him when he was sick, but Dumbledore would have been upset had he not. And those moments when the greasy git seemed less than evil, well, those were just there to mess with Harry's mind. He knew that now. They had to be. Snape was so infuriating. And horrible. He wished he could talk to Remus about it, but he wasn't certain whether Remus knew. And he wasn't sure whether he was ready to face Remus's disappointment. Or worse, rejection. But, no, it wouldn't come to that. Remus wouldn't reject him because he was Snape's son. That might have been a possibility with Sirius. It killed Harry to admit it to himself, but Remus wasn't like that. There was a tense, anxious sensation fluttering in his stomach, and he had to stop to catch his breath once he reached the door to the Dada office. He didn't know why he felt so nervous. This was just Remus, after all. And he'd missed him. Really missed him. Remus would be glad to see him, too. Right. And Remus would understand. He'd lost Sirius, too. He'd been there when Sirius fell. He had to be hurting just like Harry was. He wouldn't accuse Harry of sulking or ask him awkward questions about how he was coping. Damn it, he needed to see Remus. Of course, Harry reflected bitterly, he needed to see him this summer, too. Where the hell had Remus been? Why had he left, for no reason? How could he just have done that without at least sending Harry an owl? Harry shook off the thoughts and knocked on the door. He waited several seconds before knocking again. No answer. Harry felt himself droop with disappointment. Remus wasn't in. Harry was sulking when he showed up for detention. Snape supposed he could see why. He didn't have the best of grounds for ignoring it, after all. The boy had apparently gone to Minerva in an attempt to contest his punishment, but the woman had somehow convinced herself that Severus was using detention as a ploy to spend more time with his newfound son. Snape had scoffed when she called him out on it. Really, He had no idea how the woman got these deluded notions in her head. He had no appreciation for the knowing little smiles she sent him before they parted ways. It galled him to no end that she was drawing erroneous assumptions, so he perhaps was somewhat petty in ignoring Harry the tedious task of brewing polishing serum for Slytherin Quidditch trophies, especially taking into consideration the boy's own ban from the sport. He was mildly surprised when he glanced up from his lesson plans and found Harry stirring with a rather serene look on his face. "Potter." Harry glanced up mildly. "Sir." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Enjoying yourself?" His tone was scathing, but he was genuinely curious. The boy was a lamentable potions maker. He'd expected at least a few mishaps by now. Harry shrugged his thin shoulders. "It's better than scrubbing cauldrons." "I would think it would serve as a painful reminder," Snape said snidely before he could restrain himself. "You, after all, will have no chance to win one of these ever again." Harry smirked before Snape could summon the proper frustration at the fact that the boy had evaded the sting of his insult. He heard Harry mutter something into his potion. "What's that, Potter?" "I said, that shows how much you know." Harry's green eyes raised defiantly to his father's. "My ban was lifted. I'm not playing because I don't want to." Snape stared at him in surprise for a long moment, even after Harry had turned his attention back to the potion. This was a baffling development. He studied the boy who once again looked like James Potter, all too aware of the boy who to some degree resembled him beneath the surface. It frustrated him to no end that he repeatedly encountered facets of Harry's personality he could not account for, or hope to understand. Snape understood Gryffindors. He hated and despised their impulsive foolishness. Harry was not entirely a Gryffindor. Snape understood Slytherins. He'd spent half his life actively manipulating the most lethal of them. Harry was not entirely a Slytherin. So when asked to pinpoint exactly why Harry Potter, the boy who lived in the youngest Seeker in a century, would willingly give up Quidditch, he was frustrated to come up empty-handed. The boy certainly had talent. Even he had to admit. There had been a damn good reason his house consistently lost to Gryffindor during Harry's stint as Seeker. Harry was a natural Seeker. James Potter, after all. Snape's thought stopped short. James Potter was not his father. Harry's talent had absolutely no connection to James Potter. He folded his hands thoughtfully on his desk, considering Harry speculatively. He'd watched Lily Evans. She had a certain degree of aptitude on a broomstick, but nothing rivaling Harry's own level of performance. But Severus, he himself had possessed no small measure of talent. He'd swear it. His father had forbidden him to play, perceiving Quidditch as a frivolous use of time better spent in one's studies. When he'd found a moment alone, where no one could see him, though, he could fly. Snape rubbed his finger across his lips, wondering about it. What would have happened, had someone else had the opportunity to witness his flying? Before that malicious hex his father had placed upon him, forcing any broomstick he mounted to buck furiously beneath him, would he have flown like Harry? Would someone have perceived talent in him? He suddenly wanted a chance to see Harry fly again, if for no other reason than to witness that. Talent, and know it might have come from him, not James Potter. And of course, he reflected irritably, the boy has chosen now to quit. He stared at Harry in silent resentment for a long moment before a tentative knock interrupted his brooding. "Enter," he called, and then wished he hadn't as Lupin walked in. "Severus." Lupin's voice faltered. Then, "Harry." "Hi, Professor Lupin." Harry looked suddenly uncertain, as though he didn't know what to say next. Snape heard an ominous fizzing from the potion, and with an exasperated sigh, vaulted over to wrest the ladle from Harry's hand. The two hesitated a moment more, and then with an odd smile, Lupin enveloped Harry in a hug. Snape found himself watching Lupin carefully, nothing that odd expression still lingering on the werewolf's face. "You've been well, I hope," Lupin said in that soft, mild tone of his, stepping back from the boy. Fine." Harry shot an uneasy glance at Snape. He clearly didn't appreciate having Snape there. "How are you?" There was worry in his eyes, taking in Lupin's bedraggled appearance. It was all Snape could do not to roll his eyes. "Just fine, thank you." "Give me a moment, Harry." Lupin turned to Snape. "The headmaster sent me with regards to the next batch of Wolfsbane." "It will be made, Lupin," Snape said coolly. "I trust you'll actually remember to imbibe it this time. I doubt anyone would appreciate you mauling their children." Regret flickered over Lupin's face. No, I doubt they would. Thank you, Severus. He shot what seemed like an uneasy glance between Snape and Harry. Well, I suppose I should leave you two to your potion. Your absence would be most welcome, Snape sneered. Harry was staring at Lupin, looking as though his feelings were hurt and he trying to hide it. You're going already, but I haven't. He stopped speaking, and then mustered a smile that was even less convincing than Lupin's. I suppose I'll see you later, then. Lupin again looked at him with that strange, unreadable expression. Of course we'll spend some time together, Harry. He seemed to muster the energy to give them both a courteous nod. Good luck with your potion. Harry no longer looked serene after Lupin's departure. He stared down at the potion with dark eyes, a troubled expression on his face. The mistakes Severus had expected all along began to happen, turning at least 2 batches of the polishing serum into a white goo. Go to bed, Potter, Snape said at last. He wanted Harry to sleep before his overcurious little friends returned from vacation the following afternoon. No need for unwanted questions. Gloomily, Harry set about scouring the cauldron and gathering his materials. Snape did not miss it when he flinched, and rubbed harshly at his scar. Clear your mind before sleep, he added. Harry nodded without looking at him, and set off for the door. Snape watched him leave, more troubled than he liked to admit by the reminder that he still needed to teach the boy to occlude. He leaned back, considering matters. What in Merlin's name was that display with Lupin? There was no doubt in his mind now that the bloody werewolf knew. Only now, Severus was uncertain just what game Lupin was playing. Was he scheming to wrest Harry away from him, and simply approaching it in a subtle, disturbingly Slytherin manner, or had knowledge of Harry's identity truly changed Lupin's opinion of the boy? It couldn't be that, could it? Snape salvaged the remains of Harry's concoction. He didn't appreciate mystery, especially in Gryffindors he liked to consider utterly predictable. And he especially didn't like having to contemplate Remus Lupin. Another man might have felt guilty, playing trusted confidant to a teenage boy whose father he'd days earlier tortured half to death. Snape did not. Professor Snape, Draco called upon spotting him, rushing over to share his good news. Did you hear, sir? He was glowing with happiness. My father. He glanced around quickly before saying in a low undertone, escaped. Snape smiled thinly. Stupid boy. As a senior Death Eater, of course he knew. Why, that's marvelous news, Draco, Snape said smoothly. I can't wait until Potter finds out, Draco said viciously. I want to see the look on his face. Why don't you tell him? Snape suggested, amused by the prospect of witnessing Draco's disappointment when Harry failed to react. Really, he shouldn't be extending his enmity from Lucius to his son, but it was difficult to prevent himself. Draco looked frustrated. Mother said to play ignorant for a while. That shouldn't be too difficult for you. Draco's head whipped up. He'd obviously caught the double meaning of the words, and he stared at Snape searchingly, trying to figure out whether it was intentional. Snape maintained a carefully neutral expression until the boy appeared satisfied. The briefly perplexed look fled from his face, to be immediately replaced with the familiar Malfoy arrogance. Once it's publicized, Potter's going to shit himself, Draco said shly. He knows my father's coming after him. No doubt, Snape replied dryly, wondering if the boy was truly deluded enough to believe his own words. Draco's attention was caught by a group of Slytherins just entering the common room, and he tossed Snape a farewell smirk. See you in CL, sir. Snape watched him stride away, undoubtedly to spread the word among the Slytherin ranks about his father's fortuitous escape. Inevitably, it would spread to the other houses, and then to the outside world. No discretion whatsoever, Snape thought contemptuously. He watched the young Malfoy speaking grandiosely to a crowd of admirers. Draco disappeared a moment beneath the sea of heads, and then emerged, holding a new broom aloft. Snape had no idea why the boy needed a faster broom. He had no decent competition now that Harry no longer played. He scowled, contemplating that. Really, it was ridiculous that Harry refused to play. Whatever psychological issues underlined his decision, Snape doubted they'd be alleviated by quitting a sport he seemed to love. In any case, Severus could certainly envision reaping some visceral thrill from seeing his progeny defeat Lucius Malfoy's. He clenched and unclenched his fist, frustrated just thinking of it. It wasn't until dinner that night, when he overheard two Gryffindor third years speaking about their prospects for the House Cup, that it occurred to him Harry must have concealed the lifting of his ban from his housemates. He doubted the Gryffindors would have left the boy in peace, had they known they could reclaim their best seeker. Snape paused by the third years, noting with amusement the way they simultaneously jumped in alarm. "Rather optimistic, aren't you?" Snape drawled, speaking of the House Cup as though Gryffindor has any conceivable chance of winning it. He watched them flush with hurt pride, but before one of the little TS could speak, Snape added snidely, "Potter's ban may have been lifted, but you'll need more than a decent seeker to defeat Slytherin." Comprehension flooded their features. The two Gryffindors exchanged a shocked glance. Snape did his best not to smirk as he left them to wreak their havoc. Harry felt a chill creep up his spine at the sight of platinum hair amidst the crowd of students. He reined in his anxiety. It had to be Draco, not Lucius. Lucius couldn't possibly enter Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy. Harry studied him from a distance for a long moment, wondering how he should feel about the Slytherin now that he was thoroughly acquainted with Draco's father. One part of Harry was tempted to pity him. Surely much of the other boy's vindictive behavior stemmed from his upbringing by Lucius. Had Lucius been as cruel and malevolent to his own son as he had been to Septimus? Did he treat Draco with that precarious mix of affection and cruelty? Or should he feel wary of Draco, now that he had some idea of how the boy was raised? Those dark curses at Lucius's fingertips, his eagerness to inflict punishment, had Draco inherited that? He didn't have much of a chance to think about it. What seemed like half of Gryffindor descended upon him in a flurry of excitement. Ron was the first to reach him, pulling him into a one-armed hug. "Harry, we just heard. When were you going to tell us, mate?" Harry glanced around in mounting alarm as they crowded about him. "About what exactly?" he said uncertainly, disliking the press of excited faces. "You should have written us," Ron cried. "Talk about a good Christmas present, eh?" Harry gaped at them. "What? I told you it would happen," Ginny announced, grinning. "We worked out a new lineup while we were waiting for you. I'll take Chaser so you can have Seeker again." Harry stared at them. They knew he wasn't banned. How had they? Of course. Who else would it be? Who was one of the few people who knew about it, and the only one spiteful enough to use it against him? Snape. Harry waited for him in the dungeon corridor, seething with anger. "You told them I wasn't banned," he accused Snape as he approached. The potions master smirked. "Oh dear," he said in a soft, mocking voice. "Was that supposed to remain a secret?" Harry dogged Snape's steps as he walked. "Every Gryffindor has been on my case since last night, trying to make me play again." "I would think you'd relish the attention," Snape shot back. "Your celebrity appeal has somewhat diminished of late, hasn't it?" Snape was clearly trying to goad him. "Well, it was working." Harry glared at him. "I can't believe you did this. You only told them because you knew I didn't want to play." Snape cast him a dour look. "I told them because the recent games have been exceedingly stale, and Draco Malfoy is sorely lacking a worthy opponent. As a head of house, I am obliged to watch, and I am growing quite bored in the absence of true competition." That stopped Harry short for a whole second. Snape was obviously unaware he'd inadvertently complimented him. Then his thoughts returned to his memories of Quidditch. He'd loved it. The thrill, the flying, the razor-sharp focus in his mind every time he hunted for the snitch. But after losing Sirius, he simply couldn't imagine feeling excited by something so insignificant as a game again. And he couldn't stand the prospect of all those eyes on him as he played, all the attention centering around him when he ended the match. The last few months had been safe. He'd drawn as little attention to himself as possible. He wasn't playing Quidditch, speaking in CL, or going to Hogsmeade, and no one paid more than cursory attention to him once they were over the novelty of meeting the boy who lived. Harry could almost be fooled into thinking he was just like any other student. And now Snape was trying to take that anonymity from him. How could he get out of this? How would he explain to Ron and the others that he simply didn't want to play? What would he say? What would they think of him, if they knew he was refusing? "They're not going to leave me alone after this," Harry burst out resentfully. "They won't stop pressuring me." Snape looked pitiless. "I think you'll one day learn, Potter, that the best way to alleviate peer pressure is to succumb to it." Harry stared at him incredulously, and the potion's master sent him a sly, calculating glance. "Oh, never fear, Potter. I'm sure you can explain to your housemates that you simply don't care whether they lose or not, they'll understand. Or perhaps you can tell them you are no longer capable of flying. I'm certain if you admit that Draco Malfoy is too formidable an opponent for you, especially in your current weakened state, well," Snape allowed the sentence to hang in the air. Harry glowered at him. "I know what you're doing." "And what is that?" Snape inquired silkily, raising an eyebrow. "Reverse psychology," Harry spat. "Well, nice try, but I'm not doing anything because you're forcing me to." Snape still looked exceedingly smug as they walked into the entrance hall, and Harry wanted nothing more than to punch him. He then noticed Snape's features transform with loathing. Harry followed his gaze to Remus, who had just emerged from the staircase leading to Gryffindor. "Oh, Harry," Professor Lupin said with a weak smile. "I was just looking for you." Harry felt his heart clench in sudden hope. "You were? What? Why?" He was only vaguely aware of Snape shifting impatiently at his side, and he wondered briefly why Snape didn't just continue on to wherever he'd been heading. He approached Lupin tentatively. Remus smiled down at him, and although the affection seemed strained, somehow, it helped take the edge off Harry's anxiety. "I heard you're going to be playing Quidditch again," Lupin said with a smile. "That's wonderful news, Harry. You must be thrilled." "Yeah, well," Harry shifted awkwardly, wondering how to word it. "I'm looking forward to seeing you play," said Lupin softly. Whatever strangeness had existed between them lately, Remus's eyes were earnest. He seemed to genuinely mean it, and Harry suddenly found himself hard-pressed to swallow around the lump in his throat. "That's good," he croaked. "I know your father would be so proud of you," Lupin added kindly. Harry forced himself to smile. Thanks. I'm well, thanks." He suddenly felt unbearably awkward and uncomfortable, and slightly sick, having realized he'd just committed himself to playing again. Lupin smiled again, and clasped him on the shoulder briefly before leaving. Harry stared after him, feeling hollow. He wanted to call Remus back, but he didn't dare. What if he wouldn't turn around? At least he could sleep tonight, remembering what Remus had just said to him. He didn't want to risk another exchange that might rob him of this tentative return of Moony in his life. Somehow his eyes found Snape, still lurking several feet away. He, too, was staring after Lupin, but there was an absolutely venomous look on his face. Snape shot him a glare, too, before storming away. Harry wasn't sure whether he should find the man's inability to move on from old grudges amusing or simply sad. Some people, it seemed, would simply never change. Snape was feeling angry enough, and bitter, that he almost welcomed the familiar burn of his dark mark. He apparated to the Dark Lord, and found himself in a lavish country estate owned by the Dollahs. A small company of Death Eaters, the Inner Circle, mostly lurked about, unmasked, waiting to be summoned for a private audience with the Dark Lord in his antechamber. Snape paced to and fro, a ball of restless fury, cursing Lupin to hell, and plotting several detentions for Harry. When his pacing brought him face to face with a wan and haggard Lucius Malfoy, Snape felt a spike of vicious glee and immediately pounced. "Why, Lucius, you're looking a mite bit unwell," Snape said viciously. "Someone must have had a good deal of insight for you." Lucius bristled with fury, clearly recognizing his own language from the time their roles had been reversed. "Do not push me, Severus," Lucius warned him coldly. Challenge rang in the words, and around them, the other Death Eaters fell silent to watch. Snape felt an odd thrill of anticipation at the raw hatred in Lucius's expression. Although he personally had no arch-rival among the Death Eaters, feuds between the Dark Lord's followers were common. One of the hallmarks of the Dark Lord's leadership was the enmity he encouraged between his own partisans. He clearly believed that while his hounds were baring their teeth at each other, they would have no chance to rip out their master's throat. Periodic rivalries between Death Eaters were commonplace, and unfortunately, Severus himself had never much taken part in them. While he himself was certainly rude, snide, and capable of reducing the best of men to hysterics, whenever the hatred seemed on the verge of taking flight into genuine antagonism, his prospective foes inevitably retreated. That part of him that would always remain that humiliated teenager, forever expecting to see the word, Snivelus, on the lips of others, had whispered to him that his foes refrained from quarreling with him simply because they didn't perceive him as a worthy opponent. But now, he was faced with the prospect of a feud with Lucius Malfoy himself. Up until this moment, their dispute had been tit for tat, but this threatened to be more. Although Malfoy was not nearly the power broker he used to be, his former preeminence lingered in people's memories. It would still carry some measure of respect to be perceived as his rival. He felt his mark flare with a sharp pain as the Dark Lord summoned him for a private audience. "I must go." Snape sent Lucius a lethal smile. "Send my best wishes to Narcissa." He paused for effect, and then spoke the words that sealed their enmity for all time. "Oh, and convey my regards to Julian." The Death Eaters about them broke into laughter at the open reference to Narcissa's not-so-secret young lover. No one had spoken openly of him in front of Lucius. From the look on his face, Malfoy had apparently been operating under the delusion his wife's affair was a secret. Lucius's look of utter horror and humiliation was enough to make Severus smile behind his mask even as he drew the Dark Lord's robe to his lips. It was only after Snape's departure that a seething aristocrat sauntered up to his sister-in-law, receiving a contemptuous glance from her. "Are you here to waste my time?" Bellatrix said coldly. Lucius's smile was winning. "No, just exchanging pleasantries with my wife's beloved sister, and perhaps approaching you with a proposition." Bellatrix looked him over, expression filled with the disdain she'd reserved for him ever since he'd evaded Azkaban after the Dark Lord's fall. "You have no proposition that could interest me." Sensing her imminent withdrawal, Lucius leaned imperceptibly closer to her. "I know you've been growing restless with this recent inactivity. I have a gift to alleviate the monotony." "Oh," Bellatrix said, sounding bored. "What is it?" He smiled wickedly. An innocent, delectable young half-blood. He didn't miss the spark of interest in her eyes, or the way Rudolphus Lestrange suddenly found their exchange worthy of attention and drew closer to his wife. "Not just any half-blood. An uncommonly pretty boy," Lucius added in a salacious tone. "And you, he screams so beautifully." The smoldering look Bellatrix sent her husband suggested she was in the mood to torture a half-blood right now, rather than wait for Lucius to bring one to her. "He's small of stature, around 14 I should think," Lucius continued, invoking a mental image of the boy, trying to find something that would definitively hook their interest. "He has deliciously expressive features." He considered his mental image of the boy for a long moment, searching for an appropriate description of those remarkable eyes. "And green eyes, a very extraordinary shade of green," Lucius continued absently. "They'd always reminded him of someone." He fumbled through his memory, searching for it. And then the image clarified in his mind. A smile crept across Lucius's lips, because he knew this would be enough. "They're the exact same color as Harry Potter's." Bellatrix's crazed eyes snapped to his, and remained fixed intently on his face. Lucius felt a surge of pride. He had her. "You must be seeking something in return, dear Lucius," Bellatrix purred. He could see from her expression that she was already indulging in sweet visions of a green-eyed half-blood screaming at her feet. Lucius's smile was genuine this time, and he encompassed both the Lestranges with his avaricious gaze. "Nothing. Nothing at all." He leaned back in his chair, relishing his victory. "The boy will be entirely yours." Lucius's eyes drifted to the spot where Severus had shamed him earlier, and he felt a surge of malicious glee. "All I ask in return, Bella, is your help finding him." Snape's bad mood had evaporated after the satisfying exchange with Lucius, so it was with something vaguely resembling good humor that he met with the Order the next evening. They were blessedly without Lupin's company thanks to the full moon, thus there was only one figure at the meeting save the headmaster who inspired a significant degree of Snape's antipathy. Nymphadora Tonks was seated innocently across the table from him. Restraining himself from glowering at the idiotic woman was an active effort. And when the headmaster requested he elaborate upon the incident with Lucius Malfoy over the holidays for the benefit of the Order, the official story held Snape's abode as a safe house. For the boy, Snape made sure to refute the headmaster's fleeting concerns over the nature of Lucius's interest in Harry. "After all," Severus said softly, a lethal smile curling across his lips as he turned his black gaze to meet that of Nymphadora Tonks, "even Lucius Malfoy is not depraved enough to take a prurient interest in a grieving teenager. What sort of sick individual would do that?" He smiled cruelly at her until she blanched and averted her eyes. Satisfied, he turned his attention away again. Apart from the sharp blue eyes of the headmaster, and the perpetually suspicious eye of Alistair Moody, the rest were oblivious to the silent exchange. He felt Tonks watching him as he summarized his most recent meeting with the Dark Lord, and turned just in time to catch the worry in her expression before she looked away. Yes, I know what you did, he thought viciously. Did she even realize that the boy had convinced himself he was in love with her? He was certain the idiot girl had not thought through the consequences of her physical intimacy with Harry. For Merlin's sake, Harry had just lost the closest thing to family he'd ever known, and he'd lived the majority of his life without anything resembling human affection. How could he have embarked on a healthy relationship at that time, much less one involving intimacy with a woman of such greater experience? It was simply foolish of her, and utterly reckless. Even had this not involved Snape's own progeny, he would despise her for it. Toying with a young man's emotions, utterly heedless of consequences, it was cruel. As Kingsley Shacklebolt launched into a report on the happenings at the Ministry of Magic, nothing he himself hadn't already heard, Severus found himself thinking of his night with Lily, when he'd tried to. Snape was rather surprised by the sharp pang he felt, remembering how she'd turned her face from his. He hadn't even realized why she wouldn't let him her until he'd looked up into her face as he climaxed. Her hand was clamped over her mouth, her eyes shiny with unshed tears. She had immediately shoved him to the side, run to the bathroom, and retched into the toilet. The sound of her vomiting drifted into the bedroom. James Potter could have humiliated him every day for several millennia, and he would never have felt so much like Snivellus as he had with her disgust echoing in his ears. Lily had not sought him out because she wanted to see Severus. She'd just wanted to hurt Potter by doing the most degrading thing she could imagine. Snivellus, he hadn't even realized she saw him in that wretched light until she finished with him. And honestly, Severus had never seen himself that way until he realized Lily did. Lily, who nobly and misguidedly tried to defend him in school. Whom he'd followed with his eyes even as he erred himself of the wrongness of it. Who seemed to disagree with the others who urged he was scum. It was a lie all along. She was just as callous as the rest of them, and she'd hit him where it hurt. He hated her, and he hated this woman, choosing to so carelessly travel in Lily's footsteps. Snape observed Nymphadora Tonks with a cold, essing gaze. There would not be a second generation of his family manipulated and used. He would make certain of it. From her flustered reaction to his comment, though, he suspected with a dark satisfaction that great exertion on his part might prove unnecessary. Perhaps, if things went smoothly, she could be separated from Harry permanently with only a minimal amount of damage. The sooner this woman was out of his son's life, the better. Harry's scar throbbed like a jackhammer. Coupled with the terrible anxiety dancing in his stomach, he was in a terrible state for playing Quidditch. The Gryffindors around him continually shot him encouraging smiles, and it made Harry's heart sink with a dark dread. It had been so long since he'd played. 2 practices with the team hardly made up for a year of inactivity. And he could already feel the eyes on him, hundreds of people watching. There was nowhere he could escape them. He heard Madame Hooch shout, "Mount your brooms, please." The anxiety in his stomach flared into something resembling real fear as he clambered onto his firebolt. His eyes strayed to Remus in the stand, fervently hoping this wouldn't prove a disaster. The high pitch of her whistle tore him from his fears, and Harry kicked off into the air. "They're staring at me. I can't do this. I don't want to do this," he thought as he rose swiftly into the air. Yet something happened as he rose, as he caught sight of the bludgers, the flash of robes swishing through the air. His anxiety over the onlookers dissolved. Lupin, Snape, and Voldemort vanished from his thoughts. His sharp gaze swept around the pitch, and an odd, exultant thrill he'd nearly forgotten surged through him. Even the burning of his scar became a minor annoyance at the back of his thoughts. He was playing Quidditch again. He was flying again. How could he have ever avoided this? With a blissful feeling in his heart, Harry looped the loops. He couldn't fight his grin when he spotted the snitch, glinting on the far end of the pitch, and he took off in hot pursuit. Snape was sitting in the staff Quidditch stand, glaring resentfully at his most recent nemesis. 3 days had not cooled his fury at Lupin for usurping his place in convincing Harry to play. "He looks so proud of himself," Snape groused. "Bloody werewolf. You can only see the back of his head," Severus, Minerva replied. sounding as though she didn't know whether to be amused or annoyed. "You have no idea what he looks like. You should have seen him," Snape said angrily, still glaring at Lupin's back. "I am the one responsible for making Potter play again, and he wishes to take all the credit. I was the one who facilitated Harry's change of mind. He merely told the boy how happy he was, and clearly he now believes he has single-handedly propelled the boy back into the game." "You sound as though you've thought about this quite a bit," Minerva noted. Snape shot her an angry look, but the infernal woman pressed on. "Severus, I don't believe you're lending Remus enough credit," she continued reprovingly. "You may have rendered Harry's life thoroughly unpleasant while he refused to play, but Remus was the one who encouraged him. Remus wanted him to play, and Harry knew it. He responds positively when he's well treated. What do you think my motivation was?" Snape demanded thinly. "I, too, wanted to see the young idiot play. That's why I pressured him. If he's too foolish to see that." "Did you tell him that?" McGonagall demanded. "Manipulating the boy is not going to win his confidence. With your history, if you're not honest about your motives, he'll always read the worst into them." "It doesn't matter to me one way or another what he thinks about my actions," Snape sneered. "Then why are we having this conversation?" Minerva countered. Snape turned to retort, but she was already rising to her feet, threatening to leave the narrow range of his impromptu silencing spell. "You need to examine your actions, Severus," she informed him sternly. "Sort yourself out, because I'm not even certain you know what you're trying to achieve with him. Just remember that repeated detentions have never yet won a teenager's heart." "I don't want," Snape began, but she'd already stepped away from him. He watched with quiet resentment as she seated herself next to the headmaster, clearly no longer of a tolerant disposition towards Severus. "She knows nothing," he told himself fiercely. The woman had no children, she knew nothing about Severus and even less about Harry. Who did she think she was? He almost slumped in his seat, well aware he was out of his depth. His eyes drifted again with bitter envy to the back of Lupin's head. Lupin sitting in the front row, Snape thought inanely. He felt a fresh surge of hostility. The werewolf had obviously strategically chosen one of the front seats so the boy would see him. And funny, how he was in the same position on the bench as Snape, only several rows in front of him. If Harry's eyes drifted in their direction, he would automatically see Lupin, and not Snape. "Almost as if he hopes to overshadow me," he realized, with some shock at the werewolf's sheer cunning. Gritting his teeth, Snape lurched to his feet and started down the stairs, pausing only by a surprised Remus Lupin. "Is that seat occupied?" Snape asked with strained civility, hoping Lupin didn't hear the malice dripping from his words. Remus blinked up at him in some surprise, and then offered Severus a pleasant smile. "Of course not. Please, sit." He stared at Snape in some shock for a good 20 seconds after he'd taken the seat next to Lupin, and Severus sent him a vicious look that seemed to further confuse Lupin. "What choice seating, Lupin?" he growled. "A very favorable vantage point, wouldn't you say?" Lupin stared at him with an expression that resembled confusion, then nodded. "Quite a good view, I agree." He chuckled. "A bit closer to the bludgers than I usually prefer." "Aha," Snape thought triumphantly, having caught Lupin's revealing slip of the tongue. He had admitted this was anomalous from his usual habits. Lupin had as good as owned up to his scheming. Snape was still gloating bitterly as the whistle signaled the commencement of the match. His attention riveted back and forth between the werewolf now watching Harry with that strange, conflicted look on his face and his son. For all the boy's resistance to playing again, on the various occasions that Harry flashed by their stand, he appeared to be wildly happy. And although he did frighteningly resemble James Potter, Snape could see now a certain natural grace to Harry's flying that the former had never possessed. Snape felt particularly smug when Harry pulled off a complicated move just short of a Wronski feint. James Potter would never have been able to execute that. Odds were against any son of James Potter performing it, either. But his son could. It was only 20 minutes into the game when Harry darted by the Ravenclaw seeker and deftly grabbed the snitch, veering to the right just in time to avoid an ugly collision with the Hufflepuff stands. As the stadium erupted in cheering, an abrupt movement at Snape's side caught his attention. He turned sharply to see Lupin bolting to his feet and into the aisle. He had only a moment to catch the distraught expression twisting the man's face before he darted up the stairs, disappearing into the crowd. That's it, Snape thought angrily. That confirms that he knows something. Snape turned his attention back to the field, to Harry just now emerging from the horde of exultant teammates. The boy's eyes immediately riveted to the empty seat next to Severus, and he saw dismay fill his expression. And then they shifted to him like two green glaciers, and Harry very pointedly rubbed his victory in Snape's face by planting a on the snitch in his hand before sweeping away on his broom with a look of smug triumph. Cocky little T, Snape thought. He didn't find it as irritating as usual, though. Hey, Snape. He turned sourly to see Harry jog away from his teammates, running up to him with flushed cheeks and glowing eyes. Your plan didn't work, Harry announced breathlessly. Oh, Snape asked dourly, trying to figure out just what plan this boy was talking about. You thought it would be terrible for me, right, playing Quidditch again when I didn't want to, Harry said in a quick, breathless tone. Well, you couldn't have been more wrong. Guess what? I loved it. I'm glad to be playing again. He grinned wildly at Snape, as though his animosity had been forgotten in the face of this triumph. It's all thanks to you, Snape, and next week we are so going to kick Slytherins, Harry added loudly. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said automatically, for language and an appalling display of wishful thinking. Harry let out a whoop of laughter, and spun away from him, still high on his victory. Whatever you say, sir. Just remember I won. Your plan failed. He could have been referring to the game, or to the perceived conflict between the two of them. Snape was merely pleased that Harry had acknowledged his central role in forcing his return to Quidditch. Me, not Lupin. Minerva's words echoed in his mind, and Severus knew what he should say something. I only told them because I wished to see you play again. But something inside him froze at the prospect of uttering those words. How would the boy respond? With a belligerent demand for an explanation? With scorn? Anything spoken honestly could be an opening for some rebuff, and Snape did not trust Harry enough to give him the power to refuse an olive nch. So he sneered. I couldn't care less whether or not you. He stopped, then, watching Harry's attention drift away, all too aware that he'd been quickly veering to the opposite extreme of what he should be doing, saying. And from the boy's complete indifference, he was clearly feeding right into his son's perceptions of him. Leave. Walk away, his mind urged him. Say no more. There was no way to win this situation, no way to navigate a safe course. He summoned as neutral a sentiment as he could. I enjoyed the match, Snape said lamely. Your participation was a factor in that enjoyment. He almost hoped the boy wouldn't hear him and would simply continue to the changing rooms, but Harry's gaze swung back to him in surprise. He stared at Snape searchingly, uncertain whether he'd heard him properly. And if you enjoyed yourself too, Snape added, slightly more self-assured, I shall not begrudge you that. Harry's expression soured. Gee, thanks Snape, I'm so glad you don't mind that I'm happy. Hiking his broomstick up onto his shoulder, he whirled around and ran to catch up with his teammates. Snape stared after him in annoyance and some dismay, trying to figure out just why he'd hit a nerve. He discovered Lupin in his office, shakily downing a cup of tea. An impressive display earlier, Snape noted drolly, I suppose you had a good reason for your urgent flight. Lupin raised haunted eyes to Severus's. Lupin paused, drawing an unsteady breath. He looks so much like James when he's playing. I can almost forget. He raked his hand through his hair. It's hard, Severus. I just couldn't stand to watch any longer. Snape felt himself stiffen at the statement. The expression on Lupin's face when he left, the strange looks he'd been giving Harry, his obvious attempts to outmaneuver Severus, they'd taunted Severus all the way from the Quidditch pitch back into the Great Hall. Lupin knew about Harry. A few minutes ago, he'd been almost positive. Now he was certain. The damn werewolf was as good as admitting it. He knew about Harry, and he was having trouble coming to terms with the fact that he wasn't the son of James Potter. It was damn well time the mangy werewolf ceased this foolish game of dancing around the issue. Do not mistake me for a fool, Lupin, snarled Snape. I know exactly what's going on in that thick-witted inn of yours. Lupin looked up from where he'd been staring gloomily into his teacup. What on earth? I speak of Harry, Snape spat. Do you think I'm blind? I've seen the way you've been looking at him. Lupin's expression crumpled. Am I so transparent? He asked sadly. Snape's eyes narrowed. You admit it, then. You admit these events have shifted your feelings. Lupin sighed heavily, and then ran a hand through his hair. I don't know what there is to admit, Severus. You seem to have me all figured out. The werewolf looked troubled. Did Harry notice? Snape stirred uneasily, wondering exactly how Harry would cope if he found out about Lupin's unease with his true identity. Did he perceive your fragile emotional state? No, and you should be glad of it. I doubt he'd invest much faith in you again if he knew of your current sentiments regarding him. Good, Lupin said tiredly, rubbing his forehead. I don't want to hurt him. Snape scowled, hating just how weak this man truly was. He had no discipline over his emotions. Lupin clearly wanted to accept the boy for who he was, and simply couldn't bring himself to do so. Funny, he'd never taken Lupin for a typical marauder, to hate a boy simply because his father was snivellous. Well, to hell with Lupin, and to hell with his reverence for James Potter. I suggest you get over it, Lupin, Snape said coldly. Your dearly departed friend is gone. All you will accomplish by holding a grudge on his behalf is further injury upon an already traumatized teenager. I know that, Lupin insisted, looking at Snape hollowly. But I can't help it. Every time I see Harry, I think of him, and it hurts me. Severus, he choked, and pressed his curled-up fist to his mouth, trying to fight back his emotions, while Snape looked on contemptuously. The sight of Harry tears that wound open, and it's like I've lost my best friend all over again. Snape scoffed. It's foolish to allow your sentimentality for a dead man override your feelings for a boy you profess to care about. It's not like that, Severus. I love Harry, Lupin protested. But I loved him, too. Harry's a good kid, but I'm just so angry with him, and I can't shake that off like it means nothing. The exchange had moved beyond attacking Harry for his blood relation to Snape. Lupin's discontent was now directed at the boy himself. Snape was surprised to find himself still defending the boy. As little as I think of you, Lupin, I wouldn't have taken you for the type to blame a boy for something he has no power over. I shouldn't, Lupin agreed softly, expression wrought with self-condemnation. And I keep trying to rationalize the situation. He's a teenager, others are responsible, he can't help what's happened. But it's just not working. I can't reason my feelings away. And I've tried, believe me, I've tried. I'm still trying. Lupin gazed off into the distance, a haunted look on his face. But I miss Sirius so much. And I can't help thinking that if Harry hadn't been such a damned idiot, he would still be here. Snape fell into a stunned silence. But I'm trying, Severus, Lupin added wearily, sending him a half-hearted smile. I owe that much to James. He's all mine, now. Once the shock of having completely misread the situation slipped away, Snape was aware of a vicious, possessive pleasure. The competitor he'd imagined was no competitor at all. Lupin's claim to Harry hung by a thread, one Snape could easily snip. If loyalty to James Potter motivated Lupin to remain by Harry's side, then Severus could rid his son of the Marauders forever. 3 words. 3 little words. Harry would have no choice once he lost Lupin. Snape would be his only fatherly figure. There would be no more competition with others impeding upon his claim, no more watching his own progeny fix his hopes upon others. But the thoughts stopped, because Severus was keen enough to recognize them for the delusions they were. If Harry lost faith in Lupin, he would by no means invest it in someone else. If a figure he depended upon disappeared from his life, he would hardly rest his weight upon the next one, and certainly not upon Snape. Odds were, he would be even less likely to trust in the future. Not that Severus even wanted the boy to see him that way, but still, it was his prerogative. He was Harry's biological father, after all, and it should be his choice free of outside influence not to be that father to his son. This was not good. It rather surprised Snape to realize it, but Lupin's presence was important. Snape loathed the man, but he had to begrudgingly acknowledge that Harry had formed some sort of attachment to the werewolf. And it would kill the boy if he lost Lupin now. He could reveal the boy's true parentage to Lupin, but something twisted inside him at the thought of crushing Harry so completely. The realization didn't sit well with Severus. He appreciated the fine instincts of a Slytherin, that impulse to exploit every last advantage offered him. He didn't know where this consideration for Harry's feelings had come from, but he didn't like it. He didn't like that somehow he didn't want Harry to undergo the devastation that would be sure to arise if he took advantage of this situation to rid them of Lupin. And for once, he wasn't certain by way of insult or comment just what to say to the damned werewolf. "I believe it's time I left you to your wallowing," Snape remarked shortly. Lupin nodded shakily, and Snape whipped around to get out before the man did something abhorrent like thank him, in which case Severus might not restrain his careful hold on his tongue. He made a quick exit, feeling thrown. He observed Harry from across the great hall that night, unsettled. Now that he thought about it, he rather preferred it when Remus Lupin was a competitor. With his new knowledge that Harry had essentially lost another staple figure in his life, there was this odd weight pressing on Severus's, as though there was something he needed to do. He raked furiously through his memory of the last few days, unable to remember any business to which he'd failed to attend. But something nagged at the back of his thoughts, no matter how he tried to will it away. His weekend was productive enough. Snape managed to reserve the Quidditch pitch for the Slytherins, leaving the Gryffindors with odd hours here and there in which to prepare themselves for the upcoming match. The werewolf knocked over a vial of armadillo bile in the process of retrieving his wolfsbane, and was forced to visit the hospital wing when it spilled over his hands. And although Snape knew that technically he couldn't claim credit for that, he chose to anyway. He even ignored Harry another bout of detention for hexing Draco in the hallway. Snape was fully aware the perpetrator had actually been Weasley, and it had been Harry who had inexplicably attempted to lift the bloating curse from Draco. But he'd been caught with his wand pointed at the rapidly ballooning Malfoy, and Harry was unwilling to let Weasley get into trouble by telling the truth. Weasley, in turn, refused to let Harry take the blame, so Snape took pleasure in ignoring detention to them both. While Weasley reported to Filch on Monday night, Harry unhappily trudged into the potions CL room, rubbing his scar. Snape was pleased to note that the boy had stopped scratching, but the continued pain was a worrisome sign that the boy was no longer achieving even his middling success in occlumency. "I've been trying," Harry objected over his cauldron when Snape confronted him. "It's not working anymore. I even snuck out to one of Filch's storage closets last night, and it's just not happening." Snape shot him a reproving look, which Harry returned angrily. "I can't believe you're annoyed about me sneaking out for this. You're the one who said I needed to master occlumency. I thought it was top priority." Snape let him off with a nasty look. "Have you experienced any further visions?" he asked, changing subjects. "A few," Harry said, leaning over to scrub a particularly tough spot. "I wrote them down and gave them to Dumbledore." Snape felt a bitter sting of betrayal that Harry hadn't come to him first. He stewed in his anger for several seconds, then with a cruel smirk discreetly cast a charm to double the filth caked over the remaining cauldrons. "Professor," Harry said, his attention still locked on his cleaning. "Does, anyone else know about us? The father thing, I mean." Snape folded his arms, scrutinizing Harry's carefully neutral expression. He was wary about just what had provoked this inquiry. "No, just the headmaster and Professor McGonagall. And it shall remain that way." Harry glanced up, a question on his lips. "You may not tell your friends," Snape said through gritted teeth. "And you most certainly are forbidden to tell Lupin." "Why?" Harry challenged, draping the rag over the side of the cauldron. "I trust Ron and Hermione, and Lupin's in the order." "I do not trust your friends," Snape countered harshly. "And you will not tell Lupin. It would be a mistake." Harry's green eyes narrowed, suspiciously. He was far too perceptive sometimes. "A mistake? Why?" Snape stalked away from him and began organizing the papers on his desk, simply to have something to do with his hands. "The fewer that know about this, the better. Secrets have a way of making themselves known when they're spread too thinly." "But you seem to think Remus in particular can't be trusted," Harry persisted. Snape heard him abandon the cauldron and cross the room. "Why?" There was a strange urgency in his tone. "Is it just because you hate him, or is it something more?" "You were in detention, Potter," Snape said coldly, fixing the boy with his dark gaze. "Stop inflicting me with your incessant prattle and get back to work." Harry sent him a dirty look before returning to cleaning. Knowing he needed to nip this in the bud, Snape continued, "I do not think it would be wise to tell Lupin, and you will not do so. Nothing good can come of it." He saw from the brief flicker of defiance in Harry's downcast eyes that his words were only goading the young fool to do the exact opposite of his advice. Snape nearly growled in frustration. Idiot boy. This was for his own good. Harry had no way of knowing that the only claim he had left on the blasted werewolf was the fact that he was James Potter's son. Or maybe the boy knew more than Severus thought. There was a hooded look in Harry's eyes. The hand not scrubbing the cauldron began rubbing at his scar. Clearly his emotional state had taken a sharp downturn, to render him vulnerable so suddenly. Snape watched, troubled. He needed to keep the boy ignorant. With everything already weighing upon Harry's mind, it would destroy him to read rejection in Lupin's eyes now. Severus felt that strange pressure on his again, and this time he identified it as a dreadful feeling of responsibility. Responsibility. For this boy. Why was he feeling this now? It was the headmaster's job to ensure Harry's welfare. It was his head of house's job to protect him. It was Lupin who should be looking after him now. But it was Snape himself who suddenly faced the daunting and decidedly unwanted responsibility of being a father. And he didn't have a damn clue just what that was. Harry's next Quidditch game was against Slytherin. He roundly defeated Draco Malfoy, despite a last-minute attempt by the Slytherin to shove Harry from his broomstick. He caught the snitch, and Draco unbalanced and tumbled to the ground. Harry took one victory loop, simply to spite Snape, then alighted on the GR next to Draco, who was still plopped squarely on his bum, glaring up at his nemesis. The gray eyes filled with shock when Harry offered his hand. Draco studied his face thoughtfully, grasped the proffered hand, and yanked Harry onto the ground. Harry heard Draco's malicious laughter as the Slytherin swept gracefully to his feet, brushing the GR from his robes. Despite his momentary burst of anger, Harry reined in his emotions and shoved himself upright, meeting the other boy's hateful gaze with a serene one of his own. "Good game," Harry offered neutrally. "You almost caught it when we were by the Ravenclaw stands. It gave me a bit of a scare, for a minute there." Draco's expression twisted with disdain and hatred. "What the hell's wrong with you lately, Potter?" It was clear Draco was referring to Harry's attempt to end Ron's bloating hex the other day in addition to Harry's current civility. "Just being polite," Harry said softly. "We'll see how polite you are when my father tears your throat out," Draco threatened softly, his lips twisted with hurt pride at having lost the match. Harry was struck with a profound pang of sympathy. This twisted little prat was the product of Lucius Malfoy. Draco had never had a chance to be a decent person. Their respective teams flocked upon them and bore them off in different directions. "Why'd you try to help that git Malfoy?" Ron demanded belligerently, hand slung over Harry's shoulder as he steered Harry to the locker room. Harry shrugged beneath the weight of his arm, ignoring his friend's intense scrutiny. He couldn't tell Ron that his encounter with Lucius had left Harry with an odd feeling of pity whenever he encountered the younger Malfoy. As nasty and petty as Draco was, the old antipathy simply would not stir when he remembered how Lucius had cast the Cruciatus curse on him simply to get him off the couch. "Hey," Ron whispered softly in his ear, "Seamus and I have put together a welcome back to Quidditch party, so we're sneaking out tonight after curfew." Harry sent him a curious glance, and Ron grinned. "Just you, me, and a few of the others. We're trying to keep this small. No telling Hermione." Harry sighed. "I don't know if I'm up for it, Ron." He was a bit sore. His scar ached, but the hurt in his friend's expression made him catch his breath. "You have to come, mate. It's for you," Ron whispered. "We've been planning it for a week." "Damn," Ron really looked upset. Harry smiled, feeling the stirrings of guilt. He supposed he could muster the energy. He understood several hours later just why Ron wanted to conceal the little solution from Hermione, once the redhead had escorted him to the secret page to Hogsmeade. Seamus and several others from the team awaited, along with a significant portion of the fire whiskey the Irish boy had been actively smuggling from Hogsmeade for the last 3 months. "Ron," Harry said in a soft undertone, "is this where you and Seamus were going at night's last term?" At Ron's nod, he prompted in a slightly colder voice, "You showed him the secret page to Hogsmeade." Ron drew in a breath to defend himself, but they were interrupted. "Relax, Harry," bellowed Katie Bell, sauntering up to them and shoving a drink into his hand. "Cheers." Harry cast a quick glance around at the expectant faces. Friends. They'd done this for him, and he was acting like a right prat about it. Besides, he could remember Snape's words. "I think you'll one day learn, Potter, that the best way to alleviate peer pressure is to succumb to it." "Here's to you, Snape," Harry thought ironically. With a wry smirk, he downed his drink. It took him only a second to realize his throat was on fire. The others broke into laughter as he nearly collapsed, coughing furiously, onto the ground. Harry had tears in his eyes when he rose again, but he couldn't help laughing along with them. "You know Ron," Harry slurred sometime later, after several of the Gryffindors had already staggered back for the night. He threw his arm over the redhead's shoulder and grasped him tightly. "You're my best friend." Ron laughed. "You're pissed, mate." Harry released Ron and staggered a few steps, feeling quite pleased with himself for having such wonderful friends. He felt his best buddy catch him as he veered dangerously to the side. "Yeah, maybe just a bit." Laughter bubbled from his lips. He was only half aware of Ron bidding the others good night before hauling him down the page. "Ron always looks out for me," Harry thought happily, relishing the fact that his best friend was helping him. No one had done that for him before Hogwarts. No one had cared. If he'd died, the Dursleys would have been delighted. But not Ron, not Hermione, not the Gryffindors. Harry was overcome with a wave of affection for his friend, and he flung his arms around him like Molly Weasley had once done to him. "Arg, Harry," Ron cried, the movement sending them both staggering into the wall. "Sorry," Harry mumbled, against his shoulder, "but I mean it. You're my best mate. I love you, Ron." Oh, but he wasn't just happy about Ron. There were so many other people in his life who were good to him. "And Hermione. I love her, too," he added. "And your mum, and Fred and George, and your dad, and Ginny, and your mum. Oh, but I don't like Percy. He's a git. Sorry about that." "Don't be sorry. I know you don't like Percy." "No," Harry snorted. "I'm sure sorry your brother's such a git." Ron gave up on dragging Harry's stumbling form for a while, and he slumped, breathing heavily, next to him on the floor near the entrance to the school. "We should be singing something," Harry noted, feeling a little lethargic now. "That's what people always do on the telly when they're drunk." Ron grinned, and staggered dramatically to his feet. "God rest ye, merry hippogriffs," he began in a painfully off-key voice. Harry burst into tears. Ron fell silent, looking shocked. "I didn't know I was that bad," he said, staring at Harry in dismay. Harry clamped his hands over his face and curled in on himself, his shoulders heaving with violent sobs. "Harry," Ron said a bit helplessly, dropping to a crouch by his side, and shaking him lightly as though hoping to jar the fit of tears into submission. Harry wept uncontrollably. He couldn't help it. He could remember suddenly Sirius singing that song in the hallway last Christmas, and he was suddenly terribly aware of that gaping hole inside him. He tried to muffle his sobs with his arm, and Ron patted him feebly on the back for lack of a better course of action. When the tears began to subside, he was aware of Ron speaking. The horrible, choking grief eased somewhat as his confused mind latched onto what he could understand of Ron's discursive speech. "Quidditch again. We're definitely going to show them. See that git Malfoy's face when that cow knocking Hermione over like she owns the place." It was when Ron mentioned that he thought Hermione was far prettier than Pansy Parkinson that Harry opened his eyes and looked at him blearily. "What?" he said dazedly. "You think Hermione's pretty?" Ron's face turned as red as his hair. "I'm not saying I like her like that or anything. I mean, she's my friend, but you know, she's cute." A smile stretched across Harry's lips. "You like Hermione. I don't." "You love Hermione." Ron punched him in the arm, and Harry fell back onto the ground, the world spinning, laughter bubbling from his lips. "It's okay, mate," he told Ron offhandedly. "I won't tell her. It'll be a secret. Like me and Snape." Ron shot to attention. "You and Snape." A look of mock horror suffused his features. "You have a crush on Snape?" "No," Harry said, laughing even though he was horrified by the suggestion. "No. I mean, it's embering to say it, but..." He laughed again, suddenly wondering why he'd tried so hard to hide this from his best friend. Ron would sympathize. "Snape's my father," he explained. "My dad. He told me so himself. Dumbledore knew all along, too. And we did a potion to prove it, and I stayed at his house and read his spell books." It was so ridiculous suddenly that Harry found it amusing and doubled over with laughter. Apparently Ron thought it was funny, too, because he grinned as he hoisted Harry back up to his feet. "You've gone absolutely nutters. You're a terrible drunk," Harry snorted in agreement. He leaned his head drowsily against Ron's shoulder as the redhead hauled him along, and only vaguely registered Ron swearing when he realized they'd left the invisibility cloak back in the page. "We'll go back for it tomorrow," Ron promised. Harry didn't lift his head until Ron abruptly halted in the middle of the third floor corridor. "Oh, hell," he muttered. Harry felt a sharp poke in the ribs, and abruptly forced his head upright. "Crap, Harry," Ron said. "It's your dad." Snape had immediately made a beeline towards the two very inebriated students out after curfew. Their identity gave him a surge of glee, but Weasley's words froze him in place. He sent a look between the two. Harry's eyes were glide, the majority of his weight supported by the larger boy. Weasley looked on the verge of breaking into hysterical laughter. They were both very drunk. And apparently, Harry had revealed something he should not have. His dark eyes tore from the redhead to his own son. He could tell immediately that Harry wouldn't absorb any furious lecture of his in this state, so he swooped forward, wrested him from the startled boy's grasp, and deposited him none too gently on the floor against the far wall. Weasley's eyes shot to him with some alarm that rapidly blossomed into terror when Snape grasped his collar and backed him into the wall, endishing his wand. "Are you the only one?" he told. Snape said gruffly. "What?" Weasley yelped. Snape pressed against the boy's throat, and Weasley was now breathing quite rapidly, fear swiftly piercing the glazed look in his eyes. "Are you the only one, Weasley?" he bellowed, his fingernails tightening on the redhead's shoulder. "Yes, yes," Weasley cried, openly terrified. It's just me and Harry. Just us. Now you listen here, boy," said Snape in a soft, menacing voice, pressing his wand into the boy's jugular. "I would obliviate you myself at this very moment instead of waiting for the headmaster to do so, if I weren't certain I would irreparably damage your mind, something you can ill afford, given your current lack of intellectual prowess." However, his grip tightened on the boy's collar, and Snape drew his lips up next to the boy's ear. "If I find out you have communicated this information to anyone, and I mean anyone, I may just forget that you dearly require both of your incels." He shoved back away from Weasley, and glared menacingly into those frightened eyes. "Understand me, boy," Snape hissed. Ronald Weasley blinked up at him, wide-eyed and disbelieving. It seemed to take him a moment of thought to realize what Snape had been talking about, and his features lit with fierce denial. "But, it was a joke," he said weakly. Snape felt his stomach plunge. "You greasy git, you're lying. It's a joke, isn't it?" Weasley almost pleaded, shooting his gaze to Harry, now sleeping comfortably on the floor. Harry was just kidding. "You're not his, you can't possibly be his." As though he'd just witnessed some cataclysmic event, his eyes traveled slowly to the prone boy on the floor, then to Snape. Horrified comprehension seeped into his features. "But why else would you, oh, Merlin?" he breathed, then shook his head in disbelief. "I don't believe it. It can't be true. That's impossible. Liar. That proves it," Snape thought fiercely, angry with himself. Imbecilic behavior is contagious. Weasley was too stunned to say more. Snape would demand the headmaster obliviate the boy, as soon as he ensured his wayward son, now pet out on the floor, was not about to die of alcohol poisoning before Snape had a chance to punish him. "I would deduct several thousand points from Gryffindor," Snape informed Weasley fiercely, "but then I would have to explain them after you no longer remember this night. Let me you, Mr. Weasley, that I will take this out on your hide for the rest of the year. You will go directly to the headmaster's office. I'll be there shortly." Weasley looked too devastated and shocked to object. It was only when Snape reached down to collect Harry that the redhead cried out in protest. "What are you going to do to him?" He sounded slightly panicked. "Nothing fatal," Snape replied menacingly. "Now, go." Without a second look at the idiotic boy, Snape hauled Harry up and bundled him off down the corridor. The other Gryffindor stared after them, paralyzed with shock. Harry awoke, feeling dreadfully thirsty. He noticed dimly the GL of water set on the nightstand by this bed, but he knocked it over when he made to grab it. "Idiot boy." He flinched at the sound of Snape's angry voice and curled into a ball, trying to rein in the sick feeling in his stomach. "I could give you something for the excruciating hangover you are about to endure," Snape said, grasping him by the back of the neck and hauling him upright to stare into glittering black eyes. "But I prefer to see you suffer." Huge surprise there, Harry thought bitterly, wincing as Snape's grip on the back of his neck tightened. He raised his arms clumsily to shove Snape away, but then he felt a cool gel shoved against his lips. Surprised, Harry gulped the water down thirstily. When Snape spelled it to refill, Harry blocked its path to his mouth. "No more," he whispered hoarsely, trying to escape Snape's grip and lie back down. "I think not, Potter," Snape said gruffly, shoving the gel to his lips again. "Drink. You must remain hydrated. I think I'm going to be sick." Snape smiled darkly. "Then we shall simply have to repeat this process again." With a groan, Harry drank the water. It actually went down pretty easily. He was thirstier than he thought. Snape at last released him and let him slump gratefully back to the mattress. "This is becoming an unpleasant routine, Potter. I do not care to play nursemaid to you every time your stupidity renders you incompetent." "Then why don't you just send me to Madame Pomfrey?" Harry complained. Snape didn't answer him. Harry let his eyes close and tried to sleep. "You should be expelled for this," Snape said bitterly across the room. "You imbecilic boy." Even through his haze of inebriation, the words somehow reached the part of him that could still reason. Harry forced his head upright, feeling a thrill of fear. What was he doing here? How had Snape found out? Oh no, Snape knew he'd been drinking. His thoughts danced to half-forgotten images. Sprawled on the floor of the page, in the hallway with Ron. Shit. He'd told Ron. Snape knew he'd told Ron. He clamped his hand over his mouth in horror at what he'd done. He felt Snape's eyes, heavy on him, and shuddered under his gaze. Snape had to be angry, and in this case, he had every reason to be. Oh, he'd been so stupid. He was horrified at what he'd done. It must have showed. "Oh, never fear, Potter," Snape said, sounding disgusted. "You won't be sent back to those muggles anytime soon." Harry barely dared to look at Snape. "Even at the height of your deviance, I doubt the headmaster would expel our resident celebrity." Harry watched him warily. It was strange that Snape had attributed his horror to anticipation of the Dursleys. He couldn't quite understand why this seemed odd. His inn was barely working right now, but it surprised him Snape had bothered analyzing his reaction at all. "Go to sleep, Harry," Snape ordered, voice softer this time. He used my name, Harry thought inanely. "I pray you have several debilitating nightmares about the nature of the detentions you've earned yourself tonight," Snape added maliciously before spelling the lights off. Well, that rather nullified the name thing, he decided, as sleep once again claimed him. Damn Albus Dumbledore. Damn him. This may be a fortuitous event. Severus, the headmaster, had responded gently to Snape's demand for Weasley's memory erasure. Harry needs a friend right now, and Mr. Weasley is a great source of strength and support. Forget protecting the precious true identity of the boy who lived. Forget protecting his only spy in the Dark Lord's inner circle. Sod it all. Harry needed someone to talk to. Bitter thoughts raged through his head as he selected the perfect counter-agent to nullify the remaining alcohol and leave the hangover. He was still actively plotting many methods of punishing Harry for sheer stupidity when he heard the tentative knock on his door. He opened it to reveal the unwelcome sight of an exhausted-looking Ronald Weasley. Professor Dumbledore sent me down here to bring Harry back to Gryffindor before anyone misses him," Weasley said, looking as though he were trying to summon his usual contempt for Snape's authority, and simply couldn't muster the energy for it. Snape glared at him. "I have much to discuss with Mr. Potter." There was that familiar foolhardy defiance. "Dumbledore sent me," Weasley insisted. With an exasperated breath, he burst out, "Look, he's going to feel like crap today anyway, so why don't you yell at him later? Harry needs a friend right now." Snape snorted in contempt at the memory of the headmaster's words, yet for some inexplicable reason found himself standing aside for Weasley to enter his chamber and rouse the still disoriented Harry from his sleep. "Come on," Ron said quietly, casting a furtive, suspicious glance in Snape's direction. "We're going back." Harry murmured something unintelligible, but accepted Ron's help nevertheless, still half-conscious and mostly inebriated. Ron sent Snape a dubious glance before helping Harry walk clumsily out the door. Severus wasn't certain why he'd acceded to the headmaster's ridiculous order to let Harry escape with Weasley, but somehow he found, that afternoon, as he noticed Lupin enter the Great Hall, that the horrible weight on his had lifted somewhat. Snape remembered Weasley's reaction, when he'd started to take Harry away after their confrontation in the hall. The boy had been worried Snape would harm Harry. It seemed Harry had at least one stalwart ally. Weasley's contemptuous, defiant behavior towards himself on Harry's behalf should have infuriated him, especially because Weasley was undermining his own authority considerably with every insubordinate word that ped his lips. For some reason, though, it didn't. And that unsettled Snape more than even the realization his life now depended upon Ronald Weasley's discretion. It had taken Ron 3 days and many surreptitious kicks under the table in the Great Hall to stop goggling back and forth between Harry and Snape. Even after that, the redhead glared at Snape with renewed suspicion each time they ped each other in the hall. "Are you sure, Harry?" Ron questioned again, scowling as he scrubbed the bedpan. He was a Death Eater. It could be a trick. Yeah, because Voldemort would have a whole lot to gain from. Harry glanced around the hospital wing quickly, lowering his voice, tricking me into thinking my dad's actually that greasy git. Seriously, Ron, do you think Snape would willingly go along with something like that? He hates me. He hates knowing that he's the one who's, well, responsible for my existence. He saw concern creep into Ron's expression. Harry rolled his eyes and turned his face from the other boy's scrutiny. It doesn't matter. I hate him, too. It must be, a bit disappointing. You know, Ron fumbled, clearly stepping outside his comfort zone trying to say the right thing. You were an orphan, and now you have a dad. But he's Snape. I mean, that must be bad for you. Harry shrugged. No big loss. Yeah, Ron persisted, but still, I mean, you must have wondered what it would be. Like if, can we stop talking about this? Harry interrupted him sharply. You've been asking me non-stop about him for the last few days. I'm sick of talking about it, okay. He felt the weight of Ron's gaze on his back, and Harry turned his attention to scrubbing furiously at the bedpan. Snape hadn't been joking when he promised dire consequences for Harry's drunken escapade. From cleaning out stalls for Hagrid to this current distasteful task, Harry had come in contact with all manner of unpleasant stenches in the last few days. And now that Snape had ordered him to resume occlumency lessons on top of these physically exhausting detentions, a leaden feeling of dread settled in his stomach every time the final minutes of detention ticked away. Listen, mate, Ron, I said. Look, Ron interjected, setting his bedpan down and crossing the room to hover in front of Harry. I know he's a git, and he's not going to change, okay. But have you ever thought about the other stuff that comes with a father, I mean, your parents didn't really leave anyone behind for you. But maybe Snape has a brother or a sister, or some other family you might like better. Just because he's a prat doesn't mean all his relatives are. You turned out okay. Harry thought back to those brief flashes of that crying boy in Snape's memories, and shook his head. No, his family's not. It's not a good idea. Come on. They can't be worse than your aunt and uncle. Well, I couldn't meet them anyway, Harry argued. Septimus doesn't exist. You can't right now, but maybe after you know who is gone, things will be a bit different. Harry shot him an uncertain glance. Why are you pushing this? He smiled uneasily. That eager to get rid of me. He felt a little sick even as he said the words. He knew he spent more time with the Weasleys than he probably should. Maybe Ron was growing tired of Harry latching onto his family. No, Ron said earnestly. You know we all think of you as practically another Weasley, right? But you didn't come with us for Christmas. You don't seem to think. I wanted you to be safe. Harry protested, cheeks flaming. He'd stayed at Hogwarts to protect them, not because he was rejecting the Weasleys. How could they think? I know, Ron said firmly. But I'm just saying, I know there are things that'll hold you back from us. Maybe it would be good for you if you knew you had something else out there, something that's just yours. Harry stared at Ron, amazed at how much thought the other boy had put into this. Careful, Ron, you're starting to sound like Hermione. Ron grinned ruefully. You know, I've spent the past few days trying to figure out what she'd want me to say about this. For the record, I can't imagine a relative of Snape's being anything other than a greasy bastard, but you should still look into it. Harry couldn't help laughing. Fine. Ron still looked thoughtful. About Hermione, are you sure? No, snapped Harry. All right, Ron said a touch defensively. Harry turned back to his bedpan. The temptation to tell Hermione was almost overwhelming for him, too, but he couldn't help imagining Ron vacant-eyed and drooling, with Snape smirking after having successfully scrambled his in. No, best not to risk it. He couldn't bear losing his best friend to that. Ron's suggestion lingered in his thoughts, though, like some illness he simply couldn't shake. So after a singularly unsuccessful occlumency session that left Harry doubled over in a chair with the horrible, splitting pain of his scar, he gathered his thoughts as Snape tried to force-feed him a tranquility draft. "Do we have any other family?" Harry asked Snape. Snape's black eyes bore into his for a long moment, then the grip on his chin tightened and Harry felt the liquid slip between his lips. He swallowed automatically, and was only slightly disoriented when Snape yanked him up and shoved him towards the door. "Go to bed, Potter." "I was just curious," Harry said belligerently. Snape's eyes glittered darkly. Out. The tranquility draft had kicked in, so Harry felt oddly at ease as he shrugged off the incident and returned to Gryffindor Tower. The following afternoon, Lupin praised him generously enough in CL that he felt confident enough to start a conversation with Remus outside the Great Hall. It took only moments for the horrible awkwardness creep up between them, and with a strangely guarded look, Remus made his excuses and left. Harry stared after him bleakly. His emotions only darkened when he noticed Snape several feet away, witness to the whole awful exchange. His professor only made things so much better by choosing that moment to swoop in on him and IGN him detention. For no reason, on top of his detention with Filch for that evening. It was a strangely complacent Snape waiting when Harry dragged himself into the office, and he was too exhausted to show his astonishment when Snape gestured him into a chair. "I have no siblings," Snape said in a formal manner. "Your grandmother passed away when I was a second year, and your grandfather followed several years after that. Many of my father's family live in Hungary, but I maintain little contact with them. Does that satisfy your curiosity?" Harry stared at him, surprised. Yes. He was aware of an acute disappointment he hadn't expected to feel. He was glad he hadn't gotten his expectations up. It would have been stupid of him to let Ron's words put visions in his head of, say, cousins his age who didn't beat him up, or benign uncles who clapped him on the shoulders and called him by endearing nicknames. No, he hadn't let himself be taken by such stupid fantasies. He tried not to let his dejection show, and steeled himself for the impending detention. Snape rolled his eyes and rose to his feet. "Although the vast majority of my bloodline are useless wastrels with little to recommend them apart from their ability to mangle the English language, I do have an uncle who cultivates Europe's finest gillyweed. I've intended to restock for several weeks now. If you hold your tongue, you may remain in this room while I contact him. He does have several granddaughters around your age who delight in inflicting us with their presence during these discussions." As far as kind gestures went, it was hardly the most generous on record, but it still astonished Harry. "You'd let me stay?" Harry stuttered. Snape sent him a sour look. "I insist on silence if you remain. I do not care to explain a strange young man's presence to him. You will stand in the corner, and I will bring him through the flow. Have you your invisibility cloak on you?" Harry forced down his reluctance to give Snape knowledge of its whereabouts and nodded. "Wear it," Snape ordered. Harry scrambled to yank it from his bag and pull it over his head. He was still amazed Snape was doing this for him. Yes, he understood that the potions professor clearly needed to contact the man anyway, but when it came to Snape, this was downright generous. Snape stared dourly at what Harry knew was his now invisible form for several seconds more, before adding, "And for the record, Potter, I was not deceived for a single moment the day you accosted Draco Malfoy in that thing." Harry tried not to smirk, remembering Draco's panic their third year upon spotting Harry's head floating midair. "I know," Harry said, voice slightly muffled by the cloak. "Actually, even before I knew you were an occlumens, I was pretty sure you could read minds. I would say that was an astute observation, Mr. Potter, but I have difficulty lending credit for intellectual prowess to a boy who still cannot get it through his head that legilimency is not mind reading." Harry glared at him through the invisibility cloak as Snape scooped up a handful of flow powder. "Remember, silence." "I know," Harry said impatiently. Snape grimaced, as though an insult fought valiantly to escape his lips, then tossed the flow powder into the fireplace. "Be honest, Snape." Harry waited expectantly. Although on some level, he knew many of the purebloods were also his relatives, this was different. This was more than the simple inbreeding that went hand in hand with the pure-blooded families. These were immediate relatives, his relatives, people other than Dudley and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon who were so closely related to him. Snape shifted impatiently in his seat. "Be honest," he called again, glaring at the emerald flames. "Get in here, now." "I see why they don't talk to him much," Harry thought wryly, settling back in his seat, watching Snape's thin lips curl in exasperation. "That old codger has 12 house elves," Snape growled. "One of them should at least have answered by now." With an irritated sigh, Snape slid from his chair and knelt by the fireplace. He shot Harry a look that warned him not to cause trouble, then thrust his head into the flames. Bah! But as soon as Snape's head disappeared into the green flames, his entire body shot forward and vanished into the fireplace. Harry leapt to his feet as the tail of the black robes was swallowed by flames. Expelli, my, Severus, no wand. Snape's dread settled like a leaden weight in his stomach, and he forced his head up from the carpet to meet the smirking face of Lucius Malfoy. The other wizard looked far more confident and collected than at any point in the weeks since their confrontation. "What a delightful coincidence," Lucius declared. "Here I was just looking for a decent GL of wine, and who should pop up in the fireplace but my dearest Severus himself." Snape's hand whipped out to the jar of flow powder, only to feel the fragile GL explode at his fingertips as it was caught by Lucius's blasting curse. "Now, this makes my job rather easier, doesn't it?" Malfoy purred. Snape didn't hear the next hex that hit him, but something like electricity tore through his limbs. He curled into a ball, his body racked with pain and nausea, as the other Death Eater smoothly levitated him from the floor. Snape relaxed pivotally into the magical grip, knowing he couldn't fight the spell. He instead cast his gaze around the hallway as Lucius floated him by door after door. This was, indeed, his uncle's abode. He'd thought at first that Lucius had somehow tapped into his flow to abduct him. But, no, this was much, much worse. Lucius was in Bionis's home. "What?" Snape asked harshly, "in the hell are you doing here?" Lucius's laugh was low and husky, and it sent a new coil of fear through Severus's. "Renewing an acquaintance of mine." "Where are my relatives?" Snape demanded. Lucius smiled. "Dead, mostly, dead." Severus had no particular affection for his uncle or cousins, but the realization that Lucius had just killed them left him slightly troubled. Malfoy ended the levitation spell with a jerk of his wand and unceremoniously dropped him to the floor of the reception hall. It took Snape several moments to fight down the lingering pain from Lucius's hex. "Why are you here, Lucius?" Snape demanded, stumbling to his feet. He was appalled to realize he felt nervous. Lucius was out for his blood, and he was all too aware he was at the other Death Eater's mercy. "Why here? As in, this room?" Lucius asked smoothly, deliberately misreading Severus's question. His smile was genuine and unnerving, the hardship of the last year erased from the man's expression by his very real upper hand in the situation. "Well, Severus, we can hear everything from here." Snape tried not to let his confusion show, but Lucius seemed to detect it anyway. His smile widened. "Never fear, though. They can't hear us. I don't want our darling Bella to interrupt what I have in mind." "Bellatrix." Snape then fell silent, able to discern it for the first time. The muffled, distant sound of a person wailing. "Bellatrix," Snape repeated numbly. Yes." Lucius gazed idly at his fingernails, then sent Snape a coy look. "I did say they were mostly dead. I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else to supply you with gillyweed. I fear your precious Bionis will be in no state to do so again." He didn't know whether the person being tortured was his uncle or one of his other relatives. "Either way, what are you doing here, Lucius?" It took Snape an effort to keep his tone reasonable with the screams ringing in his ears. "Why is she here?" Whoever it was, his uncle, he guessed, was crying out piteously now. "He's a pureblood," Snape continued hoarsely. "She has no justification." "Bella does not like being kept from her possessions," Lucius interrupted brusquely, "and she's fully convinced your relations are blood traitors hiding a scintillating young half-blood from her." A horrible smile stretched across Lucius's lips. "But we both know better than that, don't we, Severus?" "What do you mean?" Snape demanded, dreading the answer. He knew that Lucius was leading him into some snare with his words. Malfoy leaned in closer, his gray eyes glittering with malice. I'm talking about Septimus, that mysterious, young boy who doesn't even appear to exist. Don't be greedy, Cedo. Snape tumbled back to the ground as invisible fists slammed into his body. The pain receded as Lucius's impatience urted itself, and he found himself on his back clutching his ribs, with the aristocrat glaring down at him. Do you know just how many of your worthless kin I've questioned these last few days? Lucius said coldly. I've met 8 different Septimus Snapes, but not a single one of them is our favorite little bastard. Do you know what I think? I don't care, Snape snarled. Crucio. Lucius grinned above him as Snape's world dissolved in pain. He couldn't help the screams that tore from his lips, and as soon as the spell dissolved, he found Lucius just inches away, staring at him intently. You lied to me about that boy, he spat. So I thought about it. Malfoy leaned closer, smiling a bit maniacally. You sheltered a mysterious boy you claimed to be Hungarian kin, yet your Hungarian kin know nothing of him. This strange boy shares your blood, and is closely related enough to me that he can wield kinship curses upon me. And, best of all, Lucius laughed at this notion, you, my heartless friend, are protective of him. Do you know what my new conclusion is, Severus? Lucius's hand SD around his neck, and he brought his lips to Snape's ear. Septimus Snape is your son. Snape's throat clenched. That's absurd. You had a bastard with a muggle, Lucius pronounced coldly, certain of his conclusion. And you've hidden it from us all these years. Snape needed to put a stop to this. You listen, Crucio, Lucius said almost playfully, triumphant laughter in his voice. Don't bother lying to me. The aristocrat rocked back on his heels, enjoying Snape's cries of pain for what seemed like an endless length of time. He's not my son, Snape rasped as soon as the curse receded. Lucius merely laughed. Severus, you fool, he said with malicious amusement. Do you realize what you've given me? Of all the weaknesses you could have exposed, you should have taken this one to your grave. He heard Lucius's footsteps retreat across the room, and Snape forced himself up on shaky arms, mind racing desperately for some contingency plan. You know, the others thought I was mad to tangle with you, Lucius said unexpectedly. Snape stared at the aristocrat, surprised despite himself. They warned me that you're an inhuman monster with 1,000 horrific poisons at your fingertips, Lucius continued lazily. They claim you're a man of genius capable of deceiving even the great Albus Dumbledore. But their most salient point, Severus, and perhaps the one that has steered them clear of you for year after year, is the fact that you have nothing to lose. You love nothing, and I could therefore take nothing of value to you. Snape realized with a sinking feeling that the other man was clearly beyond the point where he could sway him from his conclusions. Lucius knew he had a son, and he saw that son as a weapon to use against Severus. But at least he didn't know that son was actually Harry Potter. I always found you rather pitiable, Lucius remarked, watching him intently. No family, no friends. I was even convinced you were until I found out about your little bastard. For years, I thought it would be a mercy if someone ended your miserable existence. But this boy, a smile crept across Malfoy's lips. This son of yours, well, Severus, you're not untouchable any longer. And how do you propose to use him against me? He taunted softly, wondering if he could redirect Lucius's efforts towards finding the boy in the Muggle world. You've had no luck finding him. I promise you, you'll never get to Septimus. Really? Lucius smiled menacingly. I think the boy has given me the perfect means whereby I might reach him, hasn't he? After all, we're kin. And now that I know exactly how closely related he and I are, I know exactly what spell to cast upon him. With a flare of rage, Snape took a menacing step towards Malfoy, eyes glittering. Keep in mind, dear friend, where Draco sleeps at night. You will encounter great difficulty locating my son, but I assure you, I will have no difficulty finding yours. The color left Lucius's face. You wouldn't. You've always liked Draco. I'm quite fond of Draco, admitted Snape mildly. I wouldn't enjoy, say, discovering him strangled in his sleep, or perhaps watching him die in agony after a volatile ingredient ignites his potion. That's not to say I won't protect what's mine. He smiled darkly. I simply will not enjoy it. Lucius was studying him intently, as though trying to gauge the severity of Snape's threat. You're not bluffing. Lucius raked his cold, essing gaze over his opponent. A pity, then, Severus, that I cannot possibly allow you the chance to follow through on that threat. Snape stiffened imperceptibly, sensing the lethal turn of the conversation. I would have preferred to kill the boy before your eyes, but alas, Lucius shook his head regretfully, I'll have to content myself with the knowledge you'll die with your son's impending death on your conscience. Lucius leveled his wand at his, and Snape felt his heart freeze. Our master will destroy you if you do this, he warned Lucius desperately. We both know of my worth to him. Lucius smiled malevolently. I suppose I should be grateful, then, that I'm the only one who knows you're here. Oh hell, it was strange. This was not the first time Severus had faced his own impending death, but somehow he'd never faced it with this horrible sense that it was happening at entirely the wrong moment. There was a nameless horror clawing at his heart, knowing that Lucius had defeated him so totally, that he'd practically handed Lucius the means to destroy Harry. Snape cast his eyes around desperately for a way out. He even imagined he could see the front door creeping open and then closing again, but there was nothing he could do. Nothing. He'd failed the headmaster. He'd failed his son, Merlin. How had things gone wrong so quickly? He'd just found the damn boy and now he'd as good as killed him. Avada K. Stupefy. Snape was stunned when Lucius slumped bonelessly to the ground. Harry shrugged off his invisibility cloak in the doorway. The material pooled about the boy's feet, and he scooped it up before stepping tentatively into the room. Sorry, there had to be at least 50 doors in that hallway, and my point me spell wasn't working, Harry remarked, approaching Lucius's fallen form. What's Malfoy doing here? This is your uncle's house, right? Snape stared at him for an endless moment more, recovering his wits. Are you okay, Professor? Snape gathered his faltering strength and forced himself to his feet, amazed at his reprieve. You followed me, he said disbelievingly. I know I should have told Professor Dumbledore, Harry said defensively, but I had my invisibility cloak, and there wasn't really time. You just jerked into the fireplace, so I knew something had to be wrong. Snape waved him silent. He didn't trust himself to react in the proper manner to the boy's presumption. There were more immediate problems at hand. His eyes returned to Lucius's crumpled form. Well, there was only one way to do this now. He had no choice. He ignored the painful protest of his limbs as he knelt to retrieve Lucius's wand. It was only when he aimed it that Harry cried, "What are you doing?" Snape sent Harry a seething glare. I'm killing him. He would have killed me. You saw that. Now hold your tongue, boy. But, he's unconscious, Harry faltered. It's not like he can hurt you now. Oh, wonderful. Delicate Gryffindor squeamishness at the prospect of killing a helpless man. Can't we hand him over to the Aurors? Harry tried. This is not open to debate, Potter. Snape snarled, raising his wand again. The killing curse leapt to the tip of his tongue when a distant door slammed. Harry's head snapped up in alarm, and Snape's every muscle tensed. He realized he couldn't hear his uncle screaming now. Is someone else here? Harry asked, glancing between Snape's face and the open doorway. Quiet, Snape said gruffly, grasping Harry by the arm and directing him roughly out into the hallway. He heard another door slam in the distance, closer. He couldn't kill Lucius. Malfoy's discretion was more reliable than the odds that Snape would be able to spirit away the body before Bellatrix happened upon them. He'd hoped to make the man simply disappear, as Lucius had intended to do to him. Killing Lucius would raise more problems than trusting that Malfoy would do his utmost to protect his own son. How stupid of him to forget that Bellatrix Lestrange was still here. Although Snape was a proficient duelist, he did not care for his odds in a direct confrontation with her, should she walk in and find herself in the same room as Harry Potter. And he didn't want to risk any foolish actions on his son's part, either. Oh, he knew all too well the boy had originally learned those kinship curses with her in mind. And although Harry professed to shy from that thirst for vengeance, Snape couldn't help but remember those flashes of Bellatrix from their occlumency lessons, as Black tumbled back through the veil. He knew full well Harry's feelings might change if he realized the woman he hated was only several rooms away from him. He ushered Harry down the hallway, adrenaline propelling him forward despite the black spots dancing before his vision. Those hexes were catching up with him. Lucius would know, once he woke up, that Snape was back at Hogwarts, and back with Draco. He wouldn't dare act on the information about Septimus as long as Draco was in Snape's grasp. He wouldn't dare breach the matter with the Dark Lord unless he became absolutely certain of his advantage. Severus had time to plan his next move. He just needed to get the damned boy back to Hogwarts before Bellatrix or Harry realized the other was there. Snape sc'd up the remaining flow powder and practically shoved Harry into the fireplace before staggering in himself. His raging anxiety did not die until he found himself sagging against his own desk in his office, gasping for breath. He noticed Harry just now rising to his full height across from him, and was immediately overcome with a surge of fury. You idiot boy! What would have happened tonight, had Harry followed him through the flow and encountered Bellatrix Lestrange? What if the house had possessed some form of unveiling invisibility cloaks? What if Lucius had seen him first? What were you thinking? Snape roared, forcing himself upright from where he was slumped over the desk. You should have. Harry was watching him expressionlessly, as though he expected this. The words died on Snape's lips. Harry had explained himself earlier. No time. Should have called the headmaster. And most inconveniently, Minerva's voice entered his mind. He responds positively when he's well treated. Snape didn't want to say this. Maybe he could succumb to his injuries now and avoid this. He closed his eyes briefly, and although his entire body throbbed relentlessly, he remained steadfastly conscious. Oh, hell, you saved my life, Snape admitted reluctantly. He was tempted to feel smug at how shocked Harry looked. And I appreciate it, he added. The boy was completely stunned. Snape smirked inwardly. Ha! The little T clearly hadn't expected. He had no chance to gloat before the world went black. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.